Deep in the night above the demon forest, a rainbow light like a meteor swiftly streaked across the night sky. Upon closer inspection, the faint silhouette of a woman could be discerned within the light. The woman unsteady plummeted straight down from the night sky toward a wooden cabin nestled in the forest. With a loud crash, she broke through the roof and fell into the house. Ning Yechen, who was sleeping soundly in bed, was abruptly awakened. He sat up in astonishment, staring blankly at the woman who had fallen from the sky into his room. The woman was draped in a phoenix feather celestial dress with silver hair, crimson eyes, skin fair as snow, brows like painted strokes, lips like cherry blossoms, a beauty like a celestial painting. Her exquisite face was flushed with a delicate rosy hue like a blooming peach blossom. Her ruby-like eyes shimmered with spring water, and her expression was exceptionally enchanting and alluring. Even Ning Yechen, who had seen countless celestial maidens and demonesses, was momentarily stunned, unable to help but glance a few more times. Judging from her celestial dress, she must be a fairy maiden from some holy land in the celestial realm, likely of no low status. Could it be that his hidden refuge had been discovered? The celestial realm had sent people to besiege him. That shouldn't be possible. He had been hiding here for nearly 100 years, and his concealment measures should have been foolproof. Besides, the celestial realm shouldn't dare to trouble him. It was probably just a coincidence. What to do? Should he just kill her and bury her quietly? He absolutely couldn't reveal his identity. Just as Ning Yechen was hesitating over how to handle the unexpected woman, the woman's spring water-like eyes were also fixed on him intently. The young man before her had a face like jade, handsome and refined with an indescribable aura. She never expected there to be such a graceful youth in the mortal world. But this was not the time to think about that, as she had to leave at once to find an antidote, or she would be unable to suppress it. Feeling the poison within her intensify, spreading through her body and eroding her mind, Luo Ring's face flushed like peach blossoms. Her eyes grew more dazed, and her red lips exhaled fervent, fragrant breath. Struggling to stand, she found her body weak and limp, and as she tried to rise, she stumbled and fell into the arms of Ning Yechen, who was sitting on the bed. What is happening? A setup, a honey trap. To avoid misunderstanding and to show his upright character, Ning Yechen spread his hands, not touching Luo Ruing's delicate body. He looked down in surprise at the woman, whose expression grew increasingly enchanting and strange. As the former demon lord of the demon realm, he quickly recognized that the poison Luo Ruing had been afflicted with was the infamous 1000 demon lust poison of the demon realm. The 1000 demon lust poison was concocted from various lustful insects, venomous beasts, and herbs that aroused passion and lust from the demon realm. It contained 1000 kinds of lust poisons with no known cure. Once afflicted with the 1000 demon lust poison, if one does not engage in a specific purification ritual, within a limited time the poison will erupt and cause death. It seemed the woman before him had reached her limit. Luo Ruing, lying in Ning Yechen's arms, grew increasingly hot, and finally realized she could no longer suppress the poison. When she caught the strong masculine scent of Ning Yechen, she unconsciously swallowed, her entire body burning hot. Luo Ruing lifted her amorous eyes to look at his handsome face, bit her lip lightly, and made a decision in her heart. At this point she had no choice but to use this man to purify the poison. There was no other way. It was a blessing for this mortal. Luo Ruing flicked her hand, and several immortal ropes flew out, binding Ning Yechen's hands and feet, leaving him lying on the bed in a spread eagle position. With her delicate hand, she removed the golden hairpin from her hair, and a cascade of silver hair, like a river of stars, fell down to her hips. What is this all about? What should he do? Should he resist? It was a very urgent situation. Ning Yechen didn't know what to do. This was his precious first time. Although he had dominated the 6 realms for centuries, he had never been involved with a woman. Adhering to the principle that women only slowed down his sword, he had never been close to any woman. Suddenly being pinned down by a woman, besides being a little nervous, he also felt a little excited. If he wanted to resist, he could break free from the immortal ropes in an instant. But if he did, the woman before him would die from the poison eruption. Although he had never been a great kind person, the thought of such a beautiful woman perishing was truly regrettable. Perhaps if she died here, it would expose his identity and bring him trouble. Well, he might as well do a good deed. Luo Ruing exhaled a fragrant breath, bit her silver teeth, and leaned down onto Ning Yechen. Soon the rafters of the house echoed with soft, melodious sounds. Under the influence of the poison, the gentle whispers and occasional sighs continued for 3 full days and nights without ceasing. On the morning of the 4th day, Luo Ruing slowly opened her eyes. She was lying on Ning Yechen's chest. The room was in disarray, and the bed beneath them had collapsed at some point. Recalling the 3 days of delirious intimacy, Luo Ruing's face flushed with shame, and then her expression turned to melancholy and sorrow. Her body had been given to this mortal. Luo Ruing lifted her beautiful eyes to look at the sleeping Ning Yechen, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes, and slowly raised her jade palm. As a female emperor of the celestial realm, she had fallen into the mortal world and lost her purity to a mortal. This absolutely could not be spread. But after a moment's hesitation, Luo Ruing finally sighed softly and lowered her hand. He had been forced by her acting against his own will, and he had saved her life. How could she repay kindness with enmity and commit such a cruel act? Besides, they had shared a bond of intimacy. Luo Ruing supported her weak body and stood up, waving her hand to put on her celestial dress. Before parting, she walked to Ning Yechen's side again, casting a tender gaze at him, and sighed softly. Immortals and mortals are different. All of this is nothing but a dream. You and I should pretend we never met. With that, Luo Ruing lightly tapped her toes and vanished from the room in a flash. The moment she disappeared, Ning Yechen opened his eyes and sat up, a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly, "Just a dream." That's fine. He had been awake long ago, just pretending to sleep, not knowing how to face Luo Ruing. Seeing Luo Ruing leave quietly on her own, it was actually what he wished. Thus, she would continue as a celestial fairy in the immortal realm, and he would continue his secluded and carefree life, the two never interfering with each other. Looking at the mess around the room, Ning Yechen scratched his head. Maybe it was a bit too intense. I wonder how she's doing. Suddenly, he thought of something, his expression startled. Oh no, I forgot to take precautionary measures. But she is a celestial fairy with high cultivation. It shouldn't be easy for her to conceive a celestial child. Besides, after returning, she would certainly use her immortal power to prevent pregnancy. He shouldn't worry. 10 years later, in the Demon Beast Forest. Amid the towering mountains, a wooden house stood prominently in the vast forest. In the courtyard, Ning Yechen, wearing self-made sunglasses, lay on a rocking chair, holding a cup of freshly squeezed celestial fruit juice, looking lazy and content. As the rocking chair swayed gently, he enjoyed the sunlight bath. This is the life. Sleeping in every day, no one to disturb him, no need to go to school or work, no need to fight and kill. When hungry, he ate the celestial fruits, herbs, and spirit medicines he grew. When idle, he could fish in the lake where he raised fish. Life is joyful and carefree. Compared to the days of fighting and causing trouble in various realms, this kind of life is what he yearns for. The only fly in the ointment was that he had lived alone here for over 100 years and indeed felt a bit bored. This world had no cell phones, no entertainment. Repeating the same daily routine for 100 years was getting tiresome. Although there were a few creatures that could talk to him, they were all terrified of him, so it wasn't fun at all. This made Ning Yechen unable to help recalling that dreamy night 10 years ago. Over the past 10 years, whenever he felt bored, he couldn't help thinking about that night. The growth of that night was deeply engraved in his mind, truly unforgettable. Was it because he had been single for centuries and felt lonely? Ning Yechen couldn't help speculating. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why he kept recalling that night recently. At that time, he only thought of saving that woman's life and didn't want to disturb his secluded life. He didn't think much about it. Now it had become an obsession. But he didn't even know her name, and they probably wouldn't meet again. Ning Yechen shook his head, dismissed the distracting thoughts, and closed his eyes. Since he had decided to live in seclusion, he shouldn't think too much. Just then, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Someone is coming. His divine sense clearly sensed one figure. No, two figures, walking towards him. How could someone find this place? How rare. Interesting. In his 100 years of seclusion, only that woman had intruded 10 years ago. Other than that, no one had ever found this place. As if finding something interesting, Ning Yechen's lips curled up slightly, and he clapped his hands. The barriers surrounding the wooden house instantly dissipated. He wanted to see what they were here for. In the dense forest, a woman with a graceful figure and stunningly beautiful face walked slowly among the trees. The woman's face was somewhat pale, her expression tired. On her back was a little girl no more than 3 or 4 years old with a delicate face as cute as a doll. The little girl had long, beautiful black hair, chubby cheeks, delicate features, and big bright eyes that looked around the forest curiously. She asked in a soft voice, "Mommy, where are we going?" "Didn't ye say she wanted to see Daddy? Mommy is taking you to find your daddy." Luo Ruing turned her head and gave a gentle, loving smile to the little girl on her back, her daughter. Though her face wore a kind and loving smile, a trace of worry and concern flashed in her eyes. 10 years later, she never expected that one day she would bring her child back to the mortal realm to find the man from that night. Strangely, she had walked for a long time based on her memory, but couldn't find the original wooden house. Had he already left? That's right. For a mortal, 10 years is a very long time. He might have moved away long ago, maybe even married someone else somewhere. Thinking of this, the sorrow in Luo Ruing's heart could no longer be hidden on her face. If she couldn't find him, what should she do? Really? Mommy, are you taking Ye to find Daddy? Hearing that Luo Ruing was going to take her to find Daddy, Luo Hongya immediately became extremely happy, pressing her face close to her mother's and asking repeatedly, "Yes, let's go find Daddy." Seeing her child so happy, Luo Ruiying couldn't bear to break her illusion and smiled along. In her heart, she had little confidence about whether she could actually find Ning Yechen. After her joy, Luo Hongye's little mind raised a big question. Lying on her mother's back, she tilted her head and asked, "Mommy, didn't you say that Daddy died when Ye was born?" Luo Ruiying was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. After Luo Hongye grew up, she often tugged at her mother asking where Daddy was. Luo Ruiying had lied to her then, saying that her father had unfortunately passed away when she was born. Now suddenly saying they would find him, it was indeed a bit strange. "Yay, actually your daddy isn't completely dead yet." Luo Ruiying racked her brains and could only come up with this excuse. Luo Hongye blinked her big bright eyes and actually believed Luo Ruiying's words. Innocently and adorably she asked, "So Daddy is still alive, right, Mommy?" "Yes, that's right." Luo Ruiying quickly nodded. She thought she had gotten away with it, but unexpectedly Luo Hongye continued, "Then why hasn't Daddy ever come to find Ye and Mommy? Is it that Daddy doesn't want Ye and Mommy anymore?" As she said this, Luo Hongye's eyes reddened and crystal tears welled up in them. Luo Ruiying was startled, quickly moved Luo Hongye from her back to her arms, patted her back, and coaxed, "No, Ye. How could your daddy not want you all? He actually suffered a serious injury and has been hiding here to recover. Not telling Ye was because he was afraid Ye would worry." This was the best excuse Luo Ruiying could come up with. She couldn't tell her that her father didn't even know she existed. Luo Hongye had no doubt about Luo Ruiying's words, immediately stopped crying, her little face full of worry. "Is Daddy okay?" He's fine. Luo Ruiying smiled slightly. Just then Luo Ruiying suddenly stopped, her expression becoming extremely serious, and she scanned the surrounding forest with sharp eyes. The aura of a demon beast. And it seemed not weak. 10 years ago when she came, she hadn't noticed that there were demon beasts of considerable strength here. In her current state, she didn't know if she could handle it. Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongye with one hand while the other hand touched the celestial sword at her waist, ready to respond to an ambush at any moment. But the next moment, the faint demon beast auras around suddenly dissipated entirely, as if fleeing in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Why did all the auras disappear? Had they sensed her presence and become afraid? Just as Luo Ruiying was puzzled, a delicate wooden house suddenly appeared not far in front of her. How strange. She hadn't noticed a wooden house there just now. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Though filled with doubt, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile when she saw the wooden house from her memory. "Found it. This is the place." Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye in her arms as she approached the wooden cabin, her heart a mixture of anxiety and apprehension. She gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened. "May I ask who this young lady is looking for?" Ning Yechen stood at the doorway, a smile on his face. For some reason, gazing at the woman before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirred within him. Luo Ruiying, looking at the face that had been etched in her memory, lightly bit her crimson lips, her eyes lowered. For a moment, she did not know how to speak. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively parted her lips and asked, Do you not remember me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the young woman again. Jet black hair, crimson eyes, a face like a flower in the moon, so familiar. But he simply could not recall who she was. He had seen far too many beautiful women in his life, making it impossible to place her at a glance. Moreover, he had been living in seclusion here for a long time. No one should know of his whereabouts. "Young lady, who are you?" After racking his brain and finding no match in his memory, Ning Yechen could only ask awkwardly. Seeing that Ning Yechen truly did not recognize her, a flash of anger and disappointment crossed Luo Ruiying's face. She could not help but scold with a delicate fury, You heartless scoundrel." Not only had he taken her first time, but she had also endured countless hardships to protect this child. Now that she had finally escaped from the immortal realm and came specifically to find him, he could not even recognize her at all. She knew that perhaps for a mortal 10 years might be enough to fade many memories. But she could not help feeling disappointed and angry at how thoroughly Ning Yechen had forgotten her. Ning Yechen was stunned by the accusation. To be fair, since he had transmigrated into this world and become the supreme demon venerable of the demon realm for centuries, he had never even had a romance. How could he be a heartless scoundrel? Ning Yechen asked again. He was certain that this woman had mistaken him for someone else. Seeing that Ning Yechen truly seemed unable to recall her, Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment, held Luo Hongye in her arms, and cast a resentful glance at him before saying, "She is your daughter. You must take responsibility for both her and me." Ning Yechen was shocked. This news was too explosive. He had suddenly become a father without warning. He looked down at Luo Hongye, who was delicate like a doll, timid, yet secretly stealing glances at him. The little girl was beautiful and lovely, exuding an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity. He liked her at first sight, but being told that she was his child left him momentarily stunned. He had never touched any other woman except for that one night of fateful passion 10 years ago. At that thought, Ning Yechen suddenly realized something. Pointing at Luo Ruiying, he asked in astonishment, Are you the fairy maiden from that night? Luo Ruiying, seeing that Ning Yechen had finally remembered, nodded shyly. With the confirmation, Ning Yechen's mouth fell open in even greater shock. No way. It really was her. The cultivation-based aura emanating from Luo Ruiying was much weaker than before, as if from two entirely different levels. Her once radiant silver hair had turned jet black, which was why he had racked his brain without recalling her. He had never connected her with the woman from that night. Ning Yechen simply could not understand. After that one night of passion, the fairy maiden from before had come to him a decade later with a child demanding that he take responsibility. A dignified fairy maiden of the immortal realm, perhaps even a holy maiden of a holy land, or an empress given her cultivation base, had come to the mortal realm to find him. What baffled him even more was the common knowledge that the higher one's cultivation base, the lower the probability of conceiving an immortal fetus. Some immortal venerables, in order to produce an immortal fetus, would even toil diligently with multiple immortal partners day after day for years before reaping any results. How had he hit the mark with a single shot? Even so, as a cultivator, she could have used her immortal power to prevent the conception of an immortal fetus that night. He had assumed that after that night Luo Ruiying would certainly prevent an immortal fetus. After all, she was a fairy maiden of the immortal realm who generally could not easily conceive. Yet she had actually nurtured an immortal fetus for years, given birth, and raised the child. Is she really my child? Ning Yechen asked, still finding it hard to believe. It was a casual question for confirmation, and he already had a sense of the answer in his heart. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Yechen immediately regretted it. It seemed quite inappropriate to ask that. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Luo Ruiying's brows knitted tightly, her expression turning extremely unpleasant. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed with a delicate fury, "Humph. If you don't want to take responsibility, I'll take the child and leave. But don't you dare insult me and my child." With that, Luo Ruiying turned and walked away without hesitation, a glimmer of crystal tears shining in her eyes. Luo Hongye, lying on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, stared at Ning Yechen with wide eyes and asked in a soft, clear voice, "Mother, does father not want us?" The moment she saw Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. She was usually very shy, but she was not afraid of Ning Yechen at all, so she knew he must be the father she had longed for. Those words struck deep into Ning Yechen's heart, touching him profoundly. He was the supreme demon venerable of the demon realm. He was not the kind of scoundrel who would abandon his wife and child and shirk his responsibilities. If he could do it, he could certainly bear the consequences. In a flash, Ning Yechen caught up to Luo Ruiying and grabbed her arm. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Let go of me. I don't need your responsibility anymore." Luo Ruiying, still furious, tried to shake off his hand. Afraid of hurting him, who was immortal, she deliberately restrained her strength, using only a gentle force. But even with that restraint, it should have been enough to easily break free from the grip of a strong adult man. Yet she could not shake off Ning Yechen's hand. Before Luo Ruiying could express her surprise, a sudden sweetness rose in her throat. She covered her mouth and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. A clump of blood appeared in her palm, and her delicate face grew even paler. "You are injured?" Ning Yechen grabbed her wrist, his expression instantly turning icy cold. I'm fine. Let go of me." Luo Ruiying tried to break free, but found her body had no strength left. She took a step forward, her vision went dark, and she collapsed into Ning Yechen's arms unconscious. Mother. Luo Hongye cried out, pulling at Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen wrapped one arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, holding her tightly, and pulled Luo Hongye into his other arm. He spoke to her gently with warmth. "Don't worry. With father here, your mother will be fine." Within the wooden cabin, Ning Yechen gently placed Luo Ruiying onto the bed. As his fingers pressed against her wrist to feel her pulse, his expression grew increasingly cold. A killing intent long dormant within his heart for 100 years stirred once more. Upon careful diagnosis, he discovered her condition was far worse than he had imagined. Her meridians were damaged throughout her body. Her immortal bone had been gouged out. Even her heart was gone. She survived only by relying on an artificial heart. Several wounds marred her back, oozing faint traces of blood. That she had endured this long was already a remarkable feat. A pang of self-reproach tightened in Ning Yechen's chest, and his gaze, softening toward her, revealed a newfound tenderness. He had no idea what she had suffered in the immortal realm over the past decade, yet he could only guess that her life must have been unbearable. Otherwise, how could someone who was once the sovereign of the immortal emperor have fallen so low? At her most desperate hour, she had come to him with their child, yet he had nearly turned them both away. Ning Yechen gently stroked Luo Ruying's cheek, channeling spiritual energy through his palm to sustain her body. Saving her life required no effort from Ning Yechen, but with her meridians shattered, and both her immortal bone and heart lost, restoring her cultivation to its former peak would prove exceedingly difficult. Luo Hongya lay by the bedside with quiet worry, letting pearl-like tears fall silently, her obedience never breaking even in distress. "Daughter, come here." Ning Yechen masked his cold expression with a warm smile and beckoned to Luo Hongya. He wanted to call out to her, but awkwardly realized he didn't even know his daughter's name. Not to mention his daughter, he didn't even know his wife's name. Luo Hongya timidly shuffled forward on little steps, gazing up at him with wide, watery eyes, and softly called out, "Daddy." The sound nearly melted his heart. Ning Yechen excitedly pulled the tiny Luo Hongya into his embrace, gently stroking her adorable head. "Daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongya." Luo Hongya answered softly. "Luo Hongya." Ning Yechen quietly repeated the name, committing it to heart, then smiled and coaxed her. "Night-night, don't worry, your mother will be fine. No more crying now. Luo Hongya nodded earnestly, then looked at Ning Yechen with concern and asked, "Daddy, are your injuries all right?" "Huh?" Ning Yechen was left thoroughly bewildered. He couldn't even remember when he'd last been hurt. The memory of his previous injury had completely faded. "Mother told me that Daddy didn't come find Night-night and Mother because Daddy was badly injured, so you couldn't come see us. Is that true?" Luo Hongya gazed at Ning Yechen with hopeful eyes as she asked. Understanding at once that Luo Ruying had invented some excuse to comfort their daughter, Ning Yechen could only smile helplessly and play along. "That's right. Daddy has been staying here recovering from my injuries, which is why I couldn't come see Night-night. I've missed our Night-night so much. Seeing our Night-night made all my injuries heal instantly." "Really? Then Daddy won't abandon Night-night and Mother, right?" Luo Hongya asked with an innocent smile of joy. A wave of affection washed over Ning Yechen as he held Luo Hongya closer, gently stroking her head as he promised, "Never. From now on, Daddy will always stay by your side and Mother's side to protect you both." Luo Hongya happily pressed herself against Ning Yechen's chest, her small hands clutching his clothes tightly. She had finally found her father. "Night-night, tell Daddy, where did you and Mother live before? How have you been doing each day?" Ning Yechen asked with a smile. But there was something deeper behind it. He absolutely needed to know what had happened over the past decade. Who dared to gouge out his wife's immortal bone and heart, leaving her in such a state? The innocent Luo Hongya assumed Ning Yechen was merely curious about her past with Mother, so she happily began recounting everything. Since she was old enough to understand, she had spent most of her time living in a small closet. Mother told her they were playing hide-and-seek and instructed her to stay hidden and quiet. Only after Mother returned would she be carried out to be with her. But one time she had hidden in the closet for several days, and Mother never came to get her. She had grown so bored that she couldn't resist sneaking out to look for her, but someone else found her. Then she was locked in a pitch-black iron cage. Alone in the darkness, she had been so terrified. Sometimes people would come to visit her, but they only called her an illegitimate child. Those people seemed so frightening, and she disliked them, so she would curl up in the corner. It wasn't until Mother came to find her again and opened that dark iron cage that she was finally taken away. But wherever they went, there were always many people chasing them. Those bad men hurt Mother. Night-night doesn't like them. With that, Luo Hongya lifted her angry little face and said in indignation. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen's expression turned ice-cold, his heart nearly boiling over with rage. How remarkable, the immortal realm. They dared to bully both his wife and daughter. From Luo Hongya's words, he could roughly deduce the kind of life she had endured. Luo Ruying had secretly given birth to Luo Hongya, and to avoid detection, she hid her in a closet, coaxing her with tales of hide-and-seek. When she was eventually discovered, she was forced to break through the heavenly prison and flee the immortal realm with Luo Hongya. During that escape, she must have suffered many injuries and endured considerable hardship. Ning Yechen wanted nothing more than to storm the immortal realm right now and annihilate everyone who had harmed his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Luo Hongya had no idea where in the immortal realm they had lived, only knowing it was a spacious and beautiful palace. Such palaces and pavilions were everywhere in the immortal realm, making it impossible to locate them. What if he destroyed the entire immortal realm? It wouldn't be impossible. The mere fact that they insulted his precious daughter as an illegitimate child was reason enough. "Daddy, you look so scary." Luo Hongya gazed at Ning Yechen's face filled with killing intent, shrinking back and speaking timidly with some fear. "Don't be afraid, Night-night. Daddy is just thinking about how to deal with those bad men who bullied you. Wouldn't it be nice if Daddy helps you get revenge in the future? Ning Yechen quickly suppressed his killing intent and put on a kind, warm smile. Okay, Daddy should also help Mother get revenge. Those bad men always bully Mother. Luo Hongye nodded and clenched her tiny fists in anger. Don't worry, not a single one of those bad men will escape. Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's head with a smile. In his mind, he was already calculating where to start. It seemed he would need to leave the mountain. Just then Luo Ruiying, who had been lying on the bed, her eyelids fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes and awakened. Mother! Luo Hongye quickly flew into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye's head, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, rose from his seat, and left to brew the medicine. By the time he returned, Luo Hongye was already fast asleep in Luo Ruiying's arms. Here, drink the medicine. Ning Yechen carried the bowl to the bedside, holding it up with one hand, while gently helping Luo Ruiying sit up with the other. The frail Luo Ruiying could barely sit upright, and could only lean against Ning Yechen's embrace. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Luo Ruiying asked timidly in a weak voice, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. She had brought the child here demanding that he take responsibility, yet she did not even know his name. Ning Yechen. And you, my dear? Ning Yechen chuckled. Wife. Upon hearing the address, a flush spread across Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, her expression thoroughly awkward. She found the term deeply unfamiliar. Having once been the empress of a vast domain, being called so intimately by a stranger felt profoundly strange. Isn't that appropriate? You and I have already consummated our union and share a child together. Should I not call you my wife? You may also call me your husband, Ning Yechen said casually without a hint of shame. Since she was his woman now, from this day forward, she was indeed his wife. Though the situation was sudden, a warmth of joy surged within him, suddenly possessing a wife and becoming a father all at once. Luo Ruiying had no rebuttal and silently accepted his mode of address. After all, her time was likely running short. Oh, why not indulge him and be his wife for these few days? Yet the thought of uttering husband herself was utterly beyond her. This emperor. My name is Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying instinctively fell back on her imperial self-reference before catching herself and softly stating her name instead. She was no longer the empress of the immortal realm. It was from this moment on that the two formally came to know one another. Ning Yechen offered a gentle smile, scooped a spoonful of the decoction, cooled it with a soft breath, and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips. Wife, take the medicine. Luo Ruiying did not immediately open her mouth. Instead, she gazed at Luo Hongye in her arms, contemplated for a moment, then lifted her head and spoke with solemn gravity to Ning Yechen. If I do not survive, I entrust this child to your care. She wished to settle everything and place her hopes upon Ning Yechen while her condition had stabilized. She knew her injuries better than anyone. Her meridians were damaged, her bones excavated, her heart wounded. No mortal herb or root could possibly heal such grievous harm. It was utterly futile. Whether she drank the medicine or not made no difference. All right, I understand. Drink the medicine first. To hasten her compliance, Ning Yechen replied with a perfunctory dismissal. Luo Ruiying's earnest words fell entirely on deaf ears, for she knew that once the medicine entered her body, she would recover completely. Seeing his nonchalant response, she furrowed her brows, her expression clouded with displeasure and disappointment. She was lying here on the verge of death, imparting her final wishes, and he acted as though it meant nothing to him. Are you even listening? MMPH. Just as Luo Ruiying opened her mouth to protest, Ning Yechen seized the opportunity and pressed the spoon firmly into her lips. The medicinal brew he had specially prepared was exceptionally rare and precious, even among the treasures of the immortal realm. The potency of the medicine dissipated swiftly. It could not be wasted. Taken completely by surprise, Luo Ruiying was about to flare in anger when something unexpected struck her senses and her expression froze. She could feel a torrent of medicinal energy spreading through her body, coursing through every corner of her being. A warm current enveloped her entire frame, and her injuries healed before her very eyes. Even her damaged meridians were mending themselves at an astonishing rate. What in heaven's name was this brew? How could its medicinal power be so overwhelming? In all her years in the immortal realm, she had never encountered such a potent elixir. How could a mortal realm possess ingredients precious enough to create such a miraculous decoction? What medicine is this? Luo Ruiying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked aloud. Just some ordinary herbs I gather along the mountainside, nothing special. Now come, don't let it go to waste. Drink it while it's warm. A flicker of guilt crossed Ning Yechen's mind as he quickly scooped another spoonful and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips. He was merely a mortal, yet he had produced a collection of rare immortal herbs, an explanation that was anything but straightforward. Luo Ruiying remained half convinced, How could an ordinary mountain forest possibly yield such precious herbs? From the taste alone, she could identify at least several varieties of immortal medicines spanning thousands, even 10,000, years of cultivation. Nevertheless, unwilling to waste such precious medicinal properties, Luo Ring temporarily set aside her doubts and obediently opened her mouth for each spoonful Ning Yechen offered. It was the first time in her life she had ever been cared for in such a manner, and by a mortal of all beings. Ning Yechen too found deep satisfaction in this act of feeding her. A life suddenly seemed far more vibrant and meaningful. Luo Ruing gently parted her cherry-red lips, letting the spoon slip between them, greedily licking every last drop of the medicinal brew until not a single bead remained. Interestingly, the act of feeding her proved rather delightful. Sensing Ning Yechen's gaze upon her, she raised her brows in mild puzzlement and asked him, "What is it?" "Nothing. I simply find my wife quite enchanting," Ning Yechen said outright, offering his praise without reservation. As so inappropriate. Caught completely off guard by his blunt confession and influenced by the effects of the medicine, a crimson blush spread across Luo Ruing's cheeks. She pressed her lips together demurely and lowered her gaze. In the past, she would have immediately rebuked such insolence and meted out punishment for his audacity. Yet now an indescribable flutter stirred within her heart. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruing, it would prove far more convenient. Luo Ruing's expression darkened, and she shook her head with resolute certainty. "Only this. I beg you do not ask further. The less you know, the safer you shall be. Otherwise it will only place you in grave danger." Luo Ruing did not wish to involve Ning Yechen in her affairs. What difference would it make even if he knew? From him, she sensed not a trace of spiritual power or cultivation. How could a mere mortal possibly contend with the powers of the immortal realm? By keeping him in the dark, she hoped to spare him from danger. Though she had suspected he might not reveal the truth, Ning Yechen could not help but feel a pang of regret. If only he knew which faction of the immortal realm was responsible, he could deliver a precise strike. The immortal realm was vast, filled with countless great sects, divine palaces, hidden clans, and ancient lineages. It would be an arduous task to search for them. It seemed he would have to personally travel to the immortal realm. After finishing the medicine, Ning Yechen gently laid Luo Ruing back upon the bed and drew the covers over her and Luo Hongya. Having absorbed such a powerful medicinal infusion, Luo Ruing quickly grew drowsy and sank into a deep slumber, her body continuing to metabolize the medicine's restorative energies. With aching tenderness, Ning Yechen brushed a caress across her cheek before rising and stepping outside. In a flash, he leaped into the sky, transforming into a jet-black luminous streak that shot straight toward the highest heavens. The barriers separating the mortal realm from the immortal realm shattered at that very moment. After a century's absence, the immortal realm I have returned. GD Immortal Realm Ascension Boundary. Several ascending immortal gates, each dozens of zhang tall, stood majestically above the clouds of the immortal realm, magnificent and awe-inspiring. This was the boundary between the mortal realm and the immortal realm, the first place reached after ascending from the mortal realm. Every region of the immortal realm had its own such ascension boundary, considered a registration office for the immortal realm. Once someone ascends from the lower realms, the ascending immortal gates would automatically open. Several guards clad in immortal armor sat chatting and drinking near the gates, their conversation lively and carefree. "Did you hear about this? Hundreds of years ago, the supreme ruler of the demonic realm, Yechen, led his demon army to assault our immortal realm. The entire immortal realm united, igniting a blood-soaked catastrophe. They fought with such ferocity that heaven and earth darkened, the sun and moon lost their brilliance, yet the entire immortal realm nearly fell to that demon Lord Yechen. Dozens of immortal emperors joining forces still couldn't subdue that demon lord. After destroying more than half of the immortal realm, the demon lord finally led his demonic army away in defeat. That was the third immortal demon war in history, and to date the most devastating conflict the immortal realm has ever suffered. This old brother here, I was fortunate enough to witness that immortal demon war and survived it." A portly guard captain vividly recounted to his fellow guards the legendary immortal demon war from over a century past. Guard duty every day was not only pointless, but utterly boring. So, what happened to that demon lord in the end? Why haven't we heard any news about the demon lord recently? Has he died by now? One guard raised his hand, curiosity getting the better of him. The others shared the same question, all waiting for the fat guard's response. The portly guard puffed out his belly, pride swelling within him as he spoke. Rumor has it that after clashing with dozens of our immortal emperors, the Demon Lord retreated back to the demonic realm only to vanish without a trace shortly thereafter. Some speculate he sustained fatal wounds and perished. The demonic realm deliberately suppressed the news, too ashamed to admit defeat, which is why there's been no word of that Demon Lord since. So that's how it is. Then it seems our immortal realm prevails. Exactly. How could the immortal realm be compared to those petty demons of the demonic realm? Huh. They boasted and laughed proudly at the sky. Oh right, you never described what that Demon Lord looked like. After the laughter subsided, another asked curiously. Before the portly guard could answer, the Ascension Gate suddenly activated with an extraordinarily violent surge. What? What's happening? Why is the Ascension Gate reacting so violently? I don't know, I've never seen anything like this. All the guards gaped in shock and quickly rose to investigate. They had never witnessed such violent turmoil from the Ascension Gate. It was as though someone was forcibly breaking through the gate to ascend to the immortal realm. Who dared to be so audacious, daring to breach the immortal realm? All guards stood ready for battle, their spears pointed squarely at the Ascension Gate. Moments later, the Ascension Gate overloaded, spiritual energy exploding outward in a violent eruption of clouds and mist, and a figure emerged slowly from the shattered gateway. For the first time, the guards witnessed someone shatter the immortal gate, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Upon seeing the figure appear, they immediately closed in with spears at the ready. The lead guard captain bellowed angrily, "Who dares trespass upon the immortal realm and destroy the Ascension Gate?" As the mist cleared, Ning Yechen's figure materialized before their eyes. Ning Yechen glanced around, lazily stretching. He hadn't visited the immortal realm in ages to stretch his limbs, nearly losing his way. Over 100 years have passed, yet the immortal realm remains unchanged in its current state. Everything he had destroyed before has been rebuilt. How delightful. Captain, shall we apprehend him? The guards eyed Ning Yechen menacingly, gradually closing in. The portly guard captain stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted in sheer terror, as though witnessing a ghost. It was him. That man. He wasn't dead. He's back. Sensing the captain's abnormal state, the guard beside him leaned in and whispered, "Sir, what's wrong? Everyone's waiting for your orders. Shall we capture him?" "See, capture." The portly guard captain stammered in fright, barely getting the word out before the nearby guard nodded in understanding and immediately signaled his men to advance. By order of the guard captain, "Seize him." The guards immediately charged forward with spears raised. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance at them, swept his sleeve, and black flames erupted. Before any sound could escape their lips, the entire contingent dissolved into ash. Though he'd grown to prefer peace over violence, those who provoked him would face no mercy. Not a single one would be spared. Huh. The guard who gave the order froze instantly. Only he and the portly guard captain remained. The captain finally gathered his wits to finish his thought. "See, capture him, my ass. He's that supreme ruler of the demonic realm." The guard's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in terror. Ning Yechen was surprised. Over 100 years had passed, yet someone still recognized him. "You know me. Why, your renown has spread throughout the entire immortal realm, sir. I was fortunate enough to lay eyes on you over a century ago." As Ning Yechen approached, the portly guard captain fell to his knees, trembling as he responded. Ning Yechen nodded and offered a kindly smile before asking, "It's been so long since I last visited the immortal realm. Where exactly is the Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace?" It's in that direction." The portly guard captain pointed tremblingly toward a certain direction, not daring to withhold a single detail. In his view, Ning Yechen's smile resembled the Grim Reaper beckoning him. He could only hope to die as painlessly as those guards had just now. "Thank you." Ning Yechen thanked the portly guard captain once more before transforming into a dark divine rainbow and speeding toward the Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Watching him disappear into the distance, both the portly guard captain and the other guard collapsed to the ground, fainting instantly. Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Amidst the peaks of the immortal realm stood magnificent immortal palaces, their golden halls radiating brilliance in an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was the Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, one of the 9 supreme powers of the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen appeared above the vast expanse of the palace and bellowed, "Old man, you should still be alive, right? If you're alive, get out here and face me." His words resonated with demonic power across the entire palace, causing everyone within to clutch their ears in agony, as their minds felt as though they were splitting apart. Those with weaker cultivation even bled from all their orifices and collapsed unconscious. The sudden disturbance sent shockwaves through everyone in the Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Someone dared to speak disrespectfully toward the Heavenly Tao Imperial Palace in the immortal realm. "Which insolent upstart dares trespass upon our imperial palace and treat our people with such rudeness?" A middle-aged man clad in golden immortal robes, his bearing majestic and commanding, let out a thunderous shout and sped forth from the main hall of Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Hovering in midair, he arrived before Ning Yechen. The moment Tian Dao Chongrong set eyes on Ning Yechen, his brows furrowed slightly. The man before him seemed extraordinarily familiar. Deja vu, yet he couldn't quite place who he was. My, who are you? Where is that old bat Tian Dao went in? Ning Yechen asked with a puzzled expression, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at Tian Dao Chongrong. Had it been so long since his last visit to the immortal realm that Tian Dao Imperial Palace had changed hands? Ning Yechen's reckless arrogance with no regard for anyone was such that even across the entire immortal realm few would dare to speak so disrespectfully to those of Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Tian Dao Chongrong grew increasingly certain of his recognition, and as Ning Yechen's identity slowly came into focus, his expression shifted dramatically. It's you, Supreme Ruler of the Demon Realm Ning Yechen. Tian Dao Chongrong was startled, terror filling his eyes as the fear buried deep within his heart for over 100 years surged back to life in this very moment. Over 100 years ago, he had secretly glimpsed once. Compared to the Demon Lord's demeanor from over a century past, Ning Yechen now appeared gentle-faced, indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. That was why he hadn't recognized him immediately. Indeed, someone at Tian Dao Imperial Palace still remembers me. However, you erred in one point. I am the former Supreme Ruler of the Demon Realm, and I have already retired. Ning Yechen shook his finger to correct him. Ning Yechen, you've intruded into the immortal realm again, disturbing its peace and damaging Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Do you truly think Tian Dao Imperial Palace is to be trifled with? Though fear gripped his heart, Tian Dao Chongrong, as the current master of Tian Dao Imperial Palace, steadied himself and frowned, reprimanding Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen's brows furrowed, slightly displeasure evident on his face. The sky has cleared, the rain has stopped. Does Tian Dao Imperial Palace believe it can stand tall once more? It seems last time Tian Dao Imperial Palace wasn't dismantled thoroughly enough. Humph. Ning Yechen, do you truly believe the immortal realm hasn't changed at all in these 100 years? I have now ascended to the rank of immortal emperor, all to one day avenge the destruction of my Tian Dao Imperial Palace by you a century ago. Aya! Tian Dao Chongrong's expression turned fierce, and with a deafening roar his terrifying aura as an immortal emperor erupted skyward. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure shattered the jade-like palaces within 100 li radius. Countless people crushed to the ground, unable to draw breath. Even those with some strength could only barely lift their heads, cheering for their Tian Dao Imperial Palace Master's magnificent aura, as expected of our Tian Dao Imperial Palace Master. The prodigy of the younger generation. In merely over 100 years, he has advanced from immortal venerable to immortal emperor. This is the first time I've seen the Palace Master at his full strength. How magnificent and domineering. Within the immortal realm, the Palace Master's strength is truly among the top talents. The Palace Master is enraged. This time we must properly teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Ning Yechen sighed helplessly and cast a glance from his dark, profound eyes at Tian Dao Chongrong. With a gentle palm strike in midair, a colossal black demon palm 100 zhang in size tore through the void and descended from above Tian Dao Chongrong's head. The pitch-black demon palm engulfed nearly half of Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Including Tian Dao Chongrong, all the subjects of Tian Dao Imperial Palace trembled in fear, unable to move a single limb. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire immortal realm, and nearly half of Tian Dao Imperial Palace was crushed to powder. Tian Dao Chongrong, crushed beneath the demon palm, vomited a mouthful of blood as his body was driven into the ground. He felt every bone and tendon in his body shatter, his expression filled with terror and dread. How is this possible? He had already reached the realm of immortal emperor. Yet in the Demon Lord's hands he was as helpless as a chick. In a single strike he nearly lost his life. Can't learn from experience. It seems this Tian Dao Imperial Palace has no need to exist. Ning Yechen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, walking on empty air, and called out casually toward the depths of Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Old man, I know you're not dead. If you don't come out soon, I'll flatten your Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Leave none alive. I'll count to 3. 1. No sooner had the words left his lips than a cyan rainbow streaked from the depths of Tian Dao Imperial Palace, followed closely by several other colored rainbows. An elderly man with an immortal demeanor and a 3-foot-long white beard hurriedly arrived before Ning Yechen. Accompanying him were several elders from Tian Dao Imperial Palace who had reached the immortal emperor realm. Wonderful! Patriarch Tian Dao has exited seclusion, and several elders have also come out of their cultivation. We don't need to fear that guy anymore. Can he possibly withstand our entire Tian Dao Imperial Palace alone? Below Tian Dao Imperial Palace, countless disciples eagerly looked up, gazing at Patriarch Tian Dao and the several elders in the sky. They represented not only the true strength of Tian Dao Imperial Palace, but also one of the peak powers in the immortal realm. Old man, you finally decided to come out. Ning Yechen looked at Tian Dao Wentian, who was the patriarch of Tian Dao Imperial Palace, and smiled faintly. Tian Dao Wentian gazed at Ning Yechen, his pale eyes trembling, his expression more pale with fright than Tian Dao Changrong's had been. This psychopath actually didn't die. And why has he come back? Who the hell summoned him back? Whenever he recalled the immortal demon war over 100 years ago, Tian Dao Wentian's entire body would tremble subtly. If given the choice, he would rather mobilize the entire Imperial Palace's strength to confront the other 8 major powers of the immortal realm than encounter this demon lord again. When he first heard the commotion at Tian Dao Imperial Palace and Ning Yechen's voice, he had vaguely guessed it was him who had come. He had wanted to avoid confrontation, but fearing that if he didn't come out, the entire Tian Dao Imperial Palace would be destroyed. What's this old man bringing so many people? Are you prepared to measure swords with me? Coincidentally, it's been over 100 years, and I haven't fought in a long time. Might as well warm up, Ning Yechen said with a brilliant smile on his face. Their conversation sounded like that of close friends, yet every word made Tian Dao Wentian shudder with dread. Without the slightest hesitation, Tian Dao Wentian hurriedly shook his head and forced a flattering smile. Tian Dao Wentian pays respects to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is truly jesting. How would our Tian Dao Imperial Palace dare to oppose the Demon Lord? Huh. All the disciples below Tian Dao Imperial Palace stared at Tian Dao Wentian in utter astonishment, their faith crumbling in an instant. Was this still the same authoritative Tian Dao patriarch they had known, whose words were law? He was actually actively trying to curry favor with a flattering smile. I wonder if the Demon Lord could spare my great-grandson. Tian Dao Wentian glanced at Tian Dao Changrong beneath the demon palm, and seeing he was still alive, he felt somewhat relieved, his attitude very polite and courteous. Previously, dozens of immortal emperors joining forces couldn't defeat this Demon Lord. It was unnecessary for Tian Dao Imperial Palace alone to antagonize him. If Tian Dao Imperial Palace was destroyed, so be it. They could always rebuild. It was only necessary to preserve their foundational heritage. Ning Yechen glanced at Tian Dao Changrong and waved his arm, causing the 100-zhang demon palm that reached the heavens to instantly dissipate into the world. Patriarch, you must seek justice for our Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Having escaped death, Tian Dao Changrong immediately ran to Tian Dao Wentian's side and pointed at Ning Yechen, appealing to him. What responded was a crisp, stinging slap. Smack. Unruly brat. For offending the Demon Lord, I sentence you to 100 years of seclusion in the Forbidden Ground. Tian Dao Wentian was extremely angry. Tian Dao Changrong was actually still thinking of attacking the Demon Lord. He truly seemed afraid that Tian Dao Imperial Palace wouldn't be completely wiped out, lacking any self-awareness whatsoever. If he could fight, would he need to be here groveling with a fake smile? Tian Dao Changrong was slapped, flying hundreds of meters, left bewildered with blood trickling from his mouth. He couldn't believe his grandfather, who had always doted on him, would hit him so angrily. 100 years ago, Tian Dao Changrong had been kept protected and had never personally fought the Demon Lord, having no idea of his true strength. But Tian Dao Wentian had experienced it firsthand and knew deeply that the entire Tian Dao Imperial Palace couldn't possibly be his match. This slap and punishment was actually saving his life. I hereby announce the removal of Tian Dao Changrong from his position as master of Tian Dao Imperial Palace. Cast him into the Forbidden Ground for 100 years. Someone, drag him away. Several guards stepped forward and dragged Heavenly Dao Changrong, who was sitting on the ground, away. Ning Yechen merely smiled at the sight and remained silent. This was nothing more than a show put on for his sake. He had come to the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace for business, not to destroy it, so he let it pass. Otherwise, he would have already crushed Heavenly Dao Changrong with a single palm strike. I wonder what business brings the Demon Venerable to our Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace. Tian Dao Wentian asked politely with clasped hands. In his heart, he could only think of sending this god of death away as soon as possible. His presence alone brought immense pressure. Countless disciples of the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace watched this scene with growing astonishment. Their patriarch, after all, was one of the most formidable figures in the immortal realm, yet had never before treated anyone with such deference. And yet before that Demon Venerable, they behaved so subserviently, going so far as to personally punish the current palace master, Heavenly Dao Changrong, and confine him to the Forbidden Grounds. I have come today to ask the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace to do something for me, Ning Yechen said coldly. What are your orders, Demon Venerable? Tian Dao Wentian asked with confusion. What could possibly make this demon venerable re-emerge after a century? I need you and the other 8 great forces of the immortal realm to find all information regarding a woman named Luo Ring throughout the immortal realm. Especially her family's background and influence, do you understand? Ning Yechen stated his purpose for this journey in a calm voice. Rather than spending an unknown amount of time searching through the immortal realm himself, it would be far more convenient to have the locals handle it for him. Tian Dao Wentian never expected that Ning Yechen's reappearance in the immortal realm was solely to inquire about a woman and her family background. Might I ask if this woman has offended you, Demon Venerable? If so, the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace would be honored to handle this matter for you. Tian Dao Wentian narrowed his eyes slightly, his words laced with murderous intent. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, but a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze. No need. Just inform me of any relevant information. The rest I will handle myself. I understand. I shall immediately notify the various sects across the immortal domains to search for information regarding this matter. Tian Dao Wentian was startled by the chilling, killing intent radiating from Ning Yechen, a cold shiver running through his entire body. He couldn't help but curse the forces behind Luo Ruying in his heart. Damn it! Why provoke this god of death when anyone else would do? They've even forced him back to the immortal realm and destroyed nearly half of the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace. Even though Ning Yechen hadn't struck first, he wanted to crush the man right then. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. If I do not receive the information I desire by then, the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace will simply cease to exist. Ning Yechen left those words and transformed his figure into a pitch-black, divine rainbow, disappearing into the sky above the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace in the blink of an eye. It had been quite some time since he departed, and he should return soon. His wife and the others might be waking up. Tian Dao Wentian exhaled in relief after seeing Ning Yechen leave, but dread welled up within him once more when he remembered the demon would return in 3 days. Had he not obtained the information Ning Yechen sought, there would be no doubt that the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace would be erased from the immortal realm. Given that man's terrifying power, such destruction was entirely possible. All disciples of the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace, heed my command. From this moment forth, abandon all cultivation and search every immortal domain for information regarding a woman named Luo Ruing. Anyone with the surname Luo, investigate them thoroughly. Additionally, notify Wujia Dao Palace and other immortal domain forces to assist in the search. Tell them, the Demon Venerable has returned. Yes, we shall obey the Patriarch's decree. For the first time, the disciples of the Heavenly Dao Emperor Palace witnessed such urgency and gravity within their ranks, daring not to show any negligence as they scattered across the immortal domains in streams of divine light. In an instant, word spread throughout the immortal realm that the Demon Venerable Yi Machen had returned. The Demon Venerable Yi Machen has returned to the immortal realm. Could the demon realm be preparing to invade our immortal realm again? It's over. Quick, notify the Patriarch. Disaster. The Patriarch himself has already fled. At the news of the Demon Venerable's return, the entire immortal realm was thrown into turmoil, countless souls losing sleep through the night as an aura of dread descended upon the heavens. This night in the immortal realm was destined to be sleepless. Meanwhile, deep within a dark palace in the demon realm, several figures sat around a grand round table, their unique, demonic eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. The Demon Venerable has manifested in this world. If I knew it. How could the great Demon Venerable truly perish? But why does the Demon Venerable not return to the demon realm? Why has the Demon Venerable appeared in the immortal realm? Not even inviting us to attack the immortal realms? I shall lead forces to the immortal realm at once. Calm yourselves. Reports indicate the Demon Venerable already departed the immortal realm long ago. Regardless, now that we have word of the Demon Venerable's whereabouts, matters become far more manageable. Find him. Even if we must dig 3 feet beneath the earth, you will locate the Demon Venerable for me. Human realm, demon domain forest within a mountain woodland cabin. Luo Ruing, lying upon the bed, slowly opened her eyes. After consuming the immortal medicine and sleeping through the night, she could clearly feel her internal injuries had almost completely healed. Though her cultivation base could not be restored, her physical wounds were largely mended, and with careful recuperation over time, she should fully recover. Never expecting such remarkably effective immortal medicine to exist within the human realm, Luo Ring felt both amazed and joyful. Seeing Luo Hongya curled in her arms, still fast asleep, she tenderly stroked her head. She had been preparing to bid farewell to this child at any moment, yet now she could continue by her side. Luo Ruing, not wanting to disturb the sleeping Luo Hongya, gently propped herself up and looked around the room, but Ning Yechen was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was about to rise and search for him, the door creaked softly open. Ning Yechen entered the room carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Seeing Luo Ruiying awake and resting against the headboard, he greeted her with a smile. Good morning, wife. Time to drink your porridge. Did you get up specifically to make this porridge so early? Luo Ruiying asked. Looking out through the window, the world outside was shrouded in a misty haze with morning fog still lingering and the sun not yet fully risen. I went for a stroll outside first and made the porridge along the way. Ning Yechen carried the medicinal porridge to the bedside, sat on the edge of the bed, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, the same manner as when he had fed her medicine the night before. I'm fine now, I can feed myself. Luo Ruiying was not accustomed to being fed so intimately, but last night she had no choice due to her severe injuries. Now that her injuries were not critical, she reached out to take the porridge herself. But Ning Yechen denied her that opportunity. As her hand extended, he pulled the bowl away and said firmly, no. Your body hasn't recovered, yet I'll feed you. My condition is truly not serious anymore. Luo Ruiying explained. No, I don't think you're ready yet. Come on, open wide. Ning Yechen, completely ignoring her protest, once again offered the spoonful of porridge to Luo Ruiying's lips with a gentle smile playing on his face. Luo Ruiying felt irritated in her heart, sensing that this fellow was simply doing this on purpose to feed her. Luo Ruiying had no choice but to accept Ning Yechen's kindness, and with a shy blush, she parted her red lips and allowed the spoon filled with medicinal porridge to enter her mouth. She was already over 400 years old, yet she was being fed like a child, and he was merely a mortal. If this were to spread, she would lose all face. Luo Ruiying chewed the porridge with a faint blush on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening. The medicinal porridge melted on her tongue, releasing a rich aroma of herbs and ingredients that filled her mouth. A gentle warmth flowed into her body, nourishing and revitalizing every meridian within her. This medicinal porridge was far from ordinary. It contained numerous immortal herbs and spiritual ingredients, along with incredibly tender silver Qiao spirit fish, which carried absolutely no unpleasant odor. Having consumed silver Qiao spirit fish frequently during her time in the immortal realm, she recognized the flavor immediately with just one bite. Silver Qiao spirit fish could not only heal the root bones within the body and dispel lingering hidden injuries, but also unblock the meridians and replenish the internal spiritual energy. Even within the immortal realm, silver Qiao spirit fish were not commonly seen. Yet here she was in the mortal realm eating fish porridge brewed with silver Qiao spirit fish, and it was surprisingly delicious. That's right. Was it delicious? Ning Yechen asked back with a smile. Delicious. Luo Ruiying replied instinctively before immediately shaking her head. This was not the time to focus on whether it tasted good or not. The real question was why silver Qiao spirit fish existed in the mortal realm. The fish used to brew this. Where did you obtain them? Not far behind the house, near the mountain, lies a lake. The fish were caught from there. Caught from a lake. Luo Ruiying was deeply astonished, staring at Ning Yechen with a gaze full of suspicion. Silver Qiao spirit fish had extremely demanding living conditions. They could only survive in spirit springs abundant with spiritual energy, otherwise they would rot and perish within moments. How could they possibly live in a lake in the mortal realm? She suspected he was lying to her. First immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, and now silver Qiao spirit fish. How could such a small woodland hut contain so many rare treasures? Wife, I am not lying to you. I truly caught them from the lake. If you do not believe me, I will take you to see later. Ning Yechen sincerely met Luo Ruiying's scrutinizing gaze as he explained. He was not lying. The immortal herbs and spiritual medicines were all gathered from the mountains, though he had planted them there 100 years prior. The silver Qiao spirit fish were also caught from the lake, though he had personally stocked them there. Very well. Seeing that Ning Yechen seemed genuinely unwilling to deceive her, Luo Ruiying decided not to press the matter further. Although her heart was filled with doubts, she ultimately chose to believe Ning Yechen's words. After all, he was merely a mortal and could not have possibly obtained these immortal herbs, spiritual medicines, or silver Qiao spirit fish out of thin air. She would personally verify matters later. Wife, seeing that Luo Ruiying had stopped questioning, Ning Yechen scooped another spoonful of medicinal porridge and brought it to her lips. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth and ate bite by bite, gradually casting her earlier concerns aside. The two continued their intimate exchanges of feeding one another, unaware that a little one had already awakened and was staring at them with wide round eyes. When Luo Ruiying noticed Luo Hongye awake and watching her, she happened to be fed another bite. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and in her fluster, she choked on the porridge and coughed violently. To be seen being fed by her child was utterly mortifying. Cough, cough. Yee, you're awake. Composing herself, Luo Ruiying reached out and lifted Luo Hongye into her arms, though the rosy blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Father is feeding mother, just like mother feeds ye, Luo Hongye glanced at Ning Yechen, then looked up at Luo Ruiying and smiled brightly. Luo Ruiying was instantly embarrassed and shot Ning Yechen a tender, reproachful glare. It was all his fault. She had explicitly said she could feed herself, yet he insisted on doing it himself. Now their child had seen everything. Yet Luo Ruiying's overwhelmingly charming expression in that moment only made Ning Yechen unable to resist glancing at her again. He never realized his wife looked quite adorable when slightly angry. So women could be cute even when mad. Father Yi wants father to feed her too. Luo Hongye did not find anything wrong with her parents' affectionate behavior. Instead, she felt delighted, opening her small mouth and stretching her neck, eager to be fed as well. Ning Yechen gently rubbed Luo Hongye's soft head and scooped a spoonful of medicinal porridge into her mouth. This rare and meticulously brewed medicinal porridge was extraordinarily nourishing for Luo Hongye, who was still growing. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes in delight, her chubby cheeks puffing cutely as she sat in Luo Ruiying's embrace and swayed her body gently. In a baby's soft voice, she opened her mouth and declared, "Delicious father's cooking is even better than mother's." Yi wants more. Luo Ruiying's face immediately showed an expression of embarrassment and loneliness. So the meals she had prepared before were actually not tasty at all. As an empress of a realm in the immortal realm, her lack of culinary skill should have been perfectly normal, right? Yet hearing that her cooking was inferior to that of even a mortal, let alone merely in terms of culinary arts, still filled Luo Ruiying's heart with a profound sense of defeat. If it's delicious, then Yi should eat more. Seeing the child's delight, Ning Yechen felt immensely pleased and once again scooped medicinal porridge into Luo Hongye's mouth. For some reason, his heart swelled with pride and satisfaction. It was 10,000 times more fulfilling than annihilating an immortal emperor. All those years over the past century hiding here and practicing cooking day after day had not been in vain. He had mastered exceptional culinary skills. He never expected that this casual hobby would prove so useful in the present. It was indeed a kind of serendipitous fate. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruiying's despondent and melancholic expression and found it amusing, so he scooped another spoonful of medicinal porridge and brought it to her lips. "Wife, it's your turn, Luo Ruiying." The feeling of being fed like a child filled Luo Ruiying with even deeper resentment on her face. However, upon seeing Luo Hongye gazing up at her with eager anticipation, she still obediently opened her mouth and silently consumed the porridge offered to her. Inside, she could not help but admire him. The food truly did seem slightly better than what she had made. Watching Ning Yechen continuously feeding them both without eating himself, Luo Ruiying could not help but ask, "You, aren't you going to eat? Your husband is not hungry. You and the child should eat." Ning Yechen smiled. He was savoring the process of feeding them. As a demon venerable, he could go without food forever if he wished. Occasional meals were solely to satisfy his palate. Luo Ruiying, of course, had no idea that Ning Yechen was the notoriously feared demon venerable. She simply regarded him as an ordinary mortal. She had heard that grains in the mortal realm were especially precious, particularly for those poor mountain families dwelling in the wilderness who sometimes resorted to chewing tree bark. Glancing around the room and noticing there appeared to be no stored provisions, she assumed Ning Yechen was depriving himself to let them eat. A wave of deep emotion surged within her. Taking the remaining porridge directly from Ning Yechen's hand, she shyly scooped a spoonful and offered it to his lips. Yi and I are full. You should eat the rest." As a former empress of the immortal realm, she was actually taking the initiative to feed a mortal. Who would believe such a thing? But this was her way of repaying his kindness. Besides, he was her husband now, so it was only natural. Ning Yechen was slightly surprised, having not expected Luo Ruiying to willingly feed him. After a gentle smile, he readily opened his mouth and accepted. He was not unfamiliar with being fed by others. His subordinates had done so before, but this felt completely different. This was far more delightful than being the demon venerable. The family of three fed each other, spending the morning in harmonious joy. After finishing the medicinal congee, Luo Ruiying felt that her body had recovered considerably and her strength was gradually returning. Thus she expressed to Ning Yechen her desire to go outside for a stroll. Since this was to be her and her child's home from now on, she still needed to ensure that the place was sufficiently secluded and safe. At the same time, she wanted to see if the celestial herbs and spiritual plants Ning Yechen claimed to have gathered from the back mountain were truly as he said. She was both curious and skeptical that such rare celestial herbs could grow in the mortal realm. Since Luo Ruiying's injuries had healed, and she wished to go out for a walk, Ning Yechen naturally accompanied her with pleasure. The three stepped out of the wooden cabin, and Luo Ruiying carefully surveyed her surroundings. The wooden cabin was situated in a clearing within the forest, surrounded by dense woods on all sides. Looking up, one could see towering mountains encircling the area, making it a rather secluded spot. The only drawback was its isolation. There was no sign of human habitation or towns nearby. But for Luo Ruiying this was not necessarily a bad thing. If she could spend the rest of her life in such seclusion, it would not be so bad. My lady, let me take you to the back mountain, Ning Yechen said, extending his hand to Luo Ruiying in an invitation. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Ruiying placed her hand in Ning Yechen's. With her other arm, she held Luo Hongye close to her bosom. Holding Luo Ruiying's delicate hand, Ning Yechen led her on a leisurely stroll toward the back mountain. Amidst the back mountain woods, a peculiar sight unfolded before their eyes. With two towering ancient trees as the boundary, on the inner side of the trees the vegetation was lush and verdant, and one could see at a glance a dense array of celestial herbs and spiritual plants shimmering with spiritual light. Yet on the outer side of the trees the area was no different from an ordinary forest, with only common weeds and shrubs growing on the ground. Such a stark contrast filled Luo Ruiying with astonishment. The same forest, yet two entirely different scenes. Ning Yechen smiled gently, and taking Luo Ruiying's hand stepped across the boundary formed by the two towering ancient trees. The moment she crossed the boundary, Luo Ruiying clearly sensed that she had passed through some invisible barrier. Within that barrier the ground was covered with countless celestial herbs and spiritual plants numbering in the tens of thousands. The air was thick with visible particles of spiritual energy sparkling like countless stars, an astonishingly rich concentration of qi. It was as if she had been immersed in this spiritual dust for a cleansing, her entire body bathed in the primordial qi of heaven and earth. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened in shock. The density of spiritual energy here was in no way inferior to that of the celestial realm. No wonder such a multitude of rare celestial herbs could grow here. It was utterly incredible. How could such a place exist in the mortal realm? After the initial surprise, a deep question arose in Luo Ruiying's mind. From the sensation of passing through the barrier, the moment she crossed the boundary, she deduced that some senior must have set up this barrier, here, nurturing the celestial herbs and spiritual plants with spiritual energy. The barrier laid was also specifically designed to seal and gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Energy could only enter, but not leave, while people and beasts could freely pass through. To have laid down such a vast spirit-gathering formation, that senior's cultivation must have been considerable. Strangely, the senior had only set up a spirit-gathering formation without any defensive barrier, not a single precautionary measure. Could it be that the senior was not at all worried that his meticulously arranged medicinal garden might be taken over by others or demonic beasts? Luo Ruiying was utterly perplexed. Which senior had descended to the mortal realm to establish this medicinal garden? My lady, did I not deceive you? All those herbs were gathered from here, Ning Yechen proudly introduced to Luo Ruiying. This medicinal garden was the result of transplanting numerous celestial herbs, planting tens of thousands of seeds, and spending a full century of his efforts to achieve the present sea of celestial herbs covering the mountainside. Luo Ruiying nodded. Now she finally believed Ning Yechen's words. She had not expected that the back mountain of the cabin just happened to be this celestial herb garden. He was indeed fortunate to have discovered the celestial herb garden of some senior. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes swept curiously over the vast array of celestial herbs and spiritual plants, a spark of delight flickering in her gaze. Many of these were herbs she had rarely seen even during her time in the celestial realm. 1,000-year-old heavenly blood Ganoderma, ice cicada celestial herb, drunken immortal flower. Heavens, even a 7-colored glazed flower is here. The 7-colored glazed flower had the effect of cleansing the marrow and purifying the meridians, laying a solid foundation for cultivation. After consuming it, one's future cultivation would progress at 1,000 li per day, and most bottlenecks would become as easy to break through as if they were non-existent. Even in the celestial realm, countless immortal sects would seek out a 7-colored glazed flower for their descendants. Here there was one fully intact blossom. Luo Ruiying glanced at the docile and adorable Luo Hongye in her arms, and she reached out to pick the 7-colored glazed flower, but then withdrew her hand. Although she desperately wanted to give it to Luo Hongye, she could not do so. This might be a precious celestial herb deliberately planted by that senior. Taking it would offend him. And just as Luo Ruiying hesitated, Ning Yechen stepped forward and plucked the 7-colored glazed flower. He offered the 7-colored glazed flower to Luo Ruiying. My lady, this is for you. You. How could you pick this flower? Luo Ruiying's face turned pale with fright. This was a 7-colored glazed flower. Once picked, it could not survive for more than 3 days. After 3 days, it would wither and dissipate. Even if the root remained, who knew how long it would take for another 7-colored glazed flower to grow back? It was over. This was a disaster. In contrast to Luo Ruiying's panic and fear, Ning Yechen stood with a gentle smile, calm and composed. My lady, don't you want this flower? I do want it. But Luo Ruiying was momentarily at a loss for words to scold Ning Yechen. After all, he was merely a mortal who did not know the value of this flower, so it was forgivable. Moreover, he had plucked it for her sake. If anyone was to blame, it was her for not noticing in time. Since you like it, my lady, that is enough. Ning Yechen once again offered the 7-colored glazed flower to Luo Ruiying. Compared to his wife's happiness and their child's future, a mere 7-colored glazed flower meant nothing to him. Luo Ruiying sighed softly, took the 7-colored glazed flower, and fed it to Luo Hongya. Since the flower had already been plucked, there was no turning back. Even if they did not consume it, it would only go to waste. If that senior came looking for it, she would try to apologize with some celestial treasures. After Luo Hongya ate the 7-colored glazed flower, a dazzling 7-colored light flowed over her body, gradually fading after a moment, leaving her skin as smooth and flawless as ice jade. This was only the initial effect. The medicinal power would slowly work its miraculous effects through her meridians and bones. After eating, Luo Hongya stuck out her tongue, pouted, and said to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen in a pitiful tone, Father, Mother, this doesn't taste good. Luo Ruiying was both amused and exasperated by Luo Hongya's words. This was the 7-colored glazed flower that countless beings in the celestial realm longed for, but could not obtain. The child actually disliked it for not tasting good. Father will find something delicious for you. Ning Yechen lovingly tousled Luo Hongya's hair, then strolled skillfully toward a cluster of dense vines. The vines hung heavy with grapes that shimmered like crystal. Each berry was as large as a child's palm, translucent and vividly clear. Though crystal grapes were common in the immortal realm, as everyday fruit snacks, their flesh contained rich nectar capable of restoring one's spiritual energy. In the mortal realm, each crystal grapevine ought to be exceedingly precious and rare. This entire orchard of crystal grapes once again reshaped her understanding of immortal fruits in the mortal realm. Ning Yechen casually plucked a crystal grape and fed it to Luo Hongya, smiling as he asked, Night, does it taste good? So sweet. Luo Ruiying bit into a crystal grape and smiled sweetly. Delighted, Ning Yechen picked another large cluster of crystal grapes and fed them one by one to Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying had originally intended to stop him. After all, this might be some senior cultivators in Mortal Herb Garden. They had already inadvertently taken the 7-colored glazed flowers. Taking additional immortal herbs or fruits seemed inappropriate. But seeing Luo Hongya eating so happily in her arms with father and daughter both in high spirits, the words caught in her throat remained unspoken. With so many crystal grapes around, that senior surely wouldn't mind if they consumed just this little. Luo Ruiying consoled herself thus. Just then, as Ning Yechen prepared to eat a crystal grape himself, Luo Ruiying's expression turned alarmed, and she quickly grasped his arm. You cannot eat. Though the spiritual energy contained within the crystal grape's juice was modest for an ordinary mortal, without any cultivation, it was nonetheless deadly. One careless bite could cause their body to burst apart. Ning Yechen wore a puzzled expression. Why couldn't he eat something he himself had grown? But the next moment he remembered that in Luo Ruiying's eyes he was merely a mortal and indeed could not casually consume such immortal fruits. He usually devoured them by the pound, yet now not even a single grape was allowed. Otherwise she might discern the truth, and his identity could be exposed by accident. Though somewhat regretful seeing Luo Ruiying so flustered on his behalf, Ning Yechen's heart swelled with warmth. To appear more convincing, Ning Yechen deliberately feigned ignorance and asked, Wifey, why can't your husband eat this? Luo Hongya also widened her eyes curiously and gazed at Luo Ruiying, as if asking why Night could eat them, but father could not. Because these are actually immortal fruits. If you eat them, you will be in danger. Many things here cannot be consumed directly. You must promise me that you will not eat anything from here at will in the future. Boiling immortal herbs and spirit medicines into porridge for breakfast, and wasting most of the spiritual energy was one thing, but if he had eaten them directly, he would surely have perished long ago. Very well, as my wifey says. Thank you for your concern, wifey. Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed faintly, and she averted her gaze. She did not know why she was worrying so much about him. Perhaps because this fellow was the child's father. The little one, clutching crystal grapes in her hands, also heard Luo Ruiying's words and was frightened to tears, on the verge of breaking down. Mother, am I in danger then? Night won't be greedy anymore. Sob. Night, don't cry, it's all right. As long as you do not eat too much, you will be fine. Luo Ruiying hurriedly embraced Luo Hongya and gently patted her back to comfort her. Really? Luo Hongya looked at Luo Rushuang with teary eyes. Truly, mother will not let anything happen to Night. Luo Rushuang soothed her in a gentle voice. Luo Hongya shared her bloodline and possessed a constitution unlike ordinary mortals, so she would naturally be unharmed. Only then did Luo Hongya cease her sobbing and safely nestle into Luo Rushuang's embrace, whispering hopefully, "Mother, can Night still eat them?" Of course, Night can eat as many as she wishes. Before Luo Rushuang could speak, Ning Yechen chuckled indulgently. He picked another crystal grape and fed it into Luo Hongya's mouth. Luo Hongya, who had been trembling with fear just moments before, immediately broke into a joyful smile. Luo Rushuang also offered a helpless yet tender smile. Oh well, as long as the child is happy. After feeding Luo Hongya, Ning Yechen plucked another grape and held it to Luo Rushuang's lips, his indulgent smile still intact. Luo Rushuang's cheeks reddened slightly, and she parted her lips to accept it. She seemed to be gradually growing accustomed to being fed. Guided by Ning Yechen, the three wandered along, eating as they walked, sampling nearly every edible immortal fruit and herb they encountered. It was mostly Ning Yechen who fed both Luo Rushuang and Luo Hongya. Before long, the trio arrived before a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, its surface rippling gently, sunlight dancing across the waves in shimmering sparkles. Occasionally, silver-scaled spirit fish leaped from the water. As soon as Luo Rushuang reached the lake's edge, she could feel an extraordinarily rich and pure spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the entire lake was composed of natural spirit liquid. Such an immense natural spirit lake was exceedingly rare. Even a single sip could significantly boost one's cultivation. No wonder so many silver-scaled spirit fish thrived here. This immortal herb garden had brought her countless shocks. It only deepened her curiosity about who the senior cultivator must be who had created such a remarkable garden. Not far from the spirit lake lay a vast expanse of farmland divided into several plots, each cultivating different crops that grew with particularly inviting vigor. With eyes wide in astonishment, Luo Rushuang stepped into the fields and casually gathered a stalk of rice, bringing it to her nose to inhale. The rice grains in her palm were translucent and crystal clear, containing a faint trace of spiritual energy, and a subtle aura of spiritual qi drifted into her nostrils. This was a rice field irrigated with spirit liquid. Is this what you grew? Luo Rushuang turned to ask Ning Yechen. Such vigorous growth certainly required regular watering with spirit liquid. No ordinary person would ever recklessly waste precious spirit liquid to irrigate crops. That senior cultivator would never engage in such wasteful behavior with pure spirit liquid. That could only mean Ning Yechen, who resided nearby, was the one. Ning Yechen nodded proudly and smugly. Wifey, wasn't what I grew wonderful? This was his carefully cultivated harvest. To indulge his appetite, he had specially planted quite a few crops. Seeing Ning Yechen's smug expression as he awaited praise, Luo Rushuang's cheek twitched involuntarily, and her heart ached. That was precious natural spirit liquid, and he was using it to grow grain. It was an outrageous waste of heavenly treasures. Such a tremendous waste. Luo Rushuang sighed helplessly, repeatedly advising herself in her heart, he is merely a mortal unaware of the preciousness of spirit liquid. It cannot be blamed on him. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongya in her arms, wandered through the Xianyao garden with eyes full of curiosity. Ning Yechen suddenly conceived an idea and took the opportunity to walk alone to a nearby empty patch of grass. Originally, this area was also intended for planting crops, but now he had a new plan. With a flick of his sleeve, tens of thousands of seeds scattered like raindrops across the lawn. With a crisp snap, Ning Yechen clicked his fingers, and instantly the lawn burst into a riot of blossoms. A sea of colorful flowers covering the hills and fields. The ocean of flowers bloomed, and a rich fragrance wafted for miles around. Luo Ruiying, drawn by the intense floral scent, stood in awe, gazing at the splendid multicolored blossoms covering the mountains. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a shower of vibrant, colorful petals. Luo Hongya joyfully jumped down from Luo Ruiying's arms and bounced into the thick of the flowers. How do you like it, my dear? Ning Yechen walked slowly to Luo Ruiying's side and asked with a smile. Luo Ruiying turned to look at him, her face full of disbelief. This? Did you plant all of this? Ning Yechen nodded. Luo Ruiying was inwardly astounded. Such a beautiful sea of flowers. How long must it have taken? Ning Yechen took Luo Ruiying's hand and sat down with her among the blossoms, enjoying the breeze and the refreshing fragrance that soothed the soul. Ever since escaping the immortal realm, Luo Ruiying's nerves had been perpetually on edge, dreading that those pursuers would come after them again. But at this moment, her taut nerves finally began to relax. Luo Ruiying gently brushed aside a few strands of hair stirred by the wind and a crescent-like smile curved at the corners of her lips, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful countenance. She called out softly to Luo Hongye, who was playing among the flowers. "Yi, be careful. Don't run too fast, or go too far." Ning Yechen stared at Luo Ruiying's exquisite profile. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help reaching out to wrap his arm around her slender waist. In the past he had seen countless celestial maidens and demon enchantresses, but none had ever stirred such a feeling. Why did looking at Luo Ruiying evoke an indescribable throbbing in his heart? Was it because she was his first woman and already his wife? Feeling his arm around her waist, Luo Ruiying's body trembled slightly, and a flicker of panic passed through her beautiful eyes, yet she offered no resistance. Her body, however, remained stiff with tension. With her current cultivation at the heavenly human realm, it would have been easy to break free, but she did not. On one hand, she feared accidentally hurting Ning Yechen. After all, mortals were fragile compared to cultivators. On the other hand, deep down she did not dislike Ning Yechen, nor had she ever looked down on him for being a mere mortal. Though she had once resented him for taking her maidenhood, now that a child had been born, and they were truly husband and wife. A hug between spouses should be perfectly normal, shouldn't it? Seeing Luo Ruiying's body stiff as a board, Ning Yechen found it amusing and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "Relax, my dear. I won't eat you up. I'm not nervous." Those words instantly flushed Luo Ruiying's face crimson. She raised her eyes and shot him a reproachful glare. A mere mortal daring to tease her. Facing Luo Ruiying's coquettish glare, Ning Yechen was unperturbed and instead found her angry expression utterly adorable, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Luo Ruiying's chest heaved with indignation, and she turned her blushing face away, refusing to pay him any more attention. This infuriating fellow knew full well that she was a cultivator with cultivation, yet he still dared to tease her like this. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped them to death long ago. While Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying were enjoying their privacy, Luo Hongye, who was lying among the flowers, spotted a brightly colored butterfly fluttering past. Luo Hongye had never seen a butterfly before. Her eyes lit up, and she toddled after it with little steps. Unknowingly, she reached the edge of the flower field, where the butterfly finally landed on a blossom. Curious, Luo Hongye crept closer and reached out to touch it, but the butterfly took fright and flew into the bushes. "I'll wait, Yi." Luo Hongye dashed after it, but the butterfly had already vanished among the trees. Just as she was about to hurry back, a huge pitch-black shadow loomed over her tiny figure. Luo Hongye turned around to see a massive dragon, its body covered in scales like raised blades, poking its head out from the bushes. The dragon's dark vertical pupils fixed on Luo Hongye, eyes gleaming with surprise, and greed drool dripping from its mouth. "Look what I found. A human. It's been so long since I last tasted human flesh. Yi doesn't taste good." Luo Hongye trembled with fear, backing away step by step until she stumbled and fell. She burst into loud sobs. "Wah! Mommy! Daddy!" Her cries were instantly detected by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, unable to find Luo Hongye, panicked and immediately flashed out, speeding toward the source of the sound. "Haha, calling for your parents won't help. Just let me eat you. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing." The mystic scale dragon opened its gaping maw and lunged at Luo Hongye. At the critical moment, Luo Ruiying shot forward like a bolt of lightning, her sword slashing across the mystic scale dragon's entire face. "Get lost, beast! What do you think you're doing to my child?" Sword in hand, Luo Ruiying stood protectively in front of Luo Hongye, her beautiful face as cold as frost as she stared at the mystic scale dragon. The gash on its face bled profusely, and the mystic scale dragon writhed in agony, glaring at Luo Ruiying with fury. "Damn human, how dare you scar my face? No one except the Great One has ever dared to do this to me." With that, the dragon extended countless steel blades, and a terrifying pressure of spiritual energy erupted from its body. A heavenly god realm mystic scale dragon. That was a demon king-level beast. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened with surprise and caution. Mystic scale dragons were among the supreme beings of the human realm. How could it appear here? Was it attracted by the scent of celestial herbs and fruits? She should have been more vigilant. Luo Ruiying was filled with self-reproach. Her negligence had nearly put her child in danger. If she still had her former cultivation, a single sword strike would have been enough to slay this mystic scale dragon. But now her strength was only at the heavenly human realm. Fighting the mystic scale dragon directly might not necessarily mean defeat, but she worried she couldn't protect Luo Hongye at the same time. What should she do? Simply flee with the child? Just as Luo Ruiying was pondering how to respond, Ning Yechen's figure slowly approached from behind. Seeing him arrive, Luo Ruiying's expression grew flustered. This was bad. If she only had to take Luo Hongye, she was confident she could escape unscathed. But with Ning Yechen also here, it might be impossible to get away from the mystic scale dragon. Luo Ruiying found herself caught in a dilemma. You take the child and go first. I'll hold it off. After a moment of deliberation, Luo Ruiying whispered to Ning Yechen. This was the best plan. Letting Ning Yechen take the child away would allow her to go all out against this dark scale dragon. Ning Yechen did not answer Luo Ruiying. Instead, he gently picked up the terrified Luo Hongye from the ground, patting her back softly to comfort her. Night-night, don't cry. Father and mother are here, it's all right. Luo Hongye stopped crying and curled up fearfully in Ning Yechen's arms. Ning Yechen gently stroked her head, then lifted his gaze coldly toward the dark scale dragon. When the dark scale dragon saw Ning Yechen, its expression turned to sheer terror, and its imposing aura instantly dissipated. It's him. That child is his child. Over. Dead for sure. The dark scale dragon turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Its massive body blurred across the forest canopy, moving with astonishing speed. Luo Ruiying was baffled. Why had the dark scale dragon, which had been so ferocious moments ago, suddenly bolted? So the dark scale dragon could run this fast, even without taking human form. Judging by its terrified look, could it be that it was scared off by her aura? Luo Ruiying was utterly perplexed. Only this seemed a reasonable explanation. Regardless, the dark scale dragon's voluntary retreat also allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Night-night, are you all right? Luo Ruiying sheathed her immortal sword and rushed to Luo Hongye's side, anxiously checking her for injuries. Fortunately, she had only sprained her ankle and suffered a few minor scrapes. The barely calmed Luo Hongye burst into tears again and leapt from Ning Yechen's arms into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Whoa, mother. There, don't cry, mother is here. Luo Ruiying gently bounced Luo Hongye in her arms to soothe her. She felt guilty for having frightened the child. If she had been a little more careful, this dangerous situation would never have occurred. Let's go home first. It's dangerous here, Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen. With the child frightened, there was no longer any mood to continue playing outside. Running into other demonic beasts would also be perilous. My dear, take the child back first. I need to go clean up some pests near the orchard, Ning Yechen said softly to Luo Ruiying, then turned and walked into the forest. Luo Ruiying wanted to call him back to tell him to forget about the bugs. The appearance of a demonic beast nearby meant it was dangerous here. A mere mortal would be in grave danger if he encountered any demonic beast. But in the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen had already vanished into the woods. High above the mountain forest, a massive black silhouette streaked across the sky. The dark-scaled dragon flapped its wings with all its might while glancing back in terror. It had accidentally touched the person of that great one. There was no way it could stay in the demon domain forest any longer. If it didn't leave now, it was definitely dead. Where are you going? Just as the dark-scaled dragon turned its head, a chilling voice came from ahead. That voice was like death's greeting, freezing the dark-scaled dragon to the bone. Gee, great one. It's a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know she was your child. The dark-scaled dragon stopped in front of Ning Yechen, its colossal body kneeling in supplication. It's fine. Just be more careful in your next life. Ning Yechen raised his hand and gently clenched it. The dark-scaled dragon's 100-foot body instantly twisted and compressed. Gee, great one. Aya. The dark-scaled dragon tried to beg for mercy, but its steel-like body had already been crushed into a palm-sized sphere. You scared my daughter and made her cry. Letting you die like this is already too lenient. Ning Yechen glanced indifferently at the sphere that was once the dark-scaled dragon, then, with a wave of his hand, reduced it to ashes. He transmitted his voice to the surroundings. Chaos Bull, Demon Titan, Ape, Sky-Swallowing Python. All of you come here. His voice was not loud, but it rippled outward like a wave from Ning Yechen's center. Before long, 3 figures flew from different directions and landed before him. Gee, great one. They bowed respectfully, their heads low and foreheads dripping with cold sweat, not daring to meet Ning Yechen's gaze. They knew all too well that the man before them was not someone to be trifled with. There had once been nearly 100 demon kings deep in the demon domain forest. After he came, only 4 remained. No, now only 3. They had all secretly witnessed Ning Yechen casually crush the dark-scale dragon. Sensing that Ning Yechen seemed displeased today, they trembled with fear, their legs shaking. They feared that if he became unhappy, he might just crush them all too. They had no idea how that damned dark-scale dragon had offended this great one. It was going to be the death of them. The 3 demon kings cursed the deceased dark-scale dragon in their hearts. Ning Yechen swept his cold gaze over them and said flatly, "My wife and daughter have returned recently. The dark-scale dragon not only frightened my daughter, but nearly devoured her. So I killed him. That dark-scale beast dared to lay a hand on your daughter, great one. He deserves 1,000 deaths." The Titan ape with its thick white mane raised a fist in fury. Exactly. If I had known, I would have struck him down myself without troubling you. The burly chaos bull demon, nearly 2 zhang tall, chimed in angrily. Another figure slender as a water snake nodded vigorously like a chick pecking rice. Yes. Great One, killing him like that was already too merciful. It seems you all approve of my killing him, Ning Yechen asked. Of course. The 3 demon kings answered in unison. That's good. I was worried that you might also frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. What do you think? Should I get rid of you all as well? Ning Yechen smiled faintly, his words light and betraying no killing intent. Yet to the 3 demon kings those words struck like thunder, sending chills down their spines. With a thud they fell to their knees, trembling all over, begging for mercy. Great One, spare us. We would never dare to offend you or your family, even with 10,000 guts. Ning Yechen appeared thoughtful, but said nothing. The 3 demon kings dared not move, waiting in silence for his judgment. Every second felt agonizingly long. This might very well be their last moments in the world. After a long while, Ning Yechen spoke to them. Remember your words. Keep your underlings in check. If any demon so much as frightens my daughter, you can expect to vanish from this world. With that, Ning Yechen vanished from the spot in a flash. Yes, the 3 demon kings remained prostrate, not daring to move, until a full half-hour later they cautiously lifted their heads. After confirming that Ning Yechen had truly left, they exhaled in lingering fear. They felt a sense of relief at having escaped death. From now on, no matter what, they would never go near that wooden cabin again. Too terrifying. As Ning Yechen hurried back to the wooden cabin, he noticed a graceful figure rushing toward him. With a faint smile, he swiftly descended from the air into the woods and changed to a leisurely stroll. Before long, Luo Ruiying appeared hastily before Ning Yechen. Thank goodness I finally found you, she said, relieved to see him unharmed. But seeing his calm and carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Worried that there might be other beasts nearby, she had first sent Luo Hongye home and then rushed to find him. And yet there he was taking his time without any sense of urgency. Luo Ruiying shot him a reproachful glare and said, "Don't go messing with bugs next time. It's dangerous around here. Are you that worried about your husband?" Ning Yechen asked knowingly. Luo Ruiying's face flushed crimson, and she glared at him with a mix of annoyance and shyness. "I just don't want our child to lose her father." "Oh, really, just for the child?" Ning Yechen leaned closer to her, a meaningful smile on his face. The two stood inches apart, eyes locked. One more step, and they would touch. Luo Ruiying's heart raced uncontrollably, and she took a small step back, her blush deepening. She glared at Ning Yechen with defiance. This guy, even at a time like this, he was still teasing her. As a celestial empress of the immortal realm, how could she be toyed with by a mere mortal? "It's truly just for the child. All right, come back with me quickly," Luo Ruiying said in a mix of shyness and annoyance, then turned to leave. Watching Luo Ruiying's proud and angry back, Ning Yechen smiled slightly. He looked down at his feet, a flash of inspiration struck, and he gently twisted his right foot, breaking it. "My dear, I actually just injured my foot. I'm afraid I can't walk back." Ning Yechen limped a couple of steps, speaking regretfully to Luo Ruiying, who was walking ahead. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned around, a flicker of panic on her face. She hurried back to Ning Yechen, knelt down, and examined his right foot. The bone in his right foot was broken. The injury was severe. Just moments ago he had been walking fine. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Really? So careless. What if I hadn't come to find you?" Luo Ruiying scolded him angrily, her eyes full of worry. Hobbling on a broken foot in the woods, if he had encountered any beasts, it would have been a certain death. "I'm sorry for making you worry, my dear." Ning Yechen looked at Luo Ruiying, genuinely angry from worry, but instead felt delighted. The corners of his mouth never dropped. Luo Ruiying had no choice. She first bandaged and immobilized his foot, then crouched down with her back to him. "Get on, I'll carry you back." There was no telling how many powerful beasts lurked nearby. The safest and fastest way was for her to carry him back. Ning Yechen flashed a sly grin of triumph, unceremoniously lying on Luo Ruiying's back and wrapping his arms around her slender neck. Luo Ruiying's back was warm, and she carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Ning Yechen even pressed his cheek against her back. Luo Ruiying's face flushed, but considering his injury, she said nothing. She leaped up and swiftly traversed the woods toward the cabin. In just a few breaths, Luo Ruiying carried Ning Yechen back to the wooden cabin and set him down on the bed. "Daddy, Yi was so worried about you." Seeing Ning Yechen return, Luo Hongye immediately pounced into his arms, rubbing her cheek against his. "I made our Yi worry," Ning Yechen said, hugging her tightly and gently rubbing her little head. He hadn't come back with her, causing the little one to worry. Luo Ruiying looked at the scene with a tender smile, told Ning Yechen not to wander off again, and then turned to leave the cabin. She needed to return to the immortal herb garden to pick some herbs to make a healing ointment for Ning Yechen. Additionally, she would carefully patrol the area for beasts and set up a barrier around the cabin. A single wooden cabin offered no security at all. There wasn't even any early warning system. She had no idea how that guy had survived living here so long. If he had ever encountered a beast, he probably wouldn't have met them. She would have to be the one to protect this family. The immortal herb garden was filled with countless medicinal plants, and Luo Ruiying quickly gathered the one she needed. Then she began patrolling the area centered on the cabin, ensuring no beast traces remained within a 50-li radius. After patrolling most of the area, Luo Ruiying grew increasingly puzzled. Not only was there no beast, she couldn't even detect the slightest beastly aura. She had sensed quite a few when she first arrived. How had they all vanished? This place had a vast immortal herb garden with such dense spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance. Why hadn't it attracted any beasts? This was truly abnormal. The mystic scale dragon from earlier had also disappeared without a trace. Strange. The unusual situation made Luo Ruiying frown. But the absence of beasts was actually convenient, saving her the trouble of dealing with them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luo Ruiying buried spirit stones at various points 50 li away, arranged them into a formation, and activated them. The spirit stones connected, forming a massive barrier formation that enveloped the entire cabin. Once formed, the barrier gradually became transparent, making it hard to spot, even with careful observation. Having done all this, Luo Ruiying felt much more at ease. Although the barrier she set up with her current cultivation level was not very powerful, it was certainly enough to block anyone below the divine god realm. When Luo Ruiying returned, the night was gradually darkening. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye were still playing happily with him, lifting her up high. Seeing Luo Ruiying return, they both greeted her in unison. "My dear is back." "Mommy." Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, then she hesitated and asked with a red face, How do you bathe here?" Since escaping the immortal realm several days ago, she hadn't bathed at all. In the immortal realm, she had bathed punctually every day. Going several days without a bath was extremely difficult for her. She could go without food or drink, but not without bathing. But she carefully observed that there was no bathtub inside the cabin, nor was there any bathhouse outside for heating water. This left Luo Ruiying, who wanted to bathe, at a loss. Upon hearing that Luo Ruiying wanted to bathe, Ning Yechen instantly perked up. "My dear, you want to bathe, eh? I know a great place. I haven't bathed for several days. I'd like to clean up." Luo Ruiying blushed shyly and nodded gently, then asked eagerly, "Where is this good place?" "Wife, there is a hot spring on a cliff about 2 or 3 miles southwest from the rear mountain," Ning Yechen said with a smile, while holding Luo Hongye in his arms. Hot spring." Upon hearing the word, Luo Ruiying's eyes instantly lit up, a look of anticipation flashing across her face without her realizing it. She had been content with just a simple hot water bath, for this place could never compare to the divine palace of the immortal realm. But she never expected there to be a natural hot spring hidden in these mountains. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. That hot spring was something he had deliberately cleared out himself. He had secluded himself here to enjoy life, so naturally he would not forego any comforts. Even a distinguished former demon venerable should not deprive himself of such pleasures. "Yeah, let's go. Mother will take you for a bath." Luo Ruiying joyfully took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's hands. "Wife, might I join you?" Ning Yechen asked with utmost seriousness and gravity. He had never desired anything so much in his entire life. However, to his great regret, Luo Ruiying rejected him without hesitation. "Absolutely not." Blushing furiously, she hugged Luo Hongye and stepped out of the house, vanishing in a flash, leaving Ning Yechen alone in the house. He shook his head in disappointment, hesitating whether he should follow. If he followed to peek, would that not be completely perverted? But then again, reconsidering, should a husband not be allowed to watch his wife bathe? Surely that was not perverted. Meanwhile, through the forest, Luo Ruiying flew swiftly, with Luo Hongye in her arms, brimming with excitement. Luo Hongye, resting in her mother's embrace, lifted her big eyes and asked, puzzled, "Mother, why won't father come bathe with us? Father is all alone at home, how pitiful." Well, Luo Ruiying was left speechless by her daughter's words, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Although she had accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, this did not mean she was ready to be completely open with him. Just the thought of the two of them bathing naked together made her blush and quickly shake her head. Even when she was the female emperor of the immortal realm, she had never allowed any maid to serve her in the bath, let alone share it with a man. Under Luo Hongye's puzzled gaze, Luo Ruiying simply steeled herself and forced a smile, explaining, "Because your father has an injured foot, it's inconvenient. Then mother can carry father just like she carries Ye, right?" Luo Hongye innocently pursued with another question. Luo Ruiying, unable to refute, she had to change her explanation. "Tonight mother wants to focus solely on bathing Ye, so father cannot join us." "Oh, I see," Luo Hongye said regretfully. Seeing that her daughter seemed to accept this reason, Luo Ruiying hurriedly nodded. Yes. Mother needs to wash Ye very thoroughly, and it will take a long time." Luo Hongye's small face showed deep thought. After a moment of silence, she looked up with determined eyes and said softly, "Mother, then Ye won't bathe. Let mother and father bathe together." Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Luo Ring nearly stumbled and fell from midair. This child. Next time mother will bathe with your father. Okay. Tonight mother will help Ye get clean first. Luo Ring could not persuade Luo Hongya and had no choice but to agree provisionally. Alright. Then next time Ye wants to bathe with mother and father, okay? Luo Hongya asked, hopefully looking at her mother with eager eyes. Alright. What else could Luo Ring do? She could only agree with a bitter smile. She would just have to wait until the child forgot about it in a few days. As they chatted, Luo Ring leapt gracefully onto a cliff. On the cliff, dense woods surrounded a narrow path. Following the path deeper into the forest, before long, a steaming hot spring several zhang wide appeared before their eyes. There really was a hot spring. Luo Ruing's face lit up with delight. She first helped Luo Hongya remove her clothes and gently placed her into the warm water. Mother, the water is so warm, come down quickly. Luo Hongya happily splashed around in the hot spring, waving toward Luo Ring on the shore. Luo Ruing smiled gently and lightly raised her hand, slipping off her immortal dress and undergarments. A magnificent, graceful figure with long black hair cascading down her back stood in the moonlight, partially shrouded in rising mist, barely visible. Someone hiding in a tree could not help but stare in a trance. After much deliberation, Ning Yechen had ultimately decided to secretly follow them. But please do not misunderstand. He was not here to peek. He was here to secretly protect mother and daughter. If anything unexpected happened, he could step in immediately, right? Just as Luo Ring was about to step into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head sharply, her beautiful eyes scanning behind her anxiously. Whether it was her imagination or not, she had the distinct feeling that someone's gaze was fixed upon her. She had already set up a protective barrier within 50 li of the area, so neither beast demons nor other people should be able to enter. Could it be that guy? Luo Ruing's first instinct pointed to Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. She had just arrived after flying swiftly with Luo Hongya, and Ning Yechen's foot was still injured. How could he possibly have followed? It could not be him. It must have been her own illusion. Not thinking further, Luo Ruing submerged her entire body into the warm hot spring, a look of pure comfort and contentment slowly spreading across her face. She felt as though she had come back to life all over again. Luo Hongya obediently swam into Luo Ring's embrace, sitting before her as her mother gently washed her body and hair, a smile of pure joy on her face. Ning Yechen sat perched on a tree branch, his chin resting in his hand, as he silently watched the mother and daughter bathing in the hot spring, a warm smile on his face. His mind was clear, free of any unworthy thoughts. Yet the moment Luo Ruing rose from the water, Ning Yechen's nose began bleeding uncontrollably. After hundreds of years, no one had ever made him bleed before, and yet here, he was injured once again. After nearly half an hour, a deeply satisfied Luo Ruing returned to the wooden house with Luo Hongya. Having just finished bathing, Luo Ring wore her damp hair loose, its glossy black strands shimmering as they fell to her waist, her delicate face glowing with healthy rosiness. Seeing her, the images of the alluring scene he had accidentally witnessed flashed through Ning Yechen's mind, and his nose began bleeding once again. "You? Why are you getting a nosebleed?" Luo Ruing asked with concern, stepping forward to inquire, afraid he might be hiding some other injury from her. Ning Yechen turned his head away for the first time in embarrassment and explained, "I am fine, do not worry. It is merely internal heat. Mortals are indeed fragile. Just a nosebleed from getting angry, and so much blood was shed." Luo Ruing took out a handkerchief to wipe Ning Yechen's nosebleed, then crouched down and grabbed his right foot. From her bosom, she took out various herbs she had picked, chewed them in her mouth, spat out the masticated pulp, and applied it directly to the broken foot. Finally, she took out a bandage and wrapped it up. These spiritual herbs and elixirs have potent effects on injuries to muscles and bones. They don't need to be specially refined. Simply chewing and applying externally will work. Don't move around recklessly these days. The foot injury will heal in 2 days, don't worry. Luo Ruing said thankfully. It was thanks to the abundant herb garden at the back mountain that she had no means to cure Ning Yechen's broken foot otherwise. "Thank you, my wife." Ning Yechen smiled gratefully. In truth, if he wished, he could restore the broken foot in an instant. But being cared for by a beautiful woman, he was in no hurry to recover. Luo Ruing felt a little embarrassed, blushing slightly as she said, "It's getting late, you should rest early." "Yay? Sleepy time." Hearing the word sleep, Luo Hongya happily pounced onto the soft couch and buried her head in the bedding. She poked her little head out and looked expectantly at Luo Ruing standing by the bed smiling. "Mommy, sleep together, Luo Ruing glanced at Ning Yechen sitting on the edge of the bed and said with difficulty, "Yay, the bed isn't very big. Tonight, why don't you sleep with Daddy? Mommy can sleep on the floor." Luo Hongya had already climbed onto the bed. If she slept with Luo Ruiying, it meant sharing a bed with Ning Yechen. She had never slept with any man before, even if he was her husband. Oh, she was not mentally prepared yet. This home belonged to Ning Yechen, and besides, he was injured. She had to give him the bed. She also couldn't bear to make Luo Hongye sleep on the floor with her, so she had to let Luo Hongye sleep with Ning Yechen. Mommy, won't you sleep with Daddy and me? I want to sleep with both Mommy and Daddy. Luo Hongye looked disappointed, her big eyes pleadingly gazing at Luo Ruiying. Seeing Luo Hongye's expectant look, Luo Ruiying couldn't refuse anymore. She had to give in and smiled. All right. Mommy will sleep with Daddy and you. Ning Yechen immediately shot Luo Hongye a look of approval and secretly gave her a thumbs up. Good job, my precious daughter. Luo Hongye's face also revealed a sly smile. Luo Ruiying took off her outer robe and changed into a thin white silk nightgown, which outlined her exquisite and alluring figure. You sleep on the inside. Luo Ruiying said shyly, pointing to the inner side of the bed. That way, with the child in between, she wouldn't be so nervous. All right. Ning Yechen smiled in agreement. He didn't rush to climb onto the bed, but stood up and also took off his outer robe. However, he wasn't wearing any pajamas underneath. Only a pair of white boxer shorts remained. A robust, graceful, smooth, fair, and almost flawless physique was revealed before Luo Ruiying's eyes. What a perfect physique. Luo Ruiying unconsciously stared at him, dazed. Could this really be the body of an ordinary mortal hunter? How could it be so perfect and full of strength? Could it be because he had been hunting in the mountains year-round and consumed many ingredients made from spiritual herbs and elixirs, thus achieving such a physique? Luo Ruiying guessed in her heart. This speculation was indeed reasonable. The celestial herbs and elixirs themselves have the effect of purging impurities from the body. Coupled with his long-term life in the mountains, it was not surprising that he developed such a physique. Wife, what are you looking at? Ning Yechen teased, looking at the dazed Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying woke up as if from a dream, realizing that she had been staring at a man's body in a trance, and instantly blushed with shame. She quickly turned her head away and demanded, "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" "My, because I always sleep naked." Ning Yechen said innocently. "Naked? Sleep naked? No way." Luo Ruiying was panicked and shy, immediately retorting. "Why?" Ning Yechen asked in confusion. The child is still here." Luo Ruiying bit her red lips, blushing as she glared at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen suddenly realized a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He nodded and silently put on his clothes. "Can't do it with the child here, I understand. All right, I'll put them on now." Luo Ruiying looked puzzled. What did he understand? Luo Hongye sat on the bed, her big curious eyes staring at the two in confusion. Why didn't Mommy allow Daddy to sleep naked? Ning Yechen rubbed Luo Hongye's little head, climbed onto the bed, lay down on the inner side, and pulled her into his arms. Luo Hongye's petite figure felt like holding a real doll. Luo Ruiying gently blew out the oil lamp, then lay sideways on the bed, wrapping her arms around Luo Hongye from behind. The room was dark and silent. Luo Hongye, embraced by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on either side, fell into a deep sleep with a blissful smile on her face. Luo Ruiying quietly gazed at the sleeping Luo Hongye, a sweet smile on her face, gently stroking her cheek with full affection. Since giving birth to Luo Hongye to avoid her being discovered, she often secretly locked her in a closet. Even wanting to have a peaceful night's sleep together was filled with fear. After escaping the celestial realm, she was hunted day and night without rest. Now at last this little one could sleep well. Luo Ruiying thought with relief. Just then a hand suddenly touched her back in the darkness. Luo Ruiying was startled, but quickly identified the source of the hand. On the bed besides her and the child, there was only one other person. The bed was not large, barely enough for 3 people to lie flat. Both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen were sleeping on their sides, each holding Luo Hongye, and they were very close. With a slight stretch of their heads, their foreheads could touch. How did Ning Yechen's arm suddenly cross over Luo Hongye and directly wrap around her waist? Luo Ruiying looked up in surprise and quietly glanced at Ning Yechen. He was breathing steadily, his sleeping face peaceful, as if he was also fast asleep. Could it be that he accidentally touched her in his sleep? Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Ning Yechen touched her, her heart gave a violent thump, startling her. Just as Luo Ruiying relaxed Ning Yechen's one leg, then straddled hers, and his arm tightened around her waist. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but glare at the sleeping Ning Yechen with a hint of resentment. This guy's sleeping posture is so terrible. The next morning, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes and immediately saw a handsome face before her. The sleeping Ning Yechen was so close that she could feel his faint breath. One of Ning Yechen's arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongye, who slept between them, while his other hand rested on Luo Ruiying's hip. And one of his legs had been draped over her all night. Luo Ruiying furrowed her delicate brows, her hands clenched into fists, wanting to teach this man with terrible sleeping posture a lesson. Last night, she had moved Ning Yechen's leg off her countless times only for it to return again and again. After tossing and turning, she finally gave up in resignation. She could tolerate that. But his hand was also restless. Luo Ruiying hesitated with her fists clenched, then finally loosened her grip in resignation. She decided to let him off this time. He was asleep and didn't mean it. Besides, she and the child had finally enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Luo Ruiying gently moved Ning Yechen's hand, and leg quietly climbed out of bed and sat on the edge of the bed biting a hairpin as she coiled her hair. Ning Yechen secretly opened his eyes admiring Luo Ruiying's graceful and slender back, unable to suppress a smile. When Luo Ruiying finished coiling her hair and turned around, Ning Yechen quickly closed his eyes again. Watching him sleep with a smile still on his lips, Luo Ruiying felt both curious and amused. What good dream could this guy be having to smile so happily in his sleep? Luo Ruiying looked down and saw Luo Hongya also wearing a sweet smile, and she couldn't help but smile helplessly. This child is just like her father. Luo Ruiying cast a doting glance at the two on the bed, then, without disturbing them, she put on her clothes and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Although she could go without food or drink, the child was still young and Ning Yechen was merely a mortal. As a wife, she naturally had to take on the duty of caring for the two of them. While Luo Ruiying was busy, Ning Yechen picked up the awake Luo Hongya and squatted at the doorstep to brush his teeth. Although Luo Hong didn't understand what he was doing, she happily and curiously imitated him, holding a thin brush to brush her teeth. Luo Ruiying glanced curiously at the two squatting at the door, not knowing what they were up to, and shook her head helplessly. She had no idea what that guy was teaching the child, but seeing the father and daughter so happy, she decided not to interfere. After a while, Luo Ruiying had prepared a table of dishes and called out to the two still playing outside, "Time to eat. Hee mommy coming." Luo Hongya rode on Ning Yechen's shoulders into the house. A flower was tucked into the top of Ning Yechen's head. "Yee, no mischief." Luo Ruiying almost burst out laughing at the sight of Ning Yechen with a flower on his head, and quickly lifted Luo Hongya off his shoulders. Ning Yechen didn't mind her. In fact, he was delighted. He smiled and sat down at the table. The dishes on the table were made from some crops and herbs picked from the immortal herb garden. Presumably worried that his mortal body couldn't handle the potent effects of divine herbs, Luo Ruiying had used mostly low-year plants or those that wouldn't harm a mortal. She had been very considerate. Although even if he ate them casually, it wouldn't have mattered. Luo Hongya, being too small, could only sit in Luo Ruiying's arms, burying her face in the bowl and eating until her face was covered in rice grains. Luo Ruiying dotingly took out a handkerchief to wipe Luo Hongya's mouth, then began feeding her one bite at a time. "Come, ye eat more. Wife, you've worked hard too." Ning Yechen picked up vegetables and put them into the bowls of Luo Hongya and Luo Ruiying. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Luo Ruiying's lips as she also picked up a dish and offered it to Ning Yechen. You too. It might not be that tasty, but try it." Luo Ruiying had intended to place it in Ning Yechen's bowl, but unexpectedly Ning Yechen leaned in and ate it directly from her chopsticks. After eating, he smiled and praised, Wife's cooking is quite good, exceeding my expectations." This was Ning Yechen's genuine thought. Unexpectedly, Luo Ruiying, a celestial maiden, was quite skilled at cooking. She was already taking on the shape of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Having fed him directly from her chopsticks, a faint blush appeared on Luo Ruiying's cheeks. How could he have even put her chopsticks in his mouth? Luo Hongya saw this, looked up at Luo Ruiying with wide eyes, and said in a baby voice, "Yi wants to, alright. Luo Ruiying smiled softly and picked up a dish to feed Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen also dotingly picked up dishes and took turns feeding Luo Hongya. Luo Hongya accepted everything, her cheeks puffed out with food, her face full of smiles. Luo Ruiying looked at the peaceful and happy scene of the family of three gathered around the table, and a satisfied, blissful smile also appeared on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even when she was the Empress. If only she could hide here forever, living a secluded life with him and the child. She would gladly give up being the Celestial Empress. At the edge of the demon beast forest, four figures gathered, their gazes burning as they stared into the boundless forest. "Ghost Elder, are you sure they are hiding in the demon beast forest?" A man in a green sword robe frowned and asked an old man with a hunched figure and spotted face beside him. Sword Immortal Lu, do you doubt my ghost puppet tracking art?" Ghost Elder grinned maliciously, holding a puppet with a baby-like face and terrifying appearance. The ghost baby puppet held a strand of hair in its mouth, its gaze fixed on the distant depths of the demon beast forest. Who in the world doesn't know about Ghost Elder's tracking art? As long as you obtain an item from a person, you can track them for thousands of miles. It seems that the celestial woman is indeed hiding in the demon beast forest. A burly man with a bare upper body let out a hearty laugh. There are countless demon kings deep in the demon beast forest. If they are truly hiding there, it won't be easy to bring them back. A man dressed as a scholar frowned slightly. Is the master of the Confucian palace afraid? The burly man looked at Su Sheng and taunted. Su Sheng frowned, deeply glaring at the burly man with hostile eyes. If the lord of the martial god hall is not afraid, why would the Confucian palace be? Ridiculous. So Palace Master Su, do you want to have a bout? Wu Kuang's gaze burned with fervor as he stared at Su Sheng, his aura erupting with fierce, sky-piercing intensity. Su Sheng, not to be outdone, unleashed an aura no weaker than Wu Kuang's. Enough. The purpose of our gathering here is not to compete. Don't forget why we came. Lu Jian stepped between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, his expression cold and stern as he reprimanded them. At his words, Su Sheng and Wu Kuang immediately withdrew their auras. Compared to competing, they had a much more important mission here. To capture the mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Dead or alive. Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Gui Fu, and Wu Kuang were all sect masters of the top-tier sects in the world. It could be said that they were the four most powerful cultivators in the human realm. They were merely one step away from breaking through their current realm and ascending to immortality. The sole purpose that brought these four together was a promise made by a certain higher realm lord. As long as they captured Luo Ruiying and her daughter, who had escaped from the celestial realm, not only would they be assisted in ascending to the celestial realm, but they could also directly join that force. There was no greater temptation than being able to join such a powerful organization immediately upon ascension. They had already obtained information regarding Luo Ruiying and her daughter. Luo Ruiying, once a female emperor of the celestial realm, was now severely injured, with her cultivation level dropping below the transcendent human realm. For these four top-tier powerhouses of the world, this was a perfectly easy task with no difficulty at all. Let's go. Finish it quickly. If they cooperate obediently, that's best. If not, just kill them directly. Remember, the little girl must not be killed, she must be brought back. Lu Jian, with a stern expression, was the first to transform into a divine rainbow and dart toward the depths of the demon forest. Dealing with a transcendent human realm cultivator was far too easy for him. The other three exchanged glances, each revealing a smug smile, and transformed into divine rainbows to chase after him. Moments later, the four of them arrived at the depths of the demon forest. At the outskirts of the demon forest, one could sense a large number of demon beasts, and occasionally reckless beasts would attack them. Strangely, after reaching the depths, they found not a single demon beast. The depths of the demon forest were said to be the territory of hundreds of demon kings, and any who entered would face certain death. Yet now they couldn't even see a single demon king. It was unnaturally quiet. Lu Jian and the other three hovered in midair, their gazes sweeping the surroundings of the demon forest, yet there was not a single figure. Old ghost, use your ghost infant puppet to track their exact location. Lu Jian frowned and demanded of Gui Fu beside him. Without a specific location, finding two people in the depths of the demon forest would be quite difficult. Gui Fu's ugly face squeezed out an awkward smile, and he said very apologetically, "My ghost infant puppet can only sense the vicinity. The exact location is unknown." TCH. The so-called 10,000-mile soul chaser ghost infant puppet is nothing remarkable. Su Sheng clicked his tongue and said disdainfully. Gui Fu only gave an awkward smile and did not retort. Wu Kuang ignored the others, seemingly having found something. He flew down into the forest and discovered a spot on a leaf stained with dried blood. He was especially sensitive to the scent of blood. Even the faintest trace could not escape his nose. Ever since he arrived, he had vaguely detected a blood scent that was different from ordinary. Wu Kuang plucked the blood-stained leaf and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully, his expression gradually turning excited. As expected of a celestial fairy from the upper realm, the taste is truly unique. This flavor makes me unbearably ravenous. Seeing Wu Kuang's excited and fanatical demeanor, Lu Jian and the others all showed expressions of disgust. It was rumored that this fellow was addicted to drinking blood, especially the blood of the strong. Every time he killed someone, he would drink their blood. However, it was precisely because of him that they finally discovered Luo Ruiying's trail. At least one thing was certain: that woman was definitely hiding in the demon forest. Once that was confirmed, finding her was just a matter of time. We'll search separately. Whoever finds her first should release a signal, Lu Jian said to the other three. Although the other three were displeased with Lu Jian giving orders, they said nothing and silently dispersed. After all, the command of that higher realm lord was more important. If they failed to bring Luo Ruiying and her daughter back, not only would they be unable to ascend to the celestial realm, but they would also be annihilated for angering that higher realm lord. Inside a certain cave, Hundun, Niuma Titan, Jiyuan, and Tunshin Shinmong silently watched the four of them separate. More people have come. Running rampant so recklessly in our demon forest is simply too much. Should we go teach those people a lesson? Titan Jiyuan indignantly proposed to the other two. Are you crazy? What if they are also that lord's men? You saw how Xianlin died, didn't you? Tunshin Shinmong said with a terrified expression. Every time she recalled Ning Yechen's face, she couldn't help trembling all over. Hundun Nyoma and Titan Jiyuan also fell silent. If it were 100 years ago, they would have definitely gone up and killed those people without hesitation. But now they dared not take the risk. It wasn't that they feared the four, but that they feared that lord. Forget it, let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Exactly, let's go play cards. Okay. The three, perfectly united in opinion, walked back into the cave with their arms around each other's shoulders. Demon Kings were always at odds with each other over territory. Who would have thought that three Demon Kings could get along so harmoniously? On the other side, after separating from Lu Jian and the others, Gui Fu revealed a cunning smile, secretly took out his ghost infant puppet, and darted swiftly in the direction the puppet's gaze indicated. His ghost infant puppet could naturally track the exact location. The reason he didn't tell Lu Jian and the other two was of course to monopolize the credit. If he could single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter and deliver them to that higher realm lord, he would surely receive an exceptionally generous reward. Perhaps he could even monopolize the dream of ascending to the celestial realm. Then destroying the other three great sects would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Gui Fu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Before long, Gui Fu's expression turned serious. He stopped, gazed ahead, and slowly extended his withered hand. His hand pressed against what seemed like a completely transparent, invisible pane of glass, unable to advance even an inch. A barrier. Jia found it. Gui Fu tilted his head, his face breaking into an ecstatic grin. Having set up a barrier here means she is inside. This little barrier can't stop me. A mass of thick black liquid emerged from the palm of his hand as he pressed it against the barrier. The black liquid flowed down the barrier instantly, eroding a large hole, as if the barrier were melting. Gui Fu stepped through the barrier, effortlessly entering without making even the slightest sound. He had to hurry before those fools Lu Jian and the others discovered him. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin, Ning Yechen, who was playing with Luo Hongya, suddenly frowned and showed a displeased expression. Why are there more people coming? And they even damaged the barrier his wife had painstakingly set up. Didn't they know that what he hated most now was someone disturbing his time with his wife and child? Outside the wooden hut, after finishing the meal, Luo Ruiying picked up the washed dishes and walked out of the room. Gazing at the pile of dishes at her feet, she furrowed her brow slightly. First, she crouched down like an ordinary mortal and began to wash them by hand. Finding the efficiency far too slow, she simply used her spiritual energy to levitate all the dishes and clean water into the air, spinning them rapidly in midair. In the blink of an eye, the dishes were all perfectly clean and the dirty water was separated away. Then in the same manner, Luo Ruiying split firewood and washed the clothes. All the chores were completed in less than a few minutes. Luo Ruiying placed her hands on her hips and nodded with satisfaction, praising herself inwardly. Even though this is my first time doing such tasks, I, the Emperor, am quite impressive. From now on, I'll take care of these chores so that fellow can relax a bit. Just then an unpleasant hoarse and aged voice suddenly rang out. He who would have thought a fairy of the immortal realm would stoop to doing such menial work like a mortal woman. Luo Ruiying abruptly turned around and saw a stooped old man approaching slowly. Her heart tightened, sensing imminent danger. Someone had broken through the barrier she had set. She hadn't even noticed. The opponent seemed to be a peak heavenly god realm powerhouse. It seemed he had come specifically for her. Even after fleeing here, they still refused to spare her. Luo Ruiying's heart seethed with grief and indignation as she clenched her fists tightly. All she wanted now was to live a peaceful life, but even that was a luxury. May I ask, will the fairy come with me willingly, or shall I take you back myself? Ghostly husband extended his hand, and a terrifying, sinister spiritual energy emanated from his body. The grass and trees beneath his feet withered instantly, and the earth turned pitch black. A dense miasma radiated from his entire being. Luo Ruiying's expression turned contemplative, her mind wavering. If it were only him, she might be able to slay him here and now. But fighting here would inevitably involve her child and him. Mommy, just as luck would have it, Luo Hongya inside the house toddled over happily on her short legs, wanting to be held. Seeing ghostly husband, she became frightened and instinctively hid behind Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen also leisurely walked out of the house and stood beside Luo Ruiying, his gaze coldly fixed on ghostly husband. Ghostly husband was overjoyed at the sight of Luo Hongya. The exalted one in the upper realm had specifically instructed that this child be brought back. What surprised him, however, was that besides Luo Ruiying and her daughter, there was another man. The intelligence hadn't mentioned a man. He exuded no spiritual energy whatsoever, appearing to be nothing more than a lowly mortal. No threat at all. He who would have thought that the proud fairy upon descending to the mortal world would immediately throw herself into a man's arms. Guessing that the wooden hut belonged to Ning Yechen and that Luo Ruiying was merely taking shelter there, ghostly husband couldn't help but taunt her. A fairy of the immortal realm marrying a mortal from the human world. How utterly ridiculous. Luo Ruiying frowned deeply, but instead of becoming angry, she spoke calmly. I will go back with you, as long as you let the child and him go. After much deliberation, Luo Ruiying ultimately decided to sacrifice herself to protect her child and Ning Yechen. Her heart was filled with reluctance, but there was no other choice. Even if she defeated the person before her, those in the immortal realm would never let her be. The next time they came, the enemies would only be stronger. What awaited her was an endless cycle of flight and pursuit. She couldn't keep fleeing with her child, nor could she drag Ning Yechen into this. If sacrificing herself could save them both, she would gladly do so. Mommy. Wu Wu Ye doesn't want to leave mommy. Hearing that Luo Ruiying intended to leave willingly, Luo Hongya burst into tears, clutching her mother's dress tightly. Luo Ruiying looked down at Luo Hongya, her eyes brimming with reluctance and affection, and her own eyes grew moist. If only she could, how could she bear to leave her own child? Such a touching mother-daughter bond. Rest assured, fairy, you must come back with me, and that little girl must come back with me too. As for that man, I'll take care of him on the way. Ghostly husband sneered, interrupting. You. Luo Ruiying's delicate face turned icy with rage, her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood. She had already conceded so much, yet he still refused to spare her child and husband. Luo Ruiying bent down to pick up Luo Hongya and placed her in Ning Yechen's arms. Her resolute gaze held a hint of tenderness. Leave this to me. Take the child and flee into the woods. Promise me don't let the child get hurt. I'll catch up once I'm done. If I'm too late, don't wait for me. With that, Luo Ruiying gave Ning Yechen no chance to speak. She rose slightly on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips to his. This was the first time they kissed while both were fully conscious. Ning Yechen's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. Husband, I entrust our child to you. After their lips parted, Luo Ruiying whispered softly into Ning Yechen's ear, overflowing with tenderness. It was also the first time she had addressed him as husband, because it might be the last. She had been with Ning Yechen for less than 3 days, and though there were things that annoyed her, he had been truly good to her and her child. The child also adored him. She had already acknowledged him as her husband in her heart, so she wanted to gather the courage to call him that one last time. In a way, it was her final act of entrusting Luo Hongya to him. Ning Yechen felt both joy and helplessness. Why did it have to be so dramatic, like a farewell of life and death? Take the child and go. Luo Ruiying struck out with a palm, summoning a gust of wind that sent Ning Yechen and the child flying into the air, landing deep in the wooded hills behind the hut. Trying to escape from me. How naive. Ghostly husband flicked his sleeve, and 4 eerie puppets reeking of miasma shot toward the hills in pursuit. How could Luo Ruiying let those puppets go? She swiftly drew her immortal sword, leaped into the air to intercept them, and with a single sword gleam shattered one puppet. The other 3 puppets darted past her, ignoring her entirely. Luo Ruiying's heart raced, her figure flickered, and she swung her sword, unleashing 3 sharp streaks of sword light. The sword light struck the puppets, slicing them in half. But ghostly husband seized the moment and struck her heavy-set palm against her back, poisoning her. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Ruiying's mouth. Despite the searing pain, she still swung her sword to destroy the remaining 3 puppets. No matter what, she would never let a single puppet slip past her. Otherwise, Ning Yechen and her child would be in grave danger. You'd rather take a blow from me than let my puppets go. It seems you care about them deeply. Don't worry, after I kill you, not one of them will escape. Ghostly husband let out a sinister, triumphant laugh. With Luo Ruiying wounded and poisoned, he felt certain of victory. The dream of ascension to immortality was within reach. Luo Ruiying's face was icy cold, her gaze resolute and murderous as she stood before ghostly husband's sword in hand. Is that so? Then today you will die. In the forest, Ning Yechen gently lowered himself to the ground with Luo Hongya in his arms. Not far away, an intense battle was already raging outside a wooden cabin with flashes of sword light and dark miasma visible above. This little girl is so always thinking of sacrificing herself to protect the child. Ning Yechen stood up, holding Luo Hongya in his arms, pondering how he could intervene and deal with these insensitive ants without being discovered. As the former demon sovereign of the demon realm, he was the sworn enemy of the immortal realm. Luo Ruiying was a person of the immortal realm, and if he revealed his identity by acting openly, her attitude toward him would inevitably change. The thing he feared most was that she would take the child and leave him. Therefore, he had to keep his identity concealed for now. What would daddy? Don't leave mommy, okay? Ye doesn't want to leave mommy. Luo Hongya lay in Ning Yechen's arms, sobbing and begging, her large eyes red from crying. Be good, ye don't cry. Daddy promises you mommy will be fine. Daddy won't abandon your mommy. Ning Yechen felt a pang of heartache and gently wiped the tears from Luo Hongya's cheeks, comforting her softly. Yet beneath his gentle expression, a cold and piercing, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If they made my daughter cry, not a single one of them will leave here alive. Is daddy telling the truth? Luo Hongye stopped crying and asked earnestly. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. How could Daddy lie to Ye? Then Daddy, let's hurry and find Mommy, Luo Hongye said eagerly. Before she finished, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the forest ahead. Where are you going? Wu Kuang slowly emerged from the dim forest, a playful expression on his face, as he looked at Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. His gaze lingered mainly on Luo Hongye, and he grinned to reveal a row of silver steel-like teeth. I knew that ghostly old man wanted to steal the credit secretly. Good thing I kept my eyes open and followed quietly. Found it without even trying, huh? Wu Kuang threw back his head and laughed excitedly, then extended his palm, looking coldly and disdainfully at Ning Yechen as he said, Kid, hand over that child to me. I'll let you die comfortably. Luo Hongye shrank into Ning Yechen's arms in fear, lifting her eyes timidly to look at him, as if she was afraid that Ning Yechen might actually abandon her and hand her over to this burly brute. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Hongye's fear and gave a gentle smile, patting the back of her head as he whispered in her ear, Ye, close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment, okay? Daddy will perform a magic trick for Yeon. Luo Hongye's large eyes filled with confusion, but she obediently closed them and covered her ears with her small hands. Such a good girl. Ning Yechen smiled, but when his gaze fell upon Wu Kuang, his expression instantly turned ice cold, as if looking at a dead man. For some reason, Wu Kuang felt a chill run through his body, and fear rose within him. He couldn't remember when he last felt afraid, yet here he was being intimidated by a mundane person with no cultivation. Impossible. This simply cannot be. His proud ego refused to accept it. He would crush the person before him without mercy. You ain't dare to look at me with such an expression. Seeking death. Wu Kuang crouched low, then launched himself forward like a blur, instantly appearing before Ning Yechen. His heavy iron fist came crashing down with wind sharp as blades targeting Ning Yechen's face. This single strike was enough to shatter his skull. A thunderous crash echoed through the air, yet the expected scene of his head exploding never materialized. That overwhelming punch was effortlessly caught by a slender palm. Wu Kuang stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even holding back completely, this blow should have been capable of splitting mountains and cracking the earth, yet this mere mortal before him had blocked it with a single palm. This person was definitely not just an ordinary mortal. Panic seized Wu Kuang as he realized Ning Yechen must be a cultivator deliberately concealing their power, and their strength was certainly no less than his own. Who exactly are you? Wu Kuang tried to pull his hand back, but no matter how desperately he strained, his fist remained locked in Ning Yechen's grip, unmoving. Ning Yechen's eyes burned with contempt and killing intent, but instead of answering, he replied coldly, I don't want my daughter to witness the gruesome side of things. So consider this a kindness. You can disappear from this world. As he spoke, dark black flames erupted from Ning Yechen's hand that still gripped Wu Kuang's arm. The black flames spread across Wu Kuang's body, consuming him entirely. Oh! Wu Kuang's flesh and bones began to melt away as he let out a soul-piercing wail. His spiritual essence was similarly scorched by the black flames until both body and spirit were utterly destroyed. Worried that Wu Kuang's screams might frighten Luo Hongye, Ning Yechen instinctively cast a sound-dampening barrier around him. The entire process took mere seconds, and Wu Kuang vanished from this world without so much as ashes remaining. When Ning Yechen released Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, but Wu Kuang was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but ask Ning Yechen curiously, Daddy, where did that big bad man go? Daddy performed a magic trick and made the big bad man disappear, Ning Yechen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, her large eyes filled with admiration. Daddy is so amazing. Ye, please don't tell anyone that Daddy can make bad men disappear with magic, okay? Ning Yechen crouched down and put Luo Hongye on the ground, holding her hand. Can't I tell Mommy either? Luo Hongye tilted her head, puzzled. Yes, and don't tell your mommy either. Ning Yechen nodded. This left Luo Hongye's small face filled with confusion. Why can't we tell Mommy, Daddy? Because Daddy wants to have a little secret with Ye. This is a secret between Daddy and Ye, and secrets shouldn't be shared with others. Ning Yechen quickly improvised an excuse. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's confusion vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Daddy and Ye's little secret. Ye understands. Ye won't tell Mommy or anyone else. Our Ye is so well behaved. Ning Yechen praised while gently rubbing Luo Hongye's cheek. Children are indeed easy to persuade. Ye, wait here obediently for a moment. Daddy is going to help Mommy fight the bad guys. I'll be back soon. Ning Yechen led Luo Hongye to a tree and drew a protective formation around it. Luo Hongye nodded obediently and added worriedly, Daddy, be careful when fighting the bad guys. Ning Yechen gave a confident yet reassuring smile. Don't worry, Ye, no one in this world can defeat your daddy. Elsewhere outside the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying, still poisoned by the miasma, continued to desperately attempt to slay the ghost husband. However, the miasma kept spreading within her body, her strength fading, and her vision growing increasingly blurred. Kakik, it seems the daughter of the immortal realm isn't so impressive after all. If you continue forcing your spiritual energy, the miasma will corrode your entire body, causing you to rot and die from the inside out. The ghost husband sneered triumphantly at Luo Ruiying. Seeing Luo Ruiying's complexion gradually turn green and completely lacking the powerful aura she had displayed moments before, he knew the miasma poison had already taken effect. Luo Ruiying posed no further threat to him. Before that happens, I'll kill you first. Luo Ruiying forced her weakened body to move, darting forward in a single stride and launching herself at the ghost husband once more, sword in hand. A peak heavenly deity realm expert chasing a mere mortal guarding a child would be trivial. For the safety of Ning Yechen and the child, she had to eliminate this threat here and now, even if it meant perishing together. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying swiftly close the distance with a fierce sword flash, the ghost husband was genuinely startled. This was unprecedented. He had never encountered someone whose miasma had spread throughout their entire body, yet still dared to recklessly channel spiritual energy, without regard for their own safety. This madwoman truly intended to drag him down before her death. At the moment Luo Ruiying's sword flash descended, the ghost husband enveloped himself in miasma. The blade cleaved through the toxic fog, but he was already gone. The split miasma spiraled outward, completely shrouding her in its thick, invisible poison that pressed in from every direction. Luo Ruiying quickly covered her mouth and nose, her eyes scanning the murky fog. She could sense the ghost husband concealed somewhere within this poisonous mist. Swish! A figure darted through the haze. Found her. Luo Ruiying's gaze locked onto the apparition as it reappeared, and she channeled her spiritual energy into a decisive slash of her immortal sword. Her brilliant sword light bisected the phantom cleanly. Success! Luo Ruiying rejoiced. But in the next instant, a massive hand erupted from the mist behind her, striking with devastating force. Luo Ruiying detected it, immediately pivoting to intercept with her blade, but a second hand emerged from the fog and slammed heavily into her abdomen. Luo Ruiying spat a mouthful of blood, launching backward out of the miasma and collapsing to the ground, clutching her wounded side. Kakik, you fell for it, fairy lady. The ghost husband emerged lazily from the miasma, a vicious, triumphant grin on his face. Behind him trailed dozens of ghost puppet corpses he had refined and controlled. The one that struck Luo Ruiying's chest was merely one of them. And the decoy she had slain was also just another ghost puppet. His principle was simple: he would never expose himself to danger when ghost puppets and miasma could handle the work. Luo Ruiying planted her immortal sword into the ground, forcing herself to stand. Her complexion had darkened to an ink-green hue, yet her gaze remained resolute as she fixed it upon the ghost husband. Fairy lady, cease your dying struggles and submit quietly. This old man will ensure your death is not so unpleasant. Perhaps you could become my personal ghost puppet. The ghost husband stared at her lithe figure greedily, licking his lips. His desire was not for her feminine charm, but for her physical form itself. Any ordinary heavenly human realm cultivator who had fallen to his miasma and dared to recklessly channel spiritual energy would have long since rotted away from the inside out. Yet Luo Ruiying showed not even the slightest sign of corruption. Her immortal physique was simply in a league of its own, beyond what others could ever match. The venerable one from the upper realm had indicated that Luo Ruiying's fate, whether living or dead, was inconsequential. She might even gift him this fairy's body. Perfect material for forging his primeval ghost puppet, nothing more fitting. Luo Ruiying turned her head slightly toward the forest behind her, a trace of reluctance flickering in her beautiful eyes before her gaze hardened once more as she faced the ghost husband. The woman opened her golden glass-like eyes, raised her immortal sword high, and brought it down upon the ghost husband with what appeared to be a casual strike. Luo Shun! Luo Ruiying cried out, and behind her took shape a towering figure of a woman clad in golden immortal armor, luminous and imposing. The ghost husband felt an unprecedented pressure radiating from that divine statue. Her descending blade sent terror through his very bones. Dozens of zhang of sword light crashed down like a meteor, leaving him no time to flee. Forced to act, the ghost husband frantically commanded all his ghost puppets to form a defensive line before him while shrouding himself in a barrier of miasma. Almost instantly, the sword light devoured and shattered every ghost puppet, while the miasma barrier meant nothing. It was cleaved through without resistance. A piercing scream echoed from within the blade's path. The sword light stretched for tens of li, tearing apart everything in its wake, leaving behind only a devastating trail of sword intent and a deep canyon carved into the earth. Having unleashed that strike, Luo Ruiying could no longer sustain herself. She dropped to one knee, propping herself up with her sword. Forcing the use of the Luo Shin technique beyond her heavenly human realm cultivation had drained an enormous amount of spiritual energy, and the miasma poison had already begun corroding her from within. A piercing agony coursed through her body, yet a hauntingly beautiful smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips. The child, and he should be safe now. She just might not be able to reach them in time. But at that moment a voice filled with despair echoed through the clearing. As expected of the immortal realm's daughter, I nearly perished. The ghost husband dragged his bloodied, sword-riddled body from the canyon, climbing out with great difficulty. His gaze toward Luo Ruiying held nothing but cruel hatred and venomous malice. Had he not deployed the immortal-grade treasure, the immortal silkworm heavenly armor, in time within the miasma barrier, he would have truly perished under that single strike. Even his immortal silkworm heavenly armor had been shattered by that one blow. It proved that even against someone from the immortal realm whose cultivation had regressed to merely the heavenly human realm, one must never let their guard down for an instant. Luo Ruiying's expression shifted to shock upon realizing the ghost husband had survived. He hadn't died. What should she do? In her current state, she could barely move, let alone summon another strike. Yet the ghost husband didn't appear much better off either. Perhaps she still had a chance to finish him. Otherwise, once he caught his breath, both Ning Yechen and the child would be in grave danger. Just as she prepared to make one final desperate stand, something even more hopeless occurred. Two figures descended from the sky above. Su Sheng and Lu Jian looked down upon the ghost husband from above, their expressions dripping with mockery and derision. Ghost Elder, didn't I tell you to send a signal first upon discovery? Were you planning to claim all the credit for yourself? Looks like you didn't even get to enjoy it alone and got thoroughly beaten instead. Facing the sarcastic jabs from Su Sheng and Lu Jian, the ghost husband seethed with anger, yet felt utterly powerless. With his current injuries, there was absolutely no chance he could defeat Luo Ruiying on his own now. These two might even take advantage of his weakness and kill him themselves. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying felt her despair deepen. These two were allies of the ghost husband as well. What should she do? She could no longer stop two divine heaven realm cultivators at their peak. Luo Ruiying's heart turned to ash. At this moment, the miasma poison had nearly spread throughout her entire body. Enduring excruciating pain in her 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, she didn't even have the strength to raise her sword. She couldn't even delay any longer. This must be Luo Ruiying, the immortal realm maiden designated by that great figure from the upper realm. The fairy is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Where is her child? Su Sheng's gaze fell upon Luo Ruiying, a trace of admiration flashing across his eyes. Yet seeing only her alone, his brows furrowed slightly as he asked Guifu. The task given by that great figure from the upper realm was to bring back both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. He had specifically instructed that Luo Hongya must be brought back alive, indicating her importance was undoubtedly far greater than Luo Ruiying's. Feeling greatly irritated by Su Sheng's interrogative tone, Guifu raised his hand and pointed toward the woods behind Luo Ruiying, saying impatiently, "A mortal man took that girl and fled into the forest. You not only nearly died at the hands of a heavenly human realm woman, but also let the child escape right before your eyes." The legendary corpse puppet ghost Venerable seems to have been somewhat overestimated. Lu Jian shot Guifu a cold glance, his mockery unmistakable. He was deeply dissatisfied that Guifu had allowed the child to escape. You? Guifu was seething with anger, but could only let out a snort and swallow his frustration. Severely injured as he was, he dared not provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian under any circumstances. First deal with this woman, then quickly go after that child. The spiritual sword at Lu Jian's waist was drawn and accompanied by a sword light several zhang long, it slashed toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying could only watch helplessly as the sword light approached, unable to raise her immortal sword, staring directly at death. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared silently before her. The person wore black robes and had their back to her, making their face completely indistinguishable. Simply by extending a finger and gently touching the sword light, the latter instantly dissolved into nothingness. This sight left everyone present utterly astonished. A single strike from the peak of the divine heaven realm had been effortlessly neutralized. Lu Jian's brows furrowed deeply. Hailed as the #1 sword immortal in the world with profound mastery of the sword path unmatched by anyone, he had been met by a single finger. His pride would never allow him to suffer such humiliation in public. Heavenly Sword Gale Annihilation. Lu Jian channeled his spiritual power throughout his entire body, his sharp aura surging like an invisible sword blade straight toward the heavens. His spiritual sword released a sword chi dozens of zhang long wreathed in fierce wind. Ning Yechen merely raised his finger, the nail of his fingertip gently touching the sword chi, which then dissipated like a breeze. The crowd was once again deeply shocked. Guifu and Su Sheng knew all too well how terrifying Lu Jian's power was, yet they found themselves completely unable to scratch this person before them. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his calm and proud expression, his face filled with astonishment. His full power strike, one capable of splitting mountains and parting seas, had been so easily neutralized. Who are you? Lu Jian questioned in disbelief. Ning Yechen ignored him and turned his gaze toward Luo Ruiying. He wore a dark demon mask with fangs on his face, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Seeing her dark green complexion, the face that twitched slightly as she endured the excruciating pain from the miasma poison, his heart ached. Thank you, Senior. Luo Ruiying did not hesitate and immediately took the pill. The rich spiritual energy and medicinal power nourished her entire body, quickly eliminating all the miasma poison within her, and she no longer felt the excruciating pain of erosion and burning. The medicinal effect was incredibly powerful. Seeing that Luo Ruiying's complexion had recovered considerably and her body was no longer in danger, Ning Yechen sighed with relief, his gaze shifting toward Guifu and the others, killing intent radiating from his entire being. The terrifying killing intent made Guifu and the others tremble in fear, their bodies completely unable to move. This was a sense of terror they had almost never experienced before. Could there really be someone in this world whose killing intent could make one feel such terror? Who exactly was he? An unspoken question arose in the minds of Guifu and the others. They had never heard of such a person in this world. Ning Yechen reached out toward Guifu, his palm twisting gently. The next instant, Guifu's body and limbs began to involuntarily twist and contort, bones cracking loudly, while the intense tearing pain forced from Guifu a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Ah! Senior P, please spare my life. Squelch. Ning Yechen showed no mercy, and in an instant twisted Guifu into a mangled wreck, his death gruesome beyond description. Even his divine soul was twisted and dissipated along with his body. This sight terrified both Lu Jian and Su Sheng, their eyes wide with shock. Had Guifu, who was renowned alongside them, really died like this? Ning Yechen's gaze then shifted to Lu Jian and Su Sheng, and both suddenly felt a chilling, deathly coldness sweep through their bodies. Senior, wait. Why are you attacking us? Have I offended you in any way? Su Sheng hurriedly raised his hand and shouted. He had a strong conviction that even if he and Lu Jian joined forces, they would stand no chance against this person before them. The reason I kill you is simple. You've touched my scales. Ning Yechen replied coldly. Scales. Lu Jian and Su Sheng looked utterly confused. What had they done? How had they touched his scales? This time Ning Yechen was too lazy to answer them. His palms came together, forming a blade-like strike as he swung it toward Lu Jian. Lu Jian was filled with shock and horror, hastily raising his sword to block in front of him, but the invisible sword chi severed his spiritual sword and passed straight through his body. How? How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his sword-raising posture, his expression one of disbelief, when suddenly a thin line appeared on his neck, blood spraying out as his body fell straight from the sky. A generation sword immortal had fallen right there. Lu Jian's divine soul couldn't even escape his body being split in two along with his physical form. At this point, Su Sheng's terror had reached its peak. When his gaze met Ning Yechen, cold sweat poured down his entire body, and he quickly threw out an immortal talisman. The immortal talisman's light burst forth, and Su Sheng's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared in the sky, he was already 1,000 li away. Yet he still didn't dare to stop for even a moment, continuing to transform into a divine rainbow and speed into the distance. His instincts told him he had to flee immediately, otherwise death was certain. He should never have been swayed by that person from the upper realm dreaming of ascending to the immortal realm. Now not only was his beautiful dream shattered, but his life of hundreds of years of arduous cultivation was also at stake. He regretted deeply in his heart, with only one thought remaining in his mind: flee from here as quickly as possible. He even used his most life-preserving 1,000 li divine escape, immortal talisman. Ning Yechen watched Su Sheng flee, but did not rush to pursue. Instead, he turned and walked to Luo Ruiying's side, placing his hand on her forehead. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he feel relieved. This intimate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, who hastily stepped back to create distance, cupping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for coming to my rescue. Seeing the man in black robes kill Guifu and Lu Jian with overwhelming power, Luo Ring knew this person was definitely not a cultivator of the human realm. From those words about touching his scales, she had already guessed his identity. This person must be the senior who established the immortal medicine garden in this mountain forest. The reverse scale he spoke of is precisely the immortal medicine garden he built. Ghost Master's miasma poison and Lu Jian's sword chi had both nearly destroyed the immortal medicine garden, which is why the senior suddenly appeared and slaughtered them in a fit of rage. Luo Ruiying speculated in her heart. Ning Yechen had no idea what Luo Ruiying was thinking. Seeing her step back, he assumed he had frightened her earlier and spoke in a soft, gentle tone. The miasma poison in your body has been eliminated. Your injuries only need a few days of recuperation. Thank you, senior. Luo Ruiying bowed slightly in gratitude. This senior struck without mercy, yet turns out to be quite gentle and kind. Taking advantage of the senior still being present, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before speaking candidly. Senior, there is something I need to confess to you honestly. What is it? Ning Yechen asked curiously. Luo Ruiying said with a guilty expression, Senior, my husband and I accidentally discovered your immortal medicine garden, and we picked quite a number of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. That 7-colored glaze flower was also picked by me. If possible, I am willing to exchange some immortal treasures with you as compensation. If Senior wishes to punish or blame me, this junior will accept it fully, but please do not blame my husband. He is merely a mortal who offended unintentionally. Having spoken, Luo Ruiying's heart was extremely anxious and uneasy, her gaze secretly observing the actions of the black-robed senior. She was very worried that after learning her immortal medicine garden had been arbitrarily picked, and that the 7-colored glaze flower had been taken by her, whether he would kill them all in a fit of anger. After all, the immortal medicine garden was this senior's reverse scale. To be honest, even if she took out the few remaining immortal treasures on her person, it would be entirely insufficient to compensate for the value of that one 7-colored glaze flower. Amidst Luo Ruiying's nervous and uneasy waiting, Ning Yechen let out a light laugh and casually waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. As long as you like it, those immortal herbs and spiritual medicines are all at your disposal. Your so-called immortal treasures are also useless to your senior, so keep them. Luo Ruiying seemed to have mistaken him for some senior who planted the immortal medicine garden. But this was fine too, it saved him from having to fabricate other excuses. And she was still caring for him and siding with him to the present moment, wanting to bear the punishment alone, which moved him greatly. Hearing that she could pick as she pleased without any exchange, Luo Ruiying was astonished into dumbfoundedness. Those were many precious immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. Just allowed her to pick them at will. Even that she took the 7-colored glaze flower, he showed no concern whatsoever, not a hint of anger or blame. Not even a trace of surprise, as if he already knew she had taken the 7-colored glaze flower. This senior is surprisingly kind. May I ask the senior's esteemed name? If there is an opportunity in the future, this junior will definitely visit to express gratitude. Luo Ruiying bowed deeply once more in solemn gratitude. However, when she raised her head, there was not even a trace of a person in sight. That senior had vanished silently, just as mysteriously as he had arrived. Perhaps it was some reclusive master who did not wish for his name to be known. Luo Ruiying did not mind too much, and after calming down, she couldn't help but feel fortunate to have survived. Although she had long been prepared to sacrifice herself when Lu Jian's sword chi had nearly killed her, she still felt unwilling and reluctant in her heart. In her mind, the figures of that man and child involuntarily surfaced. She indeed still did not want to leave them like this. All right. I need to find them quickly. Otherwise, if we encounter other demon beasts in the forest, it will be dangerous. Luo Ruiying thought of the fleeing Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, and her heart grew anxious again. She hurriedly raced towards the forest. Meanwhile, after leaving Luo Ruiying, Ning Yechen flashed and appeared outside a cave, transmitting his voice coldly to the inside. All of you get out here now. In the next instant, a commotion erupted from within the cave. 3 figures flashed out rapidly, one sliding on his knees to arrive before Ning Yechen. Great person. You called for us. Cold sweat trickled down the Tian Shin's spirit python's forehead as he asked tremulously. How much time had passed? He had been named twice by Ning Yechen in succession. It simply scared them to death. They were having a good time playing cards when they heard this sound, and their souls were nearly scared away. Gazing at Ning Yechen's cold and frosty expression, everyone was silenced like autumn cicadas. No one knew which disregarding fool had offended this great person again. Ning Yechen gazed at everyone and spoke faintly. What were you doing just now? Reporting to the great person, we were playing cards. The Hun-Dun demon ox answered weakly. It's just playing cards. Could it be worth coming to demand accountability? Playing cards. Someone entered the demon domain forest and disturbed my peace, yet you are here playing cards. Do you truly not know why I kept you around? Ning Yechen frowned slightly and spoke harshly. These words made everyone present shiver involuntarily. They hurriedly kowtowed desperately to explain, "Great person, you misunderstand. We thought those people were also your people, great person." The Hun Dun Demon Ox and others were on the verge of tears, feeling truly wronged in their hearts. Xianlin Giant Dragon died because he casually struck someone he shouldn't have. These three had learned their lesson and stayed obediently hidden in the cave, yet they would still be held accountable for letting people pass. Seeing everyone's pitiful and teary appearance, Ning Yechen had no intention of holding them further accountable. Instead, he pointed in the direction Su Sheng fled and said coldly with a focused gaze, "One person fled in this direction. Do you know what you should do?" "Understood. We will go kill him right away. The sin of disturbing the great person. Let him die 10,000 times." The Hun Dun Demon Ox immediately patted his chest and vowed sternly. The others also nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen gave everyone a cold glance and said faintly, "I want him alive. If he dies, you needn't bother returning alive either." "Understand." "Understood." Everyone obediently nodded. "Then why are you still kneeling here? If you let him escape, you needn't return either. Just wait for me to come find you." Ning Yechen gazed at the three who were still obediently sitting in place and couldn't help but furrow his brows and speak coldly. If he weren't in such a hurry to return to his wife and daughter's side, he wouldn't have entrusted the task of capturing someone to these three. The Hun Dun Demon Ox trio snapped out of it and hurriedly rose from the ground. Due to overwhelming fear, their legs and feet were uncooperative. As they rose, their limbs trembled, and they nearly stumbled, which made Ning Yechen furrow his brows repeatedly. Can I really trust these three demons? Perhaps I should just release his apostles instead. Under Ning Yechen's questioning gaze, the Hun Dun Demon Ox trio rapidly transformed into streaks of divine rainbow and sped off into the distance. This concerned their very lives, so all three gave it their all in pursuit. After watching them disappear into the distance, Ning Yechen turned his head to look at the other side of the forest. He should also hurry back to his precious daughter and wife. Otherwise, if discovered, it would be disastrous. After the danger was eliminated, Luo Ruing hurriedly rushed into the woods, searching for Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya. She anxiously weaved through the trees, calling out loudly. Soon the trees ahead rustled. Ning Yechen emerged from the woods, holding Luo Hongya in his arms. Seeing that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were safe, Luo Ruing let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally calming down. "Wife!" Luo Hongya burst into tears again upon seeing her mother reaching out her small arms to embrace her. When Ning Yechen walked up to Luo Ruing, she reached out and took Luo Hongya, holding her tightly in her arms. She gently stroked her back and soothed, "Mommy is here, good, you don't cry." Overjoyed to see both her child and him again, Luo Ruing's eyes moistened, and she almost wept with joy. Ning Yechen stood aside watching the scene with a smile. He also opened his arms to Luo Ruing, as if waiting for her to embrace him. Luo Ruing looked up, glaring at Ning Yechen with a hint of reproach. "I told you to take the child away, but why did you bring her back? What if something had happened?" He had expected a touching reunion where she would eagerly embrace him, but instead he received a scolding. Even though she clearly looked happy, Ning Yechen awkwardly stood with his arms still open, unable to explain that he already knew everything was over, so he obediently admitted his fault. "It is my fault. But how could you ask me and our child to abandon you?" "Yes, Yi will not leave mommy," Luo Hongya said firmly in her childish voice. Luo Ruing's heart trembled, deeply moved, but she still glared at Ning Yechen with displeasure. She knew that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were worried about her, which was why they had come back to find her. Was she not also reluctant to leave them? But she could never put them in danger. If there was a next time, she would still make them leave and buy time for them herself. This time, luckily, a senior expert intervened, otherwise the consequences of Ning Yechen returning with the child would have been unimaginable. The time she had sacrificed herself to buy for them would have been nearly wasted. That was why she felt a bit angry. "Don't do this next time. It's too dangerous. I'll forgive you this time." Yes, I understand, my dear. So aren't you going to give your husband a reunion hug?" Ning Yechen nodded perfunctorily with a smile, continuing to keep his arms open to Luo Ruing. Dissatisfied with Ning Yechen's perfunctory tone, Luo Ruing pouted slightly. After a brief hesitation, she stepped forward and pressed herself, holding Luo Hongya against his chest. Seeing his eager look, and after all it was a reunion after a difficult time, she would indulge him. Ning Yechen's arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to him. Luo Ruing's cheek pressed against Ning Yechen's chest, a blush spreading across her face, but she made no move to resist, silently acquiescing. It was the first time she had been held like this, and his embrace unexpectedly felt warm and reassuring. Without realizing it, Luo Ruing quietly closed her eyes. Exhausted from overdrawing her spiritual energy, she fell asleep, still holding Luo Hongya tightly in her arms. Luo Hongya too had unknowingly nestled into her mother's embrace, and fallen asleep peacefully. Looking at the sleeping mother and daughter, Ning Yechen smiled dotingly. With a hint of heartache, he reached out and gently stroked Luo Ruying's cheek. Not strong enough, yet she insisted on being stubborn. Forcibly overdrawing spiritual energy to use a celestial technique beyond her cultivation level could damage her foundation. If she was not careful, even the remnants of her cultivation would be lost. Thankfully, he was there. Ning Yechen infused spiritual energy to protect Luo Ruying's meridians, then, with a flicker of movement, carried her back inside the house. He gently placed the mother and daughter on the bed and covered them with a blanket. He sat by the bedside watching over them. Just then a voice transmission arrived. "Master, we have captured the person you wanted." Upon receiving the news, Ning Yechen's expression turned cold. After glancing at the sleeping mother and daughter, he flickered and disappeared from the room again, somewhere in a cave in the demon forest. In the dim cave, muffled sounds of pain came from deep within. Su Sheng was tightly bound to a stone pillar, a wooden stick stuffed in his mouth, enduring a storm of blows. Gone was his usual scholarly elegance. He was now bruised and battered, clothes torn, covered in welts, utterly wretched. "Speak. Who sent you? Damn it. Talk or not." The chaotic demon ox stood before Su Sheng, pounding him with fists as big as sandbags, demanding answers. "Damn it. He's tough. I've punched him dozens of times, and he still won't talk. Move aside, let me." The Titan giant ape rolled up his sleeves, took over from the chaotic demon ox, and slammed his giant ape fists heavily on his Su Sheng. With each punch, the stone pillar behind Su Sheng tottered, and the entire cave shook. "Still stubborn, huh? Still not talking? Then you won't talk." After a few more punches, Su Sheng was spitting blood, tears in his eyes, desperately making sounds. As one of the strongest cultivators in the mortal world, he now wept bitter tears of grievance. After escaping using a 1,000-mile divine escape talisman, he thought he was safe, but he never expected these three demon kings to chase him madly. He was eventually caught up to and had no choice but to fight, only to be defeated and captured. Then they gagged him and brought him to this cave. Without a word, they subjected him to brutal torture. He wanted to beg for mercy, tell them everything he knew, and plead for release, but his mouth was gagged. He couldn't speak at all. Yet these two demon kings just kept pounding him, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he couldn't talk. He was truly unable to voice his plight. The devouring sky python standing nearby watched silently, looking at the chaotic demon ox and Titan giant ape as if they were idiots. Were these two fools really unaware that his mouth was gagged, or were they doing it on purpose? Although the devouring sky python noticed, it had no intention of reminding them. Why? It was to vent their anger. Because the arrival of these damned fellows had nearly caused them to be blamed by that master again, almost costing them their lives. A good beating like this was barely enough to relieve their anger. My turn, my turn. After the Titan giant ape struck Su Sheng several times, the Chaos Demon Bull eagerly rubbed its fists, ready to take its turn. The interrogation had somehow devolved into a competition between the two to see who could make Su Sheng speak first. If they continued beating him, Su Sheng might actually die. The devouring heavenly python quickly intervened. "Enough. If you keep this up, he will die. If you beat him to death, that lord will not spare us. I have already sent a telepathic message to inform him. He should arrive shortly. We will decide his fate once he gets here." Upon hearing this, both the Chaos Demon Bull and the Titan giant ape shuddered in fear and reluctantly stood down. They suddenly grew concerned about Su Sheng's injuries, genuinely afraid that he might accidentally die and ruin everything. The Chaos Demon Bull grabbed Su Sheng's collar, glaring at him with bulging ox-like eyes and threatening fiercely, "Let me tell you, you dare not die now, or I will kill you myself. Did you hear me?" Saying this, the Chaos Demon Bull slapped Su Sheng twice across the face, jolting the half-dead man back to consciousness. Su Sheng's face was swollen beyond recognition, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded. He began to wonder who this mysterious figure was that the three demon kings spoke of so respectfully. These three demon kings all stood at the peak of the heavenly god realm, just like him. Each was no weaker than he, making them among the most formidable beings in the world. He had long heard rumors of terrifying demon kings dwelling in the demon domain forest, but he never imagined they would obediently follow someone else's orders. Who exactly could command such powerful demon kings? And why would they attack him without any reason? The first person that came to Su Sheng's mind was that mysterious old man in black robes who had instantly killed both Gui Fu and Lu Jian with a single strike. Fear shuddered through his heart. If it were that mysterious figure, then everything finally made sense. Only he could make these three demon kings submit so obediently. Just then Ning Yechen walked slowly into the cave with his hands clasped behind his back. This time he made no effort to conceal his identity, appearing before them openly in his true form. Upon seeing Ning Yechen arrive, the Chaos Demon Bull and the others immediately knelt obediently in submission. "We greet you, my lord." Su Sheng stared fixedly at Ning Yechen, his expression a mixture of curiosity and terror. The young man before him appeared to be in his early 20s, exquisitely handsome, yet Su Sheng could sense not the slightest trace of cultivation power from him. Yet he exuded an aura of cold, haughty arrogance that seemed to gaze down upon the entire world. Had he not been bound to the pillar, he almost found himself wanting to kneel as well. Ning Yechen gazed at the near-dead Su Sheng and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Turning to the Chaos Demon Bull and the others, he asked, "Why does he look as though he is about to die? You used torture on him?" "And no, my lord, when we captured this fellow, he resisted to the death. We happened to apply a bit more force than intended. Absolutely not a single punch." The Chaos Demon Bull stammered earnestly, not even breaking a sweat. The devouring heavenly python and the titan giant ape both glanced at him in astonishment. This guy is lying as if it were the truth. Gazing at Su Sheng, who was barely clinging to life, Ning Yechen decided not to pursue the matter further. Striding forward, he stopped before Su Sheng, his icy gaze locking onto him as he removed the wooden stick from his mouth and asked, "Speak. Who are you and who sent you?" "Senior, this humble one is named Su Sheng, the current master of the Heavenly Confucian Palace. I accidentally stumbled upon this place and unintentionally offended you, my lord. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. I will certainly make amends with substantial gifts. I asked you who sent you here. Do you not understand?" Ning Yechen's gaze turned icy cold. His palm grasped Su Sheng's arm and squeezed gently. His entire arm shattered in an instant. "Ah!" Having lost an arm, Su Sheng let out an ear-splitting wail of agony as blood gushed forth. The three demon kings kneeling nearby all trembled and bowed their heads even lower. Compared to what the senior had done, their own punishment had been remarkably mild. "I will ask again. Who sent you?" Ning Yechen asked coldly once more. It was a certain lord from the upper realm. He concealed his identity. I have never seen his face. He said he would help us ascend to the immortal realm if we brought him the mother and daughter named Luo Ruing and Luo Hongya. That is all I know. Please, senior, have mercy on me this time." Su Sheng roared through excruciating pain, his face ashen. He understood that the person before him was no one to trifling with. This time he dared not hesitate even slightly. "How do you contact that person?" Ning Yechen asked coldly. "We cannot contact him. He always comes to us," Su Sheng replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned displeased. He had been hoping to capture that person directly, so it was not going to be that easy after all. "Tell me about yourselves." Ning Yechen then asked about the identities of Su Sheng and the other three he had killed. Only then did Su Sheng learn that Wu Kuang had already perished at Ning Yechen's hands long ago. Not daring to conceal anything, he recounted everything without reservation. He, Su Sheng, master of the Heavenly Confucian Palace. Lu Jian sect, master of the Qingfeng Sword sect. Wu Kuang Hall, master of the Wushan Hall. Gui Fu Cave, master of the Puppet Ghost Cave. The four sects they belonged to were all among the top-tier sects in the mortal world, standing together as the four great sects of the realm. 3 days ago, all four had coincidentally been visited by a mysterious figure. The visitor demanded they join forces to capture Luo Ruing and Luo Hongya, promising that success would grant them assistance in ascending to the immortal realm. Furthermore, he claimed he could recommend them to join first-rate sects within the immortal realm. Faced with such temptation and hearing they only needed to capture a woman at the heaven-human realm, they readily accepted. They then followed Gui Fu's tracking to the Demon Domain Forest, and the rest of the events followed. "Senior, I have told you everything I know. Please spare me. Our Heavenly Confucian Palace will gladly serve you." Su Sheng pleaded fearfully. Ning Yechen gave a faint smile. Shadows spread from beneath his feet towards Su Sheng, and a swarm of dark golden insects emerged from the shadows, climbing onto his body. What is this? Stop it. Senior, please stop. Oh. Su Sheng felt his body being constantly torn apart as countless insects burrowed into him, feeding bit by bit on his flesh. The soul-piercing agony and terror made him wail and beg for mercy continuously. Before long, Su Sheng's entire body was completely engulfed by the insects. His wails quickly ceased, and his body stopped struggling. When the insects retreated from the stone pillar, nothing remained upon it. Those who had laid hands on his wife and child. Ning Yechen had never intended to spare any of them from the very beginning, not to mention their respective sects. After consuming Su Sheng, the insects surged like a tide toward the chaotic demon ox and the other two who were kneeling and trembling nearby. "Gee, Great One, why your little creatures are crawling over." The three of them, chaotic demon ox, devouring heaven python, and titan ape, huddled together in terror, shouting. Even these insects alone might be more than they could handle. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and the insects that were about to touch the chaotic demon ox and his companions immediately turned around and returned to Ning Yechen's feet, burrowing back into his shadow. These insects were the soul-eating bugs from the demon realm capable of devouring anything, but their favorite was anything infused with spiritual energy. Anything that contained spiritual energy, they would consume completely. And the most terrifying part was that when these soul-eating bugs first hatched, they were only at the spirit connection realm, but they could continuously improve their cultivation by devouring. This batch of Ning Yechen's soul-eating bugs had even consumed the immortal remains of many immortal emperors, and now each of them had a cultivation level surpassing that of the chaotic demon ox and his group. If he hadn't recalled them in just a moment, the three of them would have been devoured as well. Seeing the bugs all recalled the chaotic demon ox, and the others breathed a sigh of relief as if a great weight had been lifted. They had almost thought the Great One was going to take the opportunity to get rid of them as well. Ning Yechen deliberately let the soul-eating bugs approach the group, actually just to scare them a bit, so they would be more obedient. I have a task for you. Ning Yechen walked up to the chaotic demon ox and the others, looking down at them and speaking calmly. Great One, please command us whatever you need. We are willing to serve you. Devouring Heaven Python was the first to speak solemnly. The chaotic demon ox and Titan ape also nodded and kowtowed in agreement. Ning Yechen was very satisfied with their obedient behavior. He raised his palm toward them, and black spiritual energy emanated from his hand, enveloping their bodies and lifting them into the air. Great One. Devouring Heaven Python asked in confusion. The next moment, a vast and boundless surge of spiritual energy suddenly forced its way into their entire bodies, giving them no time to prepare. Terrifying spiritual energy continuously poured into their meridians, filling their spiritual seas. The cultivation bottleneck that had remained for over 100 years was being gradually broken through. Great One. Great One, it's full. Can't take any more. I can't bear it anymore. Spiritual energy crazily flooded into their meridians, causing them to swell and expand, giving the feeling that they were about to burst. Devouring Heaven Python and the others were both pained and filled with the pleasure of the spiritual energy infusion. Truly a bittersweet experience. If you want to break through, just bear with it obediently. Ning Yechen frowned at the delicate cries of Devouring Heaven Python. Why does it sound so strange? Hearing this, the group gritted their teeth and endured forcefully. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The Great One was using spiritual energy to forcibly help them break through the divine god realm and enter the immortal realm. Accompanied by 3 roars of release, the spiritual energy of Devouring Heaven Python and the others surged skyward. A tremendous aura burst forth from within, and their bodies radiated a sparkling spiritual light like stardust. This meant they had successfully broken through to the immortal realm. If Ning Yechen hadn't used a barrier to protect the cave and isolate it from all worldly rules, the 3 of them breaking through to the immortal realm would have inevitably triggered a massive immortal lightning tribulation. It wasn't that he feared the immortal lightning tribulation, but the commotion would attract the attention of Luo Ruying and others in the world. Most importantly, his wife and child were sleeping. What if the thunder woke them up? Having successfully broken through to the immortal realm, the group immersed themselves in the baptism of spiritual energy, their faces involuntarily showing expressions of comfort and contentment. When they landed again, the chaotic demon ox opened his eyes, a flash of spiritual light in them, and felt his body filled with immense power. At this moment, he felt there was no opponent in the world, until Ning Yechen's voice sounded again from beside them. Feeling invincible, aren't you? Yeah. The chaotic demon ox replied subconsciously, but then came to his senses, his face turning pale with terror. He quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. No. How could I compare to you, Great One? If they had to break through on their own, who knew how long it would take? Yet this Great One had used his spiritual energy forcefully and helped them break through in just a moment. The Great One's power far exceeded their imagination. The group felt both fear and reverence for Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and 3 immortal weapons appeared before the chaotic demon ox and the other 2. A crimson battle axe, a pair of gem-like dazzling gauntlets, and a serpentine sword curved like a snake. Great One. This. The 3 of them stared at the immortal weapons, their eyes almost popping out as if the word want was written all over their faces. These were rare immortal weapons in the world. Judging by the dazzling immortal light emanating from the weapons, they were certainly of no low grade. They had roamed the demon beast forest for centuries and had never even seen an immortal weapon before. Ning Yechen looked at them and said calmly, "The task I want to give you is that during my absence you are to be responsible for the safety of my wife and child. Your cultivation strength is too weak, so I help you break through to the immortal realm, and I also gift these 3 immortal weapons to you. Ning Yechen helped the group break through and gave them immortal weapons to enhance their strength, essentially taking them on as his underlings and enforcers. They could be deployed when necessary. If their strength was too low, they would be of little use. However, even after helping them break through to the immortal realm, their strength was still far inferior to that of his former subordinates. The chaotic demon Ox and the others looked incredulous. The Great One had simply gifted them immortal weapons so easily. After the shock, the group was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed, swearing loyalty. Thank you for the gift, Great One. We are willing to do anything for you, even die protecting the lady and the little princess. The chaotic demon Ox straightened his back, clenched his fist, and beat his chest, saying solemnly, "From now on, your wife and child are my wife and child." Ning Yechen felt something was off about that statement and narrowed his eyes at the chaotic demon Ox. The chaotic demon Ox also realized he might have misspoken and hastily explained, No. I mean, I will regard your wife and child as my own wife and child." That doesn't seem right either. Ning Yechen silently walked up to the chaotic demon Ox, a smile on his face. Then with a bam, he punched him on the head, burying half of his body into the ground. Although he knew the stupid Ox probably didn't mean it that way, he couldn't help but go over and give him a punch. Devouring Heaven Python and Titan Ape glanced sympathetically at the chaotic demon Ox, who was stuck upside down in the ground unconscious. Indeed, even after stepping into the immortal realm, they were still so pitifully weak before the Great One. In the western region, the Rinkue Ghost Cave. Upon a cliff face, a magnificent hall constructed entirely from bones and limbs stood looming atop the precipice, its appearance resembling a gruesome skeletal apparition. Surrounding the cliff were countless cavern hollows, each serving as the dwelling of a Rinkue Ghost Cave cultivator. The dense clusters of caves blanketed the entire cliff face, with numerous cultivators leaping back and forth between them. Beneath the silent night sky, the bright moon hung high amid thick gathering clouds. Ning Yechen's figure materialized silently above the Rinkue Ghost Cave, gazing down upon this premier sect perched upon the cliffside. He murmured softly, "Let us begin here." His actions were always guided by unwavering principle. Once someone had struck against his own, he would never show mercy. Having attacked his wife and laid hands on his child, the 4 great sects of the mortal realm could simply vanish from existence. Though he could have left it to Hunmaniu and the other 2 women to level these 4 major sects, the efficiency would have been painfully slow. Therefore, Ning Yechen chose to handle it himself, dispatching them swiftly and decisively. He still needed to rush to his next filming location. Raising his arm high, a small flame instantly erupted in his palm. The tiny flame swelled and expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a massive sphere of fire roughly dozens of zhang in diameter materialized in his grasp. The fireball radiated heat akin to the scorching sun, warping the surrounding void as flames danced across its surface like a swarm of serpentine dragons. Its blinding brilliance illuminated the entire night sky. The temperature surrounding the entire Rinkue Ghost Cave surged abruptly, and the cultivators within sensed the anomaly, emerging from their caves to gaze in astonishment upward at the night sky. What is happening? Is daybreak come already? I only just closed my eyes a moment ago. Why is the sun so close today? No. Look over there, that's a person. Someone is wielding immortal arts. Upon spotting Ning Yechen's figure, the cultivators of Rinkue Ghost Cave turned pale with terror. Someone could actually wield immortal techniques of such terrifying power. If that fireball in his hand were to descend, the entire Rinkue Ghost Cave would be utterly annihilated. Several figures immediately shot forth from the Ghost Cave's main hall, hurrying to stand before Ning Yechen. "May I ask who you are, revered one? Why do you visit our Rinkue Ghost Cave in the dead of night?" "Revered one, let us speak calmly. Could you please retract your immortal technique first?" Several elders of Rinkue Ghost Cave floated forward together, addressing Ning Yechen with respectful deference. Only upon drawing near did they fully grasp the terrifying nature of the fireball in Ning Yechen's hands. The scorching pressure nearly suffocated them, drenching their bodies in sweat, while their very skin began to scorch and dissolve. Most horrifying of all was that the fireball continued to expand. "Revered one, might we inquire if our Rinkue Ghost Cave has offended you in some way? We implore your magnanimity, and once our sect ancestor returns, he shall personally come to apologize to you." Elder Ghost Jew of Rinkue Ghost Cave said with bowed hands and respectful demeanor. His true intention was clear. He would stall at any cost until the sect ancestor returned. Otherwise, a single fireball could annihilate their entire sect. Ning Yechen gave them a cold, disdainful glance, granting them the courtesy of understanding before passing, and spoke in a bland tone. "Your sect ancestor will not be returning. And as for your Rinkue Ghost Cave, from this day forward you shall cease to exist in this world." What? Upon hearing this, Ghost Ju and the others were shocked into pallor. Their sect ancestor Guifu had already been slain, and the person before them truly intended to utterly annihilate their entire sect. Attack! Stop him! Ghost Ju roared in fury. Several elders simultaneously unleashed their natal magic treasures, striking toward Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen paid them no mind, raising the fireball high with one hand while the other rested behind his back, his posture unmoving and unshaken as several fire dragons erupted from the sphere and swept toward the attackers. Oh! In an instant, everyone along with their natal magic treasures was devoured by the fire dragons utterly, without the means to resist. With successive wails of agony, several elders of the premier sect were reduced to flying ash. Below, the disciples of Rinkue Ghost Cave stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process what had just unfolded before their eyes. They belonged to one of the most prestigious sects in the world, where every elder possessed the cultivation of a heavenly god realm. Yet they had been annihilated without any resistance whatsoever. Those who regained their composure first immediately scattered in panic. Ning Yechen casually tossed the fireball downward, and the colossal sphere instantly engulfed the entire Rinkue Ghost Cave, leaving no escape. Before the fireball even made full impact, its scorching waves had already reduced countless people to ash. Boom! When the fireball finally crashed down, the entire Rinkue Ghost Cave melted away in an instant, along with everything within 100 zhang radius. All that remained on the ground was an impossibly deep abyssal pit. Scorching heat still rose from within the massive crater, its residual power alone enough to keep any living creature from approaching. Thus Rinkue Ghost Cave vanished from the mortal realm. At that same moment, the eastern continent's Tianxiaoru Palace was flattened by countless immortal thunderbolts. The central region's Qingfeng sword sect was annihilated in a single sword strike, leaving only 100 zhonglong ravine in its ruins. The southern continent's Wushan Hall suffered the same fate, crushed entirely beneath a towering mountain range. Within a single night, all 4 supreme sects of the mortal realm were destroyed. 3 spirit soul avatars returned from various locations, merging back into Ning Yechen's body. At that very moment, dozens of immortal thunderbolts struck him from the night sky, without warning. Each bolt of immortal thunder carried the heavenly authority capable of tearing apart the void itself. This was the punishment enforced by the mortal realm's rules, a balancing mechanism of the heavenly Tao. Within the mortal realm, one's cultivation could reach no higher than the peak of the immortal realm. Even those from the 6 realms entering this domain were forced to suppress their cultivation. Once someone exceeded the peak of the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao would descend with immortal thunder to annihilate them. Ning Yechen's techniques far surpassed this limit, and once the heavenly Tao perceived his power, retribution immediately followed. However, this rule only applied when the heavenly Tao's power exceeded that of the individual. If someone's cultivation and strength held no fear of the heavenly Tao's might, then these restrictions meant nothing to them, as was the case with Ning Yechen. Faced with dozens of immortal thunderbolts descending, Ning Yechen remained entirely unfazed. It had become something of a routine. Whenever he acted, the heavenly Tao would send a few strikes as a sort of massage. A pitch-black spiritual energy barrier spontaneously enveloped Ning Yechen, and though dozens of immortal thunderbolts struck against it, not even a single crack appeared. Only after the thunderbolts ceased did Ning Yechen leisurely withdraw his barrier. Perhaps because he had simultaneously conjured spirit soul avatars and unleashed 4 immortal techniques, he could sense that this round of heavenly punishment was far more powerful than any he had faced before. Still, it lacked something. Having finished dealing with the 4 major sects, Ning Yechen raised his gaze toward the heavens and transformed once more into a divine rainbow, soaring into the clouds. The time had come. He needed to return to the immortal realm and check on things. The immortal realm, Tiandao Emperor Palace. Since Ning Yechen casually struck a palm that destroyed nearly half of the Tiandao Emperor Palace, the disciples had spent these past few days either gathering intelligence across the immortal domain or busying themselves with reconstruction efforts. Rumors spread that demon Venerable Yechen would soon visit the Tiandao Emperor Palace, sending waves of panic throughout its halls. Ning Yechen slowly descended from the sky, striding confidently toward the main hall of the Tiandao Emperor Palace, as though returning to his own home with practiced ease. Having experienced his previous visit, the disciples of the Tiandao Emperor Palace surrounding the area recognized him at a glance. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and they scattered in terror, keeping a safe distance. The guards stationed outside the main hall, upon seeing him ascend the jade steps, bolted inside in sheer panic, shouting, "Ancestor, ancestor! The demon Venerable is here again." Swiftly Tiandao went in, and the assembled elders emerged from the entrance in a flurry of movement, standing at the doorway to welcome him. "We welcome Demon Venerable. Cut the pleasantries, state your results directly." Ning Yechen wasted no time on formalities, striding into the main hall. and settling into a seat, casually picking up fruits and delicacies from a nearby table. Since going into hiding alongside Luo Ruiying, he had not been able to indulge in celestial fruits or such luxuries. Taking advantage of his trip to the immortal realm while his wife was absent, he planned to make the most of it. Once back, such indulgence would no longer be possible. Tiandao Wentian and the others, eager to dispatch this terrifying figure as quickly as possible, hastily approached with bowed bodies to report on their recent investigations. Demon Venerable, regarding the woman named Luo Ruiying you seek, and her hidden faction, we and other powers across the immortal realm have conducted a thorough investigation. Luo Ruiying is the daughter of the Luo Divine Temple, a faction within the Northern Darkness Divine Realm. Yet no records of her exist anywhere in the immortal realm. Over a century ago, she departed the Luo Divine Temple, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Even the temple itself holds no information about her. After delivering his report, Tiandao Wentian cautiously observed Ning Yechen's expression, fearing displeasure at their findings. Yet they had scoured the entire immortal realm and could only gather this limited intelligence. Ning Yechen rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought, his fingers idly tapping the armrest. He was indeed unsatisfied with the investigation results, but made no move to punish Tiandao Wentian and the elders. He knew they had spared no effort, and if only this much could be found, then this was all that existed. At the very least, he now knew the faction behind her, which was somewhat useful intelligence. Very well, your hard work is appreciated. Ning Yechen rose, swept all the celestial fruits from the table into his possession, and walked toward the main hall entrance. Turning his back to Tiandao Wentian and the others, he raised a hand in farewell. Seeing him depart, Tiandao Wentian and the others felt as though a great demon had finally been sent away, their faces beaming with relief. They cheerfully replied, "It is our utmost pleasure to share burdens with Demon Venerable. Oh, such thoughtfulness is rare. Then I shall seek you out again next time I have matters to attend to." Hearing this, Ning Yechen smiled and turned to look at Tiandao Wentian. He knew full well these were mere polite formalities. The man inwardly prayed he would never return. The more so, the more reason he had to find opportunities to visit frequently. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Wentian's face twitched slightly, as though he had swallowed a fly. He wished he could strike himself twice. Why had he opened his mouth and said those unnecessary words? Being targeted by the Demon Venerable was a death sentence. Behind him, the elders also wore mournful expressions, yet dared not reprimand their own ancestor. "Ancestor, why did you have to say those extra words?" He actually took it seriously. The Northern Dark Immortal Domain Luo Divine Temple. The Luo Divine Temple was arranged in an intricate layout with halls and buildings standing in dense rows. At the center of the complex towered a 100-jong-tall stone statue of a goddess immortal. The female statue was clad in armor and held a sword, her chest raised high and her blade pointed forward, radiating heroic vigor and majestic momentum, a true embodiment of a heroine's spirit. Now the Luo Divine Temple was filled with dread and unease. Many had already fled its grounds. This was because rumors had recently swept through the immortal realm that the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Ning Yechen, had returned and was specifically hunting for a woman named Luo Ruiying. And that Luo Ruiying was one of their own. Everyone assumed Luo Ruiying had offended the Demon Venerable, who had come seeking vengeance, and they scattered in terror, unable to rest or eat. Little did they know, the very person they feared most had already arrived. After leaving the Tiandao Emperor Palace, Ning Yechen swiftly appeared above the Luo Divine Temple. Its scale was incomparable to the Tiandao Emperor Palace. Worst case, it could only be ranked as a third-rate immortal sect within the immortal realm. For a small sect like this to produce someone like an immortal emperor, such as Luo Ruiying, was truly rare. Unfortunately, they failed to cherish her. What should he do? Simply annihilate them. Ning Yechen gazed down upon the Luo Divine Temple, his expression showing a hint of difficulty. Destroying it outright would be easy, merely a single palm strike. The problem was that this was his wife's natal family. If he destroyed them outright, would he not be wiping out his wife's entire clan? That would not be appropriate. After much consideration, Ning Yechen decided to probe first before making a decision. In an instant, he vanished from the sky. Inside the Luo Divine Temple, within a study, a middle-aged man with a composed demeanor sat at his desk, holding a book and reading intently. At that moment, as the lamplight flickered gently, Luo Tianya's pupils contracted sharply, terror flashing across his face. For he sensed someone standing in the darkness behind him. And as an immortal venerable, he had not detected the slightest sign of their approach. If they had not chosen to reveal themselves, he would never have noticed. Coming to his senses, Luo Tianya gently closed his book and set it aside, speaking calmly, without turning around. "Honored guest, no. Your Demon Venerable's late-night visit is truly an honor for our Luo Divine Temple." Combining the other's overwhelming strength with the recent uproar surrounding the Demon Venerable, Luo Tianya immediately deduced the visitor's identity. Ning Yechen no longer concealed himself, stepping boldly from behind Luo Tianya and taking a seat across from him. Luo Tianya showed no intention of resisting nor summoning others, for he knew that against the demon Venerable, the entire Luo Divine Temple possessed zero capacity for resistance. Has Demon Venerable come to destroy our Luo Divine Temple? Luo Tianya asked directly, as though fully prepared for everything. That depends on your answer henceforth. Ning Yechen crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, and regarded Luo Tianya with cold eyes. These words implied that the situation still had room for turning, and Luo Tianya felt a glimmer of hope arise within him. He took the initiative to apologize. I wonder where my humble daughter has offended Demon Venerable. Our Luo Divine Temple is willing to make amends with all our strength. She has not offended me, rather you have offended me. Ning Yechen pointed at Luo Tianya and spoke coldly. Luo Tianya furrowed his brows, racking his brains, but unable to fathom where his Luo Divine Temple had wronged the Demon Venerable. They had never even met before. Could you enlighten me, your demonic reverence? Luo Tianya asked in bewilderment. He racked his brain, but could not recall any offense he had committed against the Demon Lord. I ask you directly, did you order the pursuit of Ru Ying? Ning Yechen asked in a frigid tone, his gaze narrowing slightly. Luo Tianya's brows furrowed tightly, his confusion deepening. Is your demonic reverence jesting? Ru Ying is my daughter. Why would I send someone to kill her? He was not behind this. Hearing this, Ning Yechen too felt puzzled. He carefully scrutinized Luo Tianya. His breathing was steady, his eyes revealed genuine confusion, and his countenance bore no signs of deception, as though he spoke the truth. Could it be that the Luotian Temple was not the one pursuing Luo Ru Ying? Just then Luo Tianya spoke up to explain, though I do not know why your demonic reverence seeks my daughter, she was taken away by some faction over 100 years ago. Since she was taken, I have never seen her again. She has never returned to the Luotian Temple either. What faction took her away? Ning Yechen questioned sternly. If not the Luotian Temple, then it must be the faction that had taken her. Luo Tianya shook his head. I do not know who they are. I only know their power is tremendous, far beyond what our Luotian Temple can contend with. Even the Bingxiao holy realm of the Biming immortal domain does not dare to provoke them lightly. They said my daughter possessed extraordinary talent and had great potential to become an empress. After granting our Luotian Temple many benefits, they took her away. The Bingxiao Holy Realm was one of the premier sect forces among the 9 immortal domains, renowned alongside the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. If even the Bingxiao Holy Realm dared not provoke them, then it could only be one of those ancient clans of the immortal realm that had secluded themselves for millennia. Those old bastards usually lurked somewhere in the immortal realm. Unless a catastrophe threatening the entire realm arose, those old monsters would never appear, let alone interfere, in any affairs. Yet they had issued a pursuit order against Luo Ru Ying. The immortal realm was vast, said to encompass all rivers of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, 100 times larger than the mortal realm. Finding those ancient clans was like searching for a needle in the sea. Even if they were found, it might not necessarily be the clan pursuing Luo Ru Ying. A thoroughly displeased and impatient expression crossed Ning Yechen's face. His wife's situation was far more complicated than he had imagined, but the fact that those old bastards had taken a fancy to his wife also demonstrated her extraordinary talent. Otherwise, she would never have caught the eye of those ancient secluded clans. Seeing Ning Yechen's displeased expression, Luo Tianya mustered his courage and asked worryingly, I wonder if your demonic reverence has seen my youngest daughter. How is she doing now? Through his conversation with Ning Yechen, he sensed that although the Demon Lord had indeed come to demand answers, it seemed more as though he was seeking justice on behalf of Luo Ru Ying. Moreover, it appeared the Demon Lord and his youngest daughter already knew each other. It sounded as though his daughter was still being hunted. As a father for the future of his family over 100 years ago, he had no choice but to reluctantly hand over his daughter. Yet this had also become his greatest regret. Now he had no idea whether his daughter was dead or alive. Hearing Luo Tianya's question, Ning Yechen snapped back to reality and hastily pulled in his legs, sitting upright. His countenance transformed from the former cold and arrogant demeanor to one filled with a kind and amiable smile. There was even a hint of sycophancy in his smile. When he had first arrived unaware of the circumstances, he had prepared to strike and destroy the entire Luotian Temple, so he had worn the imposing manner of his former life as the Demon Lord. Now that he knew it was a misunderstanding, he quickly retracted it. After all, the other party was his wife's father, his father-in-law. He had been sitting with his legs crossed, resting his chin on his hand. How utterly rude. He must leave a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt extremely fortunate that he had not rashly acted to destroy the entire Luotian Temple just now. If he had truly destroyed it, a catastrophe would have ensued. Ahem, father-in. No lord of the Luotian Temple. Your daughter is fine now, you need not worry. Ning Yechen cleared his throat lightly and said with a polite smile. This attitude was a complete 180 from before. Luo Tianya looked bewildered and confused, his heart filled with alarm. How could this demon lord's attitude change so suddenly? It had startled him. Your demonic reverence. A lord of the Luotian temple need not call me demon lord, it feels so distant. My given name is Ning Yechen. You may simply call me Yechen. The moment Luo Tianya opened his mouth, Ning Yechen raised his hand to interrupt, his face filled with a warm smile. This only made Luo Tianya feel even more uneasy. The demon lord actually wanted him to address him by his given name. Had such a thing ever occurred in the entire immortal realm? How many people dared to call the demon lord by his true name? Why Yechen? Luo Tianya carefully ventured to address him. Yes, do speak, lord of the Luotian temple, Ning Yechen said with a satisfied smile. See, this brought the relationship between son-in-law and father-in-law one step closer. However, he could not yet reveal his relationship with Luo Ruiying to him. He would need to wait until Luo Ruiying accepted his identity before finding a suitable time to announce it. Luo Tianya was quite frightened by Ning Yechen's suddenly ingratiating attitude, but at this moment, he was more worried about his daughter Luo Ruiying's condition. So he could only steel himself and ask, you must have seen my daughter, correct? I wonder how my daughter is doing now and where she is. She is truly doing well now, you need not worry. As for where she is, I will not tell you for now. Ning Yechen pondered and had no intention of revealing anything about Luo Ruiying to Luo Tianya. Not to cause him worry, even if Luo Ruiying's bones had been excavated and her heart stolen, he would not have mentioned it. On one hand, he feared that once Luo Tianya learned Luo Ruiying was with him, he would worry even more. Now was not yet the time to tell him. On the other hand, if he told him, it might instead bring about the crisis of the Luotian temple's annihilation. The mysterious, secluded clan behind taking Luo Ruiying could destroy the Luotian temple with the greatest of ease. Luo Ruiying also deeply understood this point, so even when she fled, she had no intention of returning to the Luotian temple at all. She did not even utter a word or grant them a meeting. She was simply afraid that if that mysterious clan discovered it, it would bring calamity and destruction upon the family. That was why she resolutely chose to flee to the mortal realm. Luo Tianya still could not let go and wanted to press further, but Ning Yechen did not give him this chance again. Rising, he vanished instantly before their eyes like clouds and mist. Since he had already learned that the pursuit was not ordered by the Luotian temple, there was no use continuing to remain here. Finding the mastermind behind it was somewhat difficult. From now on, he could only wait for the other party to come knocking again. Having excavated his wife's immortal bones and stolen her heart, this matter would not be settled so easily. After watching Ning Yechen depart, Luo Tianya did not feel relieved at all. On the contrary, his expression was extremely grave. How could Ruiying know the demon lord? The demon lord had even specifically come to the immortal realm to inquire about her. What exactly had happened to her, and why was she being hunted? Intuition told Luo Tianya that something must have happened to his daughter Luo Ruiying. No, he could not simply sit idle and await disaster. With a solemn expression, Luo Tianya called out loudly to those outside the chamber, someone come. Late at night, within the wooden cabin deep in the Yao Domain forest, Luo Ruiying slowly awakened from a period of unconsciousness after having depleted her spiritual energy. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Hongye curled up in her arms. Gazing at Luo Hongye's peaceful sleeping face, Luo Ruiying felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. A tender smile graced her features as she gently stroked the child's cheek. Just as she was about to search for Ning Yechen's figure, she suddenly became aware that a pair of arms was tightly wrapped around her waist. A sudden shock rippled through Luo Ruiying's heart, panic flickering across her face as she turned around, only to discover Ning Yechen was fast asleep, embracing her. It wasn't Luo Hongye sleeping between them, but herself. She lay on her side, his body pressed flush against hers. She could clearly feel the warmth radiating from his back against her own, and even sense his warm breath stirring near her ear as he slept. No, it's far too close. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed as she attempted to gently remove Ning Yechen's arms from around her waist, but to her frustration, he was holding on far too tightly for her to budge them. How could this man sleep so soundly while still gripping her this tightly? Luo Ruiying glanced back at him with a mixture of exasperation and affection, then tried shifting her body to slip free from his embrace. However, since Luo Hongye was resting in her arms, Luo Ruiying worried about disturbing her, so she limited the extent of her squirming movements. This meant she couldn't break free from Ning Yechen's hold at all. Instead, her body kept pressing and shifting against his, and a warmth began to spread through her. Just then Ning Yechen draped his leg over hers, drawing them even closer together. In the darkness, his hands suddenly pinched her waist, and Luo Ruiying's face flushed crimson with panic, nearly letting out a startled cry. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth, preventing any misunderstood sound from escaping. The child was still sleeping in her arms. She couldn't make any strange noises. This man is truly... What terrible sleeping habits. And his hands are so restless. Luo Ruiying felt both embarrassed and annoyed, yet she knew she couldn't forcibly break free from Ning Yechen's embrace. With no other option, Luo Ruiying blushed and tried calling out softly, Yechen. Yechen, you please wake up. She called a few times but received no response whatsoever. This person sleeps so soundly. Completely impossible to wake. After several attempts, Luo Ruiying resigned herself to the situation, letting Ning Yechen hold her as he slept. Being held was fine as long as he didn't do anything strange, so she rested her hands over his where they were wrapped around her waist and nestled into his embrace until she drifted off to sleep. Even in his slumber, the corners of Ning Yechen's mouth lifted slightly. In the early morning hours, sunlight filtered through the window cracks and illuminated the room. Wife, came a tender whisper near her ear, waking Luo Ruiying from her deep sleep. Luo Ruiying slowly opened her heavy-lidded eyes and found a handsome face hovering inches from hers. Startled, she instinctively leaned back. Remembering Ning Yechen's restless behavior last night, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with mild reproach. This man hadn't even let her sleep properly, though in truth she'd slept quite soundly. Ning Yechen smiled, gently sitting by her bedside and pressing his hand to her forehead before asking softly, "Wife, does your body still ache?" "It's fine now." His tender concern warmed her heart, and she swallowed the words she'd been about to say. Never mind. He was asleep after all, there was no blaming him. "Wife, I've prepared medicine for you," Ning Yechen said, bringing over a bowl of restorative broth and spooning it to her lips, as he always did. This time Luo Ruiying didn't resist or insist on feeding herself. She obediently opened her mouth and accepted each spoonful. She knew that recovering quickly was essential to preparing for whatever dangers might come. Ning Yechen patiently spoon-fed her, without tiring, even though he could have healed all her injuries with ease. He simply chose not to. On one hand, using pills would arouse her suspicion. Brewing medicinal porridge was acceptable, but producing spiritual pills would expose his true identity. On the other hand, watching her vulnerable side brought forth a tenderness in him. He got to care for her in this weakened state. After swallowing a few more spoonfuls, Luo Ruiying felt thoughtful, then spoke up. "Yechen, let's pack our things and leave here soon." This wasn't a hasty decision. It was something she'd considered carefully. The fact that Ghost Master and his men had tracked her to this place meant her location was likely compromised. Soon they might send even more formidable adversaries. With her current cultivation, she couldn't even hold off Ghost Master and his followers, let alone stronger opponents. The safest course was to depart immediately before reinforcements arrived. Ning Yechen understood her concerns, even though they were unfounded on his part, yet he nodded in agreement anyway. He had chosen to retreat here for a simple, carefree life. Now that he had a wife and child, wherever they went was where he belonged. Once they'd reached an agreement, they began packing their belongings. Luo Ruiying still had a spare spirit ring on hand, empty but perfect for storing their provisions. With a mere wave of her arm, most of the room's contents vanished into the ring. "Oh wow, my wife is so impressive," Ning Yechen cheered, clapping his hands in delight. "Leave any packing to me," Luo Ruiying said with a smile. Even though it was just a simple spirit ring storage, Ning Yechen's praise made her inexplicably happy. After waking, Luo Hongya toddled about the room in her little steps, eagerly helping with the packing. "Wife, I'll go outside and gather some things," he said. "All right," she replied. Smiling at the mother and daughter, Ning Yechen made an excuse to step outside, then secretly sent a spiritual message summoning the 3 chaotic demon cattle. "I need to leave this place for a while. You have 2 options. One is to stay here and keep watch over everything. The other is to follow me. Choose for yourselves." Ning Yechen said this with a calm demeanor. Keeping them here to guard the house and herb garden would work, or he could disguise them and bring them along to secretly protect Luo Ruiying and the others. That might be even better. The 3 chaotic demon cattle exchanged glances and reached their decision. "Master, please let us follow at your side. We pledge our lives to serve you." Had this been before, they would have certainly chosen to stay in the Yao Domain forest and continue as their demon kings. But after he had previously broken through their cultivation and gifted them immortal weapons, they had changed their minds. Staying by the master's side was dangerous and frightening, yet it presented a rare opportunity. In the forest, Luo Ruiying swiftly flew over the treetops, holding Ning Yechen, while Luo Hongya was wrapped in a swaddling cloth and carried on her back. To leave the forest more quickly and efficiently, Luo Ruiying simply held Ning Yechen in her arms in a princess carry, flying directly over the forest to hasten their journey. Ning Yechen had originally wanted Luo Ruiying to put him down so they could travel slowly together on the ground. But being held in her arms felt so comfortable that he abandoned that thought. As Luo Ruiying sped along, she warily scanned the forest around them, guarding against enemies or any beast attacks. Strangely, before she arrived, she could sense the presence of many beasts in the forest, but now she could no longer detect any at all. It seemed the beasts had all left. Even if she sensed a beast's presence from afar, that presence would immediately vanish and flee. She hadn't released any oppressive aura, yet whenever she drew near, those beasts would immediately flee far away. Something seemed a bit odd. But Luo Ruiying couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. "Mommy, Daddy, are we leaving here again?" Luo Hongya, lying on Luo Ruiying's back, raised her head and asked reluctantly in Luo Ruiying's ear. Since leaving that pitch-black place, Luo Ruiying had taken her to many places, never staying very long in any one. It was the same this time. But this time Daddy was there, and she really liked the little wooden cabin nestled in the forest. Ning Yechen reached out and comfortingly rubbed Luo Hongya's little head, saying softly, "Yi, Mommy and Daddy are taking Yi on a trip. There will be lots of delicious food and lots of fun things." Fun things. Delicious food. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongya's big eyes lit up, and her face instantly showed a look of longing. "Can Yi eat them?" "Of course. Our Yi can eat however she wants," Ning Yechen vowed solemnly. "Yage, then Yi will go on a trip with Daddy and Mommy." Luo Hongya's face blossomed with joy, and she danced happily. Luo Ruiying looked at the father and daughter in her arms with a mix of helplessness and affection, whispering in Ning Yechen's ear, "You spoil her too much." "Huh, isn't that good? Or is it that my wife is jealous?" Ning Yechen grinned and asked Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed, and she gave him a coquettish glare. "That's not what I meant." What was this guy thinking? He always said such frivolous words without changing his expression. She might just drop him from the sky. How could she possibly be jealous of her own child? Ning Yechen's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly wrapped an arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, burrowing into her embrace. Startled, Luo Ruiying whispered, "What are you doing?" "Wife, your husband is actually very afraid of heights. I'm feeling a bit unwell now, and only holding you can make me feel at ease." Having said that, he put on a pained expression, closed his eyes, and tilted his head to lean against Luo Ruiying's chest. Soft and fragrant. Was this guy really afraid of heights? Why hadn't he mentioned it last time? Luo Ruiying's cheeks burned red, and she bit her lip as she looked down at Ning Yechen in her arms, her heart full of suspicion. He had flown for so long without saying anything, and now suddenly he felt dizzy and afraid of heights. Luo Hongya watched Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying with curious wide eyes. From the very beginning, Daddy had been whispering to Mommy. With the child staring at them, Luo Ruiying felt embarrassed to push Ning Yechen away from her arms. What if he really was afraid of heights and dizzy? "Maybe I should put you down to rest for a while," Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen in her arms with concern. "No need, just keep this way, wife," Ning Yechen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying suddenly felt that this guy must be pretending on purpose. Just then, however, Ning Yechen suddenly opened his eyes quietly and changed his tune. "Wife, you'd better put your husband down for now." "Huh, okay." Luo Ruiying hurriedly descended from midair and asked again with concern, "Are you all right?" "It's nothing, your husband just needs to use the restroom." Ning Yechen scratched his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's cheeks immediately flushed involuntarily again, and she asked softly, Do you want me to go with you?" "Huh." Ning Yechen's eyes widened in shock. What did that mean? He had just wanted to find an excuse to temporarily leave her, but she offered to accompany him to the bathroom. Luo Ruiying also realized that her words might be easily misunderstood and hurriedly explained in panic, "I didn't mean that. You must not misunderstand. I was worried about beasts in the forest and didn't feel comfortable with you going alone." So that was it. It really startled him. Ning Yechen suddenly understood. He had almost thought his wife was unexpectedly bold. "Wife, rest assured your husband can go alone. You and the child wait for me here. I'll be right back." Ning Yechen waved with a smile and quickly slipped into the bushes. Although Luo Ruiying was still a bit worried, she was indeed too embarrassed to follow. After sensing that there were no beasts or demonic beasts nearby, she obediently waited where she was. After entering the forest alone, Ning Yechen's smile faded and his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a familiar aura that he hadn't felt for over 100 years. That aura was lying in ambush 100 miles ahead. It seemed to be waiting specifically for them. Even the 3 Chaos Demon Bulls would be no match for this opponent. It seemed he would have to deal with it personally. What he hated most was having someone disturb his time with his wife and child, forcing him to leave his wife's warm embrace. "You are dead." Ning Yechen teleported to the forest 100 miles away and coldly addressed his surroundings. "All of you get out." The surrounding forest was deathly silent with no response. "I'm afraid to come out. Then I'll help you." Ning Yechen's expression hardened, and he thrust his hand into the void. The void, like a mirror, cracked as his hand entered, shattering the space around it. Ning Yechen grabbed a man whose face was covered with strange black patterns and slowly pulled him out of the void rift. The man's face was filled with terror, and he struggled frantically. He couldn't believe that even hiding in the void rift he could be found. With a crisp crack, Ning Yechen snapped the man's neck in one move. His gaze froze coldly forward as he spoke indifferently, "Come out already, or I'll have to drag each of you out one by one." This time several twisting spirals appeared in the void within the forest, and figures emerged, all bearing the same eerie markings on their faces as the dead man. Everyone stared intently at Ning Yechen, their expressions fraught with caution. They couldn't perceive his cultivation level. His body radiated not a single trace of spiritual energy, appearing no different from an ordinary mortal. Yet with a single move he had casually crushed a heavenly deity realm cultivator to death. The intelligence was wrong. Were they supposed to only deal with a severely wounded immortal realm woman, whose cultivation fell short of the heavenly deity's stage? Who was this man? Ning Yechen made no move to eliminate them just yet, for he still had questions to ask. From the distinctive black markings on their faces combined with the way they emerged through the twisted void and the demonic aura emanating from them, there was no doubt. These were all people from the demon realm. He was intimately familiar with the aura of the demon realm. Yet Ning Yechen never expected the demon realm to become involved. Haha, now that you know we're from the demon realm, then die peacefully. Attack, nether gluttonous wolves. The leader of the group of men in black roared, and the other men in black around him simultaneously began chanting spells. The void around them twisted once more into spiraling rifts. Dozens of massive pitch-black nether gluttonous wolves leaped forth from the void. Their fur flowed like burning black flames, their eyes blood-red and bloodthirsty fangs bared and gleaming sharply. Each nether gluttonous wolf possessed cultivation at the peak of the heavenly deity realm. Dozens of them, if unleashed upon the mortal world, would be enough to dominate any region. Kill him. The leader standing at the center grinned sinisterly and ordered all the nether gluttonous wolves. Dozens of them transformed into dark shadows hurtling toward Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen didn't move a single step. With a cold glance at the charging wolves, he softly chanted, "Pierce." As his words fell, countless sharp spears erupted from the ground. The spears were dark red as if stained with blood, their shafts and tips caked with dried blood. Countless spears stood like a forest, their tips glinting with chilling light, radiating an aura of blood and cold that made one's flesh creep. Dozens of nether gluttonous wolves at the heavenly deity realm were pierced through in the blink of an eye, pinned mid-air like specimens. Blood continuously streamed down the spears onto the ground. The leader stood stunned, pupils trembling, his expression one of utter disbelief. Dozens of nether gluttonous wolves were enough to conquer any place in the world, yet in an instant they were all annihilated by the man before them. Ning Yechen kept his hands behind his back and slowly stepped over the spear like thorns, walking toward the leader. "Quick, stop him!" The leader shouted loudly, but no one responded. When he turned to look, his subordinates around him had all been impaled mid-air by spears without him noticing. The only reason he was still alive was because this man before him had deliberately spared him. "Though I don't know what you did, your failure to kill me directly just now is your greatest mistake. Come out." Netherwolf King. The man from the demon realm sliced open both palms, formed hand seals, and used his dripping blood to form a magical array, forcibly summoning the Netherwolf King. A nether gluttonous wolf, several times larger than ordinary ones, slowly emerged from the blood array, radiating a terrifying aura of ferocity and rage. With the summoning successful, the man from the demon realm wore a smug smile. This Netherwolf King possessed the cultivation of the immortal realm. Its strength was among the pinnacle across the entire mortal world. Though the immortal realm and heavenly deity realm differed by only one stage, there existed an insurmountable chasm between them. "Kill him!" the man from the demon realm roared, pointing at Ning Yechen. The Netherwolf King leaped into the air, its massive jaws wide open, about to devour Ning Yechen whole. Yet Ning Yechen didn't even glance at it, casually swiping his palm through the air. The massive Netherwolf King's head was instantly smashed to pulp, crashing to the ground. The man from the demon realm was completely stunned, his smug smile freezing in place. The immortal realm Netherwolf King was killed so easily. Who exactly was this man? This power far exceeded anything in the mortal world. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of immortal lightning fell from the sky, without warning, striking Ning Yechen directly. In an instant, only a bottomless crater remained where he had stood, and billowing dust rose around. The punishment of the heavenly Tao's shackles had fallen. The man from the demon realm wore a smug smile, once more relief washing over him. Having been struck by the heavenly Tao's immortal lightning, he should have already turned to ashes. However, as the dust gradually cleared, Ning Yechen's figure remained unscathed, walking toward him calmly. Could there really be someone in this world who could withstand the heavenly Tao's punishment and remained unharmed. Watching Ning Yechen approach with large strides, fear rose in the man from the demon realm's heart. Just as he was reaching into his robes for something, an invisible blade severed his arm. Oh! The man from the demon realm let out a blood-curdling scream of pain. In his severed hand, tightly clenched, was a pitch-black talisman stone. Ning Yechen curled his finger, and the talisman stone flew into his hand on its own. A transmission stone. He was all too familiar with this kind of demon realm talisman. The one in his hand was for emergency rescue calls. As long as this talisman stone was shattered even across two realms, the person on the other end would receive the distress signal. You wanted to call for help, didn't you? Ning Yechen looked down at the man from the demon realm lying on the ground. With the transmission talisman seized, despair filled the man from the demon realm. What he never expected was that Ning Yechen threw the transmission talisman back into his hand and urged him on, call, then hurry up. My wife is waiting for me to return. I'm in a hurry. I'll handle this all at once. Haha, you said it yourself, don't regret it. The man from the demon realm grinned, ferociously mocking Ning Yechen's incredibly foolish move in his heart. To voluntarily give the enemy a chance to call for reinforcements was simply the height of stupidity. Lord Yizhong, please descend upon the mortal realm. Inflict the most terrible punishment upon those who offend our demon realm. The man from the demon realm shattered the talisman in his hand and screamed toward the sky. Who dares offend my demon realm? In the next instant, the void twisted into spirals once more, and a burly man over 3 zhang tall, clad in pitch-black demonic armor, stepped forth from the void. His towering physique, combined with his sharp and terrifying aura, was quite oppressive. Of course this was for others. Ning Yechen slowly floated into the air, meeting Yi Zhang's gaze, and said calmly, "It is I." Upon seeing Yi Zhang's arrival, the demon realm man hastily scrambled to his feet and crawled to his master, pointing accusingly at Ning Yechen, his voice trembling with rage. Lord Yizhong, it was he who slew our demon realm's man. He has offended our demon race. Worthless. You cannot even deal with a mere ant. Yizhong cast a furious reprimand at the demon realm man on the ground, then kicked him aside, lifting his gaze to fix upon Ning Yechen with utter disdain. To him humans were, but ants he could crush at will. The crime of offending my demon realm shall be atoned with your life. Yizhong wasted no time. He opened his mouth wide as a brilliant beam rapidly converged within it. Perish, you ant. Demon annihilation. With a thunderous roar, the beam shot forth from his mouth. The terrifying spiritual pressure tore the void apart along its path, lifting the earth itself, a cataclysmic force that seemed destined to obliterate everything in its wake. This single strike could easily annihilate an entire city. Ning Yechen was instantly swallowed whole by the beam. Yizhong snorted contemptuously, certain that Ning Yechen had perished within the light. Just as Yizhong turned to leave, he caught sight of his subordinate, staring in horror at something behind him, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Frowning, Yizhong followed the demon realm man's gaze and turned back. In the next second, Yizhang's face mirrored the very same expression. There stood Ning Yechen, completely unharmed, hovering in midair after having taken the full brunt of demon annihilation. Not only was he uninjured, but even his clothes bore not a single tear. How could this be? Yizhang's eyes widened in disbelief. That was his full power strike in the human realm. Though constrained by the heavenly Tao, it was still a full-force blow at the immortal realm. Your surname is Yi, and you know demon annihilation. Are you from the Yi family of the First Demon Legion? Ning Yechen casually straightened his clothes ruffled by the blast and inquired calmly. Correct. I am Yizhong, a commander of 10,000 in the First Demon Legion. Yizhong lifted his head high, his voice filled with pride. A 10,000-strong commander was a high rank in the demon realm, commanding a legion of 10,000. Ning Yechen continued coolly. Is the First Legion's general still that fellow Yi Tianxin? Yes. Yizhong replied without thinking. Did he send you? Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. If he discovered that Yi Tianxin was behind this, he would be sure to punish him severely. It was not Lord Yi Tianxin who sent me. It was... No. Why am I answering your questions? Yizhong, about to continue, suddenly snapped back to reality. Why was he obediently answering this ant's queries? Moreover, the man seemed familiar with the demon realm, even guessing the legion he belonged to. Who are you? How dare you demand answers from me? Defeat me first, then talk. Though puzzled as to why Ning Yechen survived his demon annihilation, Yizhong was convinced he must have used some trick to evade it, otherwise he could not have emerged unscathed. This time he attacked directly, appearing in an instant, drawing a massive cleaver from his back and slashing straight down at Ning Yechen. The fierce sword aura plunged from the sky into the ground, carving a wide chasm. Yet the expected image of Ning Yechen being split in two never occurred. The seemingly terrifying blade was caught firmly between two of Ning Yechen's fingers. 2 fingers had stopped his full-powered strike. Yizhang's eyes bulged in shock once more. Had he been away from the human realm for so long? When had the human realm gained someone of such terrifying strengths? Have you finished your move? Then it's my turn. Ning Yechen exerted a gentle pressure with his fingers, and with a crisp crack, Yi Zhang's cleaver snapped in two. Yi Zhang stared in disbelief at the broken blade in his hand. This was a celestial artifact personally gifted to him by Lord Yi Tianxin, and it was broken. Just like that. Could it have been a counterfeit? At that moment, Yi Zhang even began to doubt whether the cleaver was truly a celestial artifact. How could it be so easily snapped if it were genuine? Ning Yechen raised his palm toward Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang quickly assumed a defensive stance. Though shaken by Ning Yechen's power, he was not overly worried. The man before him could at most wield techniques of equal power. Even if he could not defeat him, neither could he be defeated in return. In the human realm, all were bound by the heavenly Tao, with cultivation limited to the immortal realm at most. Even he, an immortal king, was no exception. The force was intangible, yet immense. Even when he exerted his full strength, it was useless. His limbs contorted, bones cracked and snapped, and his demon armor twisted and broke. Excruciating pain tore from him, and Yi Zhang could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yuan. Since reaching the immortal king realm and becoming a 10,000-strong commander, he had never felt such helpless terror. The power the man wielded far surpassed what an immortal realm cultivator should possess. Did the heavenly Tao's restrictions have no effect on him? This was impossible. He had never heard of anyone defying the heavenly Tao's rules. Speak. Who sent you? Ning Yechen stepped slowly through the void until he stood before Yi Zhang, asking in a cold tone. As Yi Zhang hesitated whether to answer, his body twisted even more grotesquely. I don't know who that person is either. When he approached me, he only asked me to do one thing. Come to the human realm, kill a woman, and take a child. He promised me a secret elixir to break through to the immortal emperor realm after the deed was done, so I agreed. I know nothing more. Yi Zhang finally realized the terror of Ning Yechen. This power was beyond what a mere immortal king like him could contend with. Under the agony of his twisted body and sheer terror, Yi Zhang cried out his answer frantically. Hearing this, Ning Yechen lowered his hand, ceasing the twisting that was turning Yi Zhang into a pretzel. He dared not lie. Considering that Yi Zhang was once a subordinate, Ning Yechen spared him this time. But unfortunately, he still gained no useful information. The other party was extremely cautious, never showing his face. Ning Yechen frowned in annoyance and said to Yi Zhang, "Return to the demon realm. If you dare come again, prepare to vanish. Otherwise, not even the entire demon realm can protect you." With that, Ning Yechen was about to hurry back to Luo Ruiying when a cold voice rang out behind him. What a bold claim. The void behind Night Fong suddenly tore open, and a figure stepped through the rift, slowly emerging. The newcomer was clad in an opulent black robe with a high ponytail, his long ink-black hair nearly brushing his ankles. His cold, stern countenance bore a hint of sinister charm. This newcomer was none other than Night Heavenly God, the demon general of the 3rd Legion of the demon realm. He possessed the terrifying cultivation of an immortal emperor. Even within the demon realm, Night Heavenly God was a formidable powerhouse. Upon seeing his arrival, Night Fong was overjoyed. He hastily crawled to Night Heavenly God's feet with his twisted body. Lord Night Heavenly God, you must seek justice for me. This man has not only insulted our demon race, but also shown no regard for you or the demon realm. With his master Night Heavenly God present, Night Fong instantly regained his confidence. He was certain that the man before him was doomed. Night Heavenly God did not immediately turn to Ning Yechen. Instead, he first glanced at Night Fong at his feet, furrowed his brow, and rebuked. Why are you here? I don't recall giving you permission to descend to the human realm without authorization, did I? Please forgive me, Lord Night Heavenly God. Night Fong dared not tell Night Heavenly God the truth, that he had been lured by a mysterious figure to the human realm to kill someone. He could only stammer and directly confess his guilt. Seeing Night Fong confess directly, Night Heavenly God coldly left a single sentence: report to the punishment hall upon your return to the demon realm, and asked no further questions. It was common for beings from other realms to sneak into other realms. The demon realm was no exception. Night Heavenly God simply assumed that Night Fong and his men had sneaked into the human realm to cause trouble. He happened to be searching the human realm for traces of the Demon Lord and had sensed the aura of the Demon Annihilation Sword. Out of curiosity, he came to investigate and coincidentally overheard Ning Yechen's words. Night Heavenly God was furious that Night Fong and his men had been defeated by a human. The reason he punished Night Fong was not merely for his unauthorized descent, but primarily because he had lost the battle. The demon realm valued honor and dignity above all. Losing meant disgracing the demon realm's reputation. That was what infuriated Knight Heavenly God the most. He had initially not intended to intervene. Even if they lost and died, it would be a matter of insufficient strength, and there would be nothing to say. But Ning Yechen's final words were too arrogant, so he could not help but reveal himself. He wanted to see who exactly dared to be so insolent. Even the 9 great immortal domains of the celestial realm would not dare claim that the entire demon realm could not protect someone. Knight Heavenly God turned his gaze to Ning Yechen, his expression stunned and puzzled. He then furrowed his brows, slightly carefully scrutinizing him from head to toe. His eyes gradually widened, and his expression grew increasingly complex. A mixture of surprise and fear appeared on his face. Long time no see, Knight Heavenly God. Ning Yechen sneered lightly and greeted Knight Heavenly God. Knight Fong was displeased. Struggling to stand, he roared at Ning Yechen. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you utter Lord Knight Heavenly God's name? Don't try to act chummy with our Lord Knight Heavenly God. You have offended the demon realm, and today you are dead, brat. Right, Lord Knight Heavenly God. Relying on Knight Heavenly God's presence, Knight Fong's expression was extremely arrogant. After speaking, he looked up at Knight Heavenly God with admiration. However, contrary to expectations, Knight Heavenly God's face turned extremely grim. He grabbed Knight Fong by the collar and squeezed his face with such force that his skull almost cracked. Knight Heavenly God leaned close to his face, glaring at him with murderous intent, and said in an icy tone, "What the hell are you babbling about? Are you trying to get me killed? Do you have any idea who stands before you? You idiot. It's you, Lord Knight Heavenly God." Though his skull was aching from the pressure, Knight Fong forcibly endured without uttering a sound, his expression filled with bewilderment. "I'm not referring to myself, moron." Knight Heavenly God was so enraged that he slammed Knight Fong's head into the ground with force, causing the entire earth to tremble. With that single blow, Knight Fong was left on the brink of death. Even now, Knight Fong could not understand why Knight Heavenly God was punishing him so harshly. He had never seen his master so terrified before. It seemed Lord Knight Heavenly God was afraid of the man before him. Even the black-robed man who had barely survived was utterly stunned. The mighty Lord Knight Heavenly God who dominated the demon realm was actually afraid of that man. Knight Heavenly God released Knight Fong and flung him aside. Then, placing his left hand over his right chest, he bowed respectfully and greeted Ning Yechen with elegance. Knight Heavenly God pays respects to the Demon Lord. Moreover, his subordinates had actually attacked the Demon Lord. This was a disgrace to a demon general of the First Legion. Knight Fong and the black-robed man were utterly shocked, staring blankly at Ning Yechen. This man before them was the Demon Lord who had vanished from the demon realm for over 100 years. There could be no mistake. Only one person in the entire demon realm could make the great Lord Knight Heavenly God bow so humbly. That one person. Coming to their senses, Knight Fong and the black-robed man quickly knelt on both knees, kowtowed, and stammered, We pay respects to the Demon Lord." At this moment, Knight Fong and the black-robed man were filled with despair and regret. They had actually attacked the Demon Lord. This was an unforgivable crime in the demon realm. Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. "Don't call me that. I am no longer the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, you are still the only Demon Lord of our realm. We have been searching for you, waiting for your return to the demon realm. The demon realm cannot be without you. Please return with me." Knight Heavenly God lifted his head, his expression earnest as he pleaded with Ning Yechen. They had been searching for traces of Ning Yechen for nearly 100 years, all for the sake of welcoming back their great Demon Lord. After I left, did no new Demon Lord ascend? Hearing that they had been searching for him all this time, Ning Yechen asked in confusion. The demon realm had always revered strength above all, and countless individuals had sought to seize the throne of the Demon Lord. Even he in his previous life had fought his way up, defeating all challengers to claim the supreme position. Logically, after he left, there should have been many who coveted the throne. Knight Heavenly God nodded, his expression cold and solemn as he replied, "After you left, there were indeed those with ill intentions who attempted to ascend to the Demon Lord's throne. We have eliminated all those unworthy schemers. They were not fit to even touch the position of the Demon Lord." Ning Yechen was speechless. This meant that after his departure, the demon realm had been without a Demon Lord for over 100 years. He had thought someone would have taken his place long ago. He had already prepared to retire peacefully and enjoy the rest of his life. "Demon Lord, we are all waiting for your return. Please, I implore you to return to the demon realm with me." Knight Heavenly God pleaded once more. Ning Yechen waved his hand disdainfully again and refused without hesitation. "No. Any one of you can become the Demon Lord. I don't care who becomes the Demon Lord. I'm not taking the position." Why? Knight Heavenly God asked, utterly perplexed. A hopeful smile appeared on Ning Yechen's face as he said calmly, because I have something more important to do now. A more important matter. Yi Tianxian repeated in confusion, greatly puzzled within his heart. What could possibly be more significant than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm and ruling over all demons? Moreover, he had actually witnessed a blissful smile upon the demon venerable's face, one he had never seen before. Could the demon venerable also wear such an expression? Was this truly still the same demon venerable he had come to know? Since he had been found, Ning Yechen had no intention of concealing anything. He cleared his throat and solemnly declared, I intend to care for my wife and daughter. I have no time to serve as that demon venerable, and from now on do not seek me out again. What? The moment those words rang out, turmoil surged within Yi Tianxian's heart. His face contorted in shock, and for a fleeting instant, he questioned whether his ears had deceived him. The demon venerable had married, and already had a child. This cannot be. Throughout his reign, the demon venerable had never consorted with women. To suddenly learn he had offspring was utterly unbelievable to Yi Tianxian. The demon venerable had retreated from the world for over 100 years, and yet he already had a child. Should this news reach the demon realm, it would surely send shockwaves rippling through the entire realm. Yi Tianxian stammered, Is this truly true, your venerable demoness? Ning Yechen nodded with a gentle smile. Within his heart, an inexplicable sense of joy surged, the kind a father feels when sharing the bliss of welcoming a daughter into the world. Upon receiving Ning Yechen's affirmative response, Yi Tianxian's shocked expression gradually softened into delight. He hastily offered his congratulations. Congratulations to the demon venerable on your marriage. Congratulations on the birth of your little princess. I shall immediately convey this thrilling news to all in the demon realm. We will make preparations to welcoming the demon venerable's spouse and young princess back to the demon realm. As he spoke, Yi Tianxian grew eager to transmit word to the entire demon realm. Ning Yechen swiftly raised his hand to halt him, casting an exasperated glance before insisting firmly, I've made it clear. I am no longer the demon venerable of the demon realm. I wish to live in seclusion with my wife and daughter. I shall not return. You need not seek me out again either. I wish for no interruptions to my life with my wife and daughter. Understood? If Yi Tianxian were to announce this throughout the entire demon realm, there would be no peace for even a single day. His longed for tranquil and happy life must never be disturbed by anyone. But, Yi Tianxian reluctantly attempted to continue persuading, only to be halted by Ning Yechen's cold stare. No, but about it. Have I been gone so long that you cannot comprehend my words? In that instant, Ning Yechen once again exuded the familiar aura of a demon venerable. A cold sweat formed on Yi Tianxian's forehead, and he dared not disobey Ning Yechen's wishes any longer, meekly sealing his lips. Since you understand, depart at once. My wife has been waiting for too long, as she will likely grow anxious by now. I must return without delay. Ning Yechen waved his hand and turned to leave, eager to return to the side of Luo Ruiying. Yi Tianxian watched with an expression full of curiosity. Whenever the demon venerable's wife and child were mentioned, his demeanor softened in ways never seen before. The demon venerable had changed. Just as Ning Yechen was about to depart, Yi Tianxian finally snapped back to reality, remembering something of great importance. He still had no idea why his subordinates had offended the demon venerable. This was absolutely no trivial matter. Your venerable demoness, please wait. May I ask if my subordinates offended you? Yi Tianxian's eyes grew cold, his expression darkening, as a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the surroundings. That icy malice piercing through bone like needles. He did not ask how Yi Zheng had offended Ning Yechen, but rather whether they had offended him at all. Because regardless of the reason, offending the demon venerable was tantamount to treason, an unforgivable capital crime in the demon realm. Upon hearing these words, Yi Zheng and the man in black shuddered, their hearts turned to ash. Ning Yechen turned his head and casually replied, although they did indeed attempt to strike me, I shall spare them on account of being your subordinates. It was my fault. How dare my subordinates offend you, your venerable demoness? I deserve death 1,000 times over. I beg your venerable demoness to punish me. Yi Tianxian knelt on one knee and bowed his head in confession. I've told you countless times, I'm no longer the demon venerable, nor will I hold you accountable. Depart at once and do not disturb my life. That is all that matters. Ning Yechen urged Yi Tianxian away with a look of clear distaste. No matter how many times he insisted, Yi Tianxian continued to regard him as the demon venerable, leaving him utterly exasperated. Overzealous loyalty in subordinates was no blessing either. Seeing that Ning Yechen had no intention of punishing him, Yi Tianxian simply raised his palm and drove it straight into his own chest. The sin of offending the demon venerable must be endured. Even if the demon venerable chose to overlook it, he could not bring himself to forgive his own transgression. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen gazed at Yi Tianxin in speechless disbelief. Though he understood the nature of his subordinate, witnessing such unhesitating self-piercing still left him thoroughly dumbfounded. The people of the demon realm were so stubborn. Even after he declined to pursue the matter, they insisted on forcing themselves to endure punishment. It was always the same. Ning Yechen began to wonder if the people of the demon realm all harbored a hidden masochistic trait. After exacting punishment upon himself, Yi Tianxin's icy gaze shifted toward Yi Zheng and the man in black. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black beam of energy engulfed and annihilated the man in black. Then his palm turned toward Yi Zheng's position. As a demon general commanding the First Legion, his subordinates' offense against the demon venerable constituted negligence in leadership, a transgression that demanded punishment. But Yi Zheng and his companions had struck at the demon venerable himself, a crime punishable by death. Yi Zheng understood this well enough. He silently closed his eyes, offering no plea for mercy. Just as Yi Tianxin was about to strike, Ning Yechen intervened. Enough. Let him go. Given that Yi Zheng was unaware of his identity from the outset and posed no threat to my wife or child, I shall forgive him this time. Your venerable demoness, he offended you. Yi Tianxin frowned slightly, his palms still raised, clearly unwilling to easily forgive the transgression. He merely acted under another's instruction. Even if you kill him, it will accomplish nothing. I'm not pressing charges, let him go, Ning Yechen stated calmly. Very well, I shall follow the demon venerable's decree. I pardon you this once. Yi Tianxin reluctantly lowered his hand. His original intention was to execute Yi Zheng without hesitation. Yet since the demon venerable had spoken, he begrudgingly relented. He also intended to extract information from Yi Zheng, who exactly dared to command someone in the demon realm to attack the demon venerable. Having narrowly escaped death, Yi Zheng hastily bowed before Ning Yechen in gratitude. Thank you, your venerable demoness, for your mercy. When he had believed himself destined for death, the demon venerable himself had interceded on his behalf. Yi Zheng's heart overflowed with gratitude. I'm departing. Remember, do not disturb me again. Having resolved the matter, Ning Yechen made no attempt to linger. He uttered these words and vanished in a flash. Yi Tianxin watched Ning Yechen depart with great reluctance in his heart. Nevertheless, at long last they had located the demon venerable's whereabouts. He must hurry to relay this news to the others. In the woods, Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in her arms, playing with her while waiting for Ning Yechen to return. Suddenly, an enormously terrifying spiritual pressure surged from 100 miles away, and a devastating beam of light flashed before her eyes. The beam was also mixed with a thick, demonic aura. A demon had descended into the mortal realm. It appeared there was some kind of battle underway, though against whom remained unclear. It probably wasn't coming for her. But even if it wasn't, she couldn't linger nearby. Not long after, a heavenly immortal thunderbolt struck down from the clear sky, and the shocking thunder echoed across the entire heavens above. The heavenly Tao's immortal thunderstrike to eradicate. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her expression grave. The appearance of a demon meant this place was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the combat on the other side had already triggered the heavenly Tao's punishment, indicating the cultivator's strength exceeded the mortal realm's heavenly Tao restrictions. They had to leave quickly. Luo Ruiying no longer waited and hurried into the woods to search for Ning Yechen. Yechen. After searching around without finding any trace of Ning Yechen or sensing him with her divine awareness, Luo Ruiying's expression grew anxious, and she called out loudly in all directions. Her greatest fear was whether Ning Yechen had encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, after calling out a few more times, Ning Yechen slowly emerged from the other side of the woods. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief and came to stand before Ning Yechen reproachfully, saying with a hint of disappointment, "Where did you go?" without even responding. "Sorry, wife. I wandered a bit too far and accidentally lost my way." Ning Yechen scratched his head apologetically. Luo Ruiying carefully inspected Ning Yechen and, finding him unharmed, relaxed. "Good, let's hurry and go. I sense demons ahead. Their strength is formidable and it's not safe. Let's take another route to bypass them." "All right, as you wish, my dear." Ning Yechen happily walked to Luo Ruiying's side and opened his arms, preparing to be carried in her embrace. But this time Luo Ruiying blushed slightly and turned directly away. "I'll hold the child and carry you on my back instead." Ning Yechen couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. He had been ready to rest in his wife's gentle embrace, only to end up on her back. At this moment, Ning Yechen deeply regretted leaving her embrace. This was all thanks to Yi Zheng and the others. If they hadn't arrived, he wouldn't have had to leave his wife's arms. He suddenly regretted letting Yi Zheng off so easily. Such a loss. Ning Yechen reluctantly climbed onto Luo Ruiying's back. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye in one arm, while carrying Ning Yechen on her back, then leaped high into the air and changed course, continuing to fly toward the edge of the woods. Ning Yechen lay against Luo Ruiying's back, feeling the warmth of her skin and the faint pleasant fragrance emanating from her dark hair cascading down her back. The scent was most refreshing. Unable to resist, he reached out and lifted her hair, bringing it close to his nose to breathe in the fragrance. The silky strands slipped smoothly through his fingers. Luo Ruiying sensed Ning Yechen's actions, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, what are you doing playing with my hair? Why is he so restless even when behind her? Because your hair smells wonderful, I quite like it, Ning Yechen said, plainly offering his praise. Luo Ruiying felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, but didn't say much, letting Ning Yechen gently stroke her hair. Luo Hongya also curiously climbed onto her shoulder and grabbed hold of her hair. Ning Yechen even used her hair to tease Luo Hongya, tickling her ears with the ends and making her laugh nonstop. These father and daughter really. What were they doing with her hair? Luo Ruiying could only shake her head in resignation, though a smile remained on her lips. The earlier tension and unease had all dissipated along with Luo Hongya's laughter. After playing with Luo Hongya for a while, Ning Yechen remembered Luo Ruiying had mentioned the demon race earlier and cautiously asked, "Wife, you mentioned the demon race just now. What do you think of them?" Luo Ruiying hadn't expected him to bring it up, suddenly her expression turning serious as she answered almost without hesitation. The demon race are vicious and cruel, committing all manner of evil, utterly wicked. They are especially warlike, revering only the strong. They often invade other realms, causing turmoil and unrest everywhere. Wherever they go, they leave behind corpses and burning ruins. They are a race of pure evil and brutality. Ning Yechen. Wife, actually, perhaps the demon race isn't so bad these days. Feeling conflicted, Ning Yechen tried to argue his case. Although what Luo Ruiying said was true, that was all hundreds of years ago. After he united the demon realm, it had changed drastically. Yet the outside world still held that fixed impression of the demon realm. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly and spoke earnestly to Ning Yechen. You've never seen the demon race, so you don't truly understand them. The cruelty of demons exceeds your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, not even their own kind. Especially the legendary new supreme ruler of the demon realm, Ning Yechen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm hundreds of years ago, he almost exterminated half of those who opposed him. He led the demon army to invade the immortal realm, and that war nearly destroyed over half of the immortal realm. This shows just how vicious and bloodthirsty the supreme ruler of the demon realm truly is. All demons revere him as their demon venerable without exception. If you encounter a demon, flee as far as possible. Never associate with them. There are no good people among the demons. Ning Yechen. You're right, wife. I'll remember that. Hearing Luo Ruiying's high praise of himself, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel his face twitch, slightly forced to laugh awkwardly and agree. Fortunately, he had asked tentatively first, if she truly knew his identity, what would happen? The last war between immortals and demons was entirely sparked by the immortal realm provoking him, yet everyone claimed the demon realm had initiated the invasion. He couldn't explain it to Luo Ruiying anyway. Even if he did, she wouldn't believe him, would she? Luo Hongya, sitting in Luo Ruiying's lap, tilted her head curiously and asked, Mother, are all those demons bad guys? Yes, they're all bad guys. They have 4 long fangs, 2 horns on their heads, and multiple eyes on their faces. Their favorite food is children like Yi. Luo Ruiying said with a serious expression. Woo Yi isn't tasty. This frightened Luo Hongya greatly, and she quickly shrank into Luo Ruiying's arms in fear. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying revealed a cunning smile of success and gently stroked Luo Hongya's back, comforting her. As long as Yi is obedient, you'll be safe with mother and father by your side. Yi will be good. Luo Hongya nodded obediently and said softly. Luo Ruiying smiled contentedly, but then noticed Ning Yechen repeatedly checking his reflection in a mirror behind her. She asked curiously, Why are you constantly looking in that mirror? Nothing. Just checking if I look scary. Ning Yechen put away the mirror, relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't have long fangs nor horns or multiple eyes. After nearly half a shuensure of rapid travel, Luo Ruiying, along with Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya, finally emerged from the Yao Domain forest. The journey had been much smoother than anticipated, with not a single demon beast encountered along the way. Worried that Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya would not endure the extended high-speed flight, Luo Ruiying decided to descend for a brief rest. As they had barely settled, the urgent sound of horse hooves echoed faintly from nearby. Ning Yechen was not surprised by this. He had sensed disturbances ahead long before. Given the opponent's remarkably low cultivation levels, he surmised they were not specifically targeting his wife and child, so he saw no need to intervene prematurely. Luo Ruiying sensed someone approaching, and her instincts immediately tensed. Fearing another assassination attempt, she instructed Ning Yechen to watch over Luo Hongya, while she ventured alone to investigate. Concealing her presence, Luo Ruing followed the sound, and leaped onto a great tree's branch, watching covertly from above. On the path below, 2 riders galloped swiftly on horseback. One was a girl no older than 15 or 16, her features delicate and refined, her hair tied in a ponytail, with an unmistakable heroic spirit in her brows that rivaled any young man's. The other was a middle-aged man with a square jaw, his body riddled with wounds and scars from battle. Behind them, a group of masked figures in black surged through the forest, blades gleaming as they pursued relentlessly. Though the power gap between the 2 sides was stark, neither party possessed particularly high cultivation. The strongest among them had only reached the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruing quickly deduced these assassins were not after her. It was merely a chance encounter gone wrong. As the pursuers closed in, the middle-aged man urged the young lady to flee. "Miss, run. I'll hold them off." "No. Uncle Zhang, we leave together or not at all. We're almost at the capital of Nanli." Qi Yuan called out reluctantly to the middle-aged man. Zhang, he had been her steward since childhood and her personal guard, and she could not bear to watch him sacrifice himself to buy her time. "None of you shall escape." A masked figure in black launched into the air and hurled dozens of throwing darts toward Qi Yuan and Zhang, he from above. To be intimidated by a woman was bad enough, and he could do nothing about her for now. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier Jiangli grew. Just then a ball rolled to his feet. Both of them were thrown from their horses as a result, and the horses died on the spot from the darts. Uncle Zhang, are you all right?" Qi Yuan gazed at Zhang, he who had risked his life to shield her, and quickly asked after him. Zhang, he bore multiple dart wounds on his back, compounded by his existing injuries, his expression deeply weakened. "Miss, don't worry about me, just go." "Go? Where do you think you're going?" Over a dozen figures in black descended from the trees, surrounding Qi Yuan and Zhang, he as they advanced with blood-stained swords drawn. Zhang, he felt despair wash over him as he realized they were completely surrounded. Given his condition, breaking through was impossible. Qi Yuan stood her ground against the advancing assassins, her expression steady and fearless. Gripping her sword, she surveyed her enemies, fully prepared to meet her end. The assassins exchanged glances, their expressions mocking. Their urgency faded. If a mere spirit-tongued girl thought she could challenge them, how absurd. "Let me deal with this little girl." One assassin stepped forward, beckoning Qi Yuan with a dismissive wave of his hand. Enraged, Qi Yuan lunged forward with her blade, but the assassin sidestepped with ease, treating her attack as nothing more than amusement. As expected of the Chief family's worthless young miss. "You think this feeble display counts as resistance? Ha! If it isn't talent, then at least she has beauty. I wonder how a daughter of the Chief family tastes." The masked man's lecherous gaze swept deliberately across Qi Yuan's form. "Shall we strip her naked first? Such a sight would surely be magnificent, ha ha." The assassin evaded with a simple sidestep, then struck her sword from her grasp and kicked her to the ground. Qi Yuan clutched her abdomen, her expression a mixture of despair and unwillingness. Her cultivation was far too weak. She was no match for these assassins, nothing more than prey waiting to be slaughtered. "Hehehe, giving up now." The masked man approached Qi Yuan slowly, his sword slicing through her clothing. "Miss." Zhang, he crawled forward desperately, but another assassin stomped him back down. Helpless, he could only watch as Qi Yuan was about to be stripped, unable to intervene, while the assassin's lewd laughter echoed around him. Zhang, he squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. But then the lewd laughter suddenly fell silent. When he opened his eyes again, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stood between him and Qi Yuan, her presence rendering even the renowned beauty of Nanli City utterly pale in comparison. Even Qi Yuan, a woman herself, found herself transfixed by Luo Ruing's breathtaking beauty, marveling at the rare sight of such loveliness in the world. Coming back to her senses, Qi Yuan realized with disbelief that the assassin who had been threatening her was now lying on the ground, pierced through the heart by a single sword strike. She couldn't comprehend when this woman had appeared or when she had delivered the fatal strike. The entire encounter happened too swiftly for her to process. Luo Ruing held her sword and gazed coldly around at the remaining assassins, delivering a chilling warning. "Leave now, or don't expect to leave at all." After a moment of observation, Luo Ruing ultimately decided to intervene and rescue Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Though she preferred to avoid involvement, she could not tolerate the filthy tactics of these masked assassins. From a nearby patch of grass, 2 heads, one large, one small, peeked out, secretly studying Luo Ruing. It was Ning Yechen and his daughter Luo Hongya, who had followed quietly. Ning Yechen watched as Luo Ruing seemed inclined to let the assassins go and couldn't help but shake his head. His wife remained too compassionate. If it were him, he would have eliminated everyone outright without hesitation. Releasing them would only invite future complications. Even swarms of mosquitoes posed no real threat. He could simply swat them away, but their persistent buzzing around one's ears was undeniably annoying. Luo Hongye gazed at her mother surrounded by enemies and lifted her small head to ask Ning Yechen with worry, "Father, are those bad men going to bully mother?" Ning Yechen ruffled Luo Hongye's hair and smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, Ye. Those thugs wouldn't dare lay a hand on your mother." The group of men in black reacted momentarily, abandoning their attention to Zhang He on the ground and swiftly turned their sword blades toward Luo Ruiying. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying let out a soft sigh, then her brows furrowed and a flash of cold light flickered in her eyes. Since they refused to leave, she could not be blamed. The black-clad assassins exchanged glances, then simultaneously leaped into the air, swinging their swords toward Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying stood still, and at the moment the assassins closed in, her figure gracefully traced a beautiful arc. A silver full-moon arc of sword light flashed past. As Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, the black-clad assassins simultaneously burst into blood blossoms in midair and fell to the ground. Ning Yechen, who had been hiding nearby, had already raised his hand to cover Luo Hongye's eyes. This bloody scene must not frighten his daughter. If his wife found out, she would surely be angry. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head and mumbled in confusion, "Daddy, your hand is blocking Ye. Ye can't see. Ye, Daddy is going to play a little game with you now. Ye, close your eyes and let's see who can keep them closed the longest, okay?" Ning Yechen smiled and coaxed Luo Hongye. "Great, great. Daddy, have you closed your eyes too?" Hearing that it was a game, Luo Hongye had no suspicion and tightly closed her eyes. "Of course Daddy has already closed his eyes," Ning Yechen said with a smile. However, he had not closed his eyes at all. Naive Luo Hongye was completely deceived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Yuan stared in awe at Luo Ruiying's heroic, bearing her eyes filled with admiration for her graceful and elegant posture as well as her formidable strength. As so incredible. With just one sword strike, she slew several martial spirit realm experts. And she is so beautiful. As a fellow woman, Qi Yuan felt deeply ashamed comparing her own appearance and cultivation to Luo Ruiying's. After sheathing her celestial sword, Luo Ruiying slowly walked over to Qi Yuan, bent down, and extended her hand. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Thank you so much, elder sister, for saving me." Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruiying's hand and stood up, expressing gratitude. Elder sister." Luo Ruiying was momentarily stunned by this form of address. She was not young anymore. She could even be her grandmother. Seeing Luo Ruiying's startled expression, Qi Yuan quickly waved her hand apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, have I offended you?" Seeing how young and beautiful Luo Ruiying was, she had subconsciously blurted out the term elder sister. Only now did she realize that it might be too familiar. The other person didn't know her, calling her sister so abruptly was too rude. Luo Ruiying smiled softly and slowly shook her head. "It's fine. It's just a form of address." "Then, can I keep calling you elder sister?" Qi Yuan asked with anticipation. Luo Ruiying did not refuse and nodded slightly. "Great. May I ask your name, elder sister?" Qi Yuan danced with joy, taking Luo Ruiying's hand and asking. "My name is Luo Ruiying." Luo Ruiying said calmly. "Elder sister Luo, are you also heading to Nanli capital city?" Qi Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she pressed further. The nearest and most renowned city here was Nanli capital city. Generally, anyone appearing in this area was headed for Nanli capital city. Luo Ruiying was also planning to find a town to settle in seclusion, so she nodded along with Qi Yuan's words. "Yes, my husband and I are taking our child to Nanli capital city." "Husband? Child? Elder sister Luo, you are married?" Qi Yuan's mouth fell open in surprise. Judging by Luo Ruiying's appearance, she could never have guessed that she was already a married woman. However, for cultivators, one truly cannot judge age by appearance. But just which man was so fortunate to marry a woman as stunning as elder sister Luo? Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded again with a smile. It was the first time she had admitted to being a married woman in front of others. Just as Qi Yuan was about to ask further, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes behind Luo Ruiying. Qi Yuan immediately frowned and gripped her sword warily. Luo Ruiying also turned her head. However, she had already sensed the newcomer and made no move. Ning Yechen emerged slowly from the bushes, holding Luo Hongye, a charming smile on his face. "Wife, you were gone so long that I grew worried, so I brought Ye along." Qi Yuan stared at the sudden appearance of Ning Yechen and inadvertently became mesmerized. Her initial caution was completely forgotten. She had never seen a man with such handsome features. His face bore a gentle and approachable smile, and his demeanor exuded an air of elegance, grace, and unruffled composure. He looked like a very gentle person. Qi Yuan had been wondering which man was so lucky to win Luo Ruiying's heart. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, she suddenly felt that the two were truly a perfect match, a heavenly couple. Standing together and looking closely, they inexplicably seemed to have a married couple's resemblance. Why did you bring Ye here? Luo Ruing, seeing Ning Yechen carrying the child, shot him a reproachful glare. With a wave of her arm, she quickly covered all the corpses around. This scene must not be seen by the child. Luo Ruing reached out and took Luo Hongye from Ning Yechen's arms. Seeing that her eyes were still tightly shut, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ye, you can open your eyes now. No, mommy. Why? Luo Ruing asked in confusion. Ye is playing a game with daddy. We're seeing who can keep their eyes closed the longest, Luo Hongye said earnestly. Luo Ruing immediately knew it was Ning Yechen's trick to make Luo Hongye close her eyes, and she shot him another glare. That fellow had definitely never closed his eyes at all. But at least it prevented the child from seeing the bloody scene. Ye can open her eyes now. Your daddy has already lost. Really? Then Ye wins. Luo Hongye opened her eyes and raised her hands happily. Suddenly catching sight of Qi Yuan staring intently at her from beside Luo Ring, she quickly shrank back into Luo Ring's arms timidly. Don't be afraid, Ye, she's not a bad person. Luo Ruing gently patted Luo Hongye's back and turned to Qi Yuan apologetically. I'm sorry, Ye is a bit shy with strangers. It's fine. It seems I scared her. Qi Yuan quickly averted her gaze and said apologetically. She hadn't meant to frighten Luo Hongye, but she simply couldn't help it. Luo Ruing and Ning Yechen had already amazed her, and now their child was also adorable. Exquisite like a delicate porcelain doll. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Elder sister Luo, Uncle Zhang, and I are also heading back to Nanli capital city. Why don't we travel together? There's our carriage not far ahead. As a token of thanks, let me give you a ride. Qi Yuan helped the severely injured Zhang, he from the ground, and turned to say to Luo Ruing. Luo Ruing thought for a moment and did not refuse. The Nanli capital city was not far away. To avoid drawing attention, it would be fine to take the carriage. Nanli City was a city-state established by the Xianxian Kingdom near the border of the Demon Domain Forest, initially built solely to defend against attacks from border beast tides. Despite being a border town, Nanli City's prosperity and territorial expanse were no inferior to the capital of Xianxian Kingdom, if not surpassing it entirely. The Demon Domain Forest harbored countless demonic beasts, nearly 100 demon kings among them. The sheer number of creatures of all sizes was beyond counting, while immortal herbs and spirit medicines blanketed the mountains, making it an exceptionally rich source of cultivation resources. It served as a trial ground for countless cultivators and the finest place for them to acquire demonic beast materials and gather immortal herbs. Naturally, it drew legions of cultivators eager to venture within its boundaries. The flourishing trade in demonic beast materials and spirit medicines attracted numerous merchants to settle here. With thriving commerce, Nanli City grew increasingly prosperous over time. Both mortals and cultivators found homes here in great numbers. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belonged, was one of the two pioneering merchant clans that first arrived at Nanli City. Within the carriage, after discovering that Ning Yechen and Luo Ring were not subjects of the Xianxian Kingdom, Qi Yuan proceeded to enthusiastically recount the history of Nanli City and her own Qi family to them. As she spoke, pride and self-assurance animated her features, though they faltered and dimmed whenever she mentioned the Qi family. At that moment, the carriage came to a halt, and Zhang He's voice drifted through the curtain. Miss, we have arrived. Sister Luo, we've arrived. This is Nanli City. Qi Yuan smiled, gently masking her earlier melancholy, and rose to lift the carriage curtain. The carriage joined a queue beyond Nanli City's gates, where through the curtain one could already see the throng of bustling crowds. The dense lines of people waiting to enter confirmed that Qi Yuan's words held truth. Nanli City was indeed remarkably prosperous. Many cultivators streaked past the carriage on their way into the city, soaring over the gates without delay. The carriage carrying Ning Yechen soon followed, passing through the gates and entering the city proper. As soon as they entered the city streets, the air filled with merchants' cries and vendors' calls, while bustling crowds moved ceaselessly through the thoroughfares, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy and prosperity. Luo Hongye, drawn by the clamor outside the carriage, pressed against Luo Ring's embrace and peered curiously through the window with wide eyes. Having spent her life confined or hidden away, she had never before witnessed such a multitude of people or witnessed such a lively scene. Staring around in wonder, she murmured softly, "Mother, Father, there are so many people." "Yes, would you like Mother to take you outside for a walk?" Luo Ruing offered a gentle smile and lovingly stroked Luo Hongye's head. It occurred to her that she had never before shown Luo Hongye the world beyond their walls. "Yes." Luo Hongye nodded enthusiastically with delight. "Thank you for your accompaniment, Miss Qi. Now that we've reached the city, we should take our leave." Luo Ruing rose with Luo Hongye in her arms, preparing to bid Qi Yuan farewell. "Won't you come to my home for a visit, Sister Luo? I would be honored to express my gratitude for saving us." Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with hope as she eagerly asked. Luo Ruiying declined with a gentle shake of her head. We appreciate your kindness, Miss Qi. We plan to settle temporarily in the city and need to find lodging for the child first. We wouldn't want to impose. That's perfect. I know the residences throughout Nanli City well. Allow me to guide you, Sister Luo. I can also introduce you to the local attractions of Nanli City along the way. Qi Yuan clapped her hands delightedly, a warm smile spreading across her face. Ning Yechen narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a quiet glance at her. This young woman was remarkably enthusiastic. After careful consideration, Luo Ruiying ultimately agreed to let Qi Yuan accompany them. Having a guide familiar with the area would certainly save considerable effort. Upon receiving her agreement, Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy, and she leaned close to whisper instructions to Zhang He to depart first. Zhang He hesitated briefly, showing reluctance, yet ultimately nodded in acceptance. After Ning Yechen and the others disembarked from the carriage, Zhang He alone drove back to the Qi residence. Let's go, Sister Luo. I'll take you around first. There's nowhere in Nanli City that I don't know. Qi Yuan declared with supreme confidence, patting her flat chest. Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye, and Ning Yechen followed behind her. Along the way, countless pairs of eyes remained fixed upon Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, with her peerless grace and breathtaking beauty, carrying Luo Hongye as she walked down the street, was an utterly captivating sight. What an exquisite woman! With such a radiant countenance and ethereal beauty, there must be few in this world who could rival her. Such an otherworldly aura. She must surely be a fairy descended from heaven. And the little girl in her arms is equally delicate and lovely. Is that her daughter? No way. Could that man accompanying her possibly be her husband? I simply cannot accept this. What does that fellow have that deserves such a beautiful woman? He's only better looking than me. The crowd muttered their discontent, deep in regret. Some dared to leer at Luo Ruiying, with shameless gazes attempting to provoke her. But Luo Ruiying showed no mercy. Her furrowed brows released a chilling aura that sent those men crumbling to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. In that instant, everyone realized this breathtaking woman was a cultivator of profound depth. None dared to make further advances. Qi Yuan gazed at Luo Ruiying with admiration, continuing to lead the group through the bustling streets. A peculiar matter drew everyone's attention on all sides. Whether cultivators or ordinary folk idling in the inn, nearly all were discussing the same thing without exception. Their expressions grew grave as hushed whispers spread through the crowd. Have you heard? The four great sects, the Confucian Palace of the World, the Martial God Hall, the Human Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Azure Blade Sword sect, were all obliterated in a single night. Who wouldn't know of this? The news has already swept across all 18 provinces. Who could possess such power to destroy four great sects overnight? It's truly terrifying. Rumors swirl that the four sect masters happened to be absent when the assault came, and word has not surfaced since. The murmurs around them grew ever more intense and fervent. This single event sent shockwaves rippling across the entire world. Yet the one behind the shadows had left no trace whatsoever, leaving the entire affair an unfathomable mystery. Every person paled at the mere mention of it. Qi Yuan, having spent these past days deep within the demon domain forest, heard this revelation for the first time and stood frozen in utter astonishment. She exclaimed in disbelief, the four great sects wiped out in a single night. This is simply terrifying. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you truly believe this is real? If one can truly annihilate four major sects in a single night, then this person's cultivation must be truly formidable. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement, her heart stirring with the realization that the mortal realm was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ning Yechen shared the same sentiment, nodding in concurrence. Yes, it's terrifying. Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying across several streets, enthusiastically explaining the main features of each neighborhood as they passed by. This street is also a commercial area. Although not as lively as the previous one, the goods are more affordable with lower prices. And here is Tianbao Street, where they sell spiritual artifacts, magical treasures, spirit herbs, elixirs, and various demonic beast materials. If you're lucky, you might even come across some demonic beast companions. Because Luo Ruiying possessed formidable cultivation, Qi Yuan had specially brought her and the others to tour Tianbao Street. In all of Nanli City, no cultivator was unaware of Tianbao Street. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of low-grade magical artifacts of all shapes and sizes, though many were damaged or counterfeit. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying merely glanced at them and lost all interest. Such items were hardly worth calling trash to them. Oh, look who it is. Why, it's the young miss of the Qi family. Just as Qi Yuan was strolling through the street with Ning Yechen, several figures approached from ahead and blocked their path. The leader was dressed in splendid brocade garments adorned with various jewels and magical artifacts. A complete picture of a nouveau riche's expression, one of contempt and arrogance. Dozens of attendants followed behind him, making quite a spectacle. Around them the stall vendors' faces fell as they spotted him quickly moving aside to avoid his passage. Wherever he went, anything blocking his path or beneath his feet was either kicked away or trampled underfoot, his behavior extremely arrogant and overbearing. Those around could only glare in silent fury. Even cultivators of considerable prowess among the crowd dared not speak up. This was because the man before them was Zhang Li, the eldest son of the Zhang family, one of the two great merchant houses of Nanli City. The Zhang family now controlled nearly 60% of the commercial streets in Nanli City, with countless cultivators vying to curry favor with them. Moreover, the family had hired numerous cultivators as guards in their service, including several experts who had surpassed the heavenly spirit realm. Rumors spoke of their backing being unfathomably deep, their power beyond imagination. No one in all of Nanli City dared provoke the Zhang family. Zhang Li had spotted Qi Yuan from a distance. When he saw her appearing on the street, an expression of surprise and shock flashed across his face. She had actually returned. Though somewhat taken aback, Zhang Li still managed a scornful smile, approaching Qi Yuan with a deceptive friendly expression. Qi Yuan's beautiful face darkened, her expression turning cold as she spoke without hesitation. Seeing me back, quite disappointing for you. No, not disappointing at all. Rather, this makes it even more interesting. Zhang Li had no intention of concealing anything, boldly implying that the assassination attempt was indeed the work of his family, wearing an expression that dared anyone to challenge him. Qi Yuan had expected Zhang Li to at least feign ignorance, never imagining he would dare admit it so openly. Too arrogant. Qi Yuan clenched her fists in anger, wanting to attack, but seeing the dozens of guards behind Zhang Li, she gritted her teeth and reluctantly gave up. Zhang Li was certain Qi Yuan couldn't do anything about him, his arrogance growing as he leaned close to her face with a sinister grin. Soon the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. Miss Qi might as well think about how you'll make a living next. The Huaihua Pavilion has been recruiting lately. I could introduce you to them. I'm sure with Miss Qi's reputation you'd surely become the top courtesan at Huaihua Pavilion. You. Qi Yuan's face turned pale with rage, her hand gripping the hilt of her waist sword. The dozens of guards behind Zhang Li immediately drew their swords in unison. Miss Qi causing trouble in the city is against the rules. Zhang Li raised his hand to signal his men to sheath their weapons, looking at Qi Yuan with amusement, showing no respect for her at all. Qi Yuan considered it over and over, but ultimately released her grip and gave up the thought of drawing her sword. With her current strength, she couldn't even defeat a single guard behind Zhang Li, let alone kill him. That's right. Zhang Li smirked triumphantly, his gaze shifting to Luo Ring, holding Luo Hongye behind Qi Yuan. He had already noticed Luo Ruiying's breathtaking beauty as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This woman is truly extraordinarily beautiful. Zhang Li ignored Ning Yechen beside Luo Ruiying and walked straight up to her, pretending to be courteous as he asked with a smile, "This young lady looks unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you in Nanli before. May I ask your name, fair lady?" "I am Zhang Li, son of the Zhang family in Nanli City. Though unworthy, I hold considerable wealth and influence in Nanli. If I may be so bold, I would like to get to know you better." Ning Yechen stood to the side, his brows furrowed slightly. He barely contained his urge to slap him dead on the spot. Damn it, digging under his nose like this. If not for Luo Ruiying's presence and his concern about being noticed, he wouldn't have lasted long. "Get lost," Luo Ruiying said coldly to Zhang Li without any restraint. From the first glance, she felt extreme disgust toward Zhang Li, a spoiled young master who bullied others based on his status and lusted after women. Zhang Li's expression was weak and hollow, with dark circles under his eyes, and his gaze clearly revealed depraved lust. How many women had fallen victim to him? If not for wanting to live quietly in Nanli City with her husband and child, and avoid unnecessary trouble, she almost couldn't resist killing him right then. Being confronted so coldly by Luo Ruiying in public, Zhang Li was initially stunned, then a scornful smile appeared on his face. He wasn't angry at all. He had seen women as domineering as Luo Ruiying before, and had even encountered women more ferocious than her. However, those women were no different from her. At first arriving in Nanli City, they simply didn't know his methods or the power of the Zhang family yet. Once they experienced his tactics, didn't all those women end up obediently lying in his bed at his mercy? Qi Yuan, standing nearby, saw Zhang Li leering at Luo Ruiying and knew the guy certainly harbored ill intentions. She immediately stepped in front of Luo Ruiying and scolded, "Zhang Li, don't even think about laying a hand on Sister Luo. Sister Luo already has a husband and child. Stop harboring delusions. Get lost now." Husband and child. Zhang Li's gaze shifted to Luo Hongye and Luo Ruiying's arms, then turned to Ning Yechen, beside her, his expression still full of disdain. just this pretty boy. Ning Yechen stood silently. Hold on. Hold on. Ning Yechen's hands clasped behind his back were barely restraining himself from slapping this damn fly to death. How long had it been since anyone dared speak to him this way? Not even an immortal emperor would have dared. Luo Ruiying's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful face turning cold as she held Luo Hongye and stepped in front of Ning Yechen, speaking coldly. My husband is not someone you can insult. With those words, Luo Ruiying unleashed a powerful aura that swept toward Jiang Li and his group. Jiang Li and his companions were utterly shocked. In an instant, they felt that the spiritual pressure was far beyond their ability to withstand. The terrifying might directly knock Jiang Li and his group to the ground. Just as Luo Ruiying was about to teach Jiang Li a more profound lesson, a figure suddenly leaped from an unknown direction, standing before Jiang Li and his companions. That was an elderly man with silver hair, hawk-like eyes, and a hooked nose. The old man extended his gnarled palms to block the aura radiating from Luo Ruiying, his feet shuffling backwards several steps as he nearly stumbled to the ground from the sheer force of it. What formidable pressure! This young girl appeared to be of tender years, yet her cultivation was at least on par with his own in the transformation immortal realm. Perhaps even beyond it. Miss, my son inadvertently offended you. I implore you not to hold it against him. Another day our Jiang family shall visit with generous gifts. Zhao Zhuahao raised his hands in a respectful gesture toward Luo Ruiying. Because he had assessed that her cultivation surpassed his own, he knew he might not be her match. Luo Ruiying's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she withdrew her aura and responded coolly. You are his guardian. A guardian, taking the term literally, typically referred to personal guards specially assigned by prominent families to ensure the safety of their promising descendants. These guardians typically concealed themselves near their charge, emerging only when danger arose. Luo Ruiying had simply never imagined that a scoundrel like Jiang Li would be afforded such protection. It appeared the Jiang family held considerable strength indeed. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his identity as a guardian. Elder Zhao, this matter cannot be let go so easily. Seize her at once. Having been so terrified that his legs buckled and sent him crashing to the ground, Jiang Li raged in humiliation, pointing at Luo Ruiying and issuing his command. In all his time in Nanli City, he had never endured such an insult. Young master, the clan head awaits your return. You would keep the patriarch waiting too long, and the elder will grow displeased once more. Zhao Zhuahao turned to counsel Jiang Li. He knew well his young master's nature. He would never let this rest. Thus he leaned close to his ear and whispered, Young master, that woman is not easy to deal with. Should you desire her, I shall find a way to arrange it for you in the future. For today, let us drop this matter. Jiang Li glared darkly at Luo Ruiying, unwilling to let this go. But upon hearing Zhao Zhuahao promise to procure the woman in the days to come, a lewd gleam returned to Jiang Li's eyes, and he licked his lips. Very well, he would spare the woman this time. Once she fell into his hands, he would make her pay. Let's go. Jiang Li rose to his feet and barked angrily at his guards behind him. As he departed, he cast a loaded glance at Luo Ruiying. A married woman. That made her all the more appealing. Zhao Zhuahao offered Luo Ruiying a counterfeit apologetic smile, then slipped away from their sight. I apologize, sister Luo, brother Ning, for causing you displeasure. Qi Yuan bowed in apology to Luo Ruiying. Jiang Li had clearly come targeting her. If she had not insisted on following, Luo Ruiying would not have been entangled. Though feeling helpless, Luo Ruiying shook her head to indicate it was nothing. If not for the sake of Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, given Jiang Li's filthy gaze alone, she truly would have killed him on the spot. If the matter could be let go, so be it. But should he dare offend again, she would show no mercy. Let us go. Luo Ruiying turned to call out to Ning Yechen. However, she found Ning Yechen gazing at her with a foolish grin. What's wrong with you? Luo Ruiying asked in astonishment. Your husband is perfectly fine. I am simply overjoyed that my wife has finally agreed to call me husband. Ning Yechen leaned his face close to Luo Ruiying's, grinning. He had been quite angry just now, but upon hearing Luo Ruiying's words, my husband is not someone you may humiliate, his heart had blossomed with delight. This was only the second time she had addressed him with a husband's term of endearment, the first being when she had urged him to flee with their child. Recalling her earlier words, Luo Ruiying's cheeks also flushed red. She had been incensed that Jiang Li had called Ning Yechen a pretty boy, and the words had escaped her lips in anger. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed rather embarrassing. But between husband and wife, such forms of address were quite normal, wasn't they? Could this fellow really be so pleased over a single phrase? Watching the pair of Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying standing together, Qi Yuan stood beside them, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Sister Luo and her husband share such a lovely bond. Yet their affection seemed somewhat unpolished. After all, they already had a child. Might my wife address me thus in the days to come? Ning Yechen asked with a playful smile, clinging to Luo Ruiying's side. Luo Ruiying's cheeks blushed as vividly as sunset clouds, and she murmured softly, I shall endeavor to try when the opportunity arises. To call Ning Yechen her husband so readily still made her shy and embarrassed. Yet seeing how joyful he was, she could not bring herself to refuse, only shyly deferring it to the future. Once she grew accustomed to it, she would naturally change her address. Ning Yechen offered a gentle smile. Though somewhat regretful, he was not impatient. He proactively took Luo Ruiying's hand, and they continued strolling down the street. No urgency. The days ahead were long and promising. Luo Ruiying held their child in one arm, while her other hand rested in Ning Yechen's grasp. The three of them formed a particularly warm scene. Following behind, Qi Yuan felt suddenly awkward about catching up. Was she perhaps an unwanted presence here? As Ning Yechen's group passed through the street, they brushed past three figures wearing conical hats. The three figures sat with their backs to Ning Yechen's party, eating at a stall. When Ning Yechen and his group walked past, the faces beneath the hats were revealed. The three great demon kings of the demon domain forest. Indeed, they were the three chaos demon cattle who had followed Ning Yechen. They had been secretly trailing Ning Yechen all along, awaiting his commands at any moment. They had witnessed everything that had just occurred. Seeing Zhang Li's disrespect toward Luo Ruiying and daring to call their master a pretty boy, the three were nearly terrified senseless. They truly worried their master would fly into a rage and flatten all of Nanli City. Pretending to eat the swallowing heaven divine python did not look at Ning Yechen, but instead sent a cold telepathic message, Master. Shall we eliminate those who offended you just now? Do not kill Zhang Li, I'll cripple his third leg instead. Slaughter all the others. Remember to keep a low profile. Do not disturb my stroll with my wife and child. Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied in a calm voice, as though he were merely dispatching an utterly ordinary task. Receiving the command, the three members of the swallowing heaven divine python silently rose from the stall and began walking in the direction of Zhang Li and his group. Confusion lingered among them regarding why their master only wished to cripple the man's third leg rather than take his life. Considering it carefully, their master likely intended to deal with him personally, and sympathy stirred for that Zhang Li. To die at their hands would at least bring a swift end, but falling into that master's grasp, well, that was a different matter entirely. Throughout the journey back to the Jiang family, Zhang Li kept a sullen face, his brows tightly furrowed, radiating immense displeasure. Never in his life had he felt so humiliated. Zhang Li looked up and saw a delicate little girl running toward him, reaching out to pick up the ball. My, did I give you permission to take it? Zhang Li stepped on the ball, his brow furrowed, as he spoke coldly to the little girl. The little girl froze in fear, at a loss. Mustering her courage, she pointed timidly at the ball under his foot. Big brother, this is my ball. Can you give it back to me? Your ball? Humph. Do you know that your ball dirted my shoes? Zhang Li's voice was harsh. He stomped the ball flat with force, then unceremoniously slapped the little girl across the face. He was already in a foul temper, so he decided to take it out on this reckless little girl. The little girl flew several meters away, her face swollen beyond recognition, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. She could only lie on the ground sobbing and whimpering. Wah! Mom! Mom! Zhang Li, still unsatisfied, strode toward her. Behind him, the guards wore sneers and fawning expressions. Young master, your palm technique is superb. Your cultivation must have improved greatly. Of course, that's our young master Jiang, gifted by nature. The foremost talent of Nanli City, no, of the entire world. The onlookers, seeing Zhang Li's ruthless cruelty toward a child, were indignant and sympathetic. They clenched their fists tightly, but could do nothing. It was hard to believe a cultivator would take pride in bullying a little girl. Though Zhang Li's cultivation was mediocre, that slap could cost the girl her life if she wasn't treated in time. What a fucking beast. Zhang Li relished the fear he inspired in the crowd and was pleased by the flattery from his guards. He swaggered over to the girl, lifted his head arrogantly, and raised his foot high. Seeing that Zhang Li intended to go further and actually kill the girl, a young woman dressed in green and white could no longer hold back. She gripped the hilt of the saber at her waist and rose to intervene, but her companion held her back. Su, don't be impulsive. He is Zhang Li of the Jiang family. Even our Nanli Academy would be wary of provoking the Jiang family. Their backing is formidable. Are we just going to watch that scum kill the little girl? Su, he retorted to her companion. If a cultivator couldn't even save lives and uphold justice, what was the point of cultivation? Her companion fell silent, unable to argue. As Sui argued with her companion, a woman rushed to Zhang Li's feet, knelt before him, and shielded the child in her arms. She wept and pleaded, Young Master Jiang, the child is foolish and unintentionally offended you. Please have mercy and spare her. Jiang Li frowned about to kick the woman away, but noticed her face still retained some charm. A lecherous smile spread across his face as he changed his mind. Jiang Li bent down close to the woman, his lascivious gaze roving over her body, and smirked. I can let her go, but it depends on your sincerity. The woman murmured in confusion. Her family was poor. What wealth or favor could she offer that would interest Jiang Li? It wasn't until his lewd whisper echoed in her ear that her face turned deathly pale. Madam, you would do anything for your child, wouldn't you? He had never been interested in married women disdaining second-hand goods, and especially not one of merely average looks. But recalling the Luo Ruying he had seen earlier, he felt a restless agitation. Suddenly he wanted to taste a married woman. The woman stood frozen in despair, utterly at a loss. For ordinary families like hers, there was no resisting the tyranny of the Jiangs. Jiang Li, seeing her silence, simply grabbed her and began to drag her away. At that moment the child's father, a middle-aged man, rushed over upon hearing the news. His clothes were tattered, his hands thick with calluses, a typical farmer and laborer. Seeing his daughter on the ground, he burst into tears. Then noticing Jiang Li dragging his wife, he ran over, knelt, and begged, Young Master Jiang, please spare my wife and daughter. If they did something wrong, punish me instead. Get lost. Don't spoil my fun. I'll give her back after I'm done with her. Jiang Li kicked the man away and forcibly pulled the woman to leave. Su Yi, unable to watch any longer, drew her sword and stepped forward to stop Jiang Li. But just as Su Yi's sword left its sheath, a ghostly figure flashed with incredible speed through the guards behind Jiang Li. Did something just pass by them? All the guards looked confused. The next second their bodies split along countless cracks, sliced into pieces. Blood sprayed, instantly falling like rain. Everyone stood frozen, no one knew what had happened. In an instant dozens of Jiang Li's guards were all slain. Oh, murder, murder. The terrified onlookers fled in all directions. Su Yi and her companions were stunned and bewildered. Turning around they saw a figure in a bamboo hat with a sinuous wasp-waisted silhouette, holding a curved serpent sword, standing amidst the rain of blood. This person was incredibly strong. Their first reaction was an inexplicable deep fear of her. They couldn't even perceive her movements. Tunshin Shinmong, holding a celestial sword, slowly walked toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li, now terrified, fell to the ground and shouted frantically, Elder Zhao, save me. Zhao Zhuahao leaped out and stood in front of Jiang Li, his face filled with fear as he stared at the mysterious woman. He spoke, May I ask who you are? Why are you attacking my Jiang family? Sweat dripped from Zhao Zhuahao's forehead as he fixed his gaze on Tunshin Shinmong. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented terror. This fear even surpassed what he had felt from Luo Ruying earlier. He had been covertly watching Jiang Li the whole time, yet he hadn't seen the person before him make a move. He hadn't even had time to react before everyone fell to her sword. To achieve such a feat, her cultivation must far surpass his. After all, he was at the immortal transformation realm, a top-tier cultivator across the entire Nanzhou. Tunshin Shinmong couldn't be bothered with Zhao Zhuahao's nonsense. Her cold serpentine eyes narrowed and she pronounced his death sentence. The master has ordered, you must die. Grandmaster. Who is your master? Why would you attack my Jiang family without reason? Zhao Zhuahao asked with a furrowed brow. He pondered for a long time, but could not figure out who would possibly target the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had many enemies, he couldn't recall anyone capable of hiring a cultivator of such formidable power. You're not worthy of knowing the master's name. Tunshin Shinmong's expression hardened, and a terrifying murderous aura radiated from his body. Zhao Zhuahao's heart trembled, and he secretly began forming hand seals to channel his techniques. Perhaps it wouldn't be too difficult. Just as Zhao Zhuahao was contemplating how to deal with Tunshin Shinmong, in the next moment a powerful hand suddenly grabbed his entire head from behind. Startled Zhao Zhuahao had no time to react before a pop sound, and his head was crushed like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on Jiang Li's body and face as he sat collapsed on the ground. Too much nonsense. I'm sick of hearing it. Chaos Demon Bull tossed aside Zhao Zhuahao's corpse and wiped his hands with disdain. Su Yi and the others around were completely stunned. They had also heard of Zhao Zhuahao. He was a genuine Transcendence Realm powerhouse. Yet he hadn't even noticed when the burly man behind him had arrived and was crushed to death with a single palm strike. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Li looked up at the solid figure of Chaos Demon Bull, his eyes filled with terror, utterly paralyzed with fear. His greatest backing, Zhao Zhuahao, was dead. Without Zhao Zhuahao, he no longer had his usual arrogant demeanor, trembling like a helpless, pitiful worm. Chaos Demon Bull looked down at Jiang Li at his feet and revealed a sinister smile. It's your turn. I remember the master specifically instructed us to treat you specially. Spare me. Someone come and save me. Zhang Li cried out hoarsely towards Su Yi and the others, a yellow liquid flowing from beneath him. Su Yi's companions stood frozen, instinctively reaching for the weapons at their waists, but no one dared to draw their swords and step forward. Because they all knew that anyone who could kill a Transcendence Realm cultivator in one blow was not someone they could withstand. Only Su Yi mustered the courage to draw her sword and leap forward. Nanli Academy also had the duty to govern and maintain order in Nanli City. Although she deeply wished for Zhang Li's death, allowing him to be killed by the murderer before her eyes would tarnish the reputation of Nanli Academy. As a student of Nanli Academy, she could not stand idly by. Just as Su Yi leaped out with her sword drawn, another figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked her path. The other party also wore a bamboo hat, moved with incredible speed, and grabbed her by the throat. Despite Su Yi's desperate struggle, she could not affect the opponent in the slightest. Even her long sword could not pierce the opponent's body. Su Yi was secretly shocked, feeling increasingly suffocated and despairing. Who exactly was this person? Was she going to die here today? The master said, "Don't cause too much commotion. It will affect the master. Don't kill those who are not the target." Tunshin Shinmong warned the Titan Giant Ape, who was about to strike. Titan Giant Ape then remembered Ning Yechen's instructions and flung Su Yi away without killing her. As Tunshin Shinmong walked toward Zhang Li, the woman and middle-aged man sat on the ground, tightly hugging their child, looking at her with terrified expressions. Tunshin Shinmong ignored the three of them and went straight to Zhang Li. "Please spare me. How much did that person hire you for?" "I'll pay 10 times. No, 20 times, 100 times. Seeing that no one dared to help him, Zhang Li trembled in fear and begged repeatedly, trying to bribe the three of them. Tunshin Shinmong cast a cold glance at Zhang Li and said calmly, "Do it." "All right." Chaos Demon Bolt stomped heavily on Zhang Li's feet. With a cracked sound, Zhang Li's legs were crushed directly. His leg bones shattered. The intense pain made Zhang Li let out a pig-like scream. The screams mixed with cries sounding particularly miserable. "The master told you to cripple his third leg, not his legs." Tunshin Shinmong gave Chaos Demon Bull a helpless glance and said, "Is that so? Sorry, I forgot. I'll do it again." Chaos Demon Bull lifted his large foot again and stomped precisely on Zhang Li's crotch. A deep footprint was left on the ground beneath Zhang Li's crotch. This time Zhang Li didn't even let out much of a scream. His face turned pale, and he fainted on the spot, blood flowing from his crotch. "Mission complete, let's go." Tunshin Shinmong glanced at the unconscious Zhang Li, then said to Chaos Demon Bull and Titan Giant Ape. The three leaped and turned into black shadows, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The city guards and a group of cultivators arrived, belatedly alerted by the commotion. By the time they arrived, the scene was bloody and grotesque. Shortly after, alarms blared throughout the city, and the entire Nanli city was thrown into chaos. Countless city guards and cultivators were hunting the perpetrators, but no one could find any trace of the three. Shortly after, inside the Jiang family mansion, the unconscious Jiang Li was carried back. When Jiang Zhan, the head of the Jiang family, saw Jiang Li lying half dead before him, he instantly trembled with rage and pointed at Jiang Li, asking angrily, "Who did this? Who dares to hurt my precious son like this?" The Jiang family had only this one son, Jiang Li, and he had always doted on him, never bearing to scold or hit him. Now his legs were broken and his manhood crushed. This was to make the Jiang family extinct. Jiang Zhan's roar shook the surrounding servants, who trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Seeing that none of the servants replied, Jiang Zhan continued to roar at them, "A bunch of useless trash. What's the use of keeping you? Find them. Hurry up and find the murderer for me. Even if you have to turn over the entire Nanli city, you must find them." "Yes." The servants quickly hurried away from Jiang Zhan's sight. After they left, a man dressed in a white lotus robe with a feminine face slowly walked out from the hall inside. Being able to defeat the Transcendence Realm Elder Zhao shows that the opponent is definitely not an ordinary person. Even if you Patriarch Jiang turn this Nanli city upside down, I'm afraid you won't find anything. Holy Envoy. Upon seeing the man, Jiang Zhan had to restrain his anger and greeted him respectfully. Then with a reluctant expression he asked, "Holy Envoy, do you mean to let the murderer go just like that?" "Of course not. I just want the Patriarch to focus on the Church's mission for now. After the Trade Alliance battle ends, and the Jiang family controls all of Nanli City, I will surely report your merits to the sect leader and ask him to take action for you," Chen Rou said with a slight smile. Jiang Zhan pondered for a moment, then finally sighed with helpless reluctance, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, and replied, "With the Holy Envoy here, this Trade Alliance battle will definitely be no problem. Once the Jiang family controls Nanli City, we will spare no effort to assist the Sacred Lotus sect." I hope that after the matter is accomplished the sect will avenge my son. Meanwhile, after wandering around, Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ring through another quaint alley. The street was lined with an array of snacks and delicacies, their mingled aromas saturating the entire thoroughfare, wafting in every direction. The street was also thronged with bustling crowds, among which families with wives and children were particularly numerous. This is the most bustling and lively food street in the Nanli capital. Here, besides the unique delicacies of Xuanqian, you can also find culinary delights from other nations. Qi Yuan walked ahead, introducing the place to Ning Yechen and the others. One might have thought that powerful cultivators like Luo Ruing would not be particularly interested in such street snacks. Yet upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruing deliberately slowed her pace. Born and raised in the immortal realm, Luo Ruing had always dined on immortal fruits and drunk from spiritual springs, and had scarcely ever seen these mortal world snacks. For the people of the immortal realm never needed to cook meals like mortals to satiate their hunger. They completely relied on absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies. Even children born in the immortal realm only needed to consume immortal fruit nectar. Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruing's arms, stared with bright, wide eyes, curiously looking around in every direction, drool nearly trickling from the corner of her mouth. When they passed a stall displaying candied fruit skewers, Luo Hongye's gaze became glued, her small mouth unconsciously falling open. Seeing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently, walked to the stall, and raised 2 fingers. "Boss, 2 skewers, please." Coming right up, the stall owner chuckled, promptly picking up 2 candied fruit skewers and handing them to Ning Yechen, adding a compliment. "Sir, you are truly blessed. Your wife and child are indeed as beautiful as flowers." "Right. I do think I'm fortunate to have such a beautiful wife and an adorable child." The stall owner's sincere congratulations delighted Ning Yechen. His nose tilted up proudly, and in high spirits, he simply bought up everything the stall owner had. Behind him, Luo Ruing blushed faintly and shot Ning Yechen a glare. "Someone praises you once, and you happily buy out their entire stall. Here ye have some." Ning Yechen, holding a large cluster of candied skewers, reached out and handed one of the fruit skewers to Luo Hongye. So-called fruit candies were simply chunks of fruit threaded onto sticks and coated with a layer of solidified syrup. Luo Hongye's big eyes practically screamed, "I want it." Yet she still turned her head to look at Luo Ruing and asked in a soft, timid voice, "Mother, may ye have some? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and eat." How could Luo Ruing not see the longing all over Luo Hongye's face? She nodded indulgently and smiled. In the past, she had not been able to properly cherish her child. Now her greatest wish was for her own child to live a carefree and happy life. Luo Hongye immediately reached out her chubby little hand, took the candied fruit from Ning Yechen, opened her mouth, and gulped it down in one bite. Worried that the bamboo stick might poke the child, Luo Ruing carefully took the skewer from Luo Hongye, removed the candied fruit from the stick, and then fed it into her mouth. Luo Hongye puffed out her round chubby cheeks, her face beaming with a radiant, joyful smile. Just as Luo Ruing was feeding Luo Hongye one by one, another skewer of candied fruit suddenly appeared at her own lips. Luo Ruing lifted her eyes to see Ning Yechen holding another candied fruit skewer to her mouth, gazing at her with a charming smile. "Wife, this one is for you." "For me?" Luo Ruing felt a little embarrassed. She wants a female emperor of a realm in the immortal realm eating such mortal snacks. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Moreover, being fed by Ning Yechen, holding it in his hand. Under Ning Yechen's expectant gaze, Luo Ruing reached up to brush aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, blushed slightly, and gently parted her crimson lips to bite into the candied fruit. After all, no one knew her identity here. A little indulgence wouldn't hurt, would it? Luo Ruing's graceful and delicate movements, her shyly blooming peerless beauty, made Ning Yechen, standing before her, pause and gaze for a moment, then blurt out in admiration, "Wife, you're truly beautiful, even when you eat." Cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Luo Ruing covered her mouth and coughed a few times, then shot Ning Yechen a coquettish glare full of charm. This fellow suddenly says such things, making her suddenly feel shy. Your husband is not lying. If you don't believe me, ask Yi. Yi isn't mother beautiful when she eats. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Hongye in Luo Ruing's arms with a smile. Beautiful. Mother is the most beautiful. Luo Hongye raised both hands, chewing her food, and shouted happily. There were many passers-by on the street, and Luo Ruing felt even more embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she shot another glare at Ning Yechen. Sister Luo and brother Ning have such a wonderful relationship. Only then did Luo Ruing remember that Qi Yuan was still beside them. Slightly embarrassed, she offered the candied fruit in her hand and asked, "Want some?" "No, no, thank you, Sister Luo." Qi Yuan waved her hands and shook her head, declining politely. She smiled at Luo Hongye and Luo Ruing's arms, and said, "Little Yi, if you like these, I know many other delicious things too. Would you like sister to buy some for you?" She had never seen a child as exquisite, adorable, obedient, and sensible as Luo Hongye. The moment she saw her, she inexplicably felt a fondness. Luo Hongye had always been close only to Luo Ruing and Ning Yechen, but she generally lacked a sense of security with strangers and felt afraid. When Qi Yuan spoke to her, she shrank back into Luo Ruing's arms, but upon hearing about delicious food, she couldn't help sneaking a glance at Qi Yuan and asked timidly, "Really?" "Of course it's true. Sister never lies to cute kids." Seeing Luo Hongye's soft, timid, and adorable appearance, Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she spoke with extreme excitement. She finally spoke to her. "Little Yi is so cute, I just want to reach out and pinch her chubby little cheeks. I also want to hug her and give her a kiss." Ning Yechen, standing aside, watched Qi Yuan's excited expression and suddenly felt he should be more wary of this girl. She might even abduct his child. In the end, under the temptation of Qi Yuan's vivid descriptions of how delicious those things were, Luo Hongye succumbed. Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye and ate all the way down the street. Whatever Luo Hongye liked or was curious about, Ning Yechen would unhesitatingly buy for her. Qi Yuan also proactively purchased various snacks to feed Luo Hongye. Candied hawthorn sticks, glutinous rice cakes, sesame cakes, tofu, pudding, steamed buns. Almost the entire food street was sampled by Luo Hongye. Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye's relationship successfully grew a little closer. After walking down most of the street, the three found a stone bench and sat down. It wasn't because they were tired from walking, but because they were holding so many snacks that they decided to sit down and let Luo Hongye eat slowly. At that moment, Luo Hongye was sitting in Luo Ruing's arms, holding a steamed bun bigger than her own face, taking happy bites. Luo Ruing, with a helpless and indulgent expression, took out a handkerchief and wiped the stains from the corner of her mouth. Just then a commotion came from afar, and the sound of alarm bells reverberated throughout the entire city. The city guards all rushed towards the distance. Some people who had fled came over gasping and explained the situation to those around. Just moments ago, three mysterious figures attacked Jiang Li and his party. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li and his group were all killed. Only Jiang Li seemed to have survived by a stroke of luck. What? Someone actually dared to make a move against Jiang Li of the Jiang family in Nanli City. The crowd around them were all shocked, speechless upon hearing this news. The Jiang family wielded such overwhelming power in Nanli City that everyone avoided them like the plague, yet someone dared to openly attempt assassination. Qi Yuan was equally stunned upon hearing the news. Beside Jiang Li were dozens of martial spirit realm guards and a Dao protector at the spirit transformation realm. How could they all have been killed? As far as she knew, there seemed to be no one in all of Nanli City possessing such strength. Qi Yuan was greatly shaken and puzzled, yet before long, she found herself unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips, a pleased smile breaking across her face. Who would have thought that even the Jiang family and Jiang Li would one day meet such a fate? It must be because he was too arrogant and tyrannical in his daily life, offending those who should never have been offended. She had only herself to blame. Luo Ruing showed no change in expression upon hearing the news. She had zero interest in such matters. She only hoped the unrest in the city would not disturb the peaceful life ahead of her. "Let us go. The sky grows late, it is time to find a residence." Luo Ruing lifted Luo Hongye into her arms and spoke to Ning Yechen. They had roamed about the city enough. It was time to settle into a suitable home. "Sister Luo, brother Ning, what kind of house do you prefer?" Qi Yuan, acting as their guide, stepped forward to ask. As the daughter of the Qi family merchant house in Nanli capital, she knew every shop and available rental property throughout the city like the back of her hand. Managers from her Qi family were stationed across all districts, and as long as Luo Ruing described her ideal home, Qi Yuan could quickly find a suitable match. Luo Ruing paused to think, then spoke. "If it is not too much trouble, I would prefer somewhere rather quiet." She did not have high demands for her residence, or what mattered most was simply that her family could be together. Qi Yuan thought for a moment, then swiftly summoned one of her family's managers in charge of property sales. The manager led Qi Yuan and Luo Ruing and the others to a courtyard mansion nestled in a quiet corner of Nanli City. The street before the mansion was empty, a few scattered trees standing outside the gate, and behind the courtyard flowed a babbling stream. The scenery was undeniably tranquil and pleasing. Pushing open the courtyard gate, they entered a spacious and bright compound. Behind the main hall, besides the master bedroom, there were several side rooms, a kitchen, and a separate bathing house. The entire estate was nearly the size of a small mansion. "This is quite nice, but it seems a bit too large. For 3 people to live in it would be rather extravagant." Though she had once dwelt in residences far more spacious and luxurious by many times over in the immortal realm, now that she was a wife, there were many things she needed to consider. A family of 3 occupying such a grand estate would inevitably be wasteful. Moreover, cleaning and maintaining the property was itself a troublesome undertaking. Most importantly, such a large mansion must have cost a considerable sum of money. Ning Yechen looked around and also felt this residence was quite good. He took Luo Hongye from Luo Ruying's arms and asked with a smile, "Does Yi like it here?" "I like it. Wherever mother and father are, that is where Yi likes to be." Luo Hongye laughed happily, nestling into Ning Yechen's embrace. "Our Yi is so well behaved." Ning Yechen affectionately tickled Luo Hongye's little nose, then turned to Luo Ruying and said, "Why shall we just stay here? Could this place be too expensive?" Luo Ruying pulled Ning Yechen aside and whispered her question. Who would have thought that the former Empress of the Immortal Realm would one day need to worry about money? When she had fled the Immortal Realm, her spiritual ring had been entirely seized, and since then, apart from her cultivation, she was virtually penniless. As for money, Ning Yechen had never given it a second thought. Purchasing the entire Nanli city would have been but a drop in the ocean for him, let alone this modest mansion. "Wife, do not worry. Your husband actually has a little wealth tucked away." Ning Yechen puffed out his chest, speaking with an air of relaxed confidence. This surprised Luo Ruying somewhat. She had assumed a hunter living in reclusion among the mountains and forests such as Ning Yechen would be utterly destitute. After all, how few wealthy people would willingly choose a life of seclusion in the wilds. "Esteemed manager, my wife and I are very satisfied. We will take this mansion." "What is the price?" "Honored guest, may I ask whether you intend to rent temporarily or purchase outright?" The elderly manager approached with a warm smile and asked. "Purchase," Ning Yechen replied without a moment's hesitation. Luo Ruying quickly whispered beside Ning Yechen, "There is no need to spend too much to buy it. Renting temporarily will suffice." They had come to Nanli City mainly to evade the pursuers who might arrive later. They might move on again quite soon with no need whatsoever to waste money purchasing the entire mansion. "Rest assured, wife, it will not cost much." Ning Yechen smiled and reassured her, secretly amused. His wife had begun living a frugal life now. She was gradually acquiring the air of a virtuous and gentle young matron. "Honored guest, if you intend to purchase the entire estate, the price will be 2 million taels." The elderly steward held up 2 fingers and spoke. Ning Yechen, without a moment's hesitation, withdrew a small bag from his robes and tossed it into the elderly steward's hands. "This should suffice." The elderly steward opened the bag in confusion, and instantly his old eyes froze wide open. The bag was filled to the brim with various rare and extraordinary brilliant gemstones. In both color and shape, they were exceedingly rare treasures of the world. Among them were many he had never seen before. The elderly steward donned his specialized gem inspection glasses, carefully picked up a single gemstone, and examined it repeatedly, his expression growing ever more astonished. Such pure material. If crafted into jewelry, its price would multiply dozens of times over. Having spent most of his life working for the Qi family merchant house, he had never before seen such flawless gemstone material. The value of this small bag far exceeded 2 million taels. Qi Yuan also gathered close. Having grown up in a merchant family, she too could distinguish the rarity of certain items. Upon seeing the entire bag of such precious gemstones in the elderly steward's hands, her eyes widened in shock, and she cast a surprised glance toward Ning Yechen. So Sister Luo's husband was a young master from a wealthy family. Sister Luo, brother Ning, these gemstones are more than enough to pay for this mansion, but Qi Yuan cannot accept them. Qi Yuan picked up the entire bag of gemstones and returned it to Ning Yechen. Sister Luo once saved my life. This mansion shall serve as my token of gratitude for that life-saving kindness. How can that be? Luo Ruying wanted to refuse, but Ning Yechen was a step ahead of her. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled at Qi Yuan, asking, "If I am not mistaken, Miss Qi actually has something you wish to ask of us." Ever since Qi Yuan had witnessed Luo Ruying's cultivation prowess, she had been exceptionally warm and attentive. Though partly born of admiration and gratitude, Ning Yechen had also detected an undercurrent of hesitation in her expression at times. Qi Yuan's fervent hospitality seemed driven by something she wished to entrust to his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruying turned her gaze toward Qi Yuan. Seeing that her disguise had been pierced, Qi Yuan no longer concealed anything. She bowed deeply before Luo Ruying and earnestly pleaded, "I do indeed have a request. Sister Luo, I beg you to save the Qi family." "Save the Qi family?" Luo Ruying asked doubtfully. "Yes. Actually, the Qi family is now on the verge of being erased from Nanxing City." Qi Yuan lowered her brows, her expression dim, as she said, "In a few days, the chamber competition between the Qi family and the Jiang family will take place. The chamber competition will determine the ownership of the major street chartered associations in Nanli City. Formerly, the Qi and Jiang families each held half of the street chartered associations in the city, But in recent years, the Jiang family, relying on the backing of some powerful force behind them, began to expand aggressively, forcibly, seizing various businesses of our Qi family. Now less than 30% of the street chartered associations remain under the Qi family's control. How do you want me to save the Qi family? Luo Ruiying asked. I want to ask Sister Luo to represent our Qi family in the chamber competition. Qi Yuan earnestly pleaded. Conflicts and disputes often arose between the trade associations. Once a conflict escalated, it could easily lead to rivers of blood and even the annihilation of entire families. Thus, amid the trade associations, a new convention emerged for resolving conflicts. That was the chamber competition. When two trade associations encountered an irreconcilable dispute, either party could choose to challenge the other to a chamber competition. Both trade associations would stake their wagers, each inviting a cultivator to represent their association in the competition. The losing party would then fulfill the wager to the winner. Such a competition could greatly avoid the situation of trade associations covertly slaughtering each other over disputes. This scheme was proposed by an organization called the Treasure Merchant Alliance. The Treasure Merchant Alliance was a coalition formed by countless trade associations across the world. Nominally, it aimed for mutual development among the members, while also mediating conflicts between trade associations and maintaining the stability of the alliance. To ensure the fairness of the competition, when two trade associations initiated a chamber competition, representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance would usually be present to bear witness. This time the Qi family took the initiative to challenge the Jiang family. Years of oppression ultimately drove the Qi family to stake everything on a chamber competition challenge against the Jiang family, hoping to reclaim all that they had lost. However, the cultivator who had originally agreed to fight for the Qi family either suddenly refused or died in various accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's formidable strength, Qi Yuan conceived the idea of entrusting her. In truth, she had not wished to drag Luo Ruiying into the conflict between the Qi and Jiang families, especially since the Jiang family had another force backing them. But she was left with no other options, and so she had no choice but to seek Luo Ruiying's assistance. All right, I can help you and represent the Qi family in the competition. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment and finally nodded gently in agreement. On one hand, it was to repay the favor of accepting this residence. On the other hand, she felt that if someone like Jiang Li of the Jiang family continued to gain power in the city, the inhabitants might never enjoy a peaceful and happy life. Thus, she was willing to help Qi Yuan overcome this crisis. That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan bowed gratefully, the heavy stone in her heart much lighter. Don't mention it. Luo Ruiying shook her head and said, I'll just consider it as compensation for accepting this residence. Sister Luo, I have another request to ask of you. Can you take me as your disciple? I can pay you extra compensation. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Luo Ruiying with hope. From the first time she saw Luo Ruiying's elegant and graceful bearing, she was deeply captivated. Although her family had been merchants for generations, she had always harbored a dream of cultivating and attaining the Tao. Luo Ruiying hadn't expected Qi Yuan to want to become her disciple. She glanced at her in surprise, then shook her head slightly with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to take on disciples. She had chosen to live here temporarily to lead a peaceful life, so she had no intention of taking on disciples at all. Moreover, she was still being hunted, and she was even less willing to involve others. All right, I'm sorry for troubling you, Sister Luo. After being rejected, Qi Yuan looked deeply disappointed. Ever since she was young, she had sought out many cultivators to take her as a disciple, but all had rejected her without exception. The reason was that she had been injured in her childhood, leaving her with lingering internal injuries, damaged and blocked meridians that made it impossible for her to cultivate effectively. Qi Yuan believed that Luo Ruiying had also discerned her problem and thought she was incapable of cultivation, lacking talent, and thus rejected her. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they are forever hopeless of the path of cultivation? Qi Yuan looked up at Luo Ruiying with a hint of unwillingness and asked. Luo Ruiying saw from Qi Yuan's expression who she was referring to, and though it pained her, she answered earnestly, meridians are the spiritual channels through which cultivators absorb and circulate the spiritual energy within their bodies and that of heaven and earth. They are the foundation of a cultivator's practice. Without being able to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth, without being able to circulate spiritual power to nourish the body, one cannot truly cultivate. It can be said that the meridians throughout one's body are like the paths to immortality. The denser, wider, smoother, and longer your meridians are, the further you can go on the path of cultivation. Is that so? As expected, I'm probably destined to never tread the path of cultivation in this life. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression grew even more dejected and disappointed. In her heart, she had not been particularly surprised. She had long known this reasoning. She was merely asking again to completely resign herself to it. Then Sister Luo, I'll take my leave. Just as Qi Yuan was about to turn and depart, a light laugh from Ning Yechen sounded behind her. While damaged meridians indeed prevent cultivation, wouldn't it be fine as long as the meridians are restored? At these words, Qi Yuan froze in place. She turned around and stared at Ning Yechen in astonishment. Of course she understood this truth. But how many people in the world could restore damaged meridians? She had never even heard of anyone who could restore damaged meridians. Yet from Ning Yechen's words, it seemed he had a way to make her meridians recover. Brother Ning, can you help me restore my damaged meridians? Hope kindled in Qi Yuan's heart as she looked at Ning Yechen with eager anticipation. I know a little, Ning Yechen said with a modest air. Even Luo Ruiying, who was standing by, looked at Ning Yechen with some surprise. So he also knew medical arts and could heal damaged meridians. That was an extraordinary ability. In her past life as a female emperor of cultivation, she could have easily cured Qi Yuan's old meridian injuries, but now she had no way herself. Yet he, a mere mortal, seemed to have a solution. However, upon reflection, when she was injured, Ning Yechen had prepared medicinal kanji and very effective healing decoctions, so it wasn't entirely surprising. Perhaps he really did know something about medicine. Brother Ning, please tell me what to do. Do I need to prepare any medicinal herbs? Qi Yuan eagerly pressed closer to Ning Yechen, asking with fervent eyes. She had never been so excited before. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head, saying, You don't need to prepare anything. Just follow me into the room and take off your clothes. I'll give you a few acupuncture pricks. As soon as Ning Yechen said this, the scene fell into a momentary silence. And now, Qi Yuan's face instantly flushed crimson, and she bashfully lowered her head. Although she knew that Ning Yechen did not mean it that way, having to undress in front of a strange man was still somewhat embarrassing for her. Luo Ruiying slightly knitted her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yechen, clearly showing displeasure. Ning Yechen then realized that his words just now seemed inappropriate, so he quickly approached Luo Ruiying with Luo Hongye in his arms, and explained, Wife, don't misunderstand. I meant to use silver needles to open her acupoints and dredge her meridians. Of course I know. I didn't misunderstand anything. Luo Ruiying gave a light snort and turned her head away as she spoke. Ning Yechen. This clearly looked like she was angry. Wife, are you angry? Ning Yechen pressed close to Luo Ruiying, his shoulder touching hers, and asked with a smile. I'm not angry. Don't think of me as that kind of sentimental and unreasonable woman. Luo Ruiying cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yechen, took Luo Hongye from his arms, and said calmly, Don't you have a way to heal her meridians? Go ahead and help her. Seeing that Luo Ruiying seemed to be sulking, Ning Yechen inexplicably felt a bit happy. He responded and walked over to Qi Yuan. Miss Qi, come with me. With that, Ning Yechen walked into the room first. Qi Yuan's small face flushed crimson. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately followed. This was a rare opportunity. Regardless of whether Ning Yechen could truly heal her damaged meridians, she had to try. This might very well be her last chance to cultivate in this lifetime. After entering the room, Qi Yuan stood there at a loss, completely unsure of what to do. Ning Yechen, on the other hand, had already sat cross-legged on the bed and said to her, What are you standing there for? Come here. Just take off your clothes with your back to me. Oh, Qi Yuan replied, then nervously climbed onto the bed, and with her back to Ning Yechen slowly removed her clothes. Having to undress with her back to a strange man was truly embarrassing for her. However, for the sake of being able to step onto the path of cultivation in the future, she suppressed her shyness and slowly revealed her back. In contrast to Qi Yuan's shyness and embarrassment, Ning Yechen's expression was calm and composed without a ripple. Even when looking at her pure white back, he felt nothing at all, unable to muster any interest. Whether in figure or appearance, Qi Yuan was far inferior to Luo Ring. How could he possibly be interested? He had seen too many beautiful and seductive women. Only when facing his wife's figure did he feel interest. Ning Yechen took out a set of silver needles from his bosom and spread them out in front of him. He casually pulled out a few fine needles and accurately and swiftly inserted them into the meridians on Qi Yuan's back. In fact, it made no difference to him whether Qi Yuan took off her clothes or not. In his eyes, he could clearly see the flow of meridians in everyone's body, even the condition of their dantian. Even through clothes, it was the same. The reason he made Qi Yuan take off her clothes was simply to avoid arousing Luo Ruiying's suspicion. If he could accurately insert silver needles into the fine meridians without her taking off her clothes, that would be too exaggerated and would easily arouse suspicion. In fact, he didn't even need the silver needles. He could heal Qi Yuan's meridians with just his fingers. These few needles were merely for show to Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan. Ning Yechen inserted a silver needle into Qi Yuan's back. The slight sting made Qi Yuan unable to help let out a soft moan. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the door holding Luo Hongye, her small mouth slightly pouted, looking sullen. For some reason, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Luo Ruiying turned her head to look into the room, her expression hesitant. She really wanted to see what was happening inside, but she felt it was not appropriate. As a dignified empress of the immortal realm, engaging in voyeurism was truly unsuitable. Besides, they were just healing, she had nothing to worry about. Mother, what are father and that sister doing? Yi, father is helping that sister heal. Luo Ruiying said softly to Luo Hongye in her arms with a smile. The next second a soft moan came from inside the room. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes involuntarily widened in an instant. With a flicker she appeared outside the door, stealthily crouched by the window, and peered through the gap to see the situation inside. She was just curious about what was happening inside. She was just concerned about their safety. This was definitely not voyeurism. Just one look. Just one look. Luo Hongye, lying in her arms, blinked, her big eyes full of innocent confusion. What was mother doing now? On the bed inside, every time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan felt a slight sting and a wave of heat in her back, unable to help letting out a soft moan. This made Ning Yechen suddenly too embarrassed to continue. Miss Qi, please don't make strange sounds, or my wife will misunderstand. Also, don't tense your body too much, Ning Yechen said helplessly, holding the silver needle. And she herself seemed not to have noticed. Sorry. I will endure it. Brother Ning, please continue. Qi Yuan's face flushed crimson, and she tightly covered her mouth. She also knew that the sounds she made were really strange. But she couldn't help it. Every time a needle was inserted, although there was a brief slight sting, it was followed by a wave of heat and an indescribable sense of comfort. She was already trying very hard to restrain herself. Ning Yechen felt that if he continued inserting needles one by one, his wife would soon break down the door and rush in. So Ning Yechen picked up the remaining silver needles and inserted them all at once accurately into Qi Yuan's back. Oh, this time, even if Qi Yuan gritted her teeth, she couldn't hold back. Her face twitched slightly, and she let out a cry of pain, then leaned forward weakly onto the bed. After a long moment, Qi Yuan recovered and realized that Ning Yechen had already removed all the silver needles from her back, packed up, and got up to leave the bed. Brother Ning, aren't you continuing? I can still endure it, Qi Yuan asked, anxiously looking up. She thought that Ning Yechen was afraid she couldn't hold on, so he stopped early. Ning Yechen smiled faintly and said calmly, continue. It's already over. Huh. Qi Yuan looked confused, then tried to circulate the spiritual energy in her body. The spiritual energy flowed extremely smoothly and freely within her body, no longer obstructed and uncomfortable as before. The meridians in her body had truly recovered as before. This is really true. Qi Yuan widened her eyes in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She had really recovered. In the past, her Qi family had spent countless gold and spirit stones, sought out all kinds of divine doctors and immortal physicians, but they were all helpless. Yet this man before her had cured her with just a few needles. The speed was simply unbelievable. She felt as if she had just had a few simple needles and was healed. It was so fast that it felt like she had just asked has it started, and was already told it was over. Many thanks, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan excitedly leaped off the bed, eager to rush forward and express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. Yet in an instant, a graceful figure materialized before Ning Yechen, standing in her way. Miss Qi, your clothes. Luo Ruiying reminded softly. Only then did Qi Yuan realize she was still clad in nothing but a thin white undergarment, and had nearly committed an indecorous act toward Brother Ning. She quickly shielded herself. Forgive me, Sister Luo, I didn't mean to. Flustered Qi Yuan apologized hastily, then turned back to put on her clothes. During this time, Luo Ruiying turned back and shot a glare at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen offered a wry smile and spread his hands. He was innocent. He had done nothing and looked at nothing. When Qi Yuan finished dressing, Luo Ruiying stepped forward, took her pulse, and examined it carefully. This examination made Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widen slightly. The meridians inside Qi Yuan's body were truly unobstructed. How had he managed that? With just a few silver needles, he had successfully healed all the meridians throughout her body. It was utterly incredible. At first, she had thought Ning Yechen was merely an ordinary mountain hunter. Now seeing him casually produce a great fortune and heal someone's meridians with a few needles, it truly surprised her. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Qi Yuan expressed her profound gratitude once more to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying had saved her life, while Ning Yechen had given her renewed hope for cultivation. Her heart brimmed with endless gratitude toward them. You need not thank me excessively. Although your meridians have been restored, you still require careful recuperation for a few days before fully recovering. Here is a prescription and the necessary materials. In the coming days, take the medicine as prescribed, and in a few days you will be back to your original state. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, then took out some immortal herbs and a prescription from his bosom and tossed them into Qi Yuan's arms. Qi Yuan lowered her head to look at the prescription in her arms, then glanced at the bundle of immortal herbs, and was instantly shocked, her eyes wide. These were some of the rarest and most precious immortal herbs in the world. The value of each one was extraordinary. As for the prescription, she had never seen anything like it before, but her intuition told her it was absolutely correct. It seemed to be a prescription for nourishing the meridians. The value of this prescription alone far exceeded that of the entire mansion, and he had tossed it to her so casually. Brother Ning, can I really accept these things? Qi Yuan stammered in shock. The value of these items was far too great. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. You need these herbs and this prescription now. Since I've given them to you, they are yours to use. I am so grateful to you, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan couldn't help but bow again in gratitude, tears welling up in her eyes. With these herbs and the prescription, not only did she now have hope for cultivation, but the Qi family merchant guild also had a new lease on life. Brother Ning, may I ask you a question? Why are you so good to me? After her gratitude, Qi Yuan asked in bewilderment. She and Ning Yechen had only met by chance outside the city. This was their first encounter, yet he had given her help beyond her wildest dreams. Because you treated my daughter well, Miss Qi, and made her happy. That is all, Ning Yechen said with a faint smile. As a reward for bringing joy to his daughter, the things he had given Qi Yuan were nothing at all. This reason was completely unexpected to Qi Yuan. She had merely bought some snacks to please Luo Hongya because she liked her, yet Ning Yechen had not hesitated to heal her meridians and bestow upon her rare and precious herbs and a prescription. Such generosity and munificence far surpassed her own Qi family. Indeed, he and Sister Luo were no ordinary people. At first, she had thought Ning Yechen was just a mortal with not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Now she knew. He was a true divine doctor, and a divine doctor with an extremely wealthy family background and a very generous hand. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan accepted the herbs and prescription, gave a solemn bow to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, and left the courtyard with light, cheerful steps. She could hardly wait to return home and study the prescription. As soon as Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruiying frowned at Ning Yechen and asked, "How is it that I never knew you were skilled in medicine?" Her tone and expression gave Ning Yechen the distinct feeling of being caught hiding private money by his wife, who was now interrogating him. This inexplicably made him feel a pressure he had never experienced, even when facing dozens of immortal emperors. "Since you never asked, dear wife, I never mentioned it." Ning Yechen slowly edged closer to Luo Ruiying, offering a placating smile. Luo Ruiying continued to gaze at Ning Yechen with a scrutinizing look and asked again, "Then why did you choose to live in seclusion in the mountains?" Well, Ning Yechen's mind raced at lightning speed, and within 0.0001 seconds he came up with a plausible explanation. "To be honest with you, dear wife, I was originally born into a very wealthy family, with countless members, all physicians for generations, healing the wounded and saving the dying. But later I unfortunately suffered some upheaval, and with a heavy heart I chose to retreat into the mountains." Ning Yechen spoke with such fervor and pathos that he nearly made his own eyes well with tears. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying's doubts dissipated, and her expression instantly softened. She hadn't expected him to have such a poignant and touching past. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Luo Ruiying apologized. "It's nothing, dear wife. I've long since moved on. As long as you are no longer angry with me, everything is fine." Ning Yechen took the opportunity to reach out and wrap his arm around Luo Ruiying's slender waist, gazing at her with deep affection. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. "I wasn't angry, really. When I was healing Miss Qi, was there someone huffing and leaning on the windowsill?" Ning Yechen held Luo Ruiying closer, a playful smile spreading across his face. "I wasn't huffing at all. I was just worried that something might go wrong with you too." Found out for spying, Luo Ruiying's cheeks burned as she tried to defend herself. Ning Yechen's body pressed closer to her, and if not for the baby Luo Hongya in his arms, they would nearly be face to face. He leaned into Luo Ruiying's ear, blew a warm breath, and whispered, "Dear wife, I am not only skilled in medicine, but I am also very good at massage. You've been toiling all day. Let me give you a massage." With that, Ning Yechen picked up Luo Ruiying and made his way toward the bed. "Hey, wait a moment." Luo Ruiying's expression turned flustered, yet fearing she might injure Ning Yechen, she dared not resist forcefully. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already been placed on the bed. "Wife, remove your clothes and turn around to lie on your stomach. Your husband will make you feel quite comfortable." Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruiying's ear and spoke softly. He took Luo Hongya from her arms and gently set the tiny child down at his feet. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed all the way to her ears, and she asked in a flustered voice, "Why do I need to take off my clothes for a massage?" "Because your husband intends to apply some medicinal liquid while massaging you." It is very effective for relieving bodily fatigue. Wife, just trust your body to your husband, Ning Yechen said with a deadpan, earnest expression. No. Luo Ruiying cried out in a delicate voice, refusing. Something about this sounded far from an ordinary massage. Sigh. If wife truly refuses, then it is fine. Ning Yechen sighed softly, his expression falling into disappointment. This made Luo Ruiying suddenly feel a wave of guilt. Ning Yechen only wanted to massage her to make her comfortable, and by rejecting him so directly, she was wasting his good intentions. I still need to tidy the house. But if it is only for a little while then. Luo Ruiying conceded in a soft voice, her cheeks burning crimson. It was just a massage. He was her husband after all. His touching her body was only natural, wasn't it? She had no need to resist so strongly. No problem. Leave it to your husband, wife. The moment Luo Ruiying agreed, Ning Yechen's face instantly transformed with excitement, any trace of earlier disappointment vanishing completely. Luo Ruiying immediately felt as though she had been deceived. That guy, was his disappointed act all pretend? But words spoken could not be taken back. Turning her back to Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying slowly unfastened the silk sash at her waist. Her immortal skirt half slipped away, revealing the graceful curve of her slender back, her skin as soft and pale as freshly fallen snow. All that remained on her now was a close-fitting white floral doo-doo. Blushing deeply, Luo Ruiying stole a glance at Ning Yechen before slowly lying face down on the bed. Agreed. Only for a little while. No problem. Ning Yechen answered eagerly, his hands already coated with medicinal liquid as his palms gently pressed onto Luo Ruiying's back. Luo Ruiying closed her eyes in contentment, and when certain tender spots along her waist were pressed firmly, she could not help but let out an exquisitely alluring soft moan. Realizing what had happened, Luo Ruiying hastily covered her mouth, her face flushing an astonishing crimson. How could she make such a sound? Their child was right beside the bed. It was all his fault. She never expected his massage technique to be truly this remarkable. Every point he pressed brought an extraordinary sense of comfort. When his fingertips traced along her back, a tingling sensation like an electric shock coursed through her entire body. Though deeply comforting, Luo Ruiying bit down hard on her silver teeth, enduring without making a sound. Only when she could barely hold on did Luo Ruiying reluctantly speak in a delicate voice. We can stop. Wife, this is only the beginning. Ning Yechen increased the pressure slightly. A burning sensation surged through Luo Ruiying's delicate frame. Not painful, but unexpectedly pleasurable and soothing. Unconsciously, Luo Ruiying sank deeper into the experience, allowing Ning Yechen's hands to roam freely across her body. Moments later, a captivating flush colored her cheeks. Her crimson lips breathed hot, alluring sighs, her expression dreamy and intoxicating. Ning Yechen found himself gazing spellbound. He seemed to have gone a bit too far, but his wife looked so irresistibly tempting. Subconsciously, Ning Yechen leaned closer toward Luo Ruiying's face. Her heart thundered within her chest, yet she still slightly lifted her head. This signified she did not intend to refuse. Ning Yechen had never experienced such a sudden flutter of his heart. Slowly and carefully he drew nearer. Just as their lips grew ever closer on the verge of touching, a voice came from nearby. Luo Hongye's. Daddy only plays with mommy. Ye wants to play with daddy and mommy too. Luo Hongye pouted her round little face, standing at Ning Yechen's feet with her arms stretched up, wanting to be picked up, hopping about. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying snapped back to reality, as if awakened from a dream, frozen a mere inch apart. The two looked at each other, and Luo Ruiying was the first to shyly turn her face away. Ning Yechen felt a profound sense of regret. My little darling, if only you had waited a moment longer. The perfect opportunity was missed. Clearing his throat, Ning Yechen quickly bent down and lifted Luo Hongye. Gazing at her adorable, wronged, bun-faced expression, he coaxed her continuously. All right, ye can play with daddy and mommy. Giggle, giggle. Ning Yechen tickled Luo Hongye's ribs, making her laugh endlessly as she squirmed playfully in his arms. All her previous grievance vanished in an instant. After dressing, Luo Ruiying watched the father and daughter laughing together, a tender smile gracing her lips as she joined them. The three of them played and frolicked on the bed until evening, when at last all three lay down together, having completely forgotten about tidying the house. When they finally remembered, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying shared a helpless smile. The two got back up and began cleaning the courtyard, with Luo Hongye willingly joining in to help. With Luo Ruiying's cultivation abilities, the entire mansion was soon spotless. All the furniture floated in the air and returned to its proper place. Luo Hongye rose on her tiptoes to place the last small candle lamp on the room table, then turned around and asked Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen with a bright smile, all cleaned up, Did Ye help Daddy and Mommy? Of course. Ye is so wonderful. Luo Ruing smiled lovingly, stepping forward to embrace Luo Hongye and praise her. Although Luo Hongye's small stature and strength could hardly contribute much, she was remarkably sensible and well-behaved, insisting on helping on her own. Preened by the praise, Luo Hongye grew even happier, nestled in Luo Ruing's arms. Seeing that Luo Hongye had sweated considerably, Luo Ruing said, Ye is sweating. Shall Mommy take you for a bath now, dear? Yes, Ye loves bathing with Mommy the most. Luo Hongye laughed joyfully, then immediately turned her head to look at Ning Yechen. Daddy, come too. Ye wants to bathe with Daddy and Mommy together, Luo Ruing. Ning Yechen. The moment those words left Luo Hongye's mouth, both Luo Ruing and Ning Yechen froze simultaneously, staring at each other. At that moment, Ning Yechen couldn't help but feel secretly thrilled, silently cheering, Truly my little darling. This won't do, Yi. Luo Ruing snapped back to reality, forcing an awkward smile at the Luo Hongye in her arms. Bathing with Ning Yechen, being so open with each other. She wasn't ready for that yet. And why not, Mother? You promised me last time that next time you'd bathe with Yi and Father. Yi wants to bathe with Father and Mother, can't we, Mother? Luo Hongye's lips curled downward at the refusal, her clear bright eyes filled with disappointment. Luo Ruing didn't want to disappoint Luo Hongye, but she was too embarrassed, so she found a reasonable excuse. Yi, it's not that Mother doesn't want to bathe with Father and you. Mother really wants to join you both. But our bathtub at home is too small to fit 3 people. When she was tidying up the house earlier, she had glanced into the bathroom. The bathtub in the bathroom wasn't very large, squeezing 3 people in would be quite a stretch. That was one of the reasons she had to refuse. However, just as Luo Ruing finished speaking, Ning Yechen vanished in an instant. A mere moment later, he returned with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Don't worry, my dear. I just found a bigger bathtub in another room and already swapped them out. When Luo Ruing mentioned the bath was too small, he had flashed outside, bought an extra large one, and installed it in seconds. Oh, really? Luo Ruing stood dumbfounded. She had looked through every room while tidying up and hadn't seen any extra large bathtub. Had she missed it? Why don't you go see for yourself, my dear? Ning Yechen smiled. How could he miss this rare chance to bathe with his wife and child? Half doubtful, half curious, Luo Ruing carried Luo Hongye to the bathroom. The originally narrow bathtub was gone, replaced by one so large it was like a pool, taking up almost the entire room. There really was an extra large bathtub. And when did you swap it? That was too fast. She hadn't even noticed. Luo Ruing stared at Ning Yechen in astonishment, seeing his eager and triumphant smile. She had a feeling he had been preparing for this all along. What should she do now? It seemed there was no reason to refuse anymore. Luo Ruing stood frozen, her mind racing, but she couldn't come up with any other excuse to decline. Luo Hongye pointed at the large bathtub, happily turning to Luo Ruing with a laugh. Mother, it's so big here. Now Mother can bathe with Father and Yi. Luo Ruing. She forced a bitter smile and turned to see that Ning Yechen had already undressed without her knowing when. He was now only in a pair of white shorts, revealing his robust and graceful physique. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes again? Luo Ruing's face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, shouting bashfully. The moment she looked away, he had stripped down. She hadn't even noticed. My dear, what are you saying? Of course you undress when bathing. Come on, take off your clothes too. I've already heated the water, Ning Yechen said with an air of righteousness. With that, he stepped into the bathtub, immersing himself completely. This bath pool had been modified in a few seconds. Beneath it, he had laid self-heating stones, a type of stone that constantly generates heat on its own. All he had to do was pour water in, and in no time the pool would be as warm as a hot spring. Luo Ruing really hadn't expected Ning Yechen to be so fast. He had even heated the water in advance. She didn't even have a chance to find an excuse while waiting for the water to heat. Mother Yi wants to go in and play. Luo Hongye pointed at the bath pool impatiently. Luo Ruing sighed softly, gave up searching for excuses, helped Luo Hongye undress, and placed her into the bath. As soon as she entered the water, Luo Hongye splashed about happily. Ning Yechen took Luo Hongye's little hand and guided her to try swimming on the surface. Luo Hongye kicked her little feet tirelessly, having the time of her life. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruing and asked with a smile, Aren't you coming in, my dear? Luo Ruing stood by the edge of the bath, watching the father and daughter enjoying themselves. After a moment of hesitation, she finally bit her red lips, turned her back to Ning Yechen, and began to remove her clothes. Ning Yechen had smeared her back with medicinal liquid earlier, leaving it sticky, and she could barely stand it anymore. So she decided to stop forcing herself. As her celestial dress fell to the floor, a graceful and exquisite figure was revealed before Ning Yechen's eyes. Now Luo Ruing was only covered by a pair of shorts and a thin belly band. Large expanses of snow-white skin were exposed, and the loose belly band could hardly conceal her proud and upright figure. Ning Yechen stared, utterly transfixed, not blinking. His wife was truly beautiful. Whether it was the steam from the bathroom or her shyness, Luo Ruing's pretty face was slightly flushed. Beads of water glistened on her cheeks, making her look stunning. Luo Ruing shot a coquettish glare at the staring Ning Yechen, coiled up her hair, covered her chest with her arm, and slowly lifted her jade-like foot into the bathwater. Once immersed in the water, Luo Ruing seemed a bit uneasy and nervous. She kept her distance from Ning Yechen, but her beautiful eyes occasionally stole glances at him. Ning Yechen noticed all this and found it rather amusing. His wife was really adorable. As a female emperor of the celestial realm, she was still so shy, as if she had never seen a man's body before, always sneaking curious looks. When their eyes met, Luo Ruing quickly looked away and pretended to call Luo Hongya. "Yi, come here. Mother will bathe you." "Okay." Luo Hongya replied, happily wading over to Luo Ruing. Luo Ruing skillfully began to wash Luo Hongya's hair. Luo Hongya sat quietly in front of Luo Ruing, eyes closed, a blissful smile on her face. Just as Luo Ruing was combing Luo Hongya's hair, Ning Yechen had quietly come up behind her. Sensing him, Luo Ruing turned around in a fluster. "You, what are you doing?" "Don't move, my dear. Let me wash your hair for you." Ning Yechen leaned close to Luo Ruing's back, gently removed the hairpin from her head, and her ink-black glossy hair cascaded down, floating on the water's surface. Ning Yechen gently gathered a strand of her hair in his hand, carefully combing through it. The hair was silky and smooth like satin, a pleasure to hold. Seeing that Ning Yechen was truly just combing her hair, Luo Ruing relaxed a little. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and she silently let him do as he pleased. In her heart, she quietly chided, "Honestly, I wasn't planning to wash my hair today." In the bath, Luo Hongya bathed herself while Ning Yechen combed Luo Ruing's hair. The three of them sat side by side in the warm water, a picture of harmony. Suddenly, a pair of hands touched Luo Ruing's back, making her body tense up as if struck by lightning. She cried out coquettishly, "You, what are you doing?" "I'm scrubbing your back, my dear." "No need, I can do it myself." Luo Ruing tried to refuse firmly. But Ning Yechen's hands were already on her back, and the bathroom echoed with her playful protests. Wait a moment. I thought you were scrubbing my back. Why are you touching the front?" In the demon realm, within the magnificent demon god grand hall, before a grand and luxurious round table, 12 demon god generals sat quietly in circle, each bearing an expression of discouragement and disappointment. Still no news of his demon lordship. I have sent agents to infiltrate the immortal realm, yet there remains no trace of his demon lordship. Since his demon lordship made a single appearance in the immortal realm, no relevant information has surfaced since. Sigh. Where on earth has his demon lordship gone? The demon gods exchanged reports of their recent search efforts word by word. The result was uniform and unexceptional, complete failure. Should his demon lordship truly intend to hide, finding him would be nearly impossible. In their quest to locate his demon lordship, they had already searched for over 100 years. At long last there had come a lead on his demon lordship's whereabouts, yet they still could not trace his subsequent movements. A sense of dejection and despondency washed over the assembled demon gods. Among them a man whose towering physique resembled a war chariot, his face carved with scars radiating a wild and untamed aura, spoke up. "I have heard that his demon lordship visited the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace twice. Then why not let me assault the immortal realm directly and seize that old fogey Tian Dao and Tian to extract answers?" "You fool. That would only ignite another immortal demon war. Do you truly believe all those ancient immortals have expired?" A woman with blazing golden hair, her fingers idly rotating a golden ring, shot the burly man a withering glance and retorted without restraint. "Fight. Then fight. What is there to fear? Could the so-called Queen of Severed Heads, Qi Huan, be showing fear?" The burly man shot back angrily with sarcasm. "Would I be afraid? Don't make me laugh. When you were still wearing breeches, my name had already echoed throughout the immortal realm. In the demon realm, nothing was more intolerable than being taunted as weak or cowardly, for it was an outright affront to their honor." Upon hearing Kuang Xiu's mockery, Qi Huan's golden hair bristled with rage, and she rose from her seat ready to strike. Kuang Xiu, refusing to be outdone, slammed his fist upon the table, with all his might, shattering the entire round table to pieces, and surged to his feet in equal fury. The two glared at one another, tensions drawn taut like a drawn bow. The other demon gods, however, remained utterly unfazed. Such incidents occurred frequently, and everyone had long grown accustomed to them. Several demon palace guards, practiced and efficient, brought forth a new table and placed it at the center of the assembly. "Enough. Without his demon lordship present, have you grown increasingly lawless? How many times must I remind you? Do not recklessly destroy tables." From the darkness of the grand hall emanated a chilling voice. Huang Qiu and Qi Huan's faces registered fear, and they meekly returned to their seats. A woman of elegant grace and breathtakingly cold beauty emerged slowly from the shadows, her steps poised and refined. Lord Left Guardian. Upon witnessing the woman's arrival, all present bowed in reverence. She was Yu Qingyu, the Left Guardian, one of the two supreme protectors of the demon realm. Her status in the demon realm ranked second only to the demon lord himself, who she served as both the demon lord's personal guardian and the supreme commander of the demon realm. Numerous affairs of the demon realm were directly overseen by her. During the demon lord's absence from the demon realm, the entire realm was operated and maintained by her. Both in power and in status, she towered above all 13 of the demon god generals. Yu Qingyu's cold, luminous eyes swept across the assembled company, only to discover one seat vacant. Frowning slightly, she inquired, "Where is Yi Tianxin? Why has he not attended the Demon God Council? I believe I heard he departed for the mortal realm to search for clues regarding his demon lordship." Another woman, upright in posture and cold in demeanor, spoke up. Her skin was pale as jade, her visage cold and emotionless, her eyes revealing no flicker of feeling. Resting across her shoulders was a long blade exceeding 2 meters in length. "Fetch him back. How can one absent oneself from a demon god council?" Hearing that Yi Tianxin was searching for clues regarding his demon lordship, Yu Qingyu's brow softened slightly, and she issued her command. "There is no need. I have already returned. I pay my respects, Lord Left Guardian." At that very moment, Yi Tianxin emerged slowly from the darkness on the opposite side, offering his reverent greeting to Yu Qingyu. "Yi Tianxin, you should understand the importance of a demon god council, correct?" Yu Qingyu turned her gaze upon Yi Tianxin and questioned him with mild reproach and dissatisfaction. She then noticed the wound upon his chest and could not help but furrow her brow. "You are injured?" All others present displayed expressions of astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. For Yi Tianxin was the commander of the first demon god legion among the 13 demon gods, his strength unsurpassed in the entire demon realm. No one could recall how long it had been since they had seen him wounded. Yi Tianxin glanced at his chest wound and dismissed it nonchalantly. "Merely a trivial injury. This is my own punishment." "Punishment?" Yu Qingyu asked, bewildered. Who in the entire demon realm dared to punish Yi Tianxin? Instead of answering, Yi Tianxin placed his palm over his chest and reported to Yu Qingyu with solemn gravity. "Reporting to Lord Left Guardian, this subordinate has encountered his demon lordship." Huh. In an instant, everyone's gaze locked firmly onto Yi Tianxin. All surged to their feet in agitation and demanded answers. "What a... You have seen his demon lordships. Speak quickly. Where is his demon lordship now? How is his demon lordship faring? Has his demon lordship returned? Where did you encounter his demon lordship?" Under the relentless barrage of questioning from all sides, Yi Tianxin didn't even have a chance to open his mouth. "Quiet all." Thank heavens, Yu Qingyu stepped forward and rebuked the surrounding crowd. Currently in the demon realm, the only one capable of restraining all 13 demon gods was Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu flashed forward in an instant, appearing before Yi Tianxin, and gazed at him intently, her voice urgent. "You have found his demon lordships?" "Yes." "Where is his demon lordship?" "His demon lordship has been lying low in the mortal realm." "In the mortal realm?" Yu Qingyu murmured softly. So his demon lordship had been hiding in the mortal realm all along. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend why their demon lord had gone to the mortal realm. "Then where is his demon lordship? Did he not return with you?" Yu Qingyu glanced past Yi Tianxin's shoulder, her brows knitted in displeasure as she asked. This was precisely the concern weighing most heavily upon everyone's minds. His demon lordship did not return alongside this subordinate. Yi Tianxin replied helplessly. "Then bring him back, even if you must tie him up." Yu Qingyu rebuked indignantly. They had barely managed to track down his demon lordship's location. If he escaped once more, who knew when they would find him again? This subordinate dares not disobey his demon lordship's will. Yi Tianxin replied once more with resignation. Across the entire demon realm, besides Yu Qingyu, there was absolutely no one else who would dare speak to his demon lordship in such a manner. Setting aside the question of whether one dared to disobey, Yi Tianxin was simply no match for his demon lordship. Yu Qingyu was fully aware of this fact. Deep down, she held no true resentment toward Yi Tianxin, though she was merely frustrated at the possibility of missing this opportunity and never knowing when she might welcome his demon lordship back. "Tell me where his demon lordship is at once. I shall personally go find his demon lordship." Yu Qingyu asked Yi Tianxin. Lord Left Guardian, his demon lordship said not to disturb his current life. Yi Tianxin hesitated briefly before responding. "Why? Does his demon lordship truly have no intention of returning to the demon realm?" Yu Qingyu's face was filled with dismay, her palms clenching tightly in reluctant resignation. His demon lordship had spoken thus. If she were to seek him out anyway, that would be defying his demon lordship's wishes. The other demon gods all lowered their heads in somber gloom. Yet Yechen, instead, a slight smile graced the corner of his lips as he continued. His demon lordship has not abandoned us. It is merely that his demon lordship now has more important matters to attend to. More important matters? What could possibly be more important than the entire demon realm? The crowd asked with confused expressions. Yechen gently closed his eyes, a subtle smile, touching his stern features, and then revealed shocking news. His demon lordship has taken a wife. The demon sovereign has married. Upon hearing this announcement from Yechen, everyone present was utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, their demon sovereign had never shown any interest in women during his reign, nor had he ever displayed the slightest attraction to them. And now they were suddenly told that the most revered demon sovereign had already taken a wife. Is this true, Yechen? Even Yechen, who was always the calmest and most composed in any situation, couldn't help but ask Yechen with excitement. The others also fixed their gaze on him, awaiting his answer. How would I dare deceive the left protector? This matter was personally told to me by the demon sovereign. Yechen replied with a solemn expression and firm tone. Yechen was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but cover her mouth in excitement as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. The demon sovereign has finally come to his senses and agreed to marry. I am so moved. It had been centuries. She had waited for this moment for centuries. The demon sovereign had finally started a family. From the very beginning, she had stood by the demon sovereign's side, assisting him in uniting the demon realm and eliminating all who opposed him. She had also fought alongside him in the ascent to the celestial realm, enduring the war between immortals and demons. Even after the battle ended, she remained by his side, serving him faithfully. Under the demon sovereign's rule, the demon realm had never been more stable and prosperous. The only remaining wish in her heart was to witness the sovereign take a wife and sire an heir. Yet the demon sovereign seemed to have little interest in women, dedicating himself entirely to improving the demon realm and pursuing greater power. She had once selected 30,000 beauties from the demon realm to fill his harem, only to have them dismissed the very next day by the demon sovereign himself. And she was even scolded by him for it. This caused her great distress. Continuing the bloodline of the demon sovereign was a matter of utmost importance to the demon realm. Now, hearing that he had already married, she was overwhelmed with excitement and emotion. Her tears burst forth like a dam breaking, uncontrollable. The others either wiped away tears like Yechen or wore expressions of heartfelt relief. Even Yechen was deeply moved, brushing away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Even those who were usually the most aloof were affected. They had all been waiting for this moment for a long time. If anyone else had witnessed the high-ranking officials of the demon realm crying together, they would have been utterly shocked on the spot. These fearsome demons, notorious for their bloodthirsty cruelty in the demon realm, were actually shedding tears. Congratulations, Left Protector. The demon realm welcomes the arrival of the sovereign's heir. After the emotional moment, everyone bowed to Yechen to offer their congratulations. The reason why everyone congratulated Yechen upon Ning Yechen's marriage was simple. Someone had once asked Yechen how she viewed the demon sovereign. She replied with a face full of maternal affection and reverence. The demon sovereign possesses unparalleled strength, yet he is not cruel and tyrannical like the previous demon lords. Instead, he is filled with reason and wisdom, dedicated to changing the chaotic state of the demon realm, and shows boundless tolerance and love for its people. I have followed the demon sovereign since childhood, witnessing his step-by-step ascent to the throne as the supreme ruler of the demon realm. He is the only sovereign of the demon realm in my heart, my king, my child. I will devote everything to serve the demon sovereign. Indeed, this woman called the demon sovereign her child. Yet she was indeed the only one in the demon realm who had the right to claim such a title. Yechen's identity was unique. She was the left protector of the demon realm, second only to the demon sovereign, the supreme commander overseeing all affairs of the realm, and also the sovereign's personal attendant responsible for his daily life. Moreover, she was the only person in the demon realm who constantly made various suggestions and requests to the demon sovereign, chattering endlessly. Regarding marriage, she had urged the sovereign to marry in front of everyone more than once. If he returned a little late, she would ask where he had been. Sometimes when the sovereign was reluctant to get out of bed, she would forcibly drag him up. The demon sovereign was especially lenient with her, and calling her his mother was not an exaggeration. However, she seemed to be younger than the sovereign. The sovereign's marriage was a profoundly important milestone for Yechen. After everyone had calmed down a bit, Yechen once again announced even more thrilling news. Left Protector not only has the demon sovereign married, but he is also already raising a child. What, a child already? Why didn't you say so earlier? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess? Yu grabbed Yi Tianxun by the collar in excitement, pressing him urgently, her emerald green eyes sparkling with joy and surprise. The others were equally thrilled, eagerly looking at Yi Tianxun. The demon sovereign said it's a little princess. But I haven't seen her in person, so I don't know her age. Yi Tianxun replied. Useless. Yu disdainfully released his collar. How could he not know such an important detail? Not knowing the child's age, how could she prepare suitable clothes and gifts? Yet learning that the demon sovereign had fathered a child filled Yu with even greater ecstasy. The demon sovereign had an heir. Perhaps in the future, she could also assist the little princess. Quick, spread the news that the demon realm welcomes a little princess. From today onward, the demon realm will hold a grand celebration. Yu immediately instructed everyone. She wanted the entire demon realm to know that a little princess had arrived. However, Yi Tianxun objected. Left Protector, I do not agree with this. Oh, why? Yu frowned with displeasure. Yi Tianxun's expression turned cold and gradually serious. He recounted in detail how his subordinate Yi Zheng had been seduced by a mysterious figure and sent to attack the demon sovereign's wife and daughter. Upon hearing this, Yu and everyone present turned ashen, their terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloping the entire demon god hall. Yu's face frosted over. She reached out and shattered the round table in the air, even tearing the void apart. Good. Someone actually dares to lay a hand on my demon realm's lady and little princess. Fine. Very well. Find them. Find them out. Once I know who it is, death will be a luxury for them. Yi Tianxun, your subordinate Yi Zheng offended the demon sovereign and deserves death. But since the sovereign himself has pardoned him, let it be. Remember, there will be no next time. That goes for you and your men. Yu's emerald eyes flashed with cold light, her terrifying aura overwhelming everyone present. She was completely different from just moments ago. Yes, I understand. Yi Tianxun bowed solemnly. He felt deep shame and guilt that his subordinate had offended the demon sovereign. Even if Yu killed him on the spot, he would have no complaints. Yu then slightly restrained her murderous aura and immediately canceled the plan to announce the little princess to the entire demon realm. Not knowing who the enemy was, a grand announcement might bring trouble to the demon sovereign. No one is to reveal any information about the little princess. Since someone dares to attack the lady and the little princess, I will not stand idly by. But the demon sovereign said we should not disturb his life. One person raised their hand weakly. Yu smiled slightly, a light laugh escaping her lips. I know. The demon sovereign's orders must not be disobeyed. As long as we don't disturb his life. I have my ways. In the courtyard, Luo Ring sat at a stone table outside, a ball of yarn resting on her knees, knitting, needles in hand, completely absorbed in her work. It had been several days since they moved to Nanli City. Winter had arrived and heavy snow began falling throughout the city, the temperature dropping sharply. Inspired by the sudden thought, she decided to knit a sweater for Luo Hongye herself. Although she could have used her spiritual power to weave it much faster and easier, something felt missing, so she resolved to do it by hand. And perhaps one for him too. However, once she actually started, it proved far more difficult than she had imagined. Her pride as the Empress of the immortal realm would not allow her to give up so easily. Instead, it stirred her competitive spirit, strengthening her determination to finish the sweater herself. She refused to believe that she who could master anything would be stumped by something as simple as knitting. Holding Qiyuan's illustrated tutorial, Luo Ring began to try. These past few days, Qiyuan had been visiting frequently, bringing all sorts of things. The knitting tutorial was something she had asked Qiyuan for. As a beginner, Luo Ring was far from skilled. She would glance at the instructions and then fumble her way through each step. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen was playing in the snow with Luo Hongye in the courtyard. Having never seen snow before, Luo Hongye was thrilled as white flakes drifted from the sky. Her tiny feet made cheerful squishing sounds as they pressed into the snow. Father, is this snow? Luo Hongye cupped a handful of snow, her big curious eyes shining with wonder. Yes, Ye, this is snow. Do you like snow, Ye? Ning Yechen scooped her up from behind, settling her onto his lap as he held her close, and asked affectionately. I do. Luo Hongye looked up, her face breaking into a crescent moon smile. My daughter is so cute. Ning Yechen couldn't resist reaching out to gently rub her chubby little cheeks. Luo Hongye let out a delighted giggle, her innocent and adorable manner melting hearts. Ye, father will teach you how to build a snowman. What is a snowman, father? Luo Hongye asked blankly. A snowman means piling the snow in your hands into a person. Father, let me show you. With that, Ning Yechen stood up and began rolling snowballs in the courtyard. In no time, he had formed one large and one small sphere. Ning Yechen placed the smaller snowball atop the larger one, then decorated it with a lovely face. Tada, snowman. This is Ye. Oh, father is so amazing. Luo Hongya clapped her hands joyfully at the snowman, then tried rolling her own snowball on the ground. Ye wants to make a snowman for father too. Of course, with her tiny body, it was impossible for Luo Hongya to create a snowman as large as Ning Yechen's. Ning Yechen naturally joined in. Father and daughter rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. Watching them push snowballs playfully past her, Luo Ruiying could only smile affectionately. Soon Luo Hongya and Ning Yechen had combined their efforts to build a large snowman. But Luo Hongya did not stop there. She immediately began rolling another snowball. Ye, do you want to keep building snowmen? Ning Yechen was surprised by how much she enjoyed it, and asked with a smile. We already have father's and Ye's snowman, we still need mother's snowman, Luo Hongya said happily. The answer completely caught Ning Yechen off guard. Even Luo Ruiying, who had been focused on knitting, paused in surprise. The two exchanged a glance and smiled warmly. This child is so sensible. All right, father will help Ye. Ning Yechen continued to accompany Luo Hongya, and together they built another snowman. 3 snowmen now stood in the courtyard, 2 larger ones on either side, with a tiny one in the middle, each holding a wooden stick, as if holding hands. After finishing, Luo Hongya happily stood before the snowman. Ning Yechen noticed her reddened hands, and feeling a pang of sympathy, pulled her into his embrace, once more warming her palms between his. Given her constitution and bloodline, Luo Hongya did not actually feel cold inside. Her hands were merely slightly flushed from the chill. Father, your hands are so warm. Luo Hongya sat in Ning Yechen's arms, feeling waves of gentle warmth spread from her palms into her body. Because father needs to keep Ye warm. Ning Yechen chuckled softly, his gaze drifting toward Luo Ruiying, who sat gracefully nearby. A mischievous idea formed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched upward. Ye, shall father take you to mother to get warm? Luo Hongya nodded happily. Ning Yechen carried Luo Hongya quietly to Luo Ruiying's back, and guided the child's chilly little hands into the back of Luo Ruiying's collar. Luo Ruiying jumped in surprise, turning to glare at the mischief-making pair, scolding Ning Yechen with a playful look. Really, this man? Luo Ruiying touched Luo Hongya's cold hands, and deciding to help, took the child from Ning Yechen, seated her on her lap, and gently guided the little hands into the warmth of her inner robes. Mother's inside is warm too. Luo Hongya hugged Luo Ruiying and nestled against her chest. Ning Yechen had only intended a harmless prank on his concentrated wife, but never expected her to take the child and let her hands stay tucked inside her clothing. Luo Ruiying looked up, puzzled. Actually, your husband's hands are a bit cold too, Ning Yechen said with a serious expression. Luo Ruiying was taken aback for a moment, then her cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced away and pointed irritably toward the house. There's a stove inside, go warm your hands by it. This guy never serious. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Ning Yechen shook his head in disappointment. He had known this would be the outcome. His wife was showing favoritism. Why could the child put her hands inside, but he couldn't? Luo Ruiying stole a glance at Ning Yechen, a secret smile playing on her lips, and slowly extended her hand. Going to the stove now would be too slow. You can hold my hand. Hearing this, Ning Yechen quickly concealed his palm, cooling it down before grasping Luo Ruiying's hands with both of his. He had already warmed his hands while helping Luo Hongya, but now to hold his wife's hands he had to deliberately chill them again. Otherwise he would be exposed. When Luo Ruiying felt Ning Yechen's cool palms wrap around hers, a gentle chill immediately seeped into her skin. So his hands really are this cold. Then why did Ye say his hands were so warm just now? Though curious, Luo Ruiying did not dwell on it, and simply channeled her spiritual energy to warm Ning Yechen's hands. Ning Yechen cupped Luo Ruiying's hands against his cheeks, his face radiating contentment. His wife's hands were warm and soft. Just then a gentle knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Someone's arriving. Luo Ruiying warmed Ning Yechen's hands, cradled Luo Hongya, and rose to open the door. Beyond it stood 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was broad-shouldered with a resolute and handsome face and an endearing, naive smile. The other man had long white hair and equally refined, elegant features. The woman was even more striking, with a slender waist like a swaying serpent, a graceful and tall figure, and a stunningly beautiful face. The 3 stood at the doorway in simple clothing, bowing respectfully to Luo Ruiying with warm smiles. Greetings, madam. These 3 were precisely the Hundun demon, bull titan ape, and devouring heavenly python from Yayu Forest. Previously, they had never fully transformed into human form, always remaining in their semi-demon appearances. Now this was their first appearance in complete human form. Madam. Luo Ruiying gazed at them in astonishment. In her memory, she had never met these 3 before, so why were they suddenly addressing her as madam? Just as she was about to ask if they had mistaken her for someone else, Ning Yechen had already walked over from behind, smiling. You've arrived. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the three hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, young master. Young master. Do you know them? Luo Ruiying turned her head and asked in confusion. Ning Yechen nodded and explained. My wife, these three were formerly servants in my household. Since we plan to reside here temporarily, I summoned them to assist you with household chores. From now on you may command the three as you please. Today's visit from the three had been arranged by Ning Yechen in advance. Coinciding with a fabricated backstory he had casually spun for Luo Ruiying some days prior, he used this pretext to reasonably place the three in the household as guards while also handling chores. This way his wife would have more free time. Luo Ruiying did not feel the need for additional servants, believing she could manage everything herself. However, upon learning they were former servants from his household, she thought it over and decided not to refuse. After all, there were many vacant rooms in the house, and leaving them unused would be a waste. Please come in. Luo Ruiying smiled and stepped aside, allowing the three to enter the courtyard. Luo Hongye, still nestled in her arms, was as timid as ever, cautiously peeking at the three from behind. Hello, miss. Devouring Heavenly Python raised a hand and warmly greeted Luo Hongye. This was the little princess they would serve in the future. Not a single mistake could be tolerated. They had to curry favor. Brother, sister, hello. Though afraid of strangers, Luo Hongye was always polite to those who were warm and friendly toward her, responding softly and timidly. That single greeting struck deep into the hearts of the three. What was this child? This was their first time seeing Ning Yechen's daughter. In the past, they hadn't even dared to look directly at her. She was so sensible and polite. Could she truly be the daughter of that venerable one? Every time they recalled Ning Yechen's presence, the three couldn't help but tremble with fear. Yet Luo Hongye before them was so petite and adorable, her timid demeanor stirring an irresistible urge to hold and protect her. She was worlds apart from that venerable one. Of course, such thoughts they dared only entertain privately. If the venerable one discovered them, they were finished. After entering the courtyard, Luo Ruiying led the three to three adjacent rooms. These shall be your rooms from now on. Yes, madam. The three bowed respectfully in unison. Though none had ever served as attendants before, upon hearing Ning Yechen's instruction to pose as servants at his side, they had stayed up all night reading books on the proper conduct of servants. They had also secretly observed how servants in noble households behaved, striving for absolute perfection without a single flaw. By the way, I still don't know your names. After arranging their quarters, Luo Ruiying asked casually with a smile. Even during her time as Empress residing in the Immortal Palace, she had always taken the time to learn the names of her attendants. She was never harsh toward her servants. Even when they made mistakes, she typically forgave them without making things difficult. She respected every servant. When asked for their names, the three froze on the spot. Oh no, they had never given themselves names. Having hidden in Yaoyu Forest to cultivate for hundreds of years devoted entirely to their practice, they had never once considered the matter of names. Seeing them suddenly fall silent and unable to speak their names, confusion crossed Luo Ruiying's face. It's just a name. Why does it require so much thought? Noticing Luo Ruiying's growing suspicion, they hastily blurted out fabricated responses. I am Mengnyo. Bai Yuan. This servant is Kaishi. Mengnyo. Bai Yuan. Kaishi. Luo Ruiying lightly furrowed her brows. Why did those names sound so strange? Devouring Heavenly Python gulped nervously, his heart rising to his throat. If this had gone wrong, that venerable one would surely have flayed their skins alive. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped forward in time to explain. My wife, their actual names are Mengnyo Bai Yuan and Kai Se. Oh. Luo Ruiying nodded with a smile, no longer suspicious. It must have been their accent that confused her. She had known it. Why would names sound so peculiar? Kai Se and the others breathed a sigh of relief. These would now be their new names, bestowed by the venerable one himself. Ning Yechen cast a glance at the three, instantly drenching them in cold sweat and making them tremble. It was over. The venerable one must be angry. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Luo Ruiying asked with concern upon seeing the three shivering slightly. We're fine, madam. It's just, the weather has turned cool, a bit chilly. You should have said so earlier. I'll fetch you some clothes. Luo Ruiying smiled, gently placed Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's arms, and turned to leave for the clothes. Kai Se and the others were deeply moved in their hearts. Madam was so gentle. Only the venerable one was terrifying. Father, will these brothers and sisters stay here too? Luo Hongye whispered softly from Ning Yechen's arms. Yes, I invited them to keep Night-Night company. Don't be afraid, Night-Night. If they dare to upset you, tell father. Ning Yechen spoke tenderly to Luo Hongye in his arms. As he reached those final words, his eyes turned cold as he shot a piercing glance at the three. The implication was unmistakable. If any of the three dared to cause his daughter distress, they would simply cease to exist from this place. Kai Se and the others were so terrified their legs buckled and they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. When Luo Ruiying returned with clothes and saw the three still shivering on the floor, she grew even more puzzled. Though the weather had turned cold with snowfall, was it really that bitter? After receiving the clothes from Luo Ruiying, Meng Niu and the others began their duties as servants. First they swept every corner of the courtyard, then chopped wood and boiled water, working with great diligence. However, apart from Kai Se, both Meng Niu and Bai Yuan were quite unskilled, even clumsy, and they frequently broke various items. But Luo Ruiying didn't seem to mind. Instead, she told them not to work so hard and to take a rest. At this moment, the three of them stood in the courtyard staring at Luo Hongye, who was crouched on the ground, shaping a snowball. They were under orders from Ning Yechen to keep Luo Hongye company, but they had absolutely no idea how to play with a child. Asking them to commit murder and arson would be fine, but playing with a child was really too much for them. Kai Se, think of something quickly. Bai Yuan transmitted a message to Kai Se beside him, pleading. Now the three of them had accepted the new names given by Ning Yechen. If I had a way, would I still be standing here idly? Kai Se rolled her eyes at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu in exasperation. These two are utterly useless and can't be relied upon at all. Although Luo Hongye still felt a little timid inside, her father had told her that these people were not bad, so she gathered her courage, raised the snowball in her hand, and asked in a sweet, adorable voice, "Big brothers and sisters, would you like to build a snowman together?" Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Luo Hongye take the initiative to speak, the three nodded frantically like pecking chicks. This was a rare opportunity for her to actively engage in conversation. Forget building snowmen. They would even be willing to dig a cesspool. Seeing Meng Niu and the others agree, Luo Hongye smiled happily and began rolling a snowball on the ground, just as Ning Yechen had taught her. Then Ye will teach you. First like this, then like this, and then like this. Meng Niu and the others knelt on the ground rolling snowballs, with Luo Hongye occasionally clapping and praising her. Wow, 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 Miss is so amazing. Miss is really great. Miss is truly gifted and intelligent, much smarter than me. Ning Yechen, who was sitting beside Luo Ruiying, couldn't help but show a speechless expression. The flattering and fawning expressions of these three were fully exposed. Such blatant bootlicking. Only Ye, being so young, couldn't see through it. Considering that the child was enjoying herself, he let it slide. Luo Ruiying also sat to the side, propping her cheek on one hand, quietly watching Luo Hongye with a gentle smile. Seeing that there were more people to play with her, she felt happy inside. But as she watched, Luo Ruiying noticed that someone beside her kept inching closer and closer, his body drawing nearer. What are you doing? Luo Ruiying glanced over at Ning Yechen and asked. She thought he would obediently move back, but instead he leaned even closer, even lying sideways and resting his head on her shoulder. This action startled Luo Ruiying a little. Your husband is suddenly a bit tired and would like to borrow your shoulder for a moment. Ning Yechen closed his eyes, leaning on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, and said with a faint smile. Although he was also happy and willing to accompany the child the whole time, sometimes he really enjoyed having some time alone together as a couple. Taking advantage of Meng Niu and the others playing with Luo Hongye, this rare moment of solitude for the couple was naturally something to cherish. After calming down, Luo Ruiying rolled her eyes at Ning Yechen and said, "If you're tired, you should go back to the room to rest. But your husband prefers to be here with you," Ning Yechen said bluntly without even opening his eyes. This remark instantly made Luo Ruiying's cheeks flush slightly, and she said nothing more. She just secretly glanced a few times at Ning Yechen's sleeping face. Since he liked it, she would let him be. It was just resting on her shoulder, nothing serious. The two figures sat quietly together in front of the courtyard. In the courtyard, with the help of Meng Niu and the others, 3 more snowmen were added. The 3 snowmen stood behind the original 3. Luo Hongye pointed at the newly built snowmen and smiled. These are the snowmen of the big brothers and sisters. Only then did Meng Niu and the others realize that Luo Hongye had intended to build snowmen for them, and they were instantly so moved that they almost burst into tears. Miss had considered them as part of the family. Miss was truly wonderful. Kai Se even couldn't help but want to scoop up the little Luo Hongye into her arms and shower her with affection. But when she remembered that this was the master's daughter, reason stopped her. After building the snowman, Luo Hongye started a snowball fight with Meng Niu and the others. Luo Hongye was small and delicate, and she didn't have much strength in her hands. The snowballs she made were loose and fluffy, completely ineffective. At best, the snowballs only reached the feet of Meng Niu and the others, and sometimes they even fell apart midair. But despite this, Luo Hongye was having a great time. Meng Niu and the others also made snowballs to fight back. But how would they dare to actually hit Luo Hongye with a snowball? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. The snowballs were all deliberately thrown near Luo Hongye, not even grazing her. They even had to put on expressions of regret and disappointment. But Meng Niu got more and more into the game, gradually becoming immersed. He casually threw a snowball, and it hit Luo Hongye right in the face. Luo Hongye's entire little face was covered in snow. Kaisei. Bai Yuan. Meng Yo. The scene froze for a moment with only the howling wind and snow heard. At this moment Meng Yo was so frightened that he covered his face, his expression comparable to the famous painting The Scream. His heart was as cold as the icy snowfield. Meng Yo stiffly turned his head to look at Kaisei, and Bai Yuan, his dull expression seemingly asking, "Am I dead for sure?" Even though Meng Yo didn't say a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan read the question from his face and nodded solemnly. "Yes, you're dead." Meng Yo immediately showed an expression of utter despair, as if life had lost all meaning. It's over. He could already see the end of his life at this moment. Ning Yechen and Luo Ring both noticed Luo Hongye with her face covered in snow stood up, walked over to her, and brushed the snow off her little face. Unexpectedly, Luo Hongye did not cry. Instead, she was grinning happily. The snowball in Meng Yo's hand was not solid, and he hadn't thrown it hard, so Luo Hongye didn't feel any pain. Seeing that Luo Hongye was neither hurt nor upset, Ning Yechen had no intention of blaming Meng Yo. Meng Yo didn't know how Ning Yechen would deal with him. He was already imagining how he would disappear from the world. After the snow was wiped off her face, Luo Hongye pulled Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing together, laughing. "Daddy, Mommy play together. There are 3 of them, and Ye is only 1. Daddy and Mommy help Ye." Okay. Luo Ruing agreed with a doting smile. Then the courtyard turned into a 3-on-3 snowball fight. However, how could Meng Yo and the others dare to resist? They didn't dare to hit any of them, Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing, or Luo Hongye, with a snowball. Before long, the 3 were buried in snowballs. Rather than a snowball fight, they were more like moving targets. Just as everyone in the courtyard was joyfully playing in the snow, the courtyard gate was knocked upon once more. Kaisei took the initiative to open the door. Outside the door, Qi Yuan, who was carrying a bag of snacks in one hand and preparing to raise her other hand to greet someone, suddenly caught sight of an unfamiliar woman standing before her and froze on the spot. Did I knock at the wrong door? Excuse me, I seem to have come to the wrong place. Qi Yuan curtsied slightly with embarrassment and offered an awkward smile. Kaisei said nothing further, merely nodded gently and closed the courtyard gate. Who was that? When Kaisei returned to the main hall, Luo Ruing noticed she had come back alone and asked curiously, "Madam, they knocked at the wrong door." Kaisei replied with a bow. "Is that so?" Luo Ruing acknowledged and did not dwell on it further. That's impossible. This was the right place. During this period, she had been visiting almost every few days. How could she have gotten lost? Qi Yuan walked up again and knocked on the door to confirm. "Let me handle it." This time Luo Ruing called out to Kaisei and personally rose to open the courtyard gate. "Sister Luo." Seeing her, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a smile. As expected, she had said so herself. She came here so often, how could she possibly be lost? She could navigate her way through Nanli City with her eyes closed. "Miss Qi, please come in." Luo Ruing replied with a smile. She had suspected it might be Qi Yuan outside since Kaisei did not know her. As she had guessed. "Then I shall trouble you." Qi Yuan nodded politely and entered the house. Upon entering the house, she immediately spotted Meng Yo, Bai Yuan, and the 3 who had opened the door for her earlier. Kaisei, and could not help but ask in confusion, "Sister Luo, who are these?" "These 3 are former servants from my husband's household," Luo Ruing explained. Qi Yuan gave a friendly nod to Meng Yo and the other 2. A wealthy divine physician like Brother Ning would naturally come from an extraordinary family background. It was only natural for him to have several servants. However, what surprised her was how striking all 3 were. Handsome men and beautiful women, they would stand out even among servants. Sister Qi, Luo Hongye held in Ning Yechen's arms and warming her hands by the stove sweetly and politely called out as soon as she saw Qi Yuan arrive. During this period, Qi Yuan had visited frequently, always bringing snacks that delighted Luo Hongye. Their relationship had gradually grown closer. Little Ye, upon seeing Luo Hongye, Qi Yuan's face immediately broke into a doting, yet almost greedy smile. Her hands could not resist gently pinching the child's chubby cheeks. The baby fat round cheeks were so soft and tender that she simply could not put them down. Kaisei and the other 2 watching from the side couldn't help but show envy on their faces. Darn it. They wanted to pinch the young Mrs. face just as badly. "Here, these treats are for Ye." After satisfying her desire, Qi Yuan finally handed the snacks to Luo Hongye, as if it were payment for service. "Thank you, Sister Qi." Luo Hongye happily took the snack bag and eagerly began eating, even offering some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing. "Daddy and Mommy, let's eat together. No need, if Ye likes them, go ahead and enjoy them. But don't eat too much," Luo Ruing said with doting affection. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen opened his mouth and let Luo Hongye feed him directly. This was his daughter feeding him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye so happy while eating Qi Yuan's face also showed a satisfied smile as she rose and sat aside. Kaisei quickly brought her a cup of tea. Thank you. After taking a sip of tea, Qi Yuan finally remembered her business purpose. She had nearly been overwhelmed by Luo Hongye's cuteness. She retrieved a low-tier spirit ring from her bosom and handed it to Ning Yechen. Brother Ning, during this time following the prescription for the meridian healing liquid you provided, our Qi family had some made and placed it in our family's commercial auction house for sale. These represent 50% of the profits from the auction. Going forward, our Qi family will consistently remit 50% of the profits from refining and selling this prescription to you, Brother Ning. After receiving the prescription from Ning Yechen, she immediately rushed back to the Qi family and ordered research to be conducted overnight. They discovered that this prescription was actually a rare formula capable of nourishing meridians and spiritual power. Moreover, the materials required for this prescription were not too demanding. The refining method was exceptionally simple and convenient, and the success rate was quite high. The Qi family had searched through all recorded alchemical prescriptions, but had never found such a miraculous spirit liquid formula. This type of medicinal liquid that could nourish meridians was highly favored by cultivators, and once refined and sold, it would inevitably attract countless cultivators eager to obtain it. In fact, as anticipated, the Qi family had someone try refining several batches of the meridian healing liquid first and sold them at their own auction house. As a result, every batch fetched an astronomical price. Countless cultivators came from afar, drawn by its reputation, eagerly bidding in competition. The previously lethargic Qi family commercial guild was suddenly revitalized, thriving with activity once more thanks to this meridian healing liquid. All it took was a single small prescription to revitalize the Qi family's commercial operations. Qi Yuan felt deeply grateful toward Ning Yechen and insisted on coming to express her thanks, to return the portion that belonged to Ning Yechen. However, Ning Yechen had no need for such trivial spirit stone wealth and casually declined, saying, "No need. When I gave you that prescription, I never intended to collect any reward." Qi Yuan's expression grew serious as she firmly insisted, "That won't do. Our Qi family already owes Brother Ning and Sister Luo so much. We simply cannot monopolize that prescription for profit. Brother Ning, you must accept it." Very well, then I shall accept it. After consideration, Ning Yechen ultimately decided to take the spirit stones. She treated it as a transaction, making it easier for the Qi family's commercial guild to accept. Besides, these spirit stones could serve as expenses for the household in the future. "Wife, I'm entrusting these spirit stones to your care." Ning Yechen directly handed the spirit ring containing the stones to Luo Ruiying. "To me." Luo Ruiying accepted the spirit ring in confusion. "That's correct. The family's wealth naturally falls under my wife's management." Ning Yechen smiled. "Very well. Let me know if you need anything." Luo Ruiying accepted the spirit ring. The feeling of managing household finances like a proper wife was somewhat novel for her. Watching the affectionate exchange between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan's expression couldn't help but show a trace of conflict. "What's wrong, Miss Qi?" Ning Yechen noticed and asked. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke up. "Sister Luo, tomorrow is the merchants' competition. I've heard the Jiang family has recruited a powerhouse at the heavenly person realm. If there's any danger tomorrow, Sister Luo, you must give up immediately." Although Qi Yuan genuinely hoped the Qi family would win, she now feared even more that Luo Ruiying might be harmed. If the Qi family lost, the worst outcome would simply be withdrawing from Nanli City. Hearing this, both Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying couldn't help but smile lightly. They had thought she was worried about something else. "Miss Qi, there's no need to worry. If it's merely someone at the heavenly person realm, I should still be able to handle it," Luo Ruiying said confidently. Even at the heavenly god realm, she wouldn't be particularly concerned. A mere heavenly person realm cultivator would pose no threat to her. The next day, the snow had ceased blanketing every corner of the rooftops and streets in a thick layer of white. The entire city of Nanli was covered in pristine snow, presenting a world of pure white. Beneath the largest martial arena in Nanli City, countless people had gathered awaiting a rare and important duel. Today, the two major merchant clans, the Qi family and the Jiang family, would hold their long-awaited competition. The victor would gain control over the entire city of Nanli, while the defeated would likely be forced to withdraw from the merchant world forever. The crowd below, eager to witness this historic moment for Nanli City, buzzed with whispers and murmurs. "Hey, who do you think will win this merchant competition, the Qi family or the Jiang family?" "I reckon it'll be the Jiang family." "Alas, if the Jiang family gains more power, Nanli City will become their domain." "Exactly. The Jiang family, relying on their exclusive body-tempering spiritual liquid, sets exorbitant prices. They keep lowballing the prices when they purchase the beast materials we hunt. If the Jiang family takes over the entire merchant sector of Nanli City, how will we survive?" We risk our lives daily hunting demon beasts in the demon forest only to earn a pittance. The Chi family must not fall. Most of the spectators hoped for the Chi family's victory. This competition was not just about the two families, but also about the future livelihood of countless cultivators in Nanli City. The Jiang family, relying on their formidable power and unchecked influence in Nanli City, had long engaged in the unscrupulous practice of buying materials and spirit herbs at low prices and selling them at inflated rates, causing widespread discontent and suffering. At least the Chi family still stood as a counterbalance, conducting fair business at reasonable prices. If the Chi family fell, life in Nanli City would become unbearable for them. Yet many were pessimistic about the Chi family's chances of winning today. It's tough for the Chi family to beat the Jiang family. I heard that the force backing the Jiang family has personally sent a formidable elder. They say he has the cultivation of the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm. Good heavens. How can the Chi family even compete? Even if they sold the entire Chi family, they couldn't afford to hire a heavenly realm cultivator. Alas. Amidst the size, the Chi family members appeared first in the crowd's view. Qi Rongchang, the patriarch, nearing 60, accompanied by Qi Yuan and a retinue of stewards and guards, slowly made his way to the arena. The Qi family had a history of nearly 100 years in Nanli City, earning a reputation as an established merchant clan known for fair trade and reasonable prices. As soon as the Qi family appeared, they received cheers and encouragement from many in the crowd. Patriarch Qi, go for it. Patriarch Qi, you must not lose. I'm standing with the Qi family, you must hold on. Faced with the crowd's support, Qi Rongchang's aged face broke into a smile, and he nodded back frequently. With the help of others, he slowly approached Luo Ring and Ning Yechen, who had arrived earlier. This was Qi Rongchang's first time meeting the family of three, and his old eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Ever since Qi Yuan returned to the Qi family, he had heard her speak of Luo Ring and Ning Yechen every day, praising them endlessly. At first he didn't pay much attention, but then he learned that Luo Ring had slain dozens of spirit martial cultivators with a single sword strike, and that Ning Yechen had healed Qi Yuan's damaged meridians and given her the precious prescription for the meridian-repairing spiritual liquid. Qi Rongchang was convinced that the Qi family had encountered benefactors. He had long wanted to visit and thank them personally, but Qi Yuan said they disliked being disturbed too often, so he had to refrain. Now that he had finally seen them in person, Qi Rongchang was even more certain of his speculation. Having been in business all his life, he had a good eye for people. This woman possessed a beauty that could topple cities and an ethereal, transcendent aura, clearly indicating an extraordinary background. Though the man only appeared handsome and refined, someone who could heal damaged meridians and casually produce a precious prescription could not be ordinary. This couple was undoubtedly extraordinary. I am Qi Rongchang, patriarch of the Qi family. It is an honor to meet you both. I thank you for your assistance to our family. Qi Rongchang bowed respectfully to Luo Ring and the others. Patriarch Qi, you need not be polite. My aid to the Qi family is merely a transaction with Miss Qi. Luo Ring said calmly, holding Luo Hongya in her arms. I understand, Qi Rongchang replied. Our family will forever remember this kindness. Regardless of today's outcome, if you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to call upon us. We will do our utmost to help. Qi Rongchang was not foolish. A mere 2 million tael mansion was not enough to secure Luo Ruing's assistance. Luo Ruing had acted more out of seeing the Qi family in distress and her dislike for the Jiang family. The Qi family was naturally grateful. As they were conversing, the Jiang family also arrived. When Jiang Zhen and his group appeared, the surrounding people instinctively avoided them, moving aside, a stark contrast to the Qi family's reception. Jiang Zhen ignored the crowd and strode toward the Qi family, followed by the Jiang clan and a pale, effeminate man in white lotus robes. Even Jiang Li, whose 3 legs had been crippled, had regained consciousness after days of intensive treatment and was pushed in a wheelchair. Seeing the Qi family, Jiang Zhen couldn't help but sneer. Approaching them, he taunted, "Old Qi, you're still alive. I'm so glad to see you in such good health." Qi Rongchang, catching the sarcasm, shot back coldly. I'm in excellent health. You'll be in your coffin before I'm gone. When the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were nothing more than a small merchant clan on the verge of bankruptcy. It was the Qi family who kindly took them in and incorporated them as a branch. Later, with the Qi family's substantial support, the Jiang family gradually grew and prospered. But once the Jiang family became powerful, they re-established their own independent merchant clan, disregarding all past kindness, and began encroaching on the Qi family's territory, nearly driving them out of Nanli City. Seeing the Jiang family, Qi Rongchang regretted ever taking in these ingrates. Oomph. Jiang Zhen was momentarily speechless, but then snorted disdainfully and continued, "It's been years, and your tongue is still as sharp as ever. Out of respect for past kindness, I advise you to give up now. You are doomed to lose today." If you surrender now and hand over the remaining street and shop jurisdictions with your assets, you can still enjoy a comfortable retirement. Why risk everything? If the competition hasn't even begun, how do you know the Qi family will lose? Or are you afraid? Qi Rongchan's face was resolute, and he did not back down. Even if it meant losing everything, he would not surrender. Seeing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan couldn't help but step forward and say, "If you want to swallow our Qi family's merchant business, win first." So foolish you've brought this upon yourselves. From today onwards, let the Qi family vanish from Namli City. Jiang Zhen's expression turned cold, and he was about to turn and leave when Ning Yechen suddenly called out behind him, "Hold on." Jiang Zhen stopped, furrowed his brows, and turned around with a puzzled look toward Ning Yechen. "Who are you?" "Me. I'm just an ordinary house husband. The one representing the Qi family in the Merchant Guild competition is my wife." Ning Yechen stepped forward and said with a faint smile. Jiang Zhen glanced at Luo Ruing holding Luo Hongye behind Ning Yechen, sneered contemptuously, and said in a sinister voice, "Is that so? Then I suggest you have your wife willingly withdraw and concede defeat. Otherwise, after today you may never see your wife again, haha." Everyone behind the Jiang family burst into unrestrained laughter. The young man pushing Jiang Li boldly and brazenly taunted Luo Ruing. "She's so beautiful. What a pity she'd perish so young. Why not join our Jiang family and enjoy riches and privilege? In my opinion, it's ridiculous for a cultivator to marry a mortal. How about marrying me instead? I'll treat you well. Young Master Jianggan is right. Perhaps we can benefit too. Don't worry, once I've had my fun, there'll be plenty for you too." Jianggan waved his hand magnanimously. Jianggan was the eldest son of Jiang Zhen's younger brother Jiang Ming, who had grown up around Jiang Li with no virtues to speak of. His lecherous nature rivaled Jiang Li's, and his notorious reputation far exceeded his elders. Jiang Li mostly used intimidation and bribery to force women into submission, but Jianggan delighted in playing with women before handing them over to his subordinates. Even his own wife, once he grew tired of her, he would pass on to his men, claiming it as a reward for their service. Countless women, unable to endure the humiliation, took their own lives under his torment. "You're Jianggan, aren't you?" Hearing this, Ning Yechen's eyes turned icy, fury surging within. No one dared to humiliate his wife and child like this. Ning Yechen subtly lowered his hand in front of him, hidden from Luo Ruing's view, and slowly clenched his fist. The very next moment, Jianggan, still wearing his shameless lewd smile, suddenly began bleeding from all his orifices. Jianggan looked utterly bewildered, touching the blood flowing from his nose and eyes. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed dead on the spot. Blood sprayed onto Jiang Li, who sat in a wheelchair, causing him to scream in terror. What just happened?" The scene sent everyone present into a panic. Members of the Jiang family staggered backward in fear. No one understood. Jianggan had simply died without warning. Luo Ruing's expression hardened. She immediately handed Luo Hongye to Ning Yechen and stepped forward to inspect for herself. The moment she looked, her face transformed into sheer shock. All of Jianggan's internal organs were destroyed. His body had been violently crushed and twisted in an instant. Whoever it was had killed Jianggan silently, and she hadn't sensed the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. She hadn't even noticed the attacker strike. Luo Ruing scanned everyone around, but found no suspicious person. "Wife. What's happening?" Ning Yechen asked beside her with an expression of utter terror. Acting he had to commit fully. Otherwise his wife might grow suspicious. He had originally planned to crush every mocking member of the Jiang family. But doing so would ruin today's merchant competition and raise his wife's suspicions. The rest would have to wait for another opportunity. "Someone attacked him, but I don't know who," Luo Ruing said gravely, feeling deeply helpless and worried. If the attacker had targeted Ning Yechen, she wouldn't have been able to stop them. Fortunately, it seemed they weren't after her. The Jiang family remained deeply shaken, unable to calm their racing hearts. Jiang Zhen approached Chen Rou and asked in a trembling whisper, "Holy envoy, who was behind this?" Chen Rou shook her head, equally astonished. She hadn't sensed the slightest anomaly either. Chen Rou turned her gaze toward Ning Yechen. Jianggan had died suddenly right after speaking those words. Could it be? Impossible, it couldn't be him. He showed no spiritual energy fluctuation and made no movement to attack. The real culprit must be someone else. Seeing that Chen Rou hadn't identified the killer either, Jiang Zhen asked anxiously, "Holy envoy, should we postpone today's competition?" "No need. The attacker shows no signs of striking again and has likely already departed. Proceed as planned. Take Nanli City quickly to avoid further trouble." Chen Rou spoke with resolute calmness. Jiang Zhen dared not defy her decision. Though concerned, he could only continue with the plan. The Jiang family quietly removed Jianggan's body. This unexpected interlude had passed, yet it lingered heavily on everyone's minds. Ning Yechen looked toward Jiang Zhen and spoke his purpose. Lord Jiang, in this merchant guild competition both the Qi and Jiang families wagered 40% of the city's street jurisdiction, correct? Might we amend the terms? What does the Qi family wish to back out? Once a wager is signed, there is no room for regret. Jiang Zhen, assuming the Qi family wanted to renege and was using Ning Yechen as a messenger, replied with sarcastic ridicule. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, his eyes narrowing. No, Lord Jiang misunderstands. My meaning is quite the opposite. The wager should include your Jiang family's remaining 20% of street jurisdiction. What? You want me, Jiang family, to stake our entire street jurisdiction? On what grounds? You expect the Qi family to wager less than 40% against our 60%. That's absurd. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Zhen scoffed. What if the Qi family additionally wagers the prescription for the healing spirit elixir? Ning Yechen replied with a light smile. This single sentence immediately stirred Jiang Zhen's countenance, sowing hesitation. Recently, the Qi family had grown enormously prosperous from the healing spirit elixir, filling the Jiang family with envy. The Jiang family had tried purchasing a sample, but failed to source all the required medicinal herbs, unable to replicate the formula. If they could obtain the prescription and take control of all of Nanli City, the healing spirit elixir would belong solely to the Jiang family. They would set the price freely. But this meant wagering the Jiang family's entire fortune in Nanli City, so Jiang Zhen had to proceed cautiously. Holy Envoy, are you confident of defeating that woman? Jiang Zhen leaned close to Chenro's ear and whispered. Chenro stared fixedly at Luo Ruiying and smiled sinuously. Lord Jiang need not worry. I am 99% certain. Receiving Chenro's affirmative response, Jiang Zhen's face brightened, and he immediately turned to agree to Ning Yechen's proposed changes. Excellent. The Jiang family accepts. Ning Yechen smiled faintly, turned back to Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, and said with a slightly apologetic tone, I took the liberty of modifying the wager on the Qi family's behalf. Would Lord Qi accept this? As you say, sir. Qi Rongchang harbored no resentment over Ning Yechen's unilateral decision to alter the wager and include the precious prescription as stakes. The Qi family had no right to object. The Qi family also accepts. Qi Rongchang declared loudly toward Jiang Zhen. Under the witness of Han Guangji, the treasure merchant guild's representative stationed in Nanli City, both the Qi and Jiang families pressed their seals onto the revised contract. Han Guangji, as the guild's responsible authority, would also serve as the witness and referee for the merchant competition. Han Guangji collected the wager contract and announced to both the Qi and Jiang families, by the name of the treasure merchant guild, this merchant competition shall be absolutely fair and just. The competition knows no mercy, until one party is killed or surrenders. If neither the Qi nor the Jiang family has further objections, the merchant guild competition officially begins. Ning Yechen's eyes flashed with a cold glint. No matter the cost, he would protect his family. The seats beneath the arena grew increasingly crowded as more onlookers gradually gathered. Hearing that the Qi and Jiang families had changed the terms of the contest, the crowd eagerly awaited the outcome between the two houses. Both families had staked everything they owned in Nanli City. On the stage, the remaining members of the Jiang and Qi families withdrew, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chenro standing tall upon the platform. A barrier rose around the circular arena, enveloping the entire platform. Battles between cultivators were exceedingly dangerous, especially when those of higher cultivation levels clashed. Their moves often shook heaven and earth, inevitably causing collateral damage. In-city sparring demanded the utmost caution. Ning Yechen sat with Luo Hongye in his arms, observing quietly, while Qi Yuan took her seat beside him. Qi Yuan watched Luo Ruiying on the stage with an expression of worry and tension, her hands tightly clenched. Little Luo Hongye nestled in Ning Yechen's arms, lifted her small head to look at him, her face also filled with concern. Daddy, is Mom going to fight the bad guys again? But don't worry, Yi. Your mommy, she is very formidable. Ning Yechen smiled and ruffled Luo Hongye's head to comfort her. He knew his wife's strength very well. Even a peak heavenly god realm cultivator could barely be slain by one sword strike, let alone a mere peak heavenly realm cultivator. Even if the worst happened, he could intervene discreetly without anyone noticing. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even a scratch. Sitting beside Ning Yechen, Qi Yuan couldn't help but show a trace of guilt. She hoped Luo Ruiying would win, yet feared she might get hurt. If Luo Ruiying were injured because of her, she would truly blame herself. How could she ever face Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye again? On the stage, Chun Ro gazed at Luo Ring before him, then spread his arms wide open with a confident smile. Come on. Let me see what you've got. The moment he finished, Luo Ring knitted her delicate brows, and her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Only a faint golden phantom silhouette remained. Huh. When Shin Ro came to his senses, Luo Ring's cold crimson eyes were already right before him. Her immortal sword leaped from its sheath, and a resplendent golden sword light illuminated his face. At that moment, time seemed to slow down countless times. The mocking confidence on Chun Ro's face gradually turned to terror, and his mouth slowly fell open. Too fast. This speed. Is she truly a heavenly realm cultivator? The golden sword light directly cut across Chun Ro's body, slashing diagonally downward. Blood instantly splattered everywhere. Luo Ruiying had no intention of wasting words on Chun Ro. She was determined to conclude the fight cleanly and swiftly. She still had to hurry home to take care of her child. Chun Ro spat blood, immediately took a step back, dodged to create distance, and flung out several Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls from his hand. Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls were immensely powerful. Each one contained compressed vast Heavenly Thunder power refined with the aid of celestial thunder. They were extremely precious. The unleashed Heavenly Thunder power was enough to annihilate a fairy transformation realm cultivator in a single strike, and he had thrown out over a dozen of them. This had been one of his long-treasured trump cards which he had been reluctant to use. He had never expected that damned woman to be so strong, forcing him to unleash his full power without reservation. Over a dozen Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, completely surrounding her. Heavenly Thunder. Explode. Chun Ro raised 2 fingers and issued the command furiously. The dozen pearls crackled with lightning and exploded instantly. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying remained calm, twirled her immortal sword gracefully, and thrust it into the ground. Sword aura rippled outward, and a transparent golden silhouette enveloped Luo Ruiying. Boom, boom, boom. The simultaneous explosion of a dozen Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls was truly astonishing. The entire arena was shattered into pieces, left in ruins. The spectators near the stage scrambled backwards in fright. Thick dust shrouded the entire stage. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Chun Ro, clutching his bleeding chest, wore a smug and sinister smile. With the power of a dozen Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls, even if she weren't dead, she would barely have half a life left. However, when the dust settled, Luo Ruiying stood there, immortal sword in hand, her exquisite fairy-like figure completely unscathed. Not a single scratch, not even a tear on her immortal robes and skirt. How is this possible? Chun Ro exclaimed in shock and confusion. How could she be completely unharmed at the center of a dozen Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls? Below the stage, the Chi family members sighed in relief, smiles of reassurance appearing on their faces. Ning Yechen, however, had been wearing a faint smile all along. Luo Ruiying's injuries had mostly healed, and the immortal techniques she had learned were supreme skills of the celestial realm. How could those little orbs possibly harm her? Moreover, the immortal sword in her hand glowed with brilliant golden light. In motion, its sword light was like a shadow, and at rest immortal radiance overflowed with ethereal grace. Quite extraordinary. If Chun Ro had not been wearing a low-grade immortal armor from the start, he would have been split in 2 by that first sword strike. Compared to the Chi family, the Jiang family's expressions were grim to the extreme. The holy envoy of the Sacred Lotus sect was a peak heavenly realm cultivator. How could he be utterly powerless to resist before that woman? What happened to the 99% chance of victory? Zhang Li's face was also dark and gloomy. Now his legs were crippled, unable to walk for life, and he had lost his manhood. This made him even more irritable and vicious. He blamed everything on Ning Yechen's family. That day it was because he met them on the road and was delayed a bit that he was ambushed and ended up like this. So before the contest, he had repeatedly instructed Chun Ro to publicly humiliate Luo Ruiying. The result was an unexpected one-sided situation. Chun Ro was no match for Luo Ruiying. The Jiang family found it hard to accept. Chun Ro then noticed the Luo Shun immortal sword in Luo Ruiying's hand and was greatly shocked. That was definitely an immortal sword. Otherwise, it could not have easily sliced through his Xianyun immortal armor. Relying on the Xianyun armor and the Heavenly Thunder Primordial Pearls, he had been confident of winning easily. But he never expected his opponent to possess such a formidable immortal sword. Chun Ro's already pale face became even whiter from excessive blood loss, his expression extremely grim and gloomy. Your Excellency, the Holy Envoy. What are you waiting for? Kill her quickly. Zhang Li, blinded by rage, shouted angrily at Chun Ro on the stage. Having lost the most important thing, he had lost interest in Luo Ruiying. Now he only wanted to see her dead. Moreover, this contest concerned the entire future of the Jiang family in Nanli City. If it weren't for his meddling and provoking the other party, he probably wouldn't have to deal with Luo Ruiying today. But regardless, he must not lose this match. A flash of hatred crossed Chenro's face. He took out a lotus seed from his bosom and swallowed it. A sickly pale smile appeared on his ashen face. Hehehe, you forced my hand. Ah. After consuming the lotus seed, Chenro's body erupted with a torrent of violent spiritual energy. His spiritual aura surged continuously, clearly indicating that he had stepped into the divine realm cultivation. Seeing this, the members of the Jiang family on the seats couldn't help but reveal joyful smiles. This momentum, the Holy Envoy is getting serious. Kill her quickly, Holy Envoy. Jiang Zhen was also brimming with excitement at this moment, disregarding his status as patriarch as he eagerly shouted. He only wanted to secure victory, swiftly seize the entire city of Nanli, and avoid any further complications. As the raging and violent aura gradually subsided, Chenro glared fiercely at Luo, Ruiying, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. To have forced me to this point, you are quite impressive. But this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it's too late. Forcibly breaking through to the divine realm cultivation by consuming the sacred lotus seed would severely damage his foundation. It meant that in the future he would likely find it extremely difficult to truly break through to the divine realm again. This was his ultimate trump card, and the reason he had been so confident in claiming a 99% chance of victory before the match began. However, if not forced, he would never have resorted to this step. Since he had been pushed to this point, he naturally would not let Luo Ruiying off easily. But just as Chenro finished speaking, Luo Ruiying's eyes radiated a glimmer of golden light, and the ethereal manifestation of the Luo goddess emerged faintly behind her. In a flash, she appeared before Chenro, her cold gaze fixed on him as she swung her celestial sword. The Luo goddess manifestation behind her also struck with a single sword stroke. This time Chenro could see Luo Ruiying's movements clearly, but he had underestimated her strength. Chenro's expression was one of shock as he conjured a barrier of spiritual energy and raised his sword to block, but the Luo celestial sword effortlessly severed his spiritual blade, a golden sword light passing through his neck. Even the arena's protective barrier was sliced apart by the sword light. Chenro stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. This can't be possible. He had lost. What was going on with this woman? With such speed and sword power, was she really only at the human realm cultivation? Chenro could not comprehend, and he would never have the chance to understand. As Luo Ruiying's celestial sword returned to its sheath, with a clear ring, Chenro's head rolled from his neck. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Chenro was dead. The Jiang family had actually lost. That peak human realm powerhouse was slain in just 2 sword strikes by the woman before them. Hadn't he just forcibly broken through to the divine realm cultivation? How could he not withstand that single sword strike? Everyone present was stunned into speechless amazement. Many had believed the Jiang family's victory was all but certain, yet never expected such an unexpected outcome. After a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted into thunderous cheers. We won. The Qi family has won. Excellent. Patriarch Qi, we won. Amidst the Qi family's cheers, the others on the seats also offered their congratulations and joyful shouts to the Qi family. This was also the result most people had hoped for. It was indeed a popular decision. Luo Ruiying slowly descended from the arena, walking toward Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya. Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongya, also walked toward Luo Ruiying, intending to give his wife a comforting hug. But unexpectedly, another figure beat him to it, rushing into Luo Ruiying's arms. Sister Luo, thank you so much. You are truly amazing. Qi Yuan hugged Luo Ruiying tightly, expressing her gratitude. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she wept with happiness. Luo Ruiying smiled, gently saying nothing more. She had exerted the Luo goddess manifestation again, exhausting her spiritual energy. Fortunately, drawing from her experience against the ghost husband, and given that Chenro's cultivation was not too formidable, she did not overdraw her spiritual energy this time. My lady, you have worked hard. Ning Yechen, holding Luo Hongya, approached Luo Ruiying and said with a gentle smile. Then he shot a displeased glance at Qi Yuan, who was still clinging to Luo Ruiying. This girl. She had taken his spot. She really had no sense of the moment. Luo Ruiying smiled, triumphantly taking Luo Hongya from Ning Yechen's arms. As a former Empress of the Celestial Realm, if she could not even handle a mere peak human realm cultivator, then all her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of 3 was about to leave, a furious roar from Jiang Zhen erupted behind them. Wait! I do not accept this match. Cheating. She must have used some underhanded trick, otherwise how could she have defeated the Holy Envoy? Jiang Zhen pointed at Luo Ruiying, shouting almost hysterically. He simply could not accept this outcome. Luo Ruiying's victory meant that from this moment on, the Jiang family had lost all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. The entire city of Nanli would belong to the Qi family. All his hard work had come to nothing. What is the Jiang family unable to accept defeat? Going back on your word? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Zhen, a smug and mocking smile on her face. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, she no longer had to endure the Jiang family's oppression. I will never acknowledge the result of this match. Jiang Zhen glared at Qi Yuan, his eyes burning with a ferocity that could devour her like a wild beast. The Jiang family members and guards raised their weapons and surrounded the Qi family. The atmosphere was immediately tense, on the verge of conflict. At that moment, Han Guangji slowly descended from midair, landing between the Qi and Jiang families. With a cold gaze fixed on Jiang Zhen and the others, he bellowed. The guild competition has concluded. Does the Jiang family intend to defy the rules set by the Treasure Guild? Han Guangji's formidable cultivation aura burst forth, instantly forcing the Jiang family members to retreat. The guild competition witnessed by the Treasure Guild was absolutely fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had violated the rules of the Treasure Guild. The Jiang family members were greatly alarmed, their faces filled with caution. They had never expected Han Guangji to possess the divine realm cultivation. Moreover, the Treasure Guild had branches all over the world, its influence not to be underestimated, certainly not something a small family like the Jiangs could provoke. The surrounding onlookers, long tired of the Jiang family's arrogant and domineering demeanor, now saw them trying to renege after losing. Indignantly, the crowd rallied behind the Qi family, taking their stand. The Jiang family has lost. Do you intend to resort to violence? Going back on your word brings shame to the guild's name. Get lost. The Jiang family instantly became the target of public scorn in the arena, like rats scurrying away as everyone shouted curses. The Jiang family members clenched their fists in anger, let out a furious snort, and slunk away in disgrace. With the Treasure Guild present and the public's anger aroused, they could not resort to force. Just wait. One day he would make everyone present regret this. Jiang Zhen thought viciously to himself. Today was nothing but humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, his face beaming with joy, did not forget to call out to Jiang Zhen from behind. Trouble Patriarch Jiang to prepare the street jurisdiction contracts and deliver them to my Qi family by tomorrow. Jiang Zhen was so enraged that his lungs were about to burst, but he did not turn around to reply. Like a defeated dog, he hurried away. After the members of the Jiang family had all departed, Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying and bowed solemnly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. Our Qi family will hold this favor in our hearts forever. Had it not been for Luo Ruiying representing the Qi family would have ceased to exist in Nanli City after today. The members of the Qi family were filled with boundless gratitude toward Luo Ruiying. You are too kind, Elder Qi. Luo Ruiying responded with a gentle smile. Fairy Luo, young Master Ning and your daughter, would you be willing to visit our Qi residence? I have already ordered a banquet to be prepared, a feast to express our family's gratitude. Qi Rongchang extended the invitation with a smile. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable cultivation and Ning Yechen's extraordinary talent, either a tribute alone would be enough to make the Qi family eager to win their favor. Building a good relationship with a powerful cultivator capable of slaying a peak heavenly man realm expert with a single sword stroke was undoubtedly a wise move. Sister Luo, please come to our home for a visit. Allow our Qi family to express our gratitude. Qi Yuan also chimed in eagerly. Faced with the Qi family's warm invitation, Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts without words. Luo Ruiying slowly shook her head and politely declined to Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan. Thank you for the kind offer, but my husband and I do not enjoy lively gatherings. Besides, we have already prepared ingredients at home today, so we shall not intrude upon the Qi family. I imagine the Qi family has much to attend to today. They had come to Nanli City to live in seclusion, primarily seeking a peaceful and ordinary life. Helping the Qi family this time was partly because they did not wish to accept the gift of a residence without offering something in return, and partly out of sheer aversion to the Jiang family. They had no desire to become too entangled with the Qi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan could not hide their disappointment, but they did not press the matter. Now that the Qi family had won the trade competition, the situation in Nanli City had turned in their favor, and indeed there were many preparations awaiting the Qi family. Ning Yechen, however, smiled and said to Qi Yuan, Miss Qi, if you have time tomorrow, come to my home and find me. Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying were curious and puzzled. They wondered what Ning Yechen wanted to see her about. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan nodded and replied, all right, brother Ning. Ning Yechen offered no explanation, simply turned and took Luo Ruiying's hand, leading her away. Suddenly pulled along by his hand, Luo Ruiying was startled and her heart stirred unexpectedly. She found that being led by him like this was not at all unpleasant. After calming down, she took the initiative to hold his hand in return. The family of three slowly departed under the gaze of the crowd. The onlookers parted in awe. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the stunningly beautiful woman they had seen a few days earlier. Killing them would be easier than killing a chicken. Hand in hand, they strolled back to their residence. Along the way, Luo Ruiying noticed that the previously vacant houses next to theirs had piles of luggage at their doorsteps. Servants were moving items in and out. It seemed the houses had all been sold. For all the nearby houses to be sold overnight was quite unusual for this relatively secluded area. Yechen, it seems we have new neighbors. I'll prepare some gifts and pay them a visit later. Although the arrival of new neighbors might mean less peace and quiet in the future, Luo Ruiying still intended to follow the mortal custom of friendly neighborliness and greet them. Ning Yechen had no objection and was about to agree when he happened to see the door of the neighboring house open and an all-too-familiar figure stepped out. Dressed in simple common clothes, Yi Tianxin walked to the entrance and began carrying items into the house like an ordinary mortal. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Yi Tianxin's stern face softened into a slight smile, and he nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. It was as if he were simply greeting a new neighbor. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen was stunned. Huh, what was going on? That guy was definitely Yi Tianxin. There was no mistaking it. Though he concealed himself perfectly, Ning Yechen could still see through his hidden cultivation. Luo Ruiying, seeing Yi Tianxin greet them, politely nodded in return. Yi Tianxin did not engage in conversation, but carried his things back into the house as if he didn't know them. He seems quite polite. I'll go get some fruit and greet him. Luo Ruiying prepared to go home, fetch some fruit, and then visit the new neighbor. Startled, Ning Yechen quickly stopped her. Wife, no. Why? Luo Ruiying looked at him in confusion. It was the first time she had seen him so nervous and agitated. Wife, just take Yi and stay home. I'll go buy some fruit and greet him myself. Leave this to me. Ning Yechen explained with an awkward smile. As he spoke, he gently pushed Luo Ruiying toward the front door. If Luo Ruiying were to come into contact with Yi Tianxin, she might notice something, or Yi Tianxin might slip and reveal his identity. Disaster. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Though puzzled as to why Ning Yechen was suddenly so eager to personally visit the neighbor, Luo Ruiying did not dwell on it, and carried Luo Hongya back into the house. Seeing Luo Ruiying head inside, Ning Yechen quickly flashed into Yi Tianxin's residence, appearing before him. Greetings, Demon Lord. Yi Tianxin immediately stopped what he was doing, placed his hand over his chest, and bowed respectfully. Ning Yechen's face darkened, his brows furrowed in displeasure. What are you doing here? Did I not tell you not to disturb my life? I wouldn't dare, my lord. Yi Tianxin replied solemnly. Then pack up and return to the demon realm immediately. Do not appear before me again. Ning Yechen ordered him to leave. But unexpectedly this time, Yi Tianxin did not comply. Instead, he said, My lord, I am afraid I cannot obey. We have been ordered to guard the demon lord's wife and young princess, to await your commands at all times, and to protect the lady and the princess. Please rest assured, my lord, we will disguise ourselves and cause you no trouble whatsoever. Furious that Yi Tianxin dared to defy his order, Ning Yechen raised his hand to discipline him and personally throw him back to the demon realm. But as his hand rose, he suddenly realized the implication of Yi Tianxin's words. Wait, did you say we? Besides you, are there others? Yi Tianxin lowered his head and replied respectfully, yes. Apart from myself, the other legion commanders, army leaders, generals, imperial guards, and shadow guards have all been ordered to disguise themselves and take up positions throughout the city. We await your command at any time, my lord. Ning Yechen was dumbfounded. Who gave the order? My lord, it was the left protector. Does that mean she has come as well? Time reverted to the period of the merchant competition. Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and the others had already departed, leaving Meng Niu, Kai Se, and Bai Yuan naturally responsible for guarding the household. Even with Ning Yechen absent, they still diligently scrubbed every inch of the home. Only after the entire place was spotless did the three of them, out of sheer boredom, gather on the steps of the courtyard, clutching feather dusters and rags. Hey, what do you think? How long before the master and mistress return with the young lady? Bai Yuan turned to Meng Niu, and Kai Se, his curiosity piqued. Although the mistress's cultivation is only at the heavenly man realm, the spiritual energy within her body is extraordinarily profound. I suspect she'll finish soon and return. Kai Se, arms crossed and legs elegantly crossed, spoke indifferently. She had once glimpsed Luo Ruiying secretly using spiritual energy to wash clothes. That faint golden chi exuded an unusual pressure that made even Kai Se cautious. If it came to a life or death struggle, she wasn't even fully confident she could best Luo Ruiying. Clearly the mistress's strength was remarkable. Meanwhile, Meng Niu, brimming with arrogance, pounded his chest and declared, I don't know when the mistress will return. But if the master allowed me to step in, I'd slap those people to death with one blow. Dumb ox, you'd better rein it in. If you blow your cover and ruin the master's plans, he won't let you off. Don't forget you're still in debt for hitting the young lady's face with a snowball. You should be grateful you're still alive. Kaisei shot Meng Niu a withering glare. Sometimes she truly feared that this foolish ox in a moment of carelessness would spill his identity. If that happened and the master held them accountable, she and Bai Yuan would likely suffer the consequences too. At the mere mention of Ning Yechen, the pride and arrogance on Meng Niu's face vanished, shrinking like a wilted flower, docile as could be. Remembering how he kept breaking things while working lately, his body trembled involuntarily. What if the master grew tired of him and simply disposed of him? Compared to when the master and mistress return, I actually pity the Jiang family more. Why provoke anyone, let alone the master? Recalling Ning Yechen's terror, Kaisei couldn't help but sympathize with the Jiang family. Given the master's temperament, he would never let the Jiang family off. Perhaps in a few days the Jiang family will vanish from the world. Bai Yuan nodded in full agreement. A few days? That's too long. If the master wished, he could make the Jiang family disappear right now. But it seems the master doesn't want them gone that directly. Kaisei said flatly. The fact that Ning Yechen hadn't ordered them to annihilate the entire Jiang clan could only mean one thing. He didn't intend for the Jiang family to vanish so straightforwardly. Otherwise, wiping them out would be a matter of minutes. As the three chatted idly, the courtyard gate was suddenly tapped gently. Someone's here. Is it the master? The three of them, startled, quickly composed themselves and pretended to be busy, sweeping and wiping tables. Yet doubt not at them. Logically, the master and mistress wouldn't deliberately conceal their aura and footsteps when returning home. Why hadn't they heard a single sound? Soon the courtyard gate creaked open and a woman with a cold, exquisite face and a dignified posture stepped lightly into the yard. Her beautiful eyes roamed the surroundings with keen interest as she murmured softly, "So this is where the Demon Lord resides." After searching for over 100 years, she had finally found him. Meng Niu, Kaisei, and Bai Yuan stared at the visitor in confusion, then silently put down their tools. They thought it was the master returning. Gave them a fright. It wasn't the master after all. Meng Niu grumbled bluntly, "Hey, who are you? Don't you know you can't just barge into someone else's home?" Lately, aside from occasional visits from Qi Yuan, no one else had come by. Seeing a stranger, Meng Niu instinctively assumed she had the wrong address and intended to shoo her away. Kaisei quickly stopped Meng Niu, fearing he might stir up trouble. She stepped forward politely and asked, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" "The master and mistress are not at home at the moment." "Not here." Yu Qingyu murmured, her expression tinged with disappointment. But she had already waited over 100 years, a little longer wouldn't hurt. She wanted to use this time to better understand the Demon Lord's current life. Yu Qingyu walked into the yard uninvited, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning the surroundings, paying no attention to the three of them. This made Kaisei frown slightly. Who was this woman, and how could she be so presumptuous? If not for avoiding trouble for the master, she would have thrown her out long ago. Seeing Yu Qingyu about to step into the main hall, Kaisei, Meng Niu, and Bai Yuan finally lost their patience and blocked her path, demanding, "May I ask who you are, miss?" Entering someone's home without permission is extremely rude. Yu Qingyu paused, her calm eyes meeting theirs. When she spoke, her words stunned everyone. Swallowing heaven, python, chaos, demon, bull, titan, giant, ape. I didn't expect ancient beast bloodlines still linger in the human realm. But your strength is far too weak. Only recently broke into the immortal realm, am I right? Kaisei, Meng Niu, and Bai Yuan's eyes widened in shock. This woman saw through their disguises at a single glance. They had already reached the immortal realm, the pinnacle of cultivation in the human world. Even Luo Ruing hadn't seen through their true forms, yet this sudden visitor saw everything with one look. Though she radiated no cultivation aura, she was definitely no ordinary being. Kaisei, Meng Niu, and Bai Yuan instantly turned serious, exchanging a silent glance before attacking simultaneously. They had heard rumors of someone trying to hunt down the mistress and the young lady. This woman might be that very enemy. With the master away, guarding the home was their duty. They would subdue her first. As the three rushed toward her, Yu Qingyu's expression remained unchanged. She simply uttered, "Kneel." In an instant, the heads of Kaisei, Meng Niu, and Bai Yuan shook violently, and their bodies were seized by an unknown force, slamming them to the ground. Their bodies refused to obey. It wasn't the pressure of spiritual energy forcing them down. She emitted no qi at all. Rather, her words carried a strange magical power that controlled their bodies, compelling them to comply. They had absolutely no means to resist. This was the second person since Ning Yechen who made them feel such terror and helplessness. Yu Qingyu stood over them, looking down with a faintly disdainful frown. "Too weak. Are you three the Demon Lord's newly adopted pets?" "Demon Lord? Pets?" Kaisei looked up in bewilderment. Was the Demon Lord this woman mentioned referring to that master? After all, they were cultivators at the immortal realm, yet she called them pets. But then again, given the master's power, calling them pets didn't seem entirely wrong. After parting with Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing entered the courtyard, carrying Luo Hongya in her arms. Seeing the courtyard gate wide open, she felt puzzled, thinking that Kai Se and the others must have forgotten to close it. It was only when she stepped into the yard and saw the stunningly beautiful figure of Yu Qingyu that she realized someone had arrived. Luo Ruing glanced at Yu Qingyu, then turned her gaze to Kai Se and the other two who were lying on the ground, and asked with confusion, "What happened to you? Why are you lying on the ground? Madam Young, miss your back." We just slipped and fell to the ground," Kai Se explained with an awkward smile. Just then Yu Qingyu silently withdrew her command, and the three, now free to move, hurriedly scrambled to their feet. Their gazes toward Yu Qingyu were filled with unprecedented wariness. If she wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as uttering a single word. The three of them falling at the same time. That was too careless. Without dwelling on it, Luo Ruing turned her gaze back to Yu Qingyu and asked, "Who might this young lady be?" Ever since Luo Ruing returned holding Luo Hongya, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been fixed on the two of them, without leaving her beautiful eyes, gradually revealing boundless joy and affection. So she is the wife of the demon lord, the madam of the demon realm. With such a breathtakingly beautiful countenance, she is truly a perfect match for the demon lord. Then the little darling in her arms must be the little princess of the demon realm. She is so beautiful, so adorable. Just like the demon lord when he was little. Satisfied. She was more than satisfied. Yu Qingyu's usually cold face could not help but curl into a slight smile, revealing an irrepressible look of joy. At such a moment, she should have remained elegant and composed, but she simply couldn't help it. Yu Qingyu's smile seemed extremely suspicious in Luo Ruing's eyes. This woman had been scrutinizing her, and the Luo Hongya in her arms from the very beginning, her ardent gaze tinged with delight. Could she be? Luo Ruing frowned slightly, and instantly became more vigilant. Unfazed, Yu Qingyu walked gracefully to Luo Ruing with a light and dignified step, crossing her feet, placing her hand on her chest, and bowing slightly in a very elegant greeting. "Greetings to the madam and the little princess." "Madam, little princess." Luo Ruing tightened her hold on Luo Hongya and stared at Yu Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to reply, Ning Yechen hurried back. The moment he saw Yu Qingyu, his expression changed drastically. She really came. Ning Yechen quickly stepped forward to shield Luo Ruing and asked, "Why are you here too?" "Yechen, do you know this young lady?" Before Yu Qingyu could answer, Luo Ruing asked first. "My dear, she is also a former servant from my household. It has been a long time since we last met." Ning Yechen quickly improvised. "Is that so?" Luo Ruing said, then scrutinized Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had heard from Ning Yechen that his family background was not poor, she never expected that even the servants were so beautiful and elegant. She had thought that Kai Se and the other two were already far above ordinary people in appearance and temperament, but this young lady's beauty and aura far surpassed even them. Yu Qingyu always exuded a noble and elegant aloofness, not at all like the demeanor one would expect from a maidservant. She was not even inferior to her. Yu Qingyu was very clever and quickly understood why Ning Yechen had stopped her from speaking. This madam seems to still be unaware of the demon lord's true identity. From Luo Ruing's body, she also sensed a faint trace of immortal realm aura. She is a person from the immortal realm. No wonder the demon lord had to deliberately conceal his identity. Although Yu Qingyu was somewhat puzzled as to why the demon lord had taken a woman from the immortal realm as his wife, she had absolutely no objections. Because as long as the demon lord was willing to take a wife and have children, she would absolutely approve, no matter who he chose. Even if it were a pig demon, she would not mind in the slightest. Understanding that Ning Yechen did not wish to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu immediately followed his lead, bowed respectfully, and introduced herself. "I am Yu Qingyu. Greetings, madam. I once served as the young master's personal maid. By the young master's orders, I have come to attend to the madam and the young miss." "My orders?" Ning Yechen was startled. He had never given such an order. With these words, Yu Qingyu intended to stay here. "Is that so?" Luo Ruing turned to Ning Yechen and asked. Ning Yechen thought to himself, this is bad. With her going along with the story like this, it would be difficult for him to find an excuse to send her away. But at this moment, he couldn't deny it, as that would be hard to explain to Luo Ruing. Without much time to hesitate, Ning Yechen had to reluctantly nod in agreement with Yu Qingyu's words. "Yes, my dear. I see, but I'm not used to being served." Upon learning that Yu Qingyu had been summoned by Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing let down her guard. With that, Ning Yechen shot a glance at Yu Qingyu and transmitted a secret message, "Leave immediately." As if she hadn't heard Ning Yechen's transmission, Yu Qingyo's previously cold face suddenly took on a sorrowful expression, as if on the verge of tears. She lightly wiped the corner of her eye with her finger and said in a pitiful voice, "Ever since you left, Master, I have been searching for you. I am truly overjoyed to see you again. But now you want to drive me away again. I have been wandering outside for a long time. If you do not want me, I have nowhere to go." Whoa, Ning Yechen. Huh, Ning Yechen was dumbfounded. He never expected that Yu Qingyu would resort to playing the pitiful card in order to stay. The supreme commander of the demon realm, second only to one and above millions, was actually putting on such a pitiful act. If he hadn't known Yu Qingyo's true nature so well, he might have actually believed it. This is so out of character. This is not how you usually are. Don't just ad-lib like that. And look at you. How does this look like you've been wandering for a long time? My dear, you must not be fooled by her. Ning Yechen turned to look at Luo Ruiying and instantly became even more dumbfounded. To his surprise, Luo Ruiying's eyes were also slightly moist, and she looked at Yu Qingyu with a face full of sympathy. "It's all right, there are empty rooms in the house. Since you're already here, you may as well stay for now." Luo Ruiying stepped forward, took Yu Qingyo's hand, and said softly. After speaking, she turned back and glared fiercely at Ning Yechen, as if blaming him for being so heartless. How could he call someone over and then cruelly drive them away? When Luo Ruiying fell into the mortal realm with Luo Hongye, she had spent a period wandering and fleeing from pursuers, so she deeply empathized with Yu Qingyo's words. Seeing this, Ning Yechen's first thought was that it was over. His wife had fallen for the trick. "Come, miss, you will let me show you to a room you like." Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu toward the inner rooms. "Thank you, madam." Yu Qingyu bowed in response, secretly glancing at Ning Yechen with a triumphant smile on her lips. "Ning Yechen, this will be your room from now on. If you need anything, just let me know." Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu to select a room in the inner courtyard, speaking with great kindness. "Thank you, madam." Yu Qingyu bowed slightly in gratitude. Every gesture she made exuded grace, elegance, and respect. This only deepened Luo Ruiying's curiosity about Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of upbringing could produce such an exemplary and courteous maid? Ning Yechen stayed close to Luo Ruiying's side, constantly vigilant lest Yu Qingyu do something odd or say something strange. Now that Yu Qingyu was always beside Luo Ruiying, he had no chance to speak with her alone, and his telepathic messages were completely ignored by her. It was as if she was certain he wouldn't dare lay a hand on her in front of Luo Ruiying. Just then Luo Hongye nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, lifted her head, and murmured softly, "Mother Ye is hungry. My dear, go prepare something for Ye first. Leave this place to your husband." Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yechen cut in quickly. As he spoke, he gently guided Luo Ruiying out of the room. "All right, then you two can catch up." Luo Ruiying figured that Ning Yechen must want to talk with his maid after a long separation, so she didn't mind and left with Luo Hongye in her arms. "I'll go help madam." Yu Qingyu tried to follow and assist Luo Ruiying, but Ning Yechen immediately stopped her. "You stay. I have something to tell you." After confirming that Luo Ruiying was far away, Ning Yechen quickly closed the door, his brow furrowed and his expression cold as he demanded, "Why are you here?" "To serve the demon lord as well as the madam and the little princess." Once Luo Ruiying was gone, Yu Qingyu immediately resumed an extremely respectful attitude, placing her hand over her chest as she replied, "I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You don't need to follow me. I don't need your service either. Leave at once." Ning Yechen ordered Yu Qingyu away with a stern face. With them around, how could he enjoy a peaceful, secluded life with his wife and child? Hearing this, Yu Qingyu's expression turned solemn and dignified. She knelt on one knee, her hand still over her chest, and looked up at Ning Yechen as she declared, "You will forever be the one and only sovereign of the demon realm. We will follow you forever, just as we swore on that day. If you truly wish for us to leave forever, you will have to kill me with your own hands." Ning Yechen's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his hand gently, and the void around Yu Qingyu began to warp. Yet Yu Qingyu stood unmoved, showing no intention of resisting. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Yechen let out a helpless sigh and relented. "Get up." Sometimes he was truly troubled by the fanatical loyalty of his subordinates. It made retirement impossible. He had clearly told them not to seek him out, yet they had searched for him for over 100 years. And he could never bring himself to actually kill such subordinates. Yu Qingyu must have counted on that, knowing full well he would never raise his hand against her. So he was utterly powerless against her. That was what infuriated him most. "Thank you, Lord Demon Lord." Yu Qingyu's lips curled into a faint, unabashed smile as she rose to her feet, as if nothing had happened. "Now tell me, how many from the demon realm did you bring over?" Ning Yechen sat down on a nearby chair, one hand propping up his cheek, his expression aloof and proud like the demon lord of old, as he questioned Yu Qingyu. Seeing Ning Yechen in this commanding posture once more filled Yu Qingyu with joy. Reporting to the Lord Demon Lord, I have ordered all 13 demon gods to descend to the human realm. The 1st, 3rd, and 6th legions are also being mobilized. They will all descend to the human realm in a few days. Commanders of each legion, as well as your Shadow Guard and Imperial Guard, have already arrived in the city. I have arranged identities for each of them, hiding them throughout the city, ready to await your orders at any time. We must protect the madam and the little princess. Of course, we will never disturb your life with the madam and the little princess. Ning Yechen. This is already seriously disturbing my life. Ning Yechen rubbed his forehead, unable to hold back his complaint. 13 demon gods descending to the human realm plus 3 legions of nearly 1 million men. And that didn't even count the Shadow Guard and the Imperial Guard. This didn't look like protection at all. It looked like an invasion of the entire human realm. And with all this, he was supposed to live a peaceful life. Keep only the minimum personnel in the city. Send all the legions back to the demon realm. Ning Yechen shot a glance at Yuqingyu and gave the order with irritation. The forces Yuqingyu had mobilized were enough to flatten the entire human realm. Yuqingyu looked hesitant and said, Lord Demon Lord, wouldn't that be insufficient for safety? It's already safe enough. More than safe. With you and me here, it's more than enough. Ning Yechen said, exasperated. With him around, there was essentially no need for protection, yet Yuqingyu had made a grand show of summoning so many people. I understand. Everything shall be in accordance with the Lord Demon Lord's will. For now you may stay at the residence as a maid. Since he couldn't drive Yuqingyu away, Ning Yechen decided to keep her at home for the time being. Yuqingyu was a shrewd and meticulous person. Even if she stayed, she would probably not disturb his life. Moreover, having Yuqingyu by the side of Luo Ruiying and her daughter would put his mind at ease. The 13 demon gods alone were already at the immortal emperor level, let alone Yuqingyu herself. Yuqingyu smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Instead, he summoned Meng Niu and the other 2 and instructed them. You 3 from now on, when I'm not around, you will obey her in everything. Yes, my lord. Meng Niu and the other 2 prostrated themselves obediently. They already knew Ning Yechen's identity as the Demon Lord and had witnessed Yuqingyu's terrifying strength, so they had no objections. Yuqingyu frowned at the trio and turned to Ning Yechen. Lord Demon Lord, even if you want to keep pets, you should get some stronger ones. These 3 are too weak. They're completely useless. They're not even as good as the hellhounds at your palace gate. How about I swap them for a new batch from the demon realm? Hearing this, Meng Niu and the other 2 trembled with fear, their eyes glistening with tears as they looked at Ning Yechen. If the Lord abandoned them, would they be disposed of directly? Even if they were weak, they weren't entirely useless, right? They had learned to wash clothes, cook, clean, chop wood, and light fires. Ning Yechen also looked at the trio with exasperation. Where was the dignity of demon kings in them? Keep these 3. I've grown fond of keeping them. Very well then, I shall follow the Lord Demon Lord's wish. Seeing that Ning Yechen had made up his mind, Yuqingyu relented. Thank you, my lord. Meng Niu and the other 2 burst into tears of gratitude. The Lord had not abandoned them. They had managed to survive once again. On the other side, Luo Ruiying sat in the main hall, cradling Luo Hongya, feeding her kanji spoonful by spoonful, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing toward the inner courtyard room. Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu had been conversing in the room for quite some time now, yet still had not emerged. Intuition told her that the relationship between Yuqingyu and Ning Yechen seemed unusual. Yet she couldn't pinpoint what felt off. Her heart kept urging her to go secretly take a look, but she felt it would be improper. Could it be that after dwelling so long in the mortal realm and embracing a mundane life, she had also begun to indulge in restless thoughts? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but reach up to gently stroke her cheek as she pondered. It must be nothing. Mother Luo Hongya sat securely in Luo Ruiying's embrace, swinging her little legs, tilting her head back with mouth wide open, eagerly awaiting another spoonful. Luo Ruiying smiled affectionately, banishing stray thoughts from her mind as she continued to scoop kanji into Luo Hongya's waiting mouth. Delighted Luo Hongya closed her eyes in contentment, kicking her feet back and forth, her smile curving like a crescent moon. Just then Ning Yechen and Yuqingyu emerged from the inner courtyard. Father, Luo Hongya called out in a soft, childlike voice. Ning Yechen smiled and took the little girl from Luo Ruiying's arms, embracing her tenderly and gently stroking her delicate back. Seeing this, Luo Ruiying only smiled softly and reached for a cloth to wipe Luo Hongya's mouth. Watching the scene from the side, Yuqingyu was instantly moved to tears, her face breaking into a gratified smile. What a heartwarmingly tender moment. She had waited so long to witness this scene, and finally within her lifetime her eyes beheld it. Even if she were to die now, she would have no regrets. She longed to record this moment and project it upon the demon realm, so that all of it might sing its praises. Luo Ruing noticed Yechen gently wiping her tears, and not understanding why immediately asked with concern, "Miss Yue, what is wrong with you?" "Madam, I am fine. I am simply deeply moved." "Moved, eh?" Luo Ruing asked in puzzlement. "Yes. Seeing the young master Yu and the young lady so lovingly together. It fills my heart with overwhelming emotion." "Thank you, madam." As she spoke, Yechen bowed deeply to Luo Ruing. Without Luo Ruing, she did not know when she would ever witness the demon venerable taking a wife and bearing children. Luo Ruing looked utterly bewildered and turned to Ning Yechen in confusion. Ning Yechen, also at a loss for how to explain, could only say casually, "Wife, do not mind her. She has always been like this." Yechen had been pressuring him to marry for decades back in the demon realm. To her, she supposed her heart was genuinely moved at this moment. Yechen slowly approached Ning Yechen, her usually cold eyes shimmering with tenderness, as she gazed intently at Luo Hongya in his arms. What an adorable little princess. She truly inherited the noble lineage of the demon venerable. In the years to come, she would undoubtedly be no less remarkable than the demon venerable himself. Suppressing the urge to immediately clutch Luo Hongya to her chest, Yechen asked Ning Yechen in nearly imploring tones, "Young master, may I hold the young lady?" Yechen's eyes were locked tightly onto Ning Yechen, her expression pleading with every glance. Ning Yechen found himself unable to bring himself to refuse her. "As long as it is merely holding her, there should be no issue. Just do not frighten Ye. Young master need not worry. Should I frighten the young lady, I shall offer my life in apology." Yechen spoke in a calm, measured tone as though discussing something entirely trivial. "There is really no need to go to such lengths," Ning Yechen said speechlessly. Beside him, Luo Ruing shared the same expression of shock. Threatening death as repayment for merely scaring a child. This Miss Yu is far too earnest. Luo Hongya curled against Ning Yechen's chest, gazed at Yechen with timid curiosity. Ning Yechen gently passed Luo Hongya to Yechen and softly admonished, "Ye, do not be afraid. She is not a bad person. No, wait. She is not a bad person." At first, Luo Hongya was reluctant, clinging tightly to Ning Yechen's embrace. She trusted only Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing, never allowing others to hold her. Even when Shi Yuan wished to carry her, Luo Hongya instinctively resisted. However, comforted by Ning Yechen's gentle words, though still a bit frightened, Luo Hongya remained well-behaved without struggling or crying, and was gently lifted into Yechen's arms. Yechen cradled Luo Hongya with utmost care, her face filled with wonderstruck joy. Her trembling hands could barely contain her excitement. She was holding the demon venerable's child, the little princess of the demon realm. What an extraordinary honor. She had made her decision. From this day forward, she would never wash these clothes nor these hands again. She looks exactly like the young master did as a child. Truly my beloved little princess. Yechen gazed warmly at Luo Hongya, praising her tenderly. Ning Yechen shot Yechen an exasperated glance and quickly cut in, "Wake up, that was my." If anyone in the demon realm were to see her so gentle, they would hardly believe it. Was this truly their stern, merciless demon realm commander? Yechen acted as though she had not heard Ning Yechen at all, her eyes still shining with delight, as she carefully examined every detail of Luo Hongya. By touch and sight alone, she had already roughly calculated the young girl's weight and body measurements. Luo Hongya, feeling a bit unnerved by the steady gaze, timidly asked, "Sister, have you also come to play with Ye?" "Sister, it would have been better if you called me grandmother." "Well, sister will suffice." Upon hearing Luo Hongya's address, Yechen's expression momentarily dimmed with disappointment, but she quickly accepted the title. "Please refrain from altering the generational hierarchy at will." Ning Yechen once again reprimanded Yechen helplessly. Standing beside them, Luo Ruing's confusion deepened. She could hardly comprehend what was happening. Had she truly just heard that? Grandmother? Did that mean Miss Yu wished to become their mother? Could such words truly come from a personal attendant? "Yechen, this is..." Luo Ruing turned to Ning Yechen in bewilderment, seeking an explanation. Ning Yechen, equally unsure how to explain, simply said, "Wife, do not mind it. She has always been like this." It was hardly easy to disregard such things. Luo Ruing thought to herself. Yechen's demeanor grew increasingly strange by the moment. Completely unbothered by her earlier words, Yechen formally placed a hand over her chest and answered Luo Hongya's earlier question with solemn gravity. "From this day forth, I shall ever remain by your side, and madams devoted to serving both of you." In this moment, she had sworn allegiance to Luo Ruing and Luo Hongya upon the demon realm itself. Night had fallen. After bathing, Luo Ruing sat on the edge of the bed, holding Luo Hongya drying her damp hair. Once her hair was dry, Luo Hongya eagerly turned around and burrowed into the covers. Aside from eating and playing, what Luo Hongya loved most was sleeping with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying every night. Daddy, mommy, sleep. Luo Hongya, having slipped under the quilt, poked out her little head and said in a babyish voice. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a smile, removed their outer garments, and climbed onto the bed one after another. One bed, one quilt, the three of them sleeping together. Luo Hongya still lay between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Before long, under Luo Ruiying's rhythmic, gentle strokes, Luo Hongya quickly fell into a deep sleep. Ning Yechen reclined on his side, propping his head on one hand, gazing tenderly at Luo Hongya before him, then lifting his eyes to look at Luo Ruiying with deep affection. Sensing Ning Yechen's gaze, Luo Ruiying raised her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, "Why are you staring at me?" "Because my wife is beautiful." Ning Yechen blurted out the compliment sincerely. It was his true feeling. Among all the women he had ever seen, Luo Ruiying was the most beautiful. With a hairpin securing her hair in a matronly bun, her exquisite beauty was now imbued with a mature womanly charm. Just moments ago, while coaxing Luo Hongya, she had radiated a kind maternal glow. Caught off guard by Ning Yechen's sudden praise, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed a soft cherry red. She shot him a mock glare, then silently lowered her head and averted her gaze. This guy, what was he saying all of a sudden? It made her feel a bit shy. Watching Luo Ruiying's bashful expression, Ning Yechen's heart only grew more captivated. She was already the mother of a 2-year-old child, yet she acted like a shy young girl. He rather liked that feeling. Ning Yechen slowly leaned his face closer to Luo Ruiying, the distance between them gradually shrinking. It had been some time since he and Luo Ruiying had been together, but they rarely had moments alone. Most of the time the three of them were together playing with the child. Although their feelings were gradually warming, there had been no significant progress. Taking advantage of the night when Luo Hongya was asleep, this was one of the rare moments of marital intimacy between him and Luo Ruiying. Whispers between husband and wife in the dead of night. Just as Ning Yechen leaned in ready to draw closer, a sudden question from Luo Ruiying froze him in place. "By the way, Yechen, that lady was she really your former maidservant?" Ning Yechen's heart jolted. Why was his wife asking this? Could she have sensed something was off? Seeing that Ning Yechen was not answering, Luo Ruiying looked up in confusion, only to find his face already very close to hers. Why are you so close?" I was worried the quilt might let in a draft and make Hongya cold, so I wanted to squeeze together and keep warm," Ning Yechen said with a perfectly serious expression. "I see. Then why is your face so close to mine?" At that moment his face was merely a fist's distance away from hers. She felt there was more to it than what he said. Ning Yechen cleared his throat awkwardly, silently moved back a bit, and lay down. Alas, he had failed. Watching the disappointment on Ning Yechen's face, Luo Ruiying found it oddly amusing. What was he so disappointed about? Luo Ruiying propped herself up slightly, pulled the blanket, and draped more of it over Luo Hongya and Ning Yechen. With her cultivation level, even the coldest weather had no effect on her. So naturally she had to give more of the blanket to the child and to him. "Wife, you're so good." As Luo Ruiying personally adjusted the blanket for him, a satisfied smile immediately spread across Ning Yechen's face. His wife was so gentle. Luo Ruiying said with a hint of mock irritation, "Don't think you can get away with that. You haven't answered my question yet." Ning Yechen. "Wife, she really was my personal maidservant in the past. But after I left home and went into seclusion, I haven't seen her for a long time," Ning Yechen replied cautiously. He wasn't lying at all. In the demon realm, Yuqingyu had indeed always been his personal maidservant. "I see. A personal maidservant." Luo Ruiying murmured, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, her tone ambiguous. Ning Yechen's heart leaped into his throat as he carefully watched her expression for any change. Could she be jealous and angry? Fortunately, the jealousy and anger he had imagined did not occur. Instead, Luo Ruiying asked curiously, "Yechen, the servants in your household all seem quite extraordinary. I'm starting to get curious about your family background. If it was just Meng Niu and the other two, it might be understandable, but Yu Qingyu's temperament and beauty were too remarkable. That someone like her could be Ning Yechen's personal maidservant made her wonder about his family origins. What kind of family background could produce such a personal maidservant? Moreover, she felt an indescribable sensation about Yu Qingyu. Intuition told her that woman was no ordinary person. But without a doubt, she seemed to bear no hostility toward them. On the contrary, she was exceedingly respectful. Seeing Luo Ruiying's curiosity, Ning Yechen smiled cryptically. "Wife, what's there to be curious about? If the opportunity arises in the future, I will personally take you back to see for yourself. Then you'll know, true." Luo Ruiying didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words, simply taking it as a mundane visit to the husband's family home. Now that she was Ning Yechen's wife, it was only proper that she visit her husband's family. Are there many people in your household now? If we're going back, I'd like to prepare some gifts. There's no need to prepare gifts, wife. When you go back, they will all be very happy. And there are a little too many people. You wouldn't be able to prepare enough. Ning Yechen said with an awkward laugh. As the supreme lord of the demon realm, all the denizens of the demon realm were his subjects. That number was far from ordinary. Hearing this, Luo Ruiying grew even more curious. Just how many people were in his household? Fearing that Luo Ruiying would keep pressing him, Ning Yechen quickly changed the subject. Wife, lift your head a moment. My. Luo Ruiying looked puzzled, but still raised her head slightly from the pillow. Ning Yechen slipped his arm under her pillow and said with a smile, Wife, you can lie down now. Seeing his arm, Luo Ruiying finally understood what he wanted. He wanted her to pillow on his arm. Luo Ruiying hesitated briefly, then tentatively laid down on his arm. As soon as she did, Ning Yechen hooked his arm and pulled her into his embrace, nearly making her collapse onto his chest. Luo Hongya was nestled between them, the three of them close together. Luo Ruiying's heart fluttered, her face reddening. She shot him a reproachful glance, but did not move away. Wife, how does it feel? Ning Yechen asked with a smile. It's too hard. Not comfortable at all. Luo Ruiying pouted slightly, speaking with a disdainful tone. Is that so? Then let me change position. Hearing her say that, Ning Yechen prepared to withdraw his arm and adjust. But Luo Ruiying pressed down on his arm, closed her eyes, and said softly, No need, just like this. It's fine. The following morning, Luo Rushing sat before her dressing mirror, combing her hair, her graceful figure on full display. My dear wife, let your husband help you. Ning Yechen drew close from behind, whispering near Luo Rushing's ear, his face brushing against hers. Can you do an updo? Luo Rushing asked, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. If you were to ask me that, my dear wife, you would be greatly underestimating your husband. Ning Yechen smiled, gently took the hairpin and comb from Luo Rushing's hands, and began carefully styling her hair. Luo Rushing sat still before the mirror silently, allowing Ning Yechen to arrange her hair. Though his technique was somewhat unpracticed, it was unexpectedly deft, and within no time he had styled her hair into an elegant updo and secured it with the hairpin. Luo Rushing glanced at the mirror in mild surprise. Meanwhile, Luo Hongya was already hopping excitedly at Ning Yechen's feet. Daddy, it's my turn now. Alright, it's time for Daddy's precious Yi. Ning Yechen laughed, lifting Luo Hongya onto his lap and meticulously tied her little head into two adorable buns. Luo Rushing watched from the side. Though she had never seen such a hairstyle, it looked surprisingly charming. Hardly had the hair been finished when Yu Qingyo's voice came from outside the door. Young master, madam, I have prepared the morning meal. Thank you, that was kind. Luo Rushing replied, then picked up Luo Hongya and opened the door. Yu Qingyu stood elegantly at the doorway. Upon seeing the cute hairstyle on little Luo Hongya and Luo Rushing's arms, Yu Qingyo's eyes lit up, a wave of fervent desire flashing in her gaze. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed it. That was too close. She almost couldn't hold back. The little princess was simply too adorable. She longed to hold her just like the madam did. Ning Yechen arrived in the main hall, where the table was already laden with a variety of delicious dishes. You know how to cook. Ning Yechen looked genuinely surprised and sent a mental message to Yu Qingyu. In his memory, Yu Qingyu was not the type to cook. After hearing of the princess's birth, I spent 3 days learning, Yu Qingyu replied calmly. This only deepened Ning Yechen's astonishment. Did she really need to go to such lengths? The supreme commander of the demon realm personally learning to cook. It sounded utterly preposterous. Luo Rushing was also surprised, but after tasting a few bites, her eyes brightened. The taste was truly excellent. Luo Rushing picked up a piece of tender fish and fed it to Luo Hongya. The little girl chewed and then broke into a joyful smile. Delicious. To receive your praise, miss, is my greatest honor. If the young miss enjoys it, I shall prepare it for you every day. Hearing Luo Hongya's words, a proud and satisfied smile spread across Yu Qingyo's face. She would be the first in the demon realm after the demon lord himself to receive the little princess's praise. All this time of diligent practice had not been in vain. It was worth it. Meng Niu and the other two stood obediently behind Yu Qingyu. In the past, Luo Rushing would not have minded them joining the table, but now with Yu Qingyu present, they dared not. She had said that if they did anything that did not match their station, she would make them vanish from this world. The terror of her wrath was no less than that of that lord. And she was even stricter with them. Seeing Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu and the others standing motionless, Luo Rushing smiled and said to them, Please sit and eat with us. We are merely servants attending upon you, madam. It would not be proper for us to share the table with you. Yu Qingyu replied with a solemn bow. Luo Rushing found Yu Qingyu's unwavering adherence to etiquette quite amusing and smiled as she said, It doesn't matter here. Besides, there is plenty of food, and it would be a waste to leave it. Madam, that cannot be. It does not align with our status and duties. Yu Qingyu refused once more without hesitation. Luo Rushing was at a loss for what to do with such a stubborn Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen gently patted her shoulder and said, "My dear wife, just phrase it differently." Then he turned to Yuqingyu and said coolly, "All of you sit and eat. This is my order." "Yes." After a moment's hesitation, Yuqingyu nodded and took her seat. She still wished to refuse, but the order of the Demon Lord could not be disobeyed. This was an absolutely irrevocable command of the demon realm, so she had no choice but to comply. Only after Yuqingyu sat did Meng Niu and the others dare to carefully take their seats nearby. Luo Rushing felt somewhat helpless. Did these people all need an order before they would sit down? All her coaxing was not enough compared to a single command. Just as everyone gathered around the table, a sudden knock 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 sounded from the courtyard gate. Ning Yechen didn't need to guess. It must be Qi Yuan. Although he had told Qi Yuan to come today, he hadn't expected her to arrive so early. Kai Sei rose to open the courtyard gate. As expected, it was Qi Yuan paying an early visit. Sister Luo, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan entered the hall and warmly greeted Luo Rushing and Ning Yechen. After winning against the Jiang family the day before, the Qi family had been swamped with consolidating the Jiang family's jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. Yet this busyness brought immense joy to every member of the Qi family. From yesterday until now, she couldn't stop smiling. Little Yi, Qi Yuan went straight to Luo Hongye, crouched down and fondly rubbed her chubby little cheeks. Sister Qi. Luo Hongye could barely speak with her cheeks being pinched so affectionately. Yu Qingyo, seated nearby, watched Qi Yuan boldly rubbing Luo Hongye's face and froze in shock, her eyes widening. A hint of cold menace flashed deep within her gaze. How dare she treat our demon realm's little princess so casually? It was unforgivable. Yu Qingyu herself had never dared such familiarity. Demon Lord, who is this woman? May I eliminate her? Rest assured I will cause no trouble for you, or the madam. I promise you will depart in peace. Yu Qingyu desperately suppressed the surging killing intent within her, transmitting these words to Ning Yechen while fixing a frozen venomous glare upon Qi Yuan. Once the Demon Lord gave the word, she would make this woman disappear immediately. Ning Yechen shot Yu Qingyu an exasperated glance and firmly replied, "Absolutely not." It wasn't as if she deserved to vanish simply for rubbing the little princess's cheeks. Moreover, since it stemmed from Qi Yuan's affection for Luo Hongye, there was no way he would let Yu Qingyu harm her. Qi Yuan also sensed a chill behind her and turned to meet Yu Qingyu's icy gaze. Only then did she notice another unfamiliar person. This older sister was almost as beautiful as Sister Luo, but she looked so terrifying. Why was she staring at her with such hostility? Had she done something wrong? Hello. Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yu Qingyu. Hello. As a servant bound by duty, Yu Qingyu had no choice but to reply politely, yet her icy gaze remained fixed on Qi Yuan. So intimidated, Qi Yuan couldn't help but shrink back. Who is this woman? She's truly terrifying. Under her stare, it felt as if one were plunged into an icy cavern of bone-chilling cold seeping through the very marrow. Qi Yuan looked to Ning Yechen with a gaze full of confusion and fear. Miss Qi, this is a new servant of my household, also my former personal maid. Yu Qingyu. Ning Yechen gave a brief introduction. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes grew even more curious as she examined Yu Qingyu. She had initially thought, based on her appearance and bearing, that Yu Qingyu might be Luo Ruiying or a guest of Ning Yechen, but it turned out she was Brother Ning's former personal maid. Raised in a wealthy family, Qi Yuan had seen many nobles and officials and believed she had encountered countless servants of extraordinary demeanor. Yet never had she seen a maid with such looks and presence. Even if told that Yu Qingyu was a princess of some kingdom, she would not doubt it for a moment. That Brother Ning's household could have a servant of such appearance and temperament. Meng Niu and the others were already remarkable, but Yu Qingyu left her utterly astounded. Still, she couldn't understand why Yu Qingyu seemed hostile at first sight. Qi Yuan shook off her thoughts, silently averted her gaze, dared not meet Yu Qingyu's eyes, and turned to Ning Yechen. By the way, Brother Ning, did you ask me to come today for something? Indeed. Ning Yechen smiled faintly and asked, Miss Qi, although the jurisdiction over the various streets of Nanli City now belongs to the Qi family, it seems the Jiang family hasn't completely vanished from the city, has it? Yes. Though the street jurisdictions have fallen into our hands, many merchant guilds still choose to side with the Jiang family. They remain Jiang family shops, and their business continues. Qi Yuan said indignantly. The mere mention of the Jiang family infuriated her. Though the Qi family had successfully gained control of the streets, dealing a heavy blow to the Jiang family's influence and business. A large portion of the city's merchant guilds still stood with the Jiang family. The lease contracts for the street shops had not yet expired. Having lost only street jurisdiction, the Jiang family shops could still operate normally. But when the contracts expired, the Qi family could threaten the shops. If they wished to continue operating, they would have to sever ties with the Jiang family. At that point, even if they refused, the Qi family could use their jurisdiction to deny renewals, forcing them to close. However, until then the Qi family had little recourse against the Jiang family. They could only try to win over or persuade those merchant guilds still supporting the Jiang family to switch sides. But the results were far from ideal. This was what had troubled Qi Yuan since yesterday. Unable to strike a fatal blow against the Jiang family, she dreaded what cunning schemes they might devise next. Ning Yechen, already aware of the situation, continued. As I recall, the Jiang family's main business relies on selling various pills and spiritual liquids. Exactly. About a decade ago, the Jiang family obtained a fourth-grade body-tempering liquid called Fire Lotus Liquid from an unknown source. This Fire Lotus Liquid can temper the bones and meridians and is highly favored by countless cultivators. The Jiang family rose rapidly thanks to this liquid. All the major merchant guilds under the Jiang family in the city sell this Fire Lotus Liquid. Qi Yuan said with a serious expression. If not for this liquid, the Jiang family would never have risen so swiftly and eclipsed the Qi family. It was the enormous profit from the Fire Lotus Liquid that drove so many merchant guilds to support the Jiang family. A fourth-grade tempering liquid, Ning Yechen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Qi Yuan was puzzled. She couldn't understand why Ning Yechen suddenly asked about the Jiang family's business. After a moment, Ning Yechen beckoned to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, bring me brush and paper. Yes, master. Without a word, Yu Qingyu fetched brush and paper and handed them to Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen took the brush and quickly listed dozens of spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Qi Yuan watched in bewilderment. Luo Ruiying, sitting beside Ning Yechen, couldn't help but lean in curiously. The more she stared at the listed herbs, the more her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This seemed to be a prescription for a body-tempering liquid, and one she had never seen before. Having grown up in the celestial realm and perused countless medical texts, she knew the formulas for many miraculous pills and elixirs. But the prescription Ning Yechen had written was entirely new to her. She attempted to deliberate the formula in her mind. To her astonishment, the herbs were perfectly balanced to complement each other, producing a wondrous effect for tempering bones, meridians, and channels. This was at least a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid. He hadn't written it at random. Luo Ruiying's eyes were filled with awe. The prescription Ning Yechen had casually scribbled was a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid formula, and one never recorded before. After writing the prescription, Ning Yechen handed the paper to Qi Yuan and said calmly, "This is a prescription for a body-tempering liquid called Refining Immortal Pill. The finished product is a pill. When dissolved in water, it becomes a spiritual liquid that tempers the body. As for its grade, it should be at the 7th grade level. I'm not entirely sure. SS 7th grade. Body tempering liquid." Qi Yuan took the paper, initially seeing nothing special. But when she heard Ning Yechen say it was a 7th grade tempering liquid, she was so shocked that her hands trembled. This was a 7th grade body tempering liquid prescription. The value of this single formula could almost buy the entire Nanli city, and Ning Yechen had just casually taken it out and handed it to her. Written so carelessly on plain paper. Yu Qingyu found Qi Yuan's stunned expression amusing. Just an ignorant ant. This 7th grade tempering liquid was already the lowest grade formula the Demon Lord could think of. If he were willing, producing a 10th grade or higher tempering pill prescription would be effortless. The materials required for the Refining Immortal Pill are not too difficult to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family resources, gathering these ingredients for mass production should be feasible. Ning Yechen continued his instructions calmly. Qi Yuan held the prescription in her hand, her eyes blinking blankly before gradually brightening. She instantly understood Ning Yechen's intention. Brother Ning wanted the Qi family to use this 7th grade body tempering pill formula to completely crush the Jiang family in business. Brother Ning, do you intend for my Qi family to refine the immortal refining pill in order to suppress the Jiang family's business? Qi Yuan looked at Ning Yechen in astonishment and asked. That's right. Ning Yechen nodded gently. Qi Yuan, as a merchant's daughter, was not foolish. She grasped his meaning with a single hint. Before your Qi family has gathered enough materials, do not rush to refine and sell the pills lest you arouse the Jiang family's suspicion. Wait until preparations are sufficient before beginning the refining. Furthermore, the refined immortal refining pills should not be sold at auction. Instead, they should be sold at a low price. Miss Qi, you should understand the reason, shouldn't you? Brother Ning is concerned that if sold at auction, the price would be too high, rendering most cultivators unable to afford them. In that case, even if the Qi family launches this immortal refining pill and increases revenue, they would still fail to suppress the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid, right? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment, then replied with a serious expression. Admiration and shock surged within her heart. Brother Ning, in order to suppress the Jiang family's business, had not hesitated to produce a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid, and at a low price at that. A sky-high-priced 4th-grade body-tempering liquid versus a low-priced 7th-grade one. The choice was clear to everyone. Thus, the Jiang family's business would inevitably suffer greatly, and all their accumulated Fire Lotus liquid would become unsellable. Ning Yechen nodded with approval. What Qi Yuan had said aligned with his own considerations. However, there was one point missing. She had not covered everything. Once the Jiang family's business plummeted, the merchant associations under them would obediently flock to the Qi family's side. Even if they still refused to join the Qi family, their own businesses would be unsustainable. At that time, the Qi family could forcibly acquire the Jiang family's merchant associations and shops at rock-bottom prices. After the Qi family begins selling the immortal refining pill, perhaps many merchant associations will actively seek cooperation with your Qi family. At that time, the Qi family should not rush to accept them. Wait until they can no longer hold out and voluntarily raise the profit share before agreeing. Also try to acquire the Jiang family's shops at the lowest possible price. Ning Yechen added further instructions to Qi Yuan. If he wished to destroy the Jiang family, he could do so, effortlessly erasing them from the world in the blink of an eye. The reason he had not moved against them until now was not out of mercy. He intended to strip them of everything before striking them down. Qi Yuan was completely stunned at this moment. She had never imagined that Ning Yechen had already laid out future plans for the Qi family. Brother Ning, who usually appeared gentle and refined, possessed such brilliant tactics. Though his strength was inferior to Sister Luo's, his methods were formidable. Had he been plotting against the Jiang family ever since that encounter with Jiang Li, he had even spared no effort to help her Qi family. Although Qi Yuan knew that Ning Yechen's assistance was merely a means to deal with the Jiang family, she was still immensely grateful. Luo Ruiying, who was standing by, was also completely taken aback by Ning Yechen's method of dealing with the Jiang family. However, compared to these unexpected tactics, she was even more curious about how he could casually produce a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid formula. Yechen, how do you know the recipe for the immortal refining pill? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Luo Ruiying asked. The fact that an ordinary mortal could produce a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid formula, which she had never even seen, was too incredible. Prepared for Luo Ruiying's question, Ning Yechen smiled and took out a handwritten alchemy notebook from his bosom, handing it to her. My dear, I stumbled upon this manual of pill formulas in the mountains some time ago. The formula for the body-tempering liquid was copied from this book. Luo Ruiying curiously took the notebook and flipped through a few pages, but her gaze was immediately captivated by the notes recorded within. Every page of the notebook recorded different pill formulas. Though many seemed strange at first glance, upon closer thought they appeared remarkably innovative. The combinations of various spiritual herbs and medicinal plants seemed improbable, yet felt as though they possessed extraordinary efficacy. This was clearly the work of a master attempting novel alchemical recipes. Among them were many high-grade pills. As Ning Yechen had said, the 7th-grade immortal refining pill was recorded there, and even the meridian-nourishing spiritual liquid that could heal meridians was documented. This precisely explained why Ning Yechen could casually produce the formula for the meridian-nourishing spiritual liquid. Luo Ruiying's doubts about him were instantly dispelled. He was but an ordinary man. How could he possibly have formulated so many novel pill recipes on his own? So it was because he had found this alchemy notebook. Although this explained the mystery of Ning Yechen's ability to produce a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid, Luo Ruiying could not help but grow worried. The value of the notebook in her hand was extraordinary. It contained many novel and easier-to-refine medicinal pills and spiritual liquids. This must have been left behind by the senior who had rescued her in the forest earlier. He must be very anxious now. If I get the chance to meet him in the future, I will return it. Yechen, the notebook you found must have been dropped by a certain senior. This notebook is of great value and extremely precious. I will keep it safe for now. When the opportunity arises, I will return it to its owner, Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yechen. Fortunately, the notebook was undamaged, so returning it to the senior should not be a problem. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. All right, as you wish, my dear. That notebook was merely a rough draft of his casual notes, nothing significant. But if it could dispel his wife's suspicions, so much the better. There is no time to lose. Miss Qi, go back early and prepare the Qi family. Ning Yechen turned to Qi Yuan and instructed. Yes, Brother Ning. Qi Yuan's face was radiant with excitement. She tucked away the formula for the immortal refining pill and was about to return immediately to set the entire Qi family in motion. She could hardly wait to see the Jiang family's expression at that time. After placing the formula in her bosom, Qi Yuan still felt it was unsafe, so she repeatedly hid it in various places on her body. But no matter where she put it, she thought it was not secure. What she held in her hands was not just a piece of paper, but the priceless formula for a 7th-grade body-tempering liquid. The weight of that paper was unimaginable. If anyone else found out, she might not even make it back alive to the Qi family. After much deliberation, Qi Yuan finally decided that holding the formula tightly in her hand was the safest, and she tucked her hand inside her clothes. Brother Ning, sister Luo, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing, Qi Yuan carefully walked out of the courtyard, clutching her hands close. Once outside the gate, her eyes darted around, nervously scrutinizing everyone as if they might try to harm her. This behavior only made her look even more suspicious. As if she was afraid no one would notice she was carrying something valuable. Qingyo secretly sent someone to protect her. Ning Yechen transmitted his voice to Yu Qingyo, feeling uneasy. TCH. Understood. Yu Qingyu clicked her tongue in displeasure before responding. It was evident that she truly wanted to kill Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan left, Luo Ruing asked Ning Yechen in confusion, Yechen, why do you want to ruin the Jiang family? From the time he changed the bet during the trade competition, she had sensed that Ning Yechen seemed to be deliberately targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yechen turned to gaze at Luo Ruing and said with a gentle smile, because they insulted my wife. So it was for her sake that he had decided to deal with the Jiang family. Several days later, heavy snow began to fall across Nanli City. After a brief pause, thick flakes once again drifted from the skies. Within the city, a peaceful serenity reigned, yet the streets buzzed with more vitality than ever before. For soon would arrive the annual festival heralding bountiful harvest through auspicious snow, welcoming the arrival of spring with joyous celebration. Every household along the streets busied themselves preparing New Year provisions, while red paper-cut window decorations adorned the windows of homes on all sides. Brilliant crimson lanterns hung high, decorating every alley and thoroughfare. Vendor stalls selling New Year goods lined the streets in abundance. Even the cultivators who had spent their entire lives within Nanli City could not help but be swept up in the mortal revelry. The entire city overflowed with jubilant warmth and festivity. Yet within the Jiang manor, an oppressive stillness pervaded. Just days prior, the Qi family had begun aggressively purchasing various spiritual herbs throughout the city at exorbitantly high prices. Among the purchased medicinal herbs were many of virtually no value or utility. Most cultivators and merchants sold their stock to the Qi family at those inflated prices. Jiang Zhen's keen commercial instincts sensed something extraordinary about the Qi family's massive acquisition spree. He spent the entire night consulting numerous pill-refining cultivators who studied the acquired herbs, yet none could determine what new pill the Qi family intended to develop. It was hardly surprising that the Jiang family could not unravel this mystery. The recipe for the Qi family's healing spirit liquid was personally developed by Ning Yechen and had no recorded precedent in this world. Moreover, Qi Rongchang of the Qi family was remarkably shrewd. He knew full well that the Jiang family would grow suspicious, so he deliberately mixed numerous herbs absent from the actual formula among the acquired materials. Even if the Jiang family devoted their entire lives to research, they would never crack the secret. At that moment in the Jiang manor, Jiang Zhen sat in the main hall, his brow furrowed deeply, his hand pressed against his forehead, exhaustion etched across his face. With the Treasure's Commerce Guild serving as witness, he had dared not refuse surrendering jurisdiction over Nanli City streets to the Qi family. The moment the Qi family obtained control, they immediately began systematically crushing the Jiang family's business. Many of his subordinate guilds had already defected to the Qi family. To counter the Qi family's relentless suppression, he had been consumed with turmoil for days. Within the household, aside from a few managers and his younger brother Jiang Ming, no one else proved of any use whatsoever. Especially his son Jiang Li, who from an early age had been nothing but a decadent prodigal, utterly devoid of any talent for commerce. Now crippled below the waist, he only knew how to sulk at home, throwing tantrums and smashing objects, displaying not an ounce of ambition. If not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, Jiang Zhen would have cast him out long ago. The mysterious figure who had crippled Jiang Li and slain Jiang Gan remained at large. No one knew how the Jiang family had incurred such a formidable enemy's wrath, nor whether they would strike again. Ever since Chun Ro's death, Jiang Zhen and the entire Jiang family had lived in constant terror. Fearing that Jiang Li or Jiang Gan might have been merely the next targets. Fearing that each of them could be next. This psychological torment had drained the Jiang family body and soul. With one crisis unresolved, another promptly mounted upon his shoulders. Jiang Zhen could only feel his frustration mounting like a headache. Elder brother. At that moment, Jiang Ming entered the main hall and greeted him. During this period, he had been solely responsible for recruiting alchemists to study the Qi family's healing spirit liquid and the acquired medicinal herbs. He had also been tirelessly investigating the identity of the one who killed his son Jiang Gan. Upon seeing Jiang Ming enter, anticipation flashed across Jiang Zhen's face as he hastily inquired, "You've come. Well, have you succeeded?" Can you decipher the Qi family's pill formula? Jiang Ming slowly shook his head, uttering with deep regret, no. The medicinal herbs the Qi family has acquired are of extraordinarily diverse and peculiar varieties. I have enlisted over a dozen alchemists to research them together, yet we still cannot determine the formula in the Qi family's hands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun slumped back into his chair in disappointment, reaching up to massage his tired eyes. If there are no results, then why have you come to see me? The Qi family has sent representatives again. They claim they wish to purchase our medicinal herbs at 10 times the market price. Jiang Ming stepped forward and withdrew the herb inventory list compiled by the Qi family from his robes, handing it to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun did not even glance at it, snatching the list and tearing it into shreds before roaring furiously, "Tell the Qi family's people to get lost. Otherwise I will have their heads severed and sent back to them. Even if our herbs rot in our warehouses, we will absolutely never sell to the Qi family." Jiang Ming stood aside in deep contemplation for a moment, then stepped forward to urge, "Elder brother, might we consider raising the price further and selling those herbs to the Qi family?" "You want me to sell those herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Jun glared at Jiang Ming and interrogated him sharply. Jiang Ming nodded, his expression grave as he replied, "Elder brother, as you are well aware, we have already fallen into substantial debt. The Jiang family's primary trade relied upon the exorbitant pricing of fire lotus liquid. Now that the Qi family's merchant guild controlled the lifeline of all commerce in Nanli City, the Jiang family could no longer viciously suppress the costs of fire lotus liquid materials as they once had. The production costs for refining fire lotus liquid had increased dramatically, while their sales channels had severely diminished. Just days ago, they had placed massive orders for fire lotus liquid materials from various regions, paying through installment plans with deferred payment. Each month, they were also required to remit enormous sums of spirit stones as tribute to the Holy Lotus sect. The Jiang family appeared prosperous on the surface, yet their capital flows were staggeringly vast, leaving precious little reserves on hand. Suffering the Qi family's suppression, next month's funds would already be insufficient to cover their outstanding debts. If merchant guilds failed to settle their debts on time, their reputation would be irreparably damaged. Once their credibility was tarnished, future cooperation with other guilds would become exceedingly difficult. Jiang Jun understood this all too well, which only compounded his anguish. He had confidently believed the Jiang family would triumph in the merchant competition, which is precisely why he had placed such massive orders for fire lotus liquid materials, willingly taking on debt through installment payments. Had they won the competition and secured control over all merchant operations and shops throughout Nanli City, the capital shortfall could have been swiftly repaid. But they never expected to lose. It was this miscalculation that had plunged the Jiang family into their present dire straits. "Sai, tell me your plan. Since you suggest selling those herbs, you must have something in mind." "Yes." Jiang Jun let out a heavy sigh and looked toward Jiang Ming, inquiring. This younger brother of his remained rather astute. It was through the two brothers' combined efforts that the Jiang family had built its present prosperity. Alas, their respective sons had proven utterly worthless. Jiang Ming offered a faint smile and shared his thoughts. "Elder brother, I have a scheme. The herbs the Qi family has acquired very likely are destined for refining that healing spirit liquid. Since healing spirit liquid does not fall under body tempering elixirs, it will essentially leave our business unaffected. We can take this opportunity to raise prices and sell the herbs to the Qi family, while simultaneously accelerating the mass production of fire lotus liquid. Once that batch of fire lotus liquid is produced, we can sell it at premium prices sufficient to fill the Jiang family's capital shortfall. At that point, Nanli City will remain firmly under the Jiang family's dominion." Jiang Jun pondered deeply, carefully considering the matter, and found it feasible. "I can agree to sell those medicinal herbs to the Qi family. But the price must be raised further, and I demand that the Qi family sell the materials for the fire lotus liquid to our Jiang family." Jiang Jun instructed Jiang Ming. As long as a large quantity of fire lotus liquid was sold, his Jiang family would weather this crisis. Soon the Jiang family would rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding and was about to turn and leave to handle the matter when Jiang Jun asked from behind, "By the way, what about the response from the Sacred Lotus sect?" The Sacred Lotus sect said that their leader intends to come personally. It shouldn't take more than a few days. He should arrive soon. A sinister grin curled at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth. Even if his Jiang family was now in decline, what of it? They still had the support of the Sacred Lotus sect behind them. As soon as the Sacred Lotus sect leader arrived, the situation would be reversed. Then he would also find the murderer who killed his son Jiang Gan. It was most likely related to the Qi family, or that woman named Luo Ruing. Good. Very good. Upon learning that the Sacred Lotus sect leader would personally visit, the gloom on Jiang Zhan's face instantly dissipated. He stood up excitedly, repeatedly exclaiming his approval. After the Qi family acquired a large amount of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family also purchased many herbs for the fire lotus liquid from the Qi family, hired numerous alchemists, and began mass production. He would make all those who mocked the Jiang family and betrayed it regret their actions. Let the Qi family revel for a while longer. Once the sacred lotus sect leader arrived, the Qi family would soon vanish from the world. He would not let go of the Qi family or Luo Ruiying. On that day, the Jiang family stocked a large quantity of fire lotus liquid in all their shops and once again raised the price of the fire lotus liquid even further. This move immediately sparked widespread discontent among the cultivators. No way, didn't you just raise the price a few months ago? Why another increase? Exactly. And this time it's so much more. A bottle of 4th grade body tempering liquid for 50,000 spirit stones. Are you insane? With the poor quality of that fire lotus liquid, a hastily made inferior product, they dare to charge so much. Damn it. Refund. I think the Jiang family is trying to make a quick buck and then run. Outside every Jiang family shop, a large crowd of cultivators gathered to express their dissatisfaction. When Jiang Jin learned of this, he paid no heed whatsoever. Instead, he revealed a smug smile and leisurely sipped tea with Jiang Ming. After taking a sip of tea, he unhurriedly instructed his subordinate, "Pay no attention to those people. Let them yell if they want to." "Yes, sir." The subordinate acknowledged and immediately turned to leave. The reason Jiang Jin could be so relaxed was that this had happened many times before. It was nothing more than letting those people vent their anger with a few curses. When the time came, they would still have to pull out their money and buy it. Throughout the entire Nanli city, only the Jiang family sold the highest grade body tempering liquid. There was no worry that it wouldn't sell. Just then a servant rushed hastily into the main hall looking nervous and panting, and no. "Bad news, master, bad news. I'm perfectly fine. What's the matter that requires such a rush? You're completely lacking in composure." Seeing the servant stumbling and crawling to his front, unable to speak clearly, Jiang Jin banged the table and stood up in anger. This servant is guilty, but indeed something terrible has happened. The servant knelt on the ground, trembling as he replied. Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming frowned deeply and asked, "Speak quickly, what happened?" "The Qiqi family has suddenly started publicly selling a body tempering pill called the Lianxian pill." The servant stammered. The expressions of Jiang Jin and Jiang Ming changed drastically, their faces filled with shock. "What? You say the Qi family has started selling body tempering pills?" "Why, yes. It is said that this Lianxian pill is a 7th grade body tempering pill." The servant answered. "7th G grade. If you dare talk nonsense, your life is at stake." Jiang Jun's voice trembled with shock. He strode quickly to the servant, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded, Such a thing had never appeared in all of Nanli City. And now he was suddenly told that the Qi family had produced a 7th grade pill. Moreover, it was precisely a body tempering pill. "It's true, master." This servant wouldn't dare speak a single false word. The servant said with a tearful face. Upon receiving the news, he had immediately verified its authenticity and then rushed back without stopping to report. Hearing this news, Jiang Jin felt as if his soul had been drained. He staggered back several steps dazed and fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Ming quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Jin up and comforted him. "Big brother, don't worry. 7th grade pills are not easy to refine. The Qi family cannot possibly produce them in large quantities to sell. Even if they do refine some, the price will certainly be high and not everyone can afford it. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body tempering pills may not necessarily affect the sales of our fire lotus liquid." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant rushed in from outside, knelt on the ground, and said in panic, "Master, bad news. Many cultivators are demanding to return the fire lotus liquid they bought here. All the Qi family shops have launched a new 7th grade body tempering pill priced the same as our fire lotus liquid. Everyone is going to the Qi family's side. Moreover, the Qi family has used various conditions to persuade many cultivators who had agreed to oversee our shops to defect to the Qi family. Now many cultivators are causing trouble in our shops. What should we do, master?" Bad news came one after another. Jiang Jun's heart sank like a stone into an abyss, his expression frozen, and for a long time, he could not come to his senses. Even Jiang Ming could not help but feel deep despair. He could not believe that the Qi family would sell 7th grade body tempering pills at such a low price and be able to mass produce them. 7th grade body tempering pills at a low price. Comparing them to Jiang family's fire lotus liquid was utterly incomparable. Before long, the market for body tempering liquid would be completely monopolized by the Qi family, while the fire lotus liquid that the Jiang family had invested heavily in materials and funds to produce would be unsellable. Other cultivators who had purchased would also demand refunds from the Jiang family. It's over, all over. Jiang Ming also slumped to the ground. Only then did Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming understand. The large-scale purchase of medicinal herbs by the Qi family was never for refining the Yu Jing spirit liquid. Instead, it was specifically for refining this 7th-grade Lianxin pill. They had been tricked. If after the guild competition, the Jiang family had been left with one last breath, now that final breath was strangled by their own hands. It was they who had sold the large quantity of herbs to the Qi family. Yet they could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained the pill formula. The southerly city ushered in its annual New Year festival. At the beginning of each year, the city would hold a grand celebration to welcome the spring. The festival was not only to celebrate the arrival of spring, but also to pray for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festival, the southerly city was always at its liveliest. The streets and alleys were filled with bustling crowds, and in every square there were special performances and entertainment programs to celebrate. Both sides of the streets were lined with various stalls, and the city was filled with the noise of the crowd and the shouts of vendors. The swirling snowflakes in the sky could not dampen the enthusiasm of the people. Rather, walking in the snow had its own charm. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hands as they strolled through the streets, while Kai Sei and the others followed behind with Yuqinyu. During the rare New Year festival, it was only natural to take the child out to enjoy the excitement. Luo Hongye wore a New Year sweater knitted by Luo Ruiying with a small padded jacket over it, making her petite figure look especially round and chubby. Her tender hands were held by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on each side, and her little feet happily bounced on the snow. Her bright big eyes occasionally looked around curiously, and from time to time, she would point at something and ask softly. Soon she spotted a toy stall and pointed at a rattledrum placed on the counter, asking, "Father, mother, what is that?" "Yee, that is a rattledrum. If you like it, father will buy one for you." Seeing Luo Hongye's curiosity, Ning Yechen smiled, and led her and Luo Ruiying to the stall. "Boss, excuse me." Ning Yechen stood before the toy stall about to ask the vendor for a rattledrum, but when the vendor raised his head, Ning Yechen was stunned on the spot. Although the other had made some attempt to disguise his burly and robust physique and wild face, could not be concealed. Ning Yechen recognized him at once. The 6th Legion commander of the demon realm, the 6th demon god Kuang Qiu. "You, what is this guy doing here? And running a toy stall? This doesn't suit you at all. You are the 6th demon god of the demon realm." A man as solid as a rock and as sturdy as an ox holding various toys was extremely incongruous. Kuang Qiu saw Ning Yechen, his wild face beaming with a sunny smile, and gave Ning Yechen a greeting look. He grinned and laughed heartily. "Customer, what would you like?" "Ning Yechen." Ning Yechen silently stared at Kuang Qiu without answering. His subordinate, the 6th demon god of the demon realm, was actually selling toys at a stall in the human world. There were too many absurdities, he couldn't recover for a moment. Could this be what Yuqinyu meant by arranging people to disguise themselves and lie low in the city? Couldn't you have given him a more suitable identity? Ning Yechen couldn't help but turned to look at Yuqinyu behind him, his eyes filled with questioning. Yuqinyu, however, maintained a dignified, maid-like demeanor, as if she had nothing to do with it all. "Uncle Yi wants this," Luo Hongye said in a soft, childish voice, standing on tiptoe and pointing at the rattledrum in Kuang Qiu's hand. "Oh, what an adorable, charming little princess. This rattledrum in Uncle's hand happens to be a souvenir free of charge. It's yours." The moment Kuang Qiu saw Luo Hongye, his heart seemed to melt. With a face full of love and joy, he handed the rattledrum to Luo Hongye. When he reached out, he was extremely careful and gentle, afraid of frightening Luo Hongye. Winning the favor of the demon realm's little princess would be the greatest honor of his life. And this pinwheel is also for the lovely little princess. And this, all of them are for the little princess. Feeling that one rattledrum was not enough, Kuang Qiu took down various toys from the stall and handed them to Luo Hongye. As long as Luo Hongye was happy, it would be fine even if she took everything. In fact, that was exactly what he hoped for. But Yi cannot carry so many. Luo Hongye's hands were already full with various toys. All right, Yi, let's go somewhere else." Ning Yechen, worried that Kuang Qiu would soon stuff the entire cart of toys into Luo Hongye's hands, quickly pulled her away. Before leaving, Luo Hongye turned back and gave Kuang Qiu a sweet crescent-shaped smile. "Thank you, uncle." Oh, the little princess was really adorable. He had actually been thanked by the little princess. This would be the greatest honor since he became a demon god. Kuang Qiu waved goodbye gently and warmly to the departing Luo Hongye. Meanwhile, another group of parents with their child came to Kuang Qiu's stall and asked, "I heard the toys here are free. Is that true?" "Huh? Who said free? Do I not need to do business? 200 taels each. Take it or leave it. Get lost." Huang Qiu immediately changed his expression, his face turning fierce and ferocious. If it weren't for disguising himself for the sake of the little princess and the demon lord, he wouldn't be serving these insignificant ants. The family was so frightened by Huang Qiu that they almost fell to the ground, and the child was about to cry. The difference in attitude compared to the previous family was too great. It was like night and day. And even if it weren't free, the price of 200 taels for one toy was far too expensive. A clear case of a profiteer. The other people nearby who had also intended to approach were all scared off, keeping their distance. On the other side, after leaving Huang Qiu's stall, Luo Ruiying asked Ning Yechen with a puzzled expression, "Yechen, did you think that stall owner was a bit strange?" "Strange? In what way?" "I don't think so." Ning Yechen tried to cover up. To be honest, he also thought it was very strange. Luo Ruiying's expression turned thoughtful. That stall owner's physique clearly showed he had practiced cultivation. And a cultivator selling toys at a market stall. That was definitely unusual. Most importantly, she could not see through his cultivation level. His cultivation was probably above hers. The human world was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, not to be underestimated. Even a toy-selling cultivator had such cultivation. Luo Ruiying completely attributed Huang Qiu's behavior to personal hobby. After all, there were many cultivators with strange hobbies. Perhaps he just wanted to experience the pleasures of mortal life. After all, she and other cultivators were also strolling through the lively streets. But there was one more thing about Huang Qiu that made Luo Ruiying suspicious: his excessive enthusiasm toward Luo Hongye. It was so enthusiastic that she had to be wary. She even wondered if he might be a demonic cultivator who kidnapped children. Regardless, she had to be cautious. Since they had already left, Luo Ruiying stopped thinking about it and continued to hold Luo Hongye's hand as she walked with Ning Yechen along the street, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Soon the aroma of grilled meat aroused Luo Hongye's appetite. She followed the scent and saw a barbecue stall surrounded by a long queue of people, especially lively. Luo Hongye's eyes were fixed on it, her mouth slightly open, almost drooling. Ning Yechen knew at once that the child wanted to eat again. "Yi, would you like to eat something?" Ning Yechen bent down and asked Luo Hongye with a smile. "Yes, I want to eat." Luo Hongye's big adorable eyes lit up, and she nodded solemnly. "Yi, you've been eating too many snacks lately." Luo Ruiying did not indulge Luo Hongye as she usually did. Instead, she spoke with a serious expression. During this period, Qi Yuan had been bringing all sorts of snacks and treats for Luo Hongye every time she visited. Although Luo Hongye should have inherited her bloodline's immortal aptitude, she was still quite young and had been somewhat frail since childhood. Luo Ruiying still had some concerns about her health. Mother. Hearing that Luo Ruiying seemed reluctant to allow it, Luo Hongye immediately widened her big eyes and gazed up pitifully at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying's heart softened in an instant. Wife, let her have it if the child likes it. You'll eat fewer snacks from now on, right, Yi? Ning Yechen took Luo Hongye's hand and promised Luo Ruiying. Luo Hongye also obediently nodded. "Mom, Yi won't eat so many snacks anymore." Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen a glance and said helplessly, "You just spoil her. Aren't your own children meant to be spoiled?" Ning Yechen chuckled. Luo Ruiying could not argue with Ning Yechen and softly agreed. "All right. But this is the last time." Luo Hongye immediately nodded and replied with a smile. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye's hand together and walked toward the barbecue stall to join the queue. Yu Qingyu followed behind, holding paper and a pen, recording everything Luo Hongye showed interest in along the way. The three Mingyo companions had become portable shopping baskets, carrying all sorts of items of various sizes in their hands. When it was finally Ning Yechen's turn in line, he took a closer look and froze on the spot. He saw Yi Tianxin wearing an apron, skillfully flipping various grilled items with both hands. "Customer, would you like some skewers?" Yi Tianxin raised his gaze to look at Ning Yechen, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. "Ning Yechen, what are you doing?" Ning Yechen could not help but ask through telepathy. "Reporting to your demonic majesty, your subordinate is fulfilling his duties." Yi Tianxin busied himself with the grilling work while replying with a serious and solemn tone. "Your duty is to sell barbecue here." "Yes, your demonic majesty. This is my current disguised identity in the human realm." Yi Tianxin wore a completely serious expression. Ning Yechen did not know where to even begin his complaints. First, the sixth demon god Huang Qiu setting up a stall to sell toys, and then the first demon god Yi Tianxin running a barbecue stand. Don't you think this feels completely out of place? You are the most proud demon gods of the demon realm. Without needing to think, Ning Yechen knew all of this was Yu Qingyu's doing. Qingyu forced you to do this, right? No, your demonic majesty. Lord Left Protector only offered us a suggestion and a choice. Choosing barbecue was my own decision. Yi Tianxin replied. Why? Ning Yechen asked, puzzled. With so many identities to choose from for disguise, why specifically choose to sell barbecue? He truly could not understand. And Yi Tianxian gave his compelling answer. Because the little princess likes them. Over the past few days he had been secretly observing and discovered that the little princess had a particular fondness for various snacks and desserts. So he resolutely decided to learn barbecue, all to win the little princess's favor. Hearing Yi Tianxian's answer, Ning Yechen found himself unable to refute it and silently held up 2 fingers, 2 grilled sausages not spicy. No problem. A flash of intensity ignited in Yi Tianxian's eyes, his expression becoming extraordinarily serious as he poured 200% skill into every single step. The control of heat, the ratio of seasonings, all needed to be precise to the finest degree considering the little princess's healthy growth. And yet despite achieving such meticulous precision, his hands did not slow in the slightest, not even affecting the grilling for other customers. His hands flashed back and forth before the stall like afterimages. Even the fire pit seemed to ignite with passion at this moment. Ning Yechen stood before the stall utterly stunned. This barbecue technique. He would believe it if told Yi Tianxian had secretly practiced his grilling skills for decades. Never did he expect his subordinates to possess such talents. As a demon god of the First Legion, this was a waste of his abilities. If he switched careers to sell barbecue, he would surely find a much broader world. At this point, Luo Ruiying, standing beside Ning Yechen, also began to notice Yi Tianxian. With Yi Tianxian's distinctive cold and dignified temperament and appearance, it was nearly impossible for her not to remember him. Wasn't this the new neighbor who had just moved in not long ago? So he was running a barbecue stall. This truly surpassed Luo Ruiying's expectations. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Customer, your grilled sausages. Before long, Yi Tianxian bowed slightly and elegantly presented 2 perfectly grilled sausages rich in color and aroma before Ning Yechen. Oh, how much? Ning Yechen asked after taking the sausages. Although he knew the other's true identity, he still needed to pay what was due. After all, his current role was that of a customer. Ding ding ding, Yi Tianxian somehow produced a small bell and shook it, producing a series of delicate chiming sounds. The ringing sound instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding tourists, who turned to cast curious gazes. Yi Tianxian stepped back, released a burst of celebratory flowers from his hand, and then congratulations to this group. You are today's 1,000th customer, winning a lifetime free meal discount. From now on, you and your family need not pay any fees for anything eaten here. Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen stared speechlessly at Yi Tianxian. He seriously suspected that this so-called 1,000th customer was entirely fabricated on the spot. No such coincidental thing existed. It was plainly an excuse to avoid collecting money from him. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the truth, began applauding and congratulating Ning Yechen's family. What great luck, a lifetime of free meals. If I had one that I could eat them into bankruptcy. Sai, why can't I ever be this lucky? Stop it, we've never won anything. The person standing behind Ning Yechen expressed utter regret and dismay. What a pity. He had been so close to winning the lifetime free meal grand prize. Seeing the crowd around them growing larger and larger, Ning Yechen directly led Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya away from Yi Tianxian's stall. If he stayed any longer, they would be surrounded. Yi Tianxian did not forget to bow and wave as he watched them leave, saying, "Welcome back next time." We will absolutely not be coming back. Ning Yechen thought viciously in his heart. He simply wanted to stroll through the market as an ordinary family with his wife and child. Why did he keep running into familiar faces everywhere? Wife Yi, let's go check over there. After handing the grilled sausages to Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, respectively, Ning Yechen headed toward another part of the street. He had decided to change locations. Luo Hongya blew on her piping hot grilled sausage and eagerly took a small bite, her little face full of delight. Watching Luo Hongya savor her food with such joy, Ning Yechen smiled gently. You should try it too, the taste is indeed quite good. Luo Ruiying took a small bite of her grilled sausage before hesitantly offering it to Ning Yechen's mouth, a trace of shyness in her expression. When his wife personally fed him, Ning Yechen naturally did not refuse. He opened his mouth and took a gentle bite, savoring it carefully. Actually, the fellow's skills had become rather impressive. Sir, would you like to pick a piece of jewelry for your wife? Ning Yechen led Luo Ruiying into another bustling alley, but just after a few steps, a stall owner, sitting on the ground, suddenly called out to him. The stall owner was slender and graceful, with a veil covering her face, her features hazy and indistinct, but evidently a woman. Ning Yechen stopped, furrowing his brows slightly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. He leaned closer to the stall owner's face and whispered uncertainly, "Chi Huan." Chi Huan? Sir, what are you talking about? I'm not called Chi Huan. Chi Huan averted her gaze guiltily, trying to defend herself. Ning Yechen. All right, it was definitely her. He immediately confirmed Chi Huan's identity, a look of helplessness crossing his face. He had deliberately changed locations. How could it feel like everyone here was his people? Ning Yechen cast a casual glance down the street and spotted many familiar figures. Over there, a short-haired man holding double halberds and making beef meatballs, the seventh-seat demon god of the demon realm Rakshasa. The woman with hair falling over her face sitting in front of a stall selling wigs, the fifth-seat demon god hair spirit. And the girl with fiery red hair like flames performing among a crowd, the 10th-seat demon god Yin Lily. Besides them, the bustling crowd also contained many demon realm guards and legion commanders. Those surrounding him had already encircled him. Even the harmless-looking children running and playing everywhere were disguised demon realm agents. Qingyo, tell me the truth. How many people did you arrange in the city? Ning Yechen couldn't help but secretly demand of you, Qingyo. Demon Lord, as per your instructions, I kept only the minimum number of personnel in the city. A total of 60,000 are lurking in the city. 60,000. Ning Yechen was astounded. Even 6,000 was too many for him, yet Yu Qingyu had arranged 60,000. Moreover, these 60,000 were mostly the top combat power of the demon realm, ensuring that Luo Ruing wouldn't detect them. 60,000 cultivators above the immortal realm were stationed in Nanli City. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was in the demon realm or the human realm. Any one of these 60,000 could single-handedly sweep across any region of the human world. Ning Yechen didn't know what to say. If he scolded Yu Qingyu, she was just doing her duty. It was hard to reprimand her. Even if he did, she wouldn't listen. Now instead, she would probably list a myriad of reasons to convince him. Yechen, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying watched Ning Yechen lean close to Qi Huan's face, staring at her, and asked with confusion. I don't know her. Ning Yechen and Qi Huan denied it almost simultaneously to Luo Ruiying. Is that so? I thought you two knew each other. Luo Ruiying was slightly taken aback. Little did she know that Ning Yechen and Qi Huan had nearly been scared out of their wits. Ning Yechen was worried that Luo Ruiying might sense something. And Qi Huan was even more afraid of accidentally exposing the Demon Lord's identity. If that happened, not only would she be kicked out, but Yu Qingyu would certainly be the first to punish her. 13 demon god seats might be reduced to 12. Madam, would you like to pick a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan gave an awkward smile, secretly glancing at Yu Qingyu behind Ning Yechen. Seeing no change in her expression, she breathed a sigh of relief and recommended to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the Empress of the immortal realm, she had never been particularly fond of jewelry. Luo Ruiying was about to decline directly, but her casual glance caught the jewelry on the stall, and she couldn't help but crouch down to examine it. The jewelry on the stall was crafted from rare gems and ores that even she had rarely seen or heard of. She picked up a bracelet at random. Its fine rounded craftsmanship was flawless, and inside the bracelet a stream of rainbow light flowed slowly, dazzlingly beautiful. This seemed to be carved from the 7-colored demon stone, which only existed in the demon realm. Moreover, the purity and craftsmanship were far beyond ordinary ability. She hadn't expected that someone in the human world could carve 7-colored demon stone. Madam, have you taken a liking to this bracelet? Qi Huan saw Luo Ruiying staring fixedly at the bracelet and asked with a smile. She had heard that Kuang Xiu and Yi Tianxin had already been honored by a visit from the Demon Lord and the little princess. She couldn't miss out on such supreme glory. Do you like this bracelet, my dear? Ning Yechen also crouched beside Luo Ruiying, smiling. If she liked it, he would buy it without hesitation. Wait, all of this was already his. Luo Ruiying put down the bracelet, slowly shaking her head. The bracelet is indeed nice, but let's forget it. The material of that bracelet is unusual. It's not cheap. Seeing Luo Ruiying about to stand up and leave, Qi Huan grew anxious and quickly said, Madam, please wait a moment. We have a free lucky draw here. A lucky draw? Yes. The lucky draw is completely free. There are 4 prizes. 4th prize 50 off on any item from this stall. 3rd prize 70 off. 2nd prize 90 off. 1st prize, pick anything you like, completely free. Qi Huan took out a box from behind her and enthusiastically promoted it. The box was filled with balls of the same size. Seeing Qi Huan's enthusiasm, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, then reached into the box and grabbed a ball at random. She thought it wouldn't take much time to draw a prize. Besides, how likely was it to win? Just grab one and leave. Luo Ruiying gently crushed the ball and took out the slip of paper inside. She opened it and saw the words, First Prize, clearly written on it. Before Luo Ruiying could even show the slip to Qi Huan, the latter immediately exclaimed in excitement. Oh my, congratulations. You've won the 1st prize. You can pick any jewelry you like from my stall, completely free. Ning Yechen. Standing nearby, he looked at Qi Huan in speechless disbelief. She hadn't even seen the slip yet, but she already knew it was the 1st prize. He suspected that every ball in the box was stuffed with 1st prize. Luo Ruiying couldn't believe she had drawn the 1st prize with such a casual grab. Now if she wanted to refuse, it would be a waste of the hard-won top prize. Luo Ruiying looked over the dazzling array of jewelry on the stall again and asked the child beside her, Ye, do you like anything? Luo Hongya clearly wasn't very interested in jewelry. After a quick glance, she pointed to a finely carved rabbit hairpin on the stall. Bunny, then I'll just have this one. Luo Ruiying smiled, gently picked up the rabbit hairpin, and tucked it into Luo Hongya's hair. Ning Yechen casually picked up a black and white comb with exquisite craftsmanship from the stall. Do you like this comb? Luo Ruiying asked curiously. This is for you, my dear. From now on I'll comb your hair for you. Ning Yechen turned around with a charming smile and placed the comb into Luo Ruiying's hand. A blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's cheeks, and at that moment a flutter stirred in her heart. Within the Zhang family estate, the exterior was ablaze with light and resounded with ceaseless clamor of laughter and revelry, while the interior was shrouded in murky gloom, utterly vacant and enveloped in a deathly stillness. Not to mention the festive atmosphere, there was not even a trace of familial warmth. Since the Qi family introduced the refining immortal pill, the Zhang family had completely lost its grip on Nanli City. Various merchant associations had defected one after another, and shops had closed down in succession. A vast quantity of Fire Lotus liquid lay piled up in warehouses and shops utterly ignored. Even if they sold the Fire Lotus liquid at rock-bottom prices, now no one was willing to buy it. The Zhang family's previously accumulated reputation was too poor, and the quality of the Fire Lotus liquid was inconsistent. The public had long lost faith in them. If there had been any other alternative body-tempering liquid in Nanli City, the Zhang family would not have been so unscrupulous. Moreover, the Qi family's refining immortal pill was of the 7th grade. The effect of this tempering was more than a dozen times superior to the Zhang family's Fire Lotus liquid. For a 7th grade pill, the price set by the Qi family was practically a giveaway. Even if one had to pawn everything or sell their art and body, they would unhesitatingly choose to buy the Qi family's refining immortal pill. The Zhang family's Fire Lotus liquid, even if given away for free, might not be accepted. For the Zhang family, the tide had turned. Most of the household servants had also chosen to leave, leaving only the guards personally trained by the Zhang family. Jiang Zhen sat alone in the dim and gloomy hall, his face in the darkness twisted with ferocity and resentment. Curse the Qi family. Curse that woman. If not for that woman's appearance, Nanli City would have already been his Jiang family's domain. The Jiang family would not have fallen to this state. In the eyes of others, perhaps the Zhang family was already finished. But in his eyes, the Zhang family had not lost yet. He still had this final step, and it would be his winning move. Brother, the sect leader of the Shunlian sect, has arrived. Quick, invite them in. Jiang Zhen said, rising to his feet excitedly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a somber voice echoed from the skies. No need. I have come in person. A woman in a lotus-trailing gown with delicate features and a soft feminine demeanor descended slowly from the heavens. Flanking her on either side were two women of exquisite countenance and figure. One was clad in green, the other in red. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming, upon seeing the three women, hurried forward, prostrated themselves on the ground, and respectfully greeted. We pay our respects to the sect leader of the Shunlian sect and the two saint envoys. Arise. Song Yan cast a cold glance at Jiang Zhen, who was kneeling on the ground, then strode into the hall and sat down. The two saint envoys followed closely at her sides. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming, trembling, lowered their heads and walked before Song Yan, not daring to breathe loudly. The Jiang family had allied with the Shunlian sect, which had dispatched a saint envoy to oversee and assist the Jiang family in all matters. In return, the Jiang family was to manage Nanli City on behalf of the Shunlian sect, paying a monthly tribute of spirit stones and inducting willing cultivators into the sect. This was the agreement between the Jiang family and the Shunlian sect. However, now that the White Lotus Saint Envoy Chen Rou had fallen, the Jiang family had completely lost control of Nanli City and was unable to pay the month's tribute of spirit stones. It could be said that the Jiang family was of little use to the Shunlian sect now. Jiang Zhen was deeply worried that the Shunlian sect would become enraged and abandon the Jiang family. Then not only would revenge be impossible, but their lives might also be forfeit. Head of the Jiang family, long time no see. You look rather unwell. Song Yan's eyes flickered toward Jiang Zhen as she asked coldly. Jiang Zhen immediately fell to his knees again with a thud. Jiang Ming beside him quickly knelt as well. Please forgive this offense, sect leader. You know you need forgiveness. Is this the Nanli City you promised to manage for my Shunlian sect? Perhaps from the very beginning supporting your Jiang family was a mistake. It is the Jiang family's incompetence. Please, sect leader, be merciful. Jiang Zhen dared not shirk any blame, pressing his forehead to the ground and begging desperately for forgiveness. Considering the Jiang family's dedicated service over the years with timely monthly tributes of large quantities of spirit stones and personnel, Song Yan reluctantly chose to forgive them this time. Speak. Who dares to oppose my Xinglian sect? Song Yan's eyes turned icy as she asked, filled with rage. Ever since the martial god hall of Nanzhou was destroyed, Nanzhou had become the domain of her Xinglian sect. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. She had intended to use the Jiang family to control the entire Nanli city as a foundation for the Xinglian sect's development, and soon the sect would rule the whole of Nanzhou. But she never expected that the plan to control Nanli city would fail. Even her most capable subordinate had died. The Xinglian sect would surely avenge this grievance. Sect leader. It is the Qi family. The Qi family somehow found a woman of formidable cultivation strength. That woman representing the Qi family slew the White Lotus Saint envoy at the Chamber of Commerce competition. My son was crippled below the waist, and my nephew died tragically under the arena. This must all be tied to the Qi family. Sect leader, you must seek justice for the White Lotus Saint envoy, and for my Jiang family. Jiang Jun spoke with tears and mucus streaming down his face, as if he had suffered immense injustice. Song Yan frowned deeply, her expression displeased. I will make them pay for this grievance. But I am puzzled. Even if your Jiang family lost the Chamber of Commerce competition, given your control over Nanli City, you should not have fallen so quickly to your current state, should you? Sect leader, you may not know. The Qi family somehow obtained a 7th-grade body-tempering pill formula called the Refining Immortal Pill. Not only are the required medicinal herbs extremely cheap to refine, but it can also be mass-produced. The Qi family has monopolized the entire Nanli City market with this Refining Immortal Pill. The Fire Lotus liquid you gave me is now no one buys it. Jiang Jun lamented. If not for the Qi family suddenly producing the Refining Immortal Pill, the Jiang family might not have lost so thoroughly. A 7th-grade body-tempering pill formula? Are you telling the truth? Song Yan's expression shifted with surprise as she pressed urgently. If I have spoken a single falsehood, I submit to the sect leader's judgment. Jiang Jun immediately kowtowed in assurance. Song Yan's expression grew contemplative and a hint of excited smile curled at the corner of her lips. If that were the case, this failure could not truly be blamed on the Jiang family. A 7th-grade body-tempering pill formula with low cost and mass producibility. This was an exceedingly rare and precious formula. It seemed her personal visit had not been in vain. She would gladly accept this 7th-grade body-tempering pill formula. A fierce glint flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she ordered the 2 protectors beside her. Azure Lotus Saint Envoy, Red Lotus Saint Envoy, take your people and eradicate the Qi family. By tomorrow, I want the Qi family to vanish from the world. As for the woman who killed my White Lotus Saint Envoy, I will deal with her personally. Yes, sect leader. The 2 protectors received their orders and immediately departed. Jiang Jun and Jiang Ming were overjoyed. The Qi family and that woman's family would all be finished. Han Guangji of the Treasure Chamber of Commerce had also left Nanli City. This time no one could save them. At the festival market, the night had grown deep, yet the streets were still teeming with bustling crowds. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, holding Luo Hongye's hand, continued to stroll through the streets, watching numerous performances and buying various items from the stalls. Though they said they bought things, they didn't spend a single coin. Either they won a prize, or it happened to be the 20th anniversary of a shop's opening with a limited-time free offer. Some even said it was due to the festival, so everything was free. After visiting over a dozen stalls, it was all the same. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people of Nanli City were incredibly warm and friendly. Even if they were operating at a loss, these shop owners were still so enthusiastic and happy. And their luck today seemed remarkably good, winning prizes wherever they went. Could it be that the festival had increased the odds of winning? Luo Ruiying couldn't help but wonder inwardly. It seemed like the only reasonable explanation. Yu Qingyo, who had been following behind Ning Yechen, kept a record of Luo Hongye's preferences, but never forgot to keep an eye on Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Though she didn't know why, she always felt that the relationship between the Demon Lord and his wife was quite subtle. She had sensed it during their days at home. Now in the lively market where they were on a date, she could feel it even more clearly. Though they were married, they treated each other with such courtesy. It wasn't that their affection was poor. On the contrary, they got along quite well. But something seemed to be missing. In such a bustling and festive atmosphere perfect for a date, they weren't even holding hands. Hadn't the Demon Lord and his wife already had a child? How could they behave like a pair of first-time lovers? Yu Qingyu furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. Could the Demon Lord be shy? Given the Demon Lord's centuries of bachelorhood before his first marriage, it was possible. Although she was already content to witness the day he married and had a child, she still hoped to see more affectionate moments between the Demon Lord and his wife. Ideally, they would stay passionately in love and have more little princes or princesses. No matter how many children the wife bore, she would take responsibility to raise them while nurturing them into sovereigns of the demon realm worthy of the Demon Lord. At this thought, Yu Qingyo's expression became extremely excited, and she couldn't suppress a smile. Her mind was already envisioning a future where she took care of a large brood of children for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. How happy would that make her? Kai Se and the other two standing beside Yu Qingyo saw her suddenly dazed and grinning foolishly and felt a chill run down their spines. They had already witnessed the terror of this woman. What could make her smile so terrifyingly? Yu Qingyu also realized her lapse and quickly regained her usual dignified and elegant composure. Now was not the time to be happy. For the sake of the Demon Lord and the future of the demon realm, she decided to give the Demon Lord a nudge. All idle personnel hear this urgent mission. Yu Qingyu commanded through secret telepathy to all those lurking in Nanli City. In an instant, all the demon gods, shadow guards, and imperial guard commanders disguised in Nanli City received the message, their eyes narrowing with solemn determination. Urgent mission. It had been eons since the demon realm last received such a call. Everyone stood ready awaiting Yu Qingyu's orders. Telepathy was a celestial art that transformed sound into a special spiritual energy that entered another's mind then echoed the sound within their thoughts. Such faint and unique spiritual energy was generally hard to detect. Especially when transmitted by a cultivator of higher cultivation, it was even harder for ordinary people to catch. However, against those far superior in cultivation, telepathy could still be sensed. As Yu Qingyo's words were sent, Ning Yechen sensed it instantly. He turned his head with a puzzled expression as if asking what major event had occurred. Was it necessary to issue an urgent mission? He hadn't noticed anything amiss. Yet Yu Qingyu had no intention of explaining, simply giving him a meaningful smile. That smile made Ning Yechen feel a sense of impending doom. Sure enough, the already crowded and lively streets suddenly swarmed with even more people. The throng pressed past Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, squeezing them together. Someone accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, sending her stumbling into Ning Yechen's arms. Instinctively, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her protectively. Luo Ruiying, leaning against Ning Yechen's chest, felt her cheeks flush slightly. The crowd seems to have suddenly grown. It has. Be careful, my lady, Ning Yechen said with an awkward smile. He turned and glared fiercely at Yu Qingyu. What are you doing? The sudden surge of people and the one who pushed Luo Ruiying were clearly all from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu replied calmly, I am merely assisting the Demon Lord, my lord. You need not thank me, it is my duty. I am not thanking you. And your duties do not include this. Ning Yechen scolded Yu Qingyu in a low voice. Yu Qingyu, seeing no fault in her actions, retorted righteously, what are you saying, my lord? Everything concerning you and your lady is a matter of the demon realm and thus falls under my duty. Though this may be presumptuous, you should be bolder and more direct, my lord. Your lady will not object. Since I arrived, I have not yet seen you consummate your marriage. Ning Yechen, shut up. I have my own plans. You need not interfere. Ning Yechen warned Yu Qingyu in exasperation. They had urged him to marry before, and now they were urging him about this. Though he was also inclined, everything should progress step by step. Understood. Yu Qingyu agreed readily, but her demeanor suggested she had no intention of giving up. Ning Yechen felt she hadn't taken his words to heart. Luo Ruiying straightened up from Ning Yechen's embrace, and seeing the crowd growing denser, she bent down to pick up Luo Hongye to avoid being separated. Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to reach out and take Luo Ruiying's hand. Feeling her hand suddenly grasped, Luo Ruiying was startled for a moment, but upon realizing it was Ning Yechen, she relaxed and gently held his hand in return. With the crowd so thick, holding hands was the only way to avoid being pushed apart. Yu Qingyu, watching from behind, smiled with satisfaction at the corner of her lips. This was what she wanted to see. It was time for the next step. Outside the capital city of Nanli City, on the outskirts. After midnight tonight, the new year would begin, and a grand fireworks display was to be held. By now, most of the fireworks carts had already taken their positions on the outskirts, waiting for the appointed hour to ignite the pyrotechnics. With still some time left before midnight, the group responsible for lighting the fireworks gathered together, drinking and chatting merrily, their laughter and banter flowing freely. It was at that moment that several dark figures appeared behind them in an instant. Before anyone could react, they were all knocked unconscious without a sound and dragged into the bushes. A strikingly beautiful woman with an expressionless face and an icy demeanor slowly emerged from the darkness of the thicket, a long, unusually lengthy blade hanging at her waist. Dozens of dark figures followed behind the woman, awaiting her next command. She raised her arm, and the figures immediately began to move and arrange the fireworks. Once everything was ready, Yu Lian transmitted a telepathic message to Yu Qingyu from afar. Left protector, everything is prepared here. On the other side, Ning Yechen, holding Luo Ruiying's hand, finally made their way through the crowded throng and arrived at a street where the flow of people was less dense. Even after leaving the crowd, as if by some unspoken agreement, their hands showed no sign of letting go. Yu Qingyu, following behind, wore a faint, gratified smile on her lips. Just then she received the telepathic message from Yu Lian. Excellent. Yu Qingyu stepped forward quietly and bowed to Luo Ruing, saying, "Madam, I've heard that the New Year's Eve fireworks display is about to begin. Would you like to go see it?" "Fireworks display?" Luo Ruing looked puzzled. "Doesn't it start after midnight? Isn't it still early?" She recalled that the fireworks display was not supposed to begin so soon. Ning Yechen's first instinct was that Yu Qingyu must be planning something behind his back again. She really hadn't listened to his words at all. Faced with Luo Ruing's confusion, Yu Qingyu remained perfectly composed and explained, "Madam, you may not know, but the fireworks display has been moved up." "Is that so?" Luo Ruing asked doubtfully. She had heard that the annual New Year's Eve fireworks display in Nanli City was extraordinarily magnificent, leaving everyone who witnessed it with unforgettable memories. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she must not miss the midnight fireworks. Yu Qingyu nodded firmly. "Yes. Well, since we're here, let's go take a look." Luo Ruing turned to Ning Yechen with a smile, as if seeking his opinion. "If my wife is interested, then let's go." Though he had no idea what Yu Qingyu was up to, seeing Luo Ruing's apparent interest, Ning Yechen naturally couldn't refuse. The two of them, carrying Luo Hongya, arrived at a small hill specially prepared for viewing the fireworks. From here, they could not only overlook the myriad lights of the city, but also enjoy a perfect view of the brilliant fireworks blooming against the night sky. However, when Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing arrived with Luo Hongya in their arms, the hill was completely empty, with not a single figure in sight. How strange, not a single person was here. Could it be that everyone didn't know the fireworks had been moved up? Luo Ruing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Little did she know the area had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu transmitted a telepathic message to Yu Lian in the outskirts. "The Demon Lord and Madam are in position. Begin." "Yes." Yu Lian replied from the outskirts and immediately ordered her subordinates, "Execute." Upon receiving the command, the many shadow guards swiftly lit the fuses in their hands. In an instant, streaks of fire shot up into the night sky, with a whoosh blossoming into a kaleidoscope of dazzling colors against the dark canvas. The radiant, splendid fireworks illuminated much of the night, mingling with the twinkling stars in the sky, a brilliant spectacle of light. Just as Qi Yuan had said, the fireworks display was indeed so dazzlingly beautiful. Luo Ruing held Luo Hongya in her arms, her beautiful eyes quietly gazing at the brilliant fireworks in the sky and the brightly lit houses below. This peaceful and serene feeling was something she had never experienced in the celestial realm. Suddenly she felt that this thread of mortal worldly warmth was no less than the immortal path so many sought in the heavens. Luo Hongya, lying in her arms, turned her head and gazed at the fireworks and stars with pure delight, her eyes filled with the blooming radiance. Ning Yechen had intended to scold Yu Qingyu for meddling again, but seeing that his wife and child seemed to be enjoying themselves, he let it go. Meanwhile, other people in the city had also noticed the fireworks in the sky, stopping in their tracks and looking up to admire the night's display. Some quickly realized something was off and asked in confusion, "Hey, something's wrong. Why did the fireworks start early? Yeah, why didn't anyone notify us?" Realizing the issue, the crowds hurriedly dragged their families and rushed toward the hill where Ning Yechen was. However, Yu Qingyu would never allow anyone to disturb the Demon Lord and Madam's private time. A strange mist inexplicably rose at the foot of the hill, and those who entered the white fog instantly lost their sense of direction. No matter how they walked, they couldn't find their way out. Even cultivators who tried to fly out on their swords couldn't manage it. The mist seemed boundless, making it impossible to escape. She was determined to create the perfect opportunity for the Demon Lord and Madam to be alone. Seeing that Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing were still just holding hands and standing in silence, gazing into the distance, without making any further moves, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but frown slightly. She even took the trouble to send a telepathic reminder, "Demon Lord, you might try to get a little closer to Madam. Such things depend on the atmosphere." "How could there be that kind of atmosphere with someone watching behind us?" Ning Yechen scolded in exasperation. Although the atmosphere Yu Qingyu had created was indeed quite nice, having a few glaring third wheels following behind made it impossible to feel any romance. Yu Qingyu suddenly realized and immediately turned around coldly, ordering Meng Niu and the other two, "You three are too much in the way here. Leave at once. I'm talking about you." Ning Yechen couldn't help but roar through the telepathic link. This Yu Qingyu had absolutely no self-awareness. Yu Qingyu looked utterly incredulous, as if it hadn't even occurred to her that Ning Yechen was referring to her. "I understand." To create a private moment for Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing, Yu Qingyu finally took the hint and quietly left with Meng Niu and the other two. Finally, they were gone. Ning Yechen took Luo Ruing's hand, and they sat down together on the grass, their arms leaning against each other, still silently watching the blooming fireworks. Though it was supposed to be a time for the two of them to be alone, Luo Hongya was still in Luo Ruing's arms. With a child present, no matter how good the atmosphere, there wasn't much they could do. Still, the three of them sitting together peacefully enjoying the fireworks was a kind of joy in itself. At least he appreciated it. Not far away in the bushes, Yechen and the others peeked out. Yechen frowned slightly, deep in thought. Why wasn't the scene she had hoped for happening yet? Could it be that the atmosphere still wasn't enough? Just as Yechen was pondering how to further create a more intimate atmosphere for the demon Venerable and Madam, she suddenly received a transmission from her shadow guard. Left Guardian, someone is heading toward the Qi family. Ever since Ning Yechen had handed over the alchemy recipe for the immortal refining pill to Qi Yuan last time, he had secretly ordered Yechen to protect the Qi family. As the demon Venerable had predicted, the Jiang family would soon grow restless. How prophetic! Yet why must it be at this very moment? How dare they interrupt her enjoyment? Yechen's delicate face instantly turned icy cold, her noble and aloof aura resembling that of an empress wielding absolute power over life and death. Before Yechen could issue any orders, Yulian, who had been stationed at the city outskirts to set off fireworks, sent another transmission. Left Guardian, a large number of ants are also heading toward the Qi family from the outskirts. Additionally, someone appears to be making their way toward the demon Venerable. Shall we eliminate them all? Eliminate all those ants. Absolutely nothing is to disturb the demon Venerable and Madam's rendezvous. The one heading toward the demon Venerable I shall handle personally. For the Qi family side, Qi Huan and Guangqiu, you two go. Remember to leave 1 or 2 alive for questioning. The rest, make those ants disappear. Everyone else clear out the remaining ants throughout the city. Understood. No commotion whatsoever. Anything that might disrupt the demon Venerable and Madam will not be tolerated. Yechen calmly issued her commands to all her subordinates scattered across the city. Every disguised and concealed operative received the order immediately, their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty and chilling intent. Having disguised themselves as mortals for several days, they could finally stretch their legs. They were nearly suffocating from boredom, killing, and arson. These were their true duties in the demon realm. Many demon realm legion commanders, shadow guards, and figures like Guangqiu and Qi Huan all broke into vicious grins. It might prove difficult for the Left Guardian to leave even 1 or 2 survivors. Yechen's gaze before the barbecue stall had never been so icy. He would never allow anyone to disrupt the demon Venerable's rendezvous with Madam and the little princess. From this moment on, all stalls are temporarily closed. Yechen, Guangqiu, Qi Huan, and others all hung up temporarily closed signs at their stalls and vanished in an instant. Customers standing before the stalls blinked, and in that single moment the vendors had completely disappeared. They looked around in bewilderment. Hey, where did the boss go? Meanwhile, Luo Ruing sat on the lawn, cradling Luo Hongya in her arms, her beautiful eyes occasionally stealing glances at Ning Yechen beside her. Illuminated by the fireworks blooming against the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome, yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, this man was indeed strikingly handsome. Even among the immortal realm, his appearance ranked among the finest. Luo Ruing quietly slipped her hand into her bosom, grasping a gift she had specially prepared over recent days, yet her expression remained hesitant. Ning Yechen immediately noticed her unusual behavior and turned to her curiously, smiling as he asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Why have you been staring at me this entire time?" And nothing. Being questioned so directly, Luo Ruing realized she had been gazing far too intently. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze and denied it earnestly. The object in her hand remained unproduced, too awkward to retrieve. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ruing's hand diving into her bosom, as if searching for something. He was about to ask when his eyes narrowed sharply. Someone was approaching from not far away, clearly coming specifically for him and Luo Ruing. The Jiang family had finally lost their patience and moved to strike. Even more restless than he had anticipated. How convenient that they chose the festival day to make their move. Truly impressive timing. He had intended to let the Jiang family linger a few more days past the new year, but it seems unnecessary now. At that same moment, Ning Yechen also received a transmission from Yechen, Demon Venerable. There are those who intend to make a move against you and the Qi family. This subordinate will eliminate them all immediately. After much deliberation, Yechen knew Ning Yechen must have already sensed the disturbance, so she chose to report proactively. After all, this was her duty as Supreme Commander of the Demon Realm. You focus on cleaning up those ants first. Do not let them disturb Ruiying and the child. I will personally pay a visit shortly. Yechen had not expected the Demon Venerable to act personally. Her expression froze, and a wave of anger, regret, and self-reproach surged within her. As Supreme Commander of the Demon Realm, the fact that she needed the Demon Venerable to intervene personally was nothing short of dereliction of duty. If only she had arranged people to deal with those damn ants sooner, the demon venerable would never have noticed and would not have needed to act personally. All those damn ants were to blame. They had forced the demon venerable to leave Madame and the little princess, interrupting this very rendezvous. She would make those ants deeply regret their actions tonight. Yu Qingyo's face was like frozen frost as she fiercely suppressed the anger and killing intent surging within her. She feared that if she lost control, she might reduce all of Nanli City to ashes with a single slap. Meng Niu and the other two standing close to Yu Qingyo could feel her terrifying killing intent firsthand. Already trembling, they collapsed to the ground. They had never encountered such dreadful killing intent. Merely being near her made it impossible to breathe, as though suffocation were imminent. All three of you follow me. Leaving these cold words, Yu Qingyu vanished from the spot in an instant. Yes. Meng Niu and the others responded, barely lifting their heads before Yu Qingyu had already disappeared. Huh, where did she go? Your lordship, we simply cannot keep up with that speed. Seeing Yu Qingyu vanish in a flash, Meng Niu and his two companions were at a loss, on the verge of tears. This was rather demanding. Nevertheless, unwilling to appear useless before Yu Qingyu, the trio immediately exerted their full strength and gave chase. Sensing the movements of his subordinates within the city, Ning Yechen slowly rose to his feet. What is it? Luo Ruiying looked up in confusion. Nothing. Your husband suddenly remembered he forgot to buy something. Wife, please take Ye home first. I will return shortly. Ning Yechen replied with a smile. Forgot to buy something. Shall I go instead? You should take Ye home first. Luo Ruiying rose to her feet, still holding Luo Hongye, and asked. Given her cultivation level, purchasing anything would take but a moment. No trouble for my wife at all. Your husband also has some matters to attend to along the way. Stay good and take Ye home first, okay? Ning Yechen gently cupped Luo Ruiying's face, coaxing her. She was somewhat displeased that Ning Yechen was treating her like a child. Taking a few steps with Luo Hongye in her arms, she patted her bosom and suddenly remembered there was still something she had not yet given Ning Yechen. Turning her head quickly, she found that Ning Yechen's figure was already gone. He left so fast. In the dead of night, the surface of Nanli City was serene and bustling with the clamor of revelry, yet beneath the veneer of prosperity, currents of danger and murderous intent surged. Disciples of the Holy Lotus sect scattered throughout the city began to converge on Ning Yechen's residence, and the Chi family home, murder glinting in every eye. However, as they thronged through the crowded streets, shadows suddenly pooled beneath their feet, or tendrils of darkness reached out from the pitch-black alleys, dragging them one by one into the void. Those dragged into the shadows, unaware of what had befallen them, vanished from the world without uttering a single sound. Some passing by a dark and deserted alley were suddenly struck by fleeting black silhouettes that sliced through their throats. Without even glimpsing their assailants, they collapsed wide-eyed to the ground. Their bodies were then dragged into the darkness, the bloodstains cleansed as if nothing had ever occurred. Gradually, some disciples of the Holy Lotus sect began to sense something amiss. Just moments ago, they had been walking in a group of over a dozen. Now turning around, they found themselves alone. Where had everyone gone? The Holy Lotus sect disciple stood frozen in place, terror flooding his eyes, darting glances left and right. The next instant, a shadow beneath his feet whisked him away. The passers-by beside him did not even notice his disappearance. The entire street remained alive with clamor and bustle. Elsewhere, disciples of the Holy Lotus sect, soaring through the air, abruptly halted mid-flight. Before them stood a breathtakingly beautiful young girl with fiery red hair and heterochromatic red-blue eyes, treading the void. Who are you? The leading elder of the Holy Lotus sect barked, his voice harsh. Yen Lily curled her lips into a playful smile. Who I am matters not. What matters is that you will soon be corpses. The Holy Lotus sect elder's expression flickered with shock, then erupted in fury, arrogant. In the entire southern continent, no one dares speak to the Holy Lotus sect like that. Kill her. At his command, the dozens of disciples behind the elder charged at Yen Lily. Yen Lily stood motionless, snapping her fingers lightly. In an instant, the dozens of Holy Lotus sect disciples, including the elder, were engulfed in blazing flames. Before they could even let out a piercing scream, their souls were extinguished, their bodies reduced to gleaming white bones. With her power, she could have easily turned them all to ashes, leaving nothing behind. But she deliberately controlled the heat, choosing to incinerate them into skeletons. Collecting and admiring skeletons was one of her few hobbies. It had been a while since she last worked her hands. Thankfully, her skill at crafting bones hadn't dulled. Though these dozens of skeletons were utter trash, the dregs of the dregs, they would suffice to swell her bone mountain. If only the left protector hadn't ordered her to keep a low profile, she would have loved to savor the agonized screams of these people as they slowly burned. That would have been the most exquisite symphony. Elsewhere, near Ning Yechen's courtyard, Holy Lotus sect members who had arrived early lurked around the courtyard waiting for the others to join them. Yet well past the planned time, the others still failed to appear. The leading elder frowned deeply and barked at a disciple beside him. Didn't you just say the others were already on their way? It's been so long. Where are they, disciple? I do not know, the disciple replied tremblingly. He had indeed received word that the others would soon arrive to coordinate the operation. Who knew what they were doing after all this time? This is a direct order from the sect master. How dare they be so negligent in such a crucial matter? Yes. The disciple acknowledged and turned to leave in search of the others when an icy voice emerged from the dark alley behind them. No need. I have already brought them to you. Who is there? The elder spun around in alarm, his face a mask of shock and vigilance. With his peak heavenly human realm cultivation, he had not sensed anyone approaching from behind. Yechen slowly emerged from the darkness, holding several heads in his hand, his gaze cold and fixed on the gathered Holy Lotus sect members. He tossed the heads at their feet. The Holy Lotus sect members looked down, and their expressions changed drastically. The heads were those of the very comrades they had been waiting for. Each of them was an elder of the heavenly human realm. Yet they had died so silently. Who was this man? The leading elder, his face pale with terror, all his previous arrogance gone, stammered, May I ask who you are? Why are you striking against the Holy Lotus sect? You have offended those who should not be offended. Yechen stepped forward, arriving before them in an instant. He raised his palm toward them, his gaze as cold as if he were looking at a crowd of the dead. The Holy Lotus sect elder, trembling with fear, tried to flee but found his body paralyzed. As he replayed Yechen's words in his mind, the elder seemed to realize something, and his terror deepened. Could it be that the person this man referred to as not to be offended was this very family? Did the sect master even understand what kind of people she had provoked? In utter despair, the elder wanted to demand of sect master Song Yen exactly whom they had been sent to attack. Why provoke such beings? This was an enemy the Holy Lotus sect could never contend with. Perish. Yechen spoke blandly toward the Holy Lotus sect members. Wait, Before the elder could plead for a misunderstanding, he and the dozen disciples were engulfed by a jet-black luminous beam. A dark flash lit the alley. When the light faded, the scene was pristine, not a trace of anything left behind. To dare trifle with the demon lord, his wife, and the little princess is but a great mercy for you to die like this. Yechen spoke calmly into the void. If not for the sake of not disturbing the demon lord, he would never have let these ants die so easily. Outside the southern outskirts of Nanli City, hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples raced across the sky toward the city. They were the elite disciples of the sect stationed outside the city on standby. Upon receiving Song Yan's order to enter the city and massacre the Qi family, they had immediately set out. On their path, Yu Lian stood waiting on the ground, accompanied by a few shadow guards. Do not strike, Yu Lian said to the guards beside her, then slowly grasped the long saber at her waist. The hundreds of Holy Lotus sect disciples in the sky watched her with suspicion and vigilance. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Lian's eyes. The blade slid a fraction from its sheath, and though she made no visible move, thousands of silver streaks flickered through the Holy Lotus sect crowd. The next instant, the hundreds of disciples in the sky were dismembered. Blood and severed limbs rained down like a scarlet storm. Such was the fate of those who disturbed the demon lord and his wife. Outside the Qi family mansion, Wang Xin, the Red Lotus sacred envoy of the Holy Lotus sect, and Xiaoyu, the Green Lotus sacred envoy, had arrived with a contingent of disciples near the estate. Gazing upon the brightly lit mansion where families were reunited and listening to the harmonious, joyous laughter within, Wang Xin and Xiaoyu could not help but curl their lips into a cruel smile. Foolish mortals. Soon the entire Qi family will vanish from this world. This will be their final moments of happiness. But they would be kind enough to send everyone to reunite in another place. Glancing at each other, Wang Xin and Xiaoyu raised their hands to order the attack, but suddenly the void around them distorted and figures cloaked in darkness emerged one by one. Carefully surveying their surroundings, they suddenly realized they had been completely surrounded by unknown forces. Yet even they could not perceive the cultivation level of these mysterious individuals. Wang Xin and Xiaoyu were filled with immense dread in their hearts. Who were these people? How did they know they were about to attack the Qi family? When had the Qi family gained such powerful protection? No, they needed to report this to the sect master immediately. Xiaoyu, we will split up and retreat. Make sure to report this to the sect master. Wang Xin whispered secretly to Xiaoyu beside her, and when she turned her head, she discovered a golden halo had somehow appeared around Xiaoyu's neck. Xiaoyu, your neck. Wang Xin hastily warned her. Xiaoyu looked down and finally noticed the halo on her neck. Before she could figure out what the halo was, it suddenly tightened. Xiao Yu could not even resist. The halo sliced through her neck as easily as cutting through tofu. Xiao Yu's head rolled to the ground, her face frozen in shock. Her body remained standing upright, blood gushing from her severed neck. Blood splattered onto Wang Xian's face and body, terrifying her into letting out a blood-curdling scream. But before Wang Xian could utter a sound, a towering man suddenly appeared before her, his cold gaze locking onto hers as a massive hand clamped around her entire head. Her head looked extraordinarily tiny compared to that palm. It is late at night, and you really should not make noise to disturb the others nearby. Huang Qiu held Wang Xian's head in one hand, while leaning close to whisper in her ear. At this moment, even if Wang Xian wanted to scream, she was too terrified to utter a sound. Qi Huan also emerged slowly from the darkness, twisting her seductive figure with rings spinning endlessly around her fingers like hula hoops, her face wearing an extremely excited manic smile. She took 2 deep breaths of the blood scent permeating the air, a dazed flush rising on her face, her hand caressing her cheek as her manic smile intensified. What an intoxicating scent. What should I do? I can barely contain my excitement. Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu glanced speechlessly at Qi Huan behind him, who was almost climaxing on her own, and spoke dissatisfiedly. The left guardian lord said to leave 1 or 2 survivors for questioning. You went and killed them directly? There are still plenty of people here, Qi Huan said nonchalantly, then glanced at the Sheng Lian sect members who were already standing frozen in fear, and asked with a smile, let me ask you, who is the leader among you? Tell big sister there will be a reward. Qi Huan smiled charmingly, and asked the Sheng Lian sect members. It's her. The Sheng Lian sect members tremblingly pointed to Xiao Yu, who had already died on the ground. Qi Huan. Huang Qiu. What should we do? I accidentally killed the leader here. Qi Huan instantly dropped her charming expression, her face turning extremely panicked, and she turned to ask Huang Qiu. Generally, the more the leader knows, and yet she could not hold back and killed her directly. To them, these ants were all easily crushed with a casual flick. They could not tell who the leader was at all. If the left guardian lord found out, would she not be done for? Huang Qiu grinned, revealing a look of schadenfreude. He had not killed them anyway. Seeing Huang Qiu's annoying expression, Qi Huan could not help but get angry and pointed at him accusingly. It is all your fault. Why did you not stop me in the first place? You are blaming me. It is because you could not hold back yourself, you dead bitch. Huang Qiu retorted angrily without any courtesy. The surrounding attendants did not dare to intervene. Be bitch. You dare to insult me. Although it was wrong of me to act first, do you not bear any responsibility for following along? Qi Huan was unreasonable, but very assertive. Huang Qiu's hot temper flared up instantly, and he turned around to scold Qi Huan angrily. Qi Huan refused to show weakness, her arms lighting up with rings circling around them. If it were not for being on a mission now, and Yu specifically emphasizing not to cause trouble in the city during the disguise period, the 2 of them would have started fighting long ago. That. The other one you are holding is also our sacred envoy, a Sheng Lian sect disciple tremblingly reminded. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiu and Qi Huan were stunned for a moment, stopped arguing, and then revealed a cruel yet joyful smile. Oh really, thank you so much. Then you are useless. Hearing this, the Sheng Lian sect members felt a bone-chilling coldness run through their bodies, a deadly aura rushing toward them. A golden ring expanded, flashed quickly past everyone, then shrank and returned to Qi Huan's finger. In an instant, dozens of Sheng Lian sect disciples were decapitated. Huang Qiu extended his arm with one hand, and a transparent giant palm as sharp as a beast's claw appeared above the remaining people. Huang Qiu gently squeezed, and all the remaining people were directly crushed into a pool of blood. Both of them had extremely excited and bloodthirsty expressions. If it were not for Yu Qingyou's order to leave 1 or 2 survivors, they would have started killing directly long ago. After dealing with everyone, when Huang Qiu was about to leave with Wang Xian, he suddenly felt that the person in his hand had not moved at all for a long time. Huang Qiu hurriedly released his palm, and found Wang Xian's eyes wide open with no breath left. She had been literally scared to death. Huang Qiu and Qi Huan were instantly stunned, looking at each other. After realizing what had happened, both of their expressions were extremely terrified. We are done for. The others had all been killed by them, and now the only one left in hand was also scared to death. How were they supposed to report back? Hey, wake up. Wake up quick, I did not want to kill you, why did you die so fast? Huang Qiu grabbed Wang Xian's collar and kept shaking her, occasionally slapping her face in an attempt to wake her. This was the first time Qi Huan and Huang Qiu had ever been so afraid of killing someone. In the Nanli City Academy's office, a middle-aged man with a mature and composed demeanor sat at his desk. His hands were clasped together, fingers interlaced, his expression solemn. He was Xiagwa, the headmaster of Nanli Academy within Nanli City. Standing before him was a stunningly beautiful woman. The woman's expression was equally grave as she reported the urgent situation unfolding within Nanli City. Headmaster, the Holy Lotus Sect leader Song Yen has personally come to Nanli City. She is accompanied by 2 sacred envoys and several hundred Holy Lotus Sect disciples. Every one of them is an elite disciple of the Holy Lotus Sect. According to reports, sect leader Song Yen has already left the Jiang estate, and the sect's disciples throughout the city have begun their movements. It seems the Jiang family intends to use the Holy Lotus Sect to act against the Qi family, and that woman named Luo Ruing. Upon hearing this, Ya's brows furrowed deeply, his expression filled with distress. So it has come. When he learned that the Qi family had defeated the Jiang family in the Merchant Guild competition, he felt both joy and concern. He rejoiced because the Jiang family had lost most of their commercial control in Nanli City and would no longer be able to monopolize resources as recklessly as before. Yet he worried because the Jiang family backed the Holy Lotus Sect. Once word reached them, both the Qi family and the woman who represented them would be in grave danger. During this period, the Qi family's launch of the immortal refining pill had completely shattered the Jiang family's foundation, pushing them to the brink. He knew the Jiang family would not wait long before calling upon the Holy Lotus Sect for intervention. He simply didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly, and at a time coinciding with the New Year festival. This was precisely the scenario he dreaded most. Tonight would undoubtedly bring a bloodbath. The Holy Lotus Sect would never pardon the Qi family and those associated with them. Nanli Academy held responsibility for maintaining the city's peace, and as its headmaster, how could he stand idle while the Qi family and their allies faced annihilation? Yet he certainly could not defeat Song Yen. If he chose to intervene, Nanli Academy itself would be thrown into crisis. Still, could he truly turn a blind eye? He doubted it. Nanli Academy was established within Nanli City not merely to cultivate exceptional cultivators, but also to protect the city. If they allowed the Holy Lotus Sect to act with impunity within Nanli City, then Nanli Academy would have no reason to exist. Linya immediately convened all the elders of the academy. Send them to protect the Qi family and those individuals. I shall personally seek out Song Yen to negotiate. After a moment's contemplation, Xiagua instructed Linya standing before him. If Han Guangji from the Jinbao Merchant Guild were still in the city, he might have joined forces with him against Song Yen. However, the Jiang family clearly seized the opportunity presented by Han Guangxi's departure from Nanli City. Facing Song Yen alone, he could not hope to prevail and could only attempt to reach some form of negotiation. Otherwise, any confrontation between him and Song Yen within Nanli City would inevitably endanger innocent civilians. Yes, I shall convene everyone immediately. Headmaster, you must also exercise utmost caution. I hear that the Holy Lotus Sect leader has long since reached the peak of the heavenly divine realm. Linya nodded and offered Xiagua a final warning before immediately setting about organizing personnel. Any delay would place the Qi family and their allies in mortal danger. Above the night sky of Nanli City, Song Yen personally led a contingent of Holy Lotus Sect disciples as they hurried swiftly toward the location where Luo Ruing had been reported to be. Already awaiting them hovered a breathtakingly beautiful and cold, ethereal figure. Yu Qingyo's ice-cold, profound eyes watched Song Yen and her followers without expression. Song Yen immediately halted her steps, her brows knitting together as she fixed her gaze upon Yu Qingyo. This woman, she could not fathom her. Was she affiliated with Nanli Academy? Prior to initiating their Operation Song Yen had anticipated that the greatest obstacle might prove to be Nanli Academy. Headmaster Xiagua himself possessed the cultivation realm of the heavenly divine, certainly not to be underestimated. Are you their mastermind? Are all the people in the city under your command? Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's accusations and instead demanded coldly. Is that so? A cold gleam flickered across Yu Qingyo's icy gaze. She raised her slender jade fingers and stated indifferently, burst. Turning her head in bewilderment, Song Yan's expression instantly shifted to sheer horror. The disciples following behind her suddenly began to violently swell, their bodies expanding into grotesque spherical forms. Each disciple's face twisted in excruciating agony, desperately reaching their arms toward Song Yan as they pleaded, sect leader, please, save me. Before their words had even finished echoing, the dozens of disciples behind Song Yan exploded simultaneously like balloons. Blood and flesh fragments burst forth like fireworks beneath the night sky. Song Yin froze instantly, her face a mask of utter terror, as she gazed unblinkingly at Yuqingyu. This time, any prior arrogance had vanished from her gaze, replaced entirely by pure fear. What? What have you done to my disciples? Pointing a trembling finger at Yuqingyu, Song Yin shrieked hysterically. She had not seen Yuqingyu perform any hand seals, nor had she sensed any surge of spiritual energy from her. With merely a single spoken word, she had annihilated Song Yan's most elite disciples. Having cultivated for over 3 centuries, she had never witnessed such a technique. At that moment, Meng Niu and his companions had only just arrived behind Yuqingyu and chanced upon the gruesome scene of splattered blood and severed limbs. Their faces instantly drained of all color. Despite their frequent combat experiences within the Demon Realm forest, they had never encountered such a violently gruesome spectacle. Yuqingyu slowly advanced toward Song Yin, her footsteps traversing the empty air. Though her movements remained graceful and dignified and not a trace of spiritual energy emanated from her, Song Yin inexplicably felt an unprecedented wave of crushing pressure. Do not underestimate me. I am the leader of the Holy Lotus sect. Transforming her fear into rage, Song Yin condensed her hand seals. Yet Yuqingyu merely remarked indifferently, twist. The very next instant, Song Yan's arms began contorting and twisting in wildly irregular patterns, the sound of snapping bones crisp and audible. Her hand bones even protruded through the flesh. Meng Niu and the others stood aside, wrinkling their brows in sympathy. The very sight made them feel pain throughout their own bodies. Overwhelming agony contorted Song Yan's features, leaving only boundless terror etched upon her face. Tears streamed unceasingly from her eyes as she desperately demanded, Who are you? Yuqingyu approached Song Yin and finally provided the answer to her burning question. I am merely an attendant to that supreme venerable one, though you may consider me as his mother if you prefer. Attendant? Mother? Song Yin could not comprehend what Yuqingyu was saying, assuming she was merely mocking her. No attendant would dare claim to be the mother of their master. Then you must pay the price for the decision you made tonight. I will make you understand the consequences of disturbing the Demon Lord and his lady. The cost of ruining my pleasure. Yuqingyu's face turned icy cold, her deep black eyes shifting to an enchanting emerald green. Song Yan's heart was filled with boundless terror, and without hesitation, she turned and fled. Yet how could she escape from Yuqingyu's grasp? Panicked Song Yin ran with all her might, glancing back over her shoulder. When she turned her head again, Yuqingyu had already appeared before her, silent as a ghost. It seems I should have crippled your legs first. Twist. Wait. At Yuqingyu's words, Song Yan's face instantly turned pale, and she repeatedly begged for mercy. But as Yuqingyu's voice fell, Song Yan's legs twisted and snapped violently against her will. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. Terror and excruciating pain brought tears streaming down Song Yan's face, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Too noisy. Silence. Yuqingyu spoke coldly, her expression one of disgust. Song Yan's mouth clamped shut against her will, unable to open, leaving her only to emit muffled pleas of as she begged with her eyes. She had no idea what kind of being she had provoked. Who was this woman? Where did she come from? Song Yin understood nothing. With her peak heavenly god realm cultivation and the martial god hall already destroyed, there should have been no one in the southern prefecture who could match her. Tonight's plan should have been foolproof. Yet why had reality turned out like this? Yuqingyu's emerald eyes fixed on Song Yin, and Song Yan's vision instantly blurred. In the next moment, her hand, scalp, and every inch of her skin began to be forcibly peeled away by an invisible force. First the skin, then the flesh, then the bones. Every part of her body was sliced and stripped bit by bit. The agony was so intense that Song Yin wished for death, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Strangely, her mind remained perfectly clear enough to feel every shred of pain as each layer of her skin was removed. Song Yin could not resist, her body convulsing ceaselessly, her eyes glazing over. Just as Song Yin was on the verge of breaking, believing she must be dead, she blinked and found that aside from her broken hands and feet, she bore no other wounds. Everything that had just happened seemed like a nightmare. Yet the despair and agony of watching herself being peeled layer by layer were deeply etched into her mind. That sensation was utterly real. She could not have been mistaken. What was going on? Song Yin, drenched in cold sweat, raised her confused gaze to Yuqingyu before her. Yuqingyu smiled lightly and explained. Did you feel it? Your body will be stripped layer by layer within the divine sense illusion, and the pain will be indistinguishable from the real experience. But rest assured, your physical body will suffer no actual harm. And this process will repeat endlessly until I release it. At these words, Song Yan's pupils contracted sharply, her fear intensifying. She desperately kowtowed and begged, even asking for a quick death. She could no longer endure such suffering. Moreover, with her body unharmed, the endless repetition of experiencing total flaying was utterly terrifying. Such torture was beyond human endurance. Yu Qingyu ignored Song Yan's desperate pleas, only coldly looking down at her with a faint smile. Soon the next round of stripping began. To an outside observer, aside from her broken limbs, Song Yan's body appeared untouched, without even a scratch. But she was contorted in agony, tears and snot streaming, convulsing and twisting in midair as if she had gone mad. At that moment she was experiencing a horror that most could only endure once. And ordinary people would often die from pain or blood loss early on, but she would not. She would undergo the entire process from beginning to end, then start a new cycle. Meng Niu and the other two stood frozen in place, watching Song Yan convulse and moan, without even a sound, trembling with fear. Compared to that, this woman was even more terrifying than their master. Even their master, when killing, usually granted a swift death with pain lasting only a moment, but this woman did not. What are you standing there for? Take her and follow me to the Jiang family. Also tell me what happened from the time the Demon Lord and his lady entered the city until I arrived. Yu Qingyu frowned slightly and ordered Meng Niu and the other two. These three demons, though possessing ancient bloodlines, were far too weak in cultivation. Too weak, almost disgraceful. She wondered why the Demon Lord kept them by his side. Had it not been for the little princess apparently liking them and the Demon Lord's orders, she would have barely accepted them. Why, yes. Upon hearing Yu Qingyu's command, the three tremblingly hoisted the still convulsing Song Yan and followed behind her. They carefully recounted everything that had happened after Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, and Qi Yuan entered the city, including how Jiang Li of the Jiang family had provoked them and spoken rudely to Luo Ruiying. Yu Qingyu's expression grew increasingly icy. Humph, the Jiang family. They dared to insult the Demon Lord and his lady. Very well. Inside the Jiang family residence, hundreds of cultivators and guards gathered within the compound, their figures everywhere. Each guard was donned in armor, selecting various weapons and assembling. These were the elites the Jiang family had spared no expense to cultivate and recruit over the years. Now was the time to put them to use. Although the Holy Lotus sect's leader and two envoys were personally handling matters, he was confident. But how could he miss the night of the Qi families and that other family's annihilation? Thus Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming decided to gather all their men and join the Holy Lotus sect in storming the Qi residence. No one left alive. Everyone. Thank you all for heeding Zhang's call. I am deeply grateful. After the Qi family is wiped out tonight, my Jiang family will not fail to reward each and every one of you. I have only one request, that the Qi family disappears from this world tonight. Jiang Zhen stepped into the courtyard, cupping his hands in gratitude to the gathered crowd. Everyone present was exhilarated, raising their weapons and shouting in response. Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang. Tonight we will make the Qi family vanish from the world. Exactly. After all the Jiang family has done for us over the years, it's time to repay the favor. We await only your command to storm the Qi residence. Everyone was so spirited, not a single worry in sight. They had already heard that the Holy Lotus sect was acting for the Jiang family, so they were merely tagging along for the ride. Perhaps after the deed, they would earn the Jiang family's favor and receive generous rewards. Such a sweet deal, why not take it? Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming gazed upon the morale-soaring crowd, their long-suppressed emotions finally released, in this moment a long-awaited smile breaking across their faces. So what if the Merchant Guild outmatched the Jiang family in competition? What difference does it make if the Lianxian pill strikes at the Jiang family's Fire Lotus liquid? After tonight passes, Nanli City shall still belong entirely to the Jiang family. The Qi family was destined to lose to the Jiang family. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Just as the Jiang mansion erupted in jubilation, brimming with anticipation, a clear and piercing voice suddenly echoed from the sky above. Everyone looked up in confusion, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful and coldly elegant silhouette standing beneath the hazy night sky. Behind her followed one woman and two men, one of whom appeared to be carrying someone upon his shoulder. Who are you? Jiang Zhen frowned and stepped forward to ask. Yu Qingyu deigned not to heed such an ant, merely waving her hand to signal Meng Niu to toss Song Yan from his shoulder. Meng Niu did not dare delay, grabbing Song Yan and hurling her toward the center of the Jiang mansion courtyard. Song Yan plummeted rapidly from the sky, crashing heavily into the Jiang family courtyard. Everyone gathered around in confusion to investigate. Upon seeing her, they were instantly frozen in shock. Song Yan lay half alive, convulsing incessantly, her face contorted with terror, regret, and despair. Clear, dried tear tracks were visible along her eyelids. More terrifying still, all of Song Yan's limbs were twisted and broken in grotesque ways, bones and flesh exposed. A sight most horrifying. Some of the more timid among them saw this sight and immediately collapsed to their knees, retreating in terror. Supreme Lotus Cult Leader Song Yan. Leader, what has happened to you? Speak to us. The crowd was thrown into panic and rushed forward to examine Song Yan's injuries. No one could believe that within the entire southern province someone possessed the power to wound the Supreme Lotus Cult leader so grievously. Since the disappearance of the martial god Hall, the Supreme Lotus Cult had become the most powerful faction in the southern province. Upon seeing Song Yan in such a state, Zhang Zhun was stunned speechless. How could this happen? Wasn't the leader sent to kill that woman? How could she have returned in such a wretched state? At this moment all eyes turned toward Yu Qingyu and her companions, filled with both bewilderment and terror. Yu Qingyu gazed coldly down upon the Jiang mansion folk from above, giving orders to Meng Niu and the other three behind her. Go eliminate all the other ants within the Jiang family besides the father and son. Yes. Meng Niu and the other three responded, immediately leaping down into the Jiang mansion courtyard. Jiang family members drew their swords, eyeing Meng Niu and the other three with wariness. Meng Niu grinned broadly, revealing a handsome, yet sunny and cheerful countenance, and drew a crimson battle axe from his hand. With swift sweeping strokes of the crimson axe, a blood-red flash streaked past, and all those standing in the front line were instantly severed at the waist. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The blood coating the crimson battle axe was immediately absorbed by the weapon, emitting a dim crimson glow. If not for the need to avoid excessive commotion, Meng Niu would have swung his axe and flattened the entire Jiang mansion. Kaisei gripped her serpent sword, her figure darting through the crowd like a slithering snake. Wherever she passed, bodies were cleaved apart. The Jiang family members couldn't even catch a glimpse of her movements. On the other side, Bai Yuan wore dazzling gauntlets and punched the air, unleashing a ferocious, brutal force of wind, like a whirlwind that swept across the Jiang family crowd. Everyone in its path was annihilated without exception. In the blink of an eye, countless Jiang family members perished. Faced with Meng Niu and the other three, the Jiang family had absolutely no chance to resist, only scattering in terror. A trace of smug satisfaction surfaced on Meng Niu and the others' faces. At last, after such a long time, they once again felt the sensation of being the demon kings they used to be. Since following Ning Yechen, they had almost forgotten that they were once the strongest demon kings in the Yao Domain forest. During this period, they had nearly come to believe themselves to be three mere pets. No, even more obedient and well-behaved than ordinary pets. Pets sometimes acted willfully and disobeyed their masters, but they dared not. Nevertheless, even though Meng Niu and the others had nearly slaughtered the Jiang family members, Yu Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. She was not entirely satisfied with their performance. Is this how you serve His Majesty the Demon Venerable on a regular basis? Yu Qingyu lightly touched the ground with her toes descending from the sky and scolded Meng Niu and the others as they massacred the Jiang family members. You serve His Majesty the Demon Venerable, do you? Meng Niu and the others froze, stopping their killings, gazing at Yu Qingyu in confusion and fear, unsure of where they had gone wrong. Yet they dared not question Yu Qingyu. Since you three have been taken in by His Majesty the Demon Venerable, you are now considered part of our demon realm. As members of our demon realm, you must never show any mercy or hesitation toward your enemies. Yu Qingyu reprimanded in a cold voice. Meng Niu and the others looked utterly bewildered. Had their techniques just now been considered merciful? That had already been quite brutal. I told you to deal with them, but not to simply kill them outright. Your method of killing them with a single stroke means they feel absolutely no pain. That is nothing short of a mercy bestowed upon them. Anyone who offends our demon realm should be made to experience endless agony and torment, struggling to death in regret and despair. Yu Qingyu's expression was ice cold, her eyes gleaming with chill, a most hideous and terrifying smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her face was undeniably graceful and exquisitely beautiful, yet the words she spoke and the expression upon it struck terror into all who witnessed it. Meng Niu and the others stood dumbfounded, glancing at one another, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Very well, let me demonstrate for you the methods we employ in our demon realm. Yu Qingyu's gaze fell upon Jiang Ming, who hid trembling behind the crowd out of terror, and she spoke calmly. Commit suicide. Witness your own death amid agony and remorse. As soon as these words fell, Jiang Ming's body began moving uncontrollably on its own. My hand, no, it won't obey me. You, what have you done to me? Someone quick, help me. Jiang Ming screamed in terror, his hands unconsciously picking up a short sword from the ground. Under the horrified gaze of all present, Jiang Ming slowly plunged the short sword into various parts of his own body. First his arm was completely severed, then his thigh, followed by his abdomen being slashed open. Jiang Ming's agonized wails echoed throughout the entire Jiang mansion courtyard, his face a mask of terror and pain, until his abdomen was fully torn open and he perished in sheer dread. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Jiang Ming's tragic screams lingered in everyone's ears, leaving all frozen in sheer shock. Even those who had cultivated for many years were left filled with unending terror. Yet Yu Qingyu watched with an expression of quiet appreciation and a smile of delight. In this moment, everyone's heart harbored the same thought. This woman was nothing short of a demon. Meng Niu and the other two were also frozen in place, terrified. They prided themselves on having slain countless lives and considered themselves utterly ruthless, yet compared to Yu Qingyu, they were positively merciful. The remaining members of the Jiang family had already been scared witless, daring not even to face Yu Qingyu, and hastily scattered in every direction to flee. Naively believing that scattering would grant them a chance, they leaped into the air, only for shadowy figures to silently materialize from the void, slaying each one mid-flight. No one knew where these figures had emerged from, or when they had been lying in wait. The desperate crowd huddled together in a tight cluster with nowhere left to flee. Who was the person in charge of the Jiang family? Yu Qingyu slowly advanced, every gesture radiating graceful dignity, and asked the crowd with a calm demeanor. Without hesitation, the crowd shoved forward Jiang Zhen, who had been hiding at the rear. Say, senior, the Jiang family is what you seek. He is the patriarch of the Jiang family. Yes, it has nothing to do with us. We beg you, senior, show mercy and spare us. Senior, I barely know the Jiang family, only came here for a free meal. The Jiang family is utterly guilty. How about we help you exterminate the entire Jiang clan, and you let us go? Is that acceptable? The crowd continuously wailed and begged for mercy, hoping Yu Qingyu would spare them. Some even proposed exterminating the entire Jiang family in exchange for a sliver of survival. The others all nodded in agreement. If not for the Jiang family provoking someone they shouldn't have, they would not be in this dire situation tonight. Sacrificing themselves for one Jiang family was simply not worth it. Jiang Zhen turned around in utter disbelief, staring at the crowd. Just moments ago, they had unanimously proclaimed their willingness to serve the Jiang family, yet now they were calling for the complete annihilation of his Jiang family. These very people had fawned over the Jiang family during its glorious days, and he had never stinted on generous rewards for them. I only require Jiang Zhen and Jiang Li. Yu Qingyu stated flatly, hands folded. The crowd understood immediately and forcibly dragged Jiang Li, who had been lounging with several women in the room, and threw him beside Jiang Zhen. Deafened by the horrendous wails throughout the mansion, he had no idea what was truly happening to the Jiang family at that moment. The disheveled Jiang Li was thrown hard onto the ground, and his already crippled legs instantly drew forth a cry of anguish. He roared angrily at those who had dragged him. Have you gone mad? How dare you treat me this way? I am the young master of the Jiang family. Do you not wish to live? I'll have your heads cut off at once. Someone help. Obviously Jiang Li, who had just been forcibly dragged over, still had no idea what was happening. The crowd watched Jiang Li in silence, filled with both pity and wrath. Jiang Li soon sensed something was amiss and began scanning his surroundings. Only then did he notice the courtyard filled with gore and blood, countless severed limbs scattered in pools of blood. And his greatest reliance, his father Jiang Zhen, the patriarch of the Jiang family, was on all fours, trembling violently. You old bastard, what's wrong with you? What's happening? Jiang Li called out to Jiang Zhen, but received no response. Sensing someone approach from behind, Jiang Li turned his head and saw Yu Qingyu, her face cold and exquisitely beautiful, gazing down at him silently. So beautiful. Jiang Li's first reaction was to be stunned by Yu Qingyu's stunning appearance. Unconsciously, lewd desire flashed in his eyes, and a leering smile spread across his face. Truly the most contemptible of insects. Watching Jiang Li's foolish expression, Yu Qingyu felt overwhelming disgust, yet a cryptic smile graced her lips. Say, senior, we've brought you the Jiang father and son you wanted. Please look. The remaining crowd trembled as they pleaded with Yu Qingyu. Yes, thank you for your trouble. You may leave now, Yu Qingyu said with a gentle smile. Thank you, senior. Hearing this, the crowd's faces instantly lit up with ecstasy. But then Yu Qingyu's voice continued. As a reward for your obedience, I will ensure your departure is not too painful. You shall kill each other. Senior, wait. You said you would. Thwack. One man's face contorted in terror stepped forward to beg for mercy, only to feel a long blade pierce straight through his chest from behind. You? The man turned in confusion to face his attacker. But that person shook his head frantically, explaining, no, it wasn't me. My hands won't obey me. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, the man who had struck was also pierced through the body by swords and blades wielded by those beside him. In an instant, the tightly packed crowd desperately slaughtered one another, each one screaming that it wasn't them who struck, urging everyone to stop. They all wanted to stop, but could not. Screams and wails echoed endlessly, blood spraying in all directions. Before long, only one person remained standing among the countless corpses, dozens of swords and blades sticking out of his body. His entire figure dyed red with blood, and his hands, still beyond his control, gripped a long blade and slashed across his own neck. Thus the last one too fell into the pool of blood. Zhang Li was completely paralyzed with terror at the scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment he finally understood just how terrifying the woman before him truly was. "No, don't kill me. Whatever you wanna. I'll give it all from the Jiang family. Rest assured, the supreme venerable demon lord wishes to see you." "I will not kill you yet," Yechen said coolly. If not for the demon lord specifically requesting to see him, she would have long since put Zhang Li to death. For his disrespectful words toward the demon lord and madam, combined with the audacity to look at her in such a manner moments ago, warranted death 10,000 times over. The demon lord. Zhang Zhen and his son murmured the title repeatedly, unable to fathom who it could be. When had the Jiang family provoked such a figure? Just as the Jiang father and son were lost in confusion, Ning Yechen slowly descended from the sky. Hundreds of shadow guards surrounding them emerged from the darkness, placing their hands over their chests and bowing in unison to address him, "Venerable Demon Lord." Yu also gracefully stepped aside, hand over her heart, bowing slightly as she softly called out, "Venerable Demon Lord." As for Ming Niu and the other two, they had long since obediently prostrated themselves on the ground. Pets should know their place. Ning Yechen slowly walked past the shadow guards and stopped before Zhang Li and Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li looked up, and their expressions immediately shifted to shocked disbelief etched across their faces. It's you. It's you. Zhang Zhen was shocked, raising his body and pointing a trembling finger at Ning Yechen. You are that woman's husband." He had never imagined that the person who could easily defeat Saint Lotus sect leader Song Yan and annihilate his Jiang family overnight would be that woman's husband. This person, aside from his handsome and refined appearance, had nothing else particularly special. When he first saw Ning Yechen, he hadn't even paid him much attention. Zhang Li also raised his head to look at Ning Yechen, his face filled with disbelief. The former pretty boy he had mocked was now the demon lord spoken of by these people. Yu, seeing that the father and son of the Jiang family dared to straighten up and look directly at Ning Yechen, furrowed her delicate brows and coldly scolded, "How dare ants like you look directly at the demon lord?" "The demon lord has not permitted you to speak. You ants have no right to open your mouths." Yu was very displeased with the insolent attitude of the father and son. If not for the demon lord's presence, she would have long made these two experience what it means to wish for death, but not have it. "It seems you are quite surprised to see me." Ning Yechen sneered, coldly looking down at Zhang Zhen and Zhang Li at his feet. The reason he had come here specially was to let them know exactly whom they had offended, and also to do something he hadn't been able to do by the side of Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye earlier. "The day you insulted my wife and offended me, it's time to settle the score." Ning Yechen reached out and gently clenched his hand toward Zhang Li, whose limbs immediately began to twist and compress, gradually folding his body into a ball. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please spare me. Father, save me. It hurts. Zhang Li kept wailing and begging for mercy, desperately calling for help to Zhang Zhen, who was prostrate beside him. Zhang Zhen was trembling all over, his eyes full of fear, completely unable to care for Zhang Li. Rather, he was now utterly hateful of his worthless son. If not for him, the Jiang family might not have fallen to this state today. The decades of his family's legacy were destroyed in an instant because of this disgraceful prodigal son. After compressing Zhang Li nearly into a sphere, Ning Yechen released his hand, choosing not to continue compressing to kill him directly, because he wanted to keep Zhang Li in this state to experience the agony of having his limbs twisted and broken. Back when he had molested Luo Ruiying in front of him, he had longed to slap him to death. Letting him live a few more days was only to make him watch the Jiang family decline and fall. Now he had changed his mind. He was in no hurry to kill him. Let him first wail in regret for a while. Ning Yechen's gaze turned to Zhang Zhen, who was kneeling prostrate, and he said with a faint smile, "I heard that you specifically notified the Saint Lotus sect to come and kill my wife, and even declared that you would not let anyone go." Upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Zhang Zhen's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with utter despair and hopelessness. He knows everything. All the plans and preparations he had made at home these past few days, he knew them all. Zhang Zhen knew he would surely die tonight, and his death would likely be gruesome, and the Jiang family in Nanli City would also vanish from the world. Instead, he felt a strange calmness. Going against such a terrifying person, the Jiang family's fate was already sealed. "My lord, may I ask you a few questions?" Jiang Zhen knelt prostrate and begged. "You mere ant, how dare you question the Demon Lord?" Yu Qingyu furrowed her delicate brows and said coldly. The terrifying pressure instantly forced Jiang Zhen to spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all his internal organs were crushed. Ning Yechen raised his hand to signal Yu Qingyu to withdraw the pressure and said lightly to Jiang Zhen, "Speak. Let you die with understanding." Thank you. My lord, I only wish to know whether the healing meridian elixir and the immortal refining pill of the Qi family were both given by you to the Qi family. Jiang Zhen lay weakly on the ground, his complexion extremely pale, but he still forced himself to ask. Before his death, he must know the truth behind the Qi family's sudden acquisition of 2 pill formulas. Otherwise, he would be unwilling to die. He believed his business acumen was no less than the Qi family's, and he understood money-making even better. During the time he worked under the Qi family, he was genuinely devoted to the Qi family's affairs, managing a certain street. Because of his management, the profits of the merchant guild on that street increased several times, but he did not receive appreciation from the Qi family. Instead, he was reprimanded and criticized. Because with his keen insight, he seized a business opportunity, learning that a certain rare herb would become scarce in the future, so he purchased large quantities of that precious herb ahead of time, achieving a monopoly and driving up the price dozens of times. Because of this, he received many complaints and dissatisfaction and was instead scolded and blamed by the Qi family. The Qi family's philosophy was to benefit the people and provide convenience, not to seek high profits, which was diametrically opposed to his own philosophy. Coincidentally, later the Saint Lotus sect approached the Qi family seeking to take control of Nanli City through the Qi family, but was directly refused. So he took the initiative to contact the Saint Lotus sect, and with their help he established the current Jiang family. He believed that he absolutely should not lose to the Qi family. His philosophy was not wrong. Isn't the purpose of commerce to make money? Ning Yechen was somewhat surprised that Jiang Zhen would specifically ask this question. His face was filled with the obsession of wanting to know the truth. That's right, the healing meridian elixir and the immortal refining pill of the Qi family were both given by me. Is that so? Haha. Then I am not truly defeated by the Qi family. Jiang Zhen's miserable face revealed a relieved smile. Finally, he begged Ning Yechen, "My lord, I know that even if I beg for mercy, you will certainly not spare me. I only hope that you can give my son and I a quick death." Having witnessed the various gruesome deaths of everyone in the mansion, it was impossible for Jiang Zhen not to be terrified. He was just an ordinary mortal, at most one who had undergone body tempering. How could he not be afraid? Especially now, whenever he saw Yu Qingyu's figure, he couldn't help trembling all over and feeling suffocated. Jiang Li, who was wailing in pain nearby upon hearing this, disregarding his own physical agony, shouted in terror, "You old bastard. If you want to die, die yourself. I don't want to die. Please spare me. When this old man dies, I'll be the head of the Jiang family. I'll give you whatever you want. Just spare me." Seeing Jiang Li still acting like this, even now Jiang Zhen's face grew pale, his heart filled with both sorrow and sudden relief. With such a beast in the family, even if not tonight, the Jiang family would probably have perished sooner or later. In some respects, the Qi family had still far surpassed him.